Chapter 7. The Winter Journey. Ah, but a man's reach should exceed his grasp. Or what's a heaven for? R. Browning, Andrea del Sarto. To me, and to everyone who has remained here, the result of this effort is the appeal it makes to our imagination, as one of the most gallant stories in polar history. That men should wander forth in the depth of a polar night to face the most dismal cold and the fiercest gales in darkness is something new. That they should have persisted in this effort in spite of every adversity for 5 full weeks is heroic. It makes a tale for our generation which I hope may not be lost in the telling. Scott's Diary. At Cape Evans. The following list of the winter journey sledge weights, for 3 men, is taken from the reckoning made by Bowers before we started. Expendable stores. Pounds. Antarctic biscuit. 135. 3 cases for same. 12. Pemmican. 110. Butter. 21. Salt. 3. Tea. 4. Oil. 60. Spare parts for Primus. And matches. 2. Toilet paper. 2. Candles. 8. Packing. 5. Spirit. 8. 370. Permanent weights, etc. 2 9-feet sledges, 41 pounds each. 82. 1 cooker complete. 13. 2 Primus filled with oil. 8. 1 double tent complete. 35. 1 sledging shovel. 3. 5. 3 reindeer sleeping bags, 12 pounds each. 36. 3 eiderdown sleeping bag linings, 4 pounds each. 12. 1 alpine rope. 5. 1 bosun's bag, containing repairing materials, and 1 bonsa outfit, containing repairing tools. 5. 3 personal bags, each containing 15 pounds. Spare clothing, etc. 45. Lamp box with knives, steel, etc., for seal and penguin. 21. Medical and scientific box. 40. 2 ice axes, 3 pounds each. 6. 3 man harnesses. 3. 3 portaging harnesses. 3. Cloth for making roof and door for stone igloo. 24. Instrument box. 7. 3 pairs ski and sticks, discarded afterwards. 33. 1 pickaxe. 11. 3 crampons. 2 pounds. 3 ounces each. 6. 5. 2 bamboos for measuring tide if possible. 14 feet each. 4. 2 male bamboos. 4. 1 plank to form top of door of igloo. 2. 1 bag sennegrass. 1. 6 small female bamboo ends and 1 knife for cutting snow block to make igloo. 4. Packing. 8. 420. 790. The lamp box mentioned above contained the following. 1 lamp for burning blubber. 1 lamp for burning spirit. 1 tent candle lamp. 1 blubber cooker. 1 blowpipe. The party of 3 men set out with a total weight of 757 pounds. To draw, the ski and sticks in the above list being left behind at the last moment. It was impossible to load the total bulk upon 1 12-feet sledge, and so 2 9-feet. Sledges were taken, 1 toggled on behind the other. While this made the packing and handling of the gear much easier, it nearly doubled the friction surface against which the party had to pull. June 22. Midwinter night. A hard night, clear, with a blue sky so deep that it looks black, the stars are steel points, the glaciers burnished silver. The snow rings and thuds to your footfall. The ice is cracking to the falling temperature and the tide crack groans as the water rises. And over all, wave upon wave, fold upon fold, there hangs the curtain of the aurora. As you watch, it fades away, and then quite suddenly a great beam flashes up and rushes to the zenith, an arch of palest green and orange, a tail of flaming gold. Again it falls, fading away into great searchlight beams which rise behind the smoking crater of Mount Erebus. And again the spiritual veil is drawn. Here at the roaring loom of time I ply. And weave for God the garment thou sayest him by. Inside the hut are orgies. We are very merry, and indeed why not? The sun turns to come back to us tonight, and such a day comes only once a year. After dinner we had to make speeches, but instead of making a speech Bowers brought in a wonderful Christmas tree, made of split bamboos and a ski stick, with feathers tied to the end of each branch. Candles, sweets, preserved fruits, and the most absurd toys of which Bill was the owner. Titus got 3 things which pleased him immensely, a sponge, a whistle, and a pop gun which went off when he pressed in the butt. For the rest of the evening he went round asking whether you were sweating. No, yes, you are, he said, and wiped your face with the sponge. If you want to please me very much you will fall down when I shoot you, he said to me, and then he went round shooting everybody. At intervals he blew the whistle. He danced the lancers with Anton, and Anton, whose dancing puts that of the Russian ballet into the shade, continually apologized for not being able to do it well enough. Ponting gave a great lecture with slides which he had made since we arrived, many of which Mears had colored. When one of these came up one of us would shout, "Who colored that?" and another would cry, "Mears," then uproar. It was impossible for Ponting to speak. We had a milk punch, when Scott proposed the Eastern Party, and Clissold, the cook, proposed good old true milk. Titus blew away the ball of his gun. I blew it into the cerulean. How doth Homer have it, cerulean azure, hence Erebus. As we turned in he said, "Cherry, are you responsible for your actions?" And when I said yes, he blew loudly on his whistle, and the last thing I remembered was that he woke up Mears to ask him whether he was fancy-free. It was a magnificent bust. 5 days later and 3 men, one of whom at any rate is feeling a little frightened, stand panting and sweating out in McMurdo Sound. They have 2 sledges, one tied behind the other, and these sledges are piled high with sleeping bags and camping equipment, 6 weeks' provisions. And a Venesta case full of scientific gear for pickling and preserving. In addition there is a pickaxe, ice axes, an alpine rope, a large piece of green Willesden canvas and a bit of board. Scott's amazed remark when he saw our sledges 2 hours ago, "Bill, why are you taking all this oil?" pointing to the 6 cans lashed to the tray on the second sledge, had a bite in it. Our weights for such traveling are enormous, 253 pounds, a man. It is midday but it is pitchy dark, and it is not warm. As we rested my mind went back to a dusty, dingy office in Victoria Street some 15 months ago. "I want you to come," said Wilson to me, and then, "I want to go to Cape Crozier in the winter and work out the embryology of the emperor penguins. But I'm not saying much about it, it might never come off." Well, this was better than Victoria Street, where the doctors had nearly refused to let me go because I could only see the people across the road as vague blobs walking. Then Bill went and had a talk with Scott about it, and they said I might come if I was prepared to take the additional risk. At that time I would have taken anything. After the depot journey, at Hut Point, walking over that beastly, slippery, sloping ice foot which I always imagined would leave me some day in the sea. Bill asked me whether I would go with him, and who else for a third? There can have been little doubt whom we both wanted, and that evening Bowers had been asked. Of course he was mad to come. And here we were. "This winter travel is a new and bold venture," wrote Scott in the hut that night, but the right men have gone to attempt it. I don't know. There never could have been any doubt about Bill and Bertie. Probably Lashley would have made the best third, but Bill had a prejudice against seamen for a journey like this. They don't take enough care of themselves. And they will not look after their clothes. But Lashley was wonderful. If Scott had only taken a four-man party and Lashley to the pole. What is this venture? Why is the embryo of the emperor penguin so important to science? And why should three sane and common-sense explorers be sledging away on a winter's night to a cape which has only been visited before in daylight, and then with very great difficulty? I have explained more fully in the introduction to this book 150 the knowledge the world possessed at this time of the emperor penguin, mainly due to Wilson. But it is because the emperor is probably the most primitive bird in existence that the working out of his embryology is so important. The embryo shows remains of the development of an animal in former ages and former states. It recapitulates its former lives. The embryo of an emperor may prove the missing link between birds and the reptiles from which birds have sprung. Only one rookery of emperor penguins had been found at this date, and this was on the sea ice inside a little bay of the barrier edge at Cape Crozier, which was guarded by miles of some of the biggest pressure in the Antarctic. Chicks had been found in September, and Wilson reckoned that the eggs must be laid in the beginning of July. And so we started just after midwinter on the weirdest bird's nesting expedition that has ever been or ever will be. Emperors. But the sweat was freezing in our clothing and we moved on. All we could see was a black patch away to our left which was Turk's Head. When this disappeared we knew that we had passed Glacier Tongue which, unseen by us, eclipsed the rocks behind. And then we camped for lunch. That first camp only lives in my memory because it began our education of camp work in the dark. Had we now struck the blighting temperature which we were to meet? There was just enough wind to make us want to hurry, down harness. Each man to a strap on the sledge, quick with the floor cloth, the bags to hold it down, now a good spread with the bamboos and the tent inner lining, hold them, Cherry. And over with the outer covering, snow onto the skirting and inside with the cook with his candle and a box of matches. That is how we tied it, that is the way we were accustomed to do it, day after day and night after night when the sun was still high or at any rate only setting. Sledging on the barrier in spring and summer and autumn. Pulling our hands from our mitts when necessary, plenty of time to warm up afterwards. In the days when we took pride in getting our tea boiling within 20 minutes of throwing off our harness, when the man who wanted to work in his fur mitts was thought a bit too slow. But now it didn't work. We shall have to go a bit slower, said Bill, and we shall get more used to working in the dark. At this time, I remember, I was still trying to wear spectacles. We spent that night on the sea ice, finding that we were too far in towards Castle Rock, and it was not until the following afternoon that we reached and lunched at Hut Point. I speak of day and night, though they were much the same, and later on when we found that we could not get the work into a 24-hour day. We decided to carry on as though such a convention did not exist. As in actual fact it did not. We had already realized that cooking under these conditions would be a bad job, and that the usual arrangement by which one man was cook for the week would be intolerable. We settled to be cook alternately day by day. For food we brought only pemmican and biscuit and butter, for drink we had tea, and we drank hot water to turn in on. Pulling out from Hut Point that evening we brought along our heavy loads on the 2 9-foot sledges with comparative ease. It was the first, and though we did not know it then, the only bit of good pulling we were to have. Good pulling to the sledge traveler means easy pulling. Away we went round Cape Armitage and eastwards. We knew that the barrier edge was in front of us and also that the breakup of the sea ice had left the face of it as a low perpendicular cliff. We had therefore to find a place where the snow had formed a drift. This we came right up against and met quite suddenly a very keen wind flowing, as it always does, from the cold barrier down to the comparatively warm sea ice. The temperature was -47°F, and I was a fool to take my hands out of my mitts to haul on the ropes to bring the sledges up. I started away from the barrier edge with all 10 fingers frostbitten. They did not really come back until we were in the tent for our night meal, and within a few hours there were 2 or 3 large blisters, up to an inch long, on all of them. For many days those blisters hurt frightfully. We were camped that night about half a mile in from the barrier edge. The temperature was -56 degrees. We had a baddish time, being very glad to get out of our shivering bags next morning, June 29th. We began to suspect, as we knew only too well later, that the only good time of the 24 hours was breakfast. For then with reasonable luck we need not get into our sleeping bags again for another 17 hours. Plate 2, a panoramic view of Ross Island from Crater Hill. The horror of the 19 days it took us to travel from Cape Evans to Cape Crozier would have to be re-experienced to be appreciated. And anyone would be a fool who went again. It is not possible to describe it. The weeks which followed them were comparative bliss, not because later our conditions were better, they were far worse, because we were callous. I for one had come to that point of suffering at which I did not really care if only I could die without much pain. They talk of the heroism of the dying, they little know, it would be so easy to die, a dose of morphia, a friendly crevasse, and blissful sleep. The trouble is to go on. It was the darkness that did it. I don't believe -70 temperatures would be bad in daylight, not comparatively bad, when you could see where you were going, where you were stepping, where the sledge straps were, the cooker, the primus, the food. Could see your footsteps lately trodden deep into the soft snow that you might find your way back to the rest of your load, could see the lashings of the food bags. Could read a compass without striking 3 or 4 different boxes to find one dry match. Could read your watch to see if the blissful moment of getting out of your bag was come without groping in the snow all about. When it would not take you 5 minutes to lash up the door of the tent, and 5 hours to get started in the morning. But in these days we were never less than 4 hours from the moment when Bill cried time to get up, to the time when we got into our harness. It took 2 men to get 1 man into his harness, and was all they could do. For the canvas was frozen and our clothes were frozen until sometimes not even 2 men could bend them into the required shape. The trouble is sweat and breath. I never knew before how much of the body's waste comes out through the pores of the skin. On the most bitter days, when we had to camp before we had done a 4-hour march in order to nurse back our frozen feet, it seemed that we must be sweating. And all this sweat, instead of passing away through the porous wool of our clothing and gradually drying off us, froze and accumulated. It passed just away from our flesh and then became ice. We shook plenty of snow and ice down from inside our trousers every time we changed our footgear. And we could have shaken it from our vests and from between our vests and shirts, but of course we could not strip to this extent. But when we got into our sleeping bags, if we were fortunate, we became warm enough during the night to thaw this ice, part remained in our clothes, part passed into the skins of our sleeping bags. And soon both were sheets of armor plate. As for our breath, in the daytime it did nothing worse than cover the lower parts of our faces with ice and solder our balaclavas tightly to our heads. It was no good trying to get your balaclava off until you had had the primus going quite a long time, and then you could throw your breath about if you wished. The trouble really began in your sleeping bag, for it was far too cold to keep a hole open through which to breathe. So all night long our breath froze into the skins. And our respiration became quicker and quicker as the air in our bags got fouler and fouler. It was never possible to make a match strike or burn inside our bags. Of course we were not iced up all at once. It took several days of this kind of thing before we really got into big difficulties on this score. It was not until I got out of the tent one morning fully ready to pack the sledge that I realized the possibilities ahead. We had had our breakfast, struggled into our footgear, and squared up inside the tent, which was comparatively warm. Once outside, I raised my head to look round and found I could not move it back. My clothing had frozen hard as I stood, perhaps 15 seconds. For 4 hours I had to pull with my head stuck up, and from that time we all took care to bend down into a pulling position before being frozen in. By now we had realized that we must reverse the usual sledging routine and do everything slowly, wearing when possible the fur mitts which fitted over our woolen mitts. And always stopping whatever we were doing, directly we felt that any part of us was getting frozen, until the circulation was restored. Henceforward it was common for one or other of us to leave the other two to continue the camp work while he stamped about in the snow, beat his arms, or nursed some exposed part. But we could not restore the circulation of our feet like this. The only way then was to camp and get some hot water into ourselves before we took our footgear off. The difficulty was to know whether our feet were frozen or not, for the only thing we knew for certain was that we had lost all feeling in them. Wilson's knowledge as a doctor came in here. Many a time he had to decide from our descriptions of our feet whether to camp or to go on for another hour. A wrong decision meant disaster, for if one of us had been crippled the whole party would have been placed in great difficulties. Probably we should all have died. On June 29 the temperature was -50 degrees all day and there was sometimes a light breeze which was inclined to frostbite our faces and hands. Owing to the weight of our two sledges and the bad surface our pace was not more than a slow and very heavy plod. At our lunch camp Wilson had the heel and sole of one foot frostbitten. And I had 2 big toes. Bowers was never worried by frostbitten feet. That night was very cold, the temperature falling to -66 degrees, and it was -55 degrees at breakfast on June 30th. We had not shipped the eiderdown linings to our sleeping bags, in order to keep them dry as long as possible. My own fur bag was too big for me, and throughout this journey was more difficult to thaw out than the other two. On the other hand, it never split, as did Bill's. We were now getting into that cold bay which lies between the Hut Point Peninsula and Terra Point. It was known from old Discovery days that the barrier winds are deflected from this area, pouring out into McMurdo Sound behind us, and into the Ross Sea at Cape Crozier in front. In consequence of the lack of high winds the surface of the snow is never swept and hardened and polished as elsewhere. It was now a mass of the hardest and smallest snow crystals, to pull through which in cold temperatures was just like pulling through sand. I have spoken elsewhere of barrier surfaces, and how, when the cold is very great, sledge runners cannot melt the crystal points but only advance by rolling them over and over upon one another. That was the surface we met on this journey, and in soft snow the effect is accentuated. Our feet were sinking deep at every step. And so when we tried to start on June 30th we found we could not move both sledges together. There was nothing for it but to take one on at a time and come back for the other. This has often been done in daylight when the only risks run are those of blizzards which may spring up suddenly and obliterate tracks. Now in darkness it was more complicated. From 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. there was enough light to see the big holes made by our feet, and we took on one sledge, trudged back in our tracks, and brought on the second. Bowers used to toggle and untoggle our harnesses when we changed sledges. Of course in this relay work we covered 3 miles in distance for every 1 mile forward, and even the single sledges were very hard pulling. When we lunched the temperature was -61 degrees. After lunch the little light had gone, and we carried a naked lighted candle back with us when we went to find our second sledge. It was the weirdest kind of procession, 3 frozen men and a little pool of light. Generally we steered by Jupiter, and I never see him now without recalling his friendship in those days. We were very silent, it was not very easy to talk, but sledging is always a silent business. I remember a long discussion which began just now about cold snaps. Was this the normal condition of the barrier, or was it a cold snap? What constituted a cold snap? The discussion lasted about a week. Do things slowly, always slowly. That was the burden of Wilson's leadership, and every now and then the question, shall we go on? And the answer yes. I think we are all right as long as our appetites are good, said Bill. Always patient, self-possessed, unruffled, he was the only man on earth, as I believe, who could have led this journey. That day we made 3¼ miles, and traveled 10 miles to do it. The temperature was -66 degrees when we camped, and we were already pretty badly iced up. That was the last night I lay. I had slept, in my big reindeer bag without the lining of eiderdown which we each carried. For me it was a very bad night, a succession of shivering fits which I was quite unable to stop, and which took possession of my body for many minutes at a time until I thought my back would break. Such was the strain placed upon it. They talk of chattering teeth, but when your body chatters you may call yourself cold. I can only compare the strain to that which I have been unfortunate enough to see in a case of lockjaw. One of my big toes was frostbitten, but I do not know for how long. Wilson was fairly comfortable in his smaller bag, and Bowers was snoring loudly. The minimum temperature that night as taken under the sledge was -69°, and as taken on the sledge was -75°. That is 107 degrees of frost. We did the same relay work on July 1st, but found the pulling still harder, and it was all that we could do to move the one sledge forward. From now onwards Wilson and I, but not to the same extent Bowers, experienced a curious optical delusion when returning in our tracks for the second sledge. I have said that we found our way back by the light of a candle, and we found it necessary to go back in our same footprints. These holes became to our tired brains not depressions but elevations, hummocks over which we stepped, raising our feet painfully and draggingly. And then we remembered, and said what fools we were, and for a while we compelled ourselves to walk through these phantom hills. But it was no lasting good, and as the days passed we realized that we must suffer this absurdity, for we could not do anything else. But of course it took it out of us. During these days the blisters on my fingers were very painful. Long before my hands were frostbitten, or indeed anything but cold, which was of course a normal thing, the matter inside these big blisters, which rose all down my fingers with only a skin between them, was frozen into ice. To handle the cooking gear or the food bags was agony, to start the primus was worse. And when, one day, I was able to prick 6 or 7 of the blisters after supper and let the liquid matter out, the relief was very great. Every night after that I treated such others as were ready in the same way until they gradually disappeared. Sometimes it was difficult not to howl. I did want to howl many times every hour of these days and nights, but I invented a formula instead, which I repeated to myself continually. Especially, I remember, it came in useful when at the end of the march with my feet frostbitten, my heart beating slowly, my vitality at its lowest ebb, my body solid with cold. I used to seize the shovel and go on digging snow onto the tent skirting while the cook inside was trying to light the primus. "You've got it in the neck, stick it, you've got it in the neck," was the refrain. And I wanted every little bit of encouragement it would give me, then I would find myself repeating, stick it, and then, "You've got it in the neck." One of the joys of summer sledging is that you can let your mind wander thousands of miles away for weeks and weeks. Oates used to provision his little yacht. There was a pickled herring he was going to have. I invented the compactest little revolving bookcase which was going to hold not books, but pemmican and chocolate and biscuit and cocoa and sugar, and have a cooker on the top. And was going to stand always ready to quench my hunger when I got home, and we visited restaurants and theaters and grouse moors, and we thought of a pretty girl or girls, but now that was all impossible. Our conditions forced themselves upon us without pause, it was not possible to think of anything else. We got no respite. I found it best to refuse to let myself think of the past or the future, to live only for the job of the moment, and to compel myself to think only how to do it most efficiently. Once you let yourself imagine. This day also, July 1st, we were harassed by a nasty little wind which blew in our faces. The temperature was -66°, and in such temperatures the effect of even the lightest airs is blighting, and immediately freezes any exposed part. But we all fitted the bits of windproof lined with fur which we had made in the hut, across our balaclavas in front of our noses, and these were of the greatest comfort. They formed other places upon which our breath could freeze, and the lower parts of our faces were soon covered with solid sheets of ice, which was in itself an additional protection. This was a normal and not uncomfortable condition during the journey. The hair on our faces kept the ice away from the skin, and for myself I would rather have the ice than be without it. Until I want to get my balaclava off to drink my hush. We only made 2¼ miles, and it took 8 hours. It blew force 3 that night with a temperature of -65.2 degrees, and there was some drift. This was pretty bad, but luckily the wind dropped to a light breeze by the time we were ready to start the next morning, July 2nd. The temperature was then -60 degrees, and continued so all day, falling lower in the evening. At 4 p.m. we watched a bank of fog form over the peninsula to our left and noticed at the same time that our frozen mitts thawed out on our hands. And the outlines of the land as shown by the stars became obscured. We made 2½ miles with the usual relaying, and camped at 8 p.m. with the temperature -65 degrees. It really was a terrible march, and parts of both my feet were frozen at lunch. After supper I pricked 6 or 7 of the worst blisters, and the relief was considerable. I have met with amusement people who say, "Oh, we had -50 temperatures in Canada. They didn't worry me," or, "I've been down to -60-something in Siberia." And then you find that they had nice dry clothing, a nice night's sleep in a nice aired bed, and had just walked out after lunch for a few minutes from a nice warm hut or an overheated train. And they look back upon it as an experience to be remembered. Well, of course, as an experience of cold this can only be compared to eating a vanilla ice with hot chocolate cream after an excellent dinner at Claridge's. But in our present state we began to look upon -50s as a luxury which we did not often get. That evening, for the first time, we discarded our naked candle in favor of the rising moon. We had started before the moon on purpose, but as we shall see she gave us little light. However, we owed our escape from a very sticky death to her on one occasion. It was a little later on when we were among crevasses, with Terra above us, but invisible, somewhere on our left, and the barrier pressure on our right. We were quite lost in the darkness, and only knew that we were running downhill, the sledge almost catching our heels. There had been no light all day, clouds obscured the moon, we had not seen her since yesterday. And quite suddenly a little patch of clear sky drifted, as it were, over her face, and she showed us 3 paces ahead a great crevasse with just a shining icy lid not much thicker than glass. We should all have walked into it, and the sledge would certainly have followed us down. After that I felt we had a chance of pulling through. God could not be so cruel as to have saved us just to prolong our agony. But at present we need not worry about crevasses. For we had not reached the long stretch where the moving barrier, with the weight of many hundred miles of ice behind it, comes butting up against the slopes of Mount Terra, itself some 11,000 feet high. Now we were still plunging ankle-deep in the mass of soft sandy snow which lies in the windless area. It seemed to have no bottom at all, and since the snow was much the same temperature as the air, our feet, as well as our bodies, got colder and colder the longer we marched. In ordinary sledging you begin to warm up after a quarter of an hour's pulling, here it was just the reverse. Even now I find myself unconsciously kicking the toes of my right foot against the heel of my left, a habit I picked up on this journey by doing it every time we halted. Well, no. Not always. For there was one halt when we just lay on our backs and gazed up into the sky, where, so the others said, there was blazing the most wonderful aurora they had ever seen. I did not see it, being so nearsighted and unable to wear spectacles owing to the cold. The aurora was always before us as we traveled east, more beautiful than any seen by previous expeditions wintering in McMurdo Sound, where Erebus must have hidden the most brilliant displays. Now most of the sky was covered with swaying curtains which met in a great whirl overhead, lemon yellow, green and orange. The minimum this night was -65 degrees, and during July 3rd it ranged between -52 degrees and -58 degrees. We got forward only 2½ miles, and by this time I had silently made up my mind that we had not the ghost of a chance of reaching the Penguins. I am sure that Bill was having a very bad time these nights, though it was an impression rather than anything else, for he never said so. We knew we did sleep, for we heard one another snore, and also we used to have dreams and nightmares. But we had little consciousness of it, and we were now beginning to drop off when we halted on the march. Our sleeping bags were getting really bad by now, and already it took a long time to thaw a way down into them at night. Bill spread his in the middle, Bowers was on his right, and I was on his left. Always he insisted that I should start getting my legs into mine before he started. We were rapidly cooling down after our hot supper, and this was very unselfish of him. Then came 7 shivering hours, and first thing on getting out of our sleeping bags in the morning we stuffed our personal gear into the mouth of the bag before it could freeze. This made a plug, which when removed formed a frozen hole for us to push into as a start in the evening. We got into some strange knots when trying to persuade our limbs into our bags, and suffered terribly from cramp in consequence. We would wait and rub, but directly we tried to move again down it would come and grip our legs in a vice. We also, especially Bowers, suffered agony from cramp in the stomach. We let the primus burn on after supper now for a time. It was the only thing which kept us going, and when one who was holding the primus was seized with cramp we hastily took the lamp from him until the spasm was over. It was horrible to see Bertie's stomach cramp sometimes. He certainly got it much worse than Bill or I. I suffered a lot from heartburn, especially in my bag at nights. We were eating a great proportion of fat, and this was probably the cause. Stupidly I said nothing about it for a long time. Later when Bill found out, he soon made it better with the medical case. Bertie always lit the candle in the morning, so-called, and this was an heroic business. Moisture collected on our matches if you looked at them. Partly I suppose it was bringing them from outside into a comparatively warm tent, partly from putting boxes into pockets in our clothing. Sometimes it was necessary to try 4 or 5 boxes before a match struck. The temperature of the boxes and matches was about 100 degrees of frost, and the smallest touch of the metal on naked flesh caused a frostbite. If you wore mitts you could scarcely feel anything, especially since the tips of our fingers were already very callous. To get the first light going in the morning was a beastly cold business, made worse by having to make sure that it was at last time to get up. Bill insisted that we must lie in our bags 7 hours every night. In civilization men are taken at their own valuation because there are so many ways of concealment, and there is so little time, perhaps even so little understanding. Not so down south. These 2 men went through the winter journey and lived. Later they went through the polar journey and died. They were gold, pure, shining, unalloyed. Words cannot express how good their companionship was. Through all these days, and those which were to follow, the worst I suppose in their dark severity that men have ever come through alive, no single hasty or angry word passed their lips. When, later, we were sure, so far as we can be sure of anything, that we must die, they were cheerful, and so far as I can judge their songs and cheery words were quite unforced. Nor were they ever flurried, though always as quick as the conditions would allow in moments of emergency. It is hard that often such men must go first when others far less worthy remain. Camping after dark, E. Wilson. There are those who write of polar expeditions as though the whole thing was as easy as possible. They are trusting, I suspect, in a public who will say, "What a fine fellow this is. We know what horrors he has endured, yet see, how little he makes of all his difficulties and hardships." Others have gone to the opposite extreme. I do not know that there is any use in trying to make a -18 degrees temperature appear formidable to an uninitiated reader by calling it 50 degrees of frost. I want to do neither of these things. I am not going to pretend that this was anything but a ghastly journey, made bearable and even pleasant to look back upon by the qualities of my 2 companions who have gone. At the same time I have no wish to make it appear more horrible than it actually was. The reader need not fear that I am trying to exaggerate. During the night of July 3 the temperature dropped to -65 degrees, but in the morning we wakened, we really did wake that morning, to great relief. The temperature was only -27 degrees with the wind blowing some 15 miles an hour with steadily falling snow. It only lasted a few hours, and we knew it must be blowing a howling blizzard outside the windless area in which we lay, but it gave us time to sleep and rest, and get thoroughly thawed, and wet, and warm, inside our sleeping bags. To me at any rate this modified blizzard was a great relief, though we all knew that our gear would be worse than ever when the cold came back. It was quite impossible to march. During the course of the day the temperature dropped to -44 degrees, during the following night to -54 degrees. The soft new snow which had fallen made the surface the next day, July 5th, almost impossible. We relayed as usual, and managed to do 8 hours pulling, but we got forward only 1.5 miles. The temperature ranged between -55 degrees and -61 degrees, and there was at one time a considerable breeze, the effect of which was paralyzing. There was the great circle of a halo round the moon with a vertical shaft, and mock moons. We hoped that we were rising on to the long snow cape which marks the beginning of Mount Terror. That night the temperature was -75 degree, at breakfast -70 degree, at noon nearly -77 degrees. The day lives in my memory as that on which I found out that records are not worth making. The thermometer as swung by Bowers after lunch at 5:51 p.m. registered -77.5 degrees, which is 109.5 degrees of frost, and is I suppose as cold as anyone will want to endure in darkness and iced-up gear and clothes. The lowest temperature recorded by a Discovery spring journey party was -67.7 degree 151, and in those days 14 days was a long time for a spring party to be away sledging, and they were in daylight. This was our 10th day out and we hoped to be away for 6 weeks. Luckily we were spared wind. Our naked candle burnt steadily as we trudged back in our tracks to fetch our other sledge, but if we touched metal for a fraction of a second with naked fingers we were frostbitten. To fasten the strap buckles over the loaded sledge was difficult, to handle the cooker, or mugs, or spoons, the primus or oil can was worse. How Bowers managed with the meteorological instruments I do not know, but the meteorological log is perfectly kept. Yet as soon as you breathed near the paper it was covered with a film of ice through which the pencil would not bite. To handle rope was always cold, and in these very low temperatures dreadfully cold work. The toggling up of our harnesses to the sledge we were about to pull, the untoggling at the end of the stage, the lashing up of our sleeping bags in the morning, the fastening of the cooker to the top of the instrument box, were bad, but not nearly so bad as the smaller lashings which were now strings of ice. One of the worst was round the weekly food bag, and those round the pemmican, tea, and butter bags inside were thinner still. But the real devil was the lashing of the tent door. It was like wire, and yet had to be tied tight. If you had to get out of the tent during the 7 hours spent in our sleeping bags you must tie a string as stiff as a poker, and rethaw your way into a bag already as hard as a board. Our paraffin was supplied at a flash point suitable to low temperatures and was only a little milky. It was very difficult to splinter bits off the butter. The temperature that night was -75.8 degrees, and I will not pretend that it did not convince me that Dante was right when he placed the circles of ice below the circles of fire. Still we slept sometimes, and always we lay for 7 hours. Again and again Bill asked us how about going back, and always we said no. Yet there was nothing I should have liked better. I was quite sure that to dream of Cape Crozier was the wildest lunacy. That day we had advanced 1.5 miles by the utmost labor, and the usual relay work. This was quite a good march, and Cape Crozier is 67 miles from Cape Evans. More than once in my short life I have been struck by the value of the man who is blind to what appears to be a common-sense certainty. He achieves the impossible. We never spoke our thoughts. We discussed the age of stone which was to come, when we built our cozy warm rock hut on the slopes of Mount Terror, and ran our stove with penguin blubber, and pickled little emperors in warmth and dryness. We were quite intelligent people, and we must all have known that we were not going to see the penguins and that it was folly to go forward. And yet with quiet perseverance, in perfect friendship, almost with gentleness those two men led on. I just did what I was told. It is desirable that the body should work, feed and sleep at regular hours, and this is too often forgotten when sledging. But just now we found we were unable to fit 8 hours marching and 7 hours in our sleeping bags into a 24-hour day. The routine camp work took more than 9 hours, such were the conditions. We therefore ceased to observe the quite imaginary difference between night and day, and it was noon on Friday, July 7th, before we got away. The temperature was -68 degrees and there was a thick white fog. Generally we had but the vaguest idea where we were, and we camped at 10 p.m. after managing 1 3/4 miles for the day. But what a relief! Instead of laboring away, our hearts were beating more naturally, it was easier to camp, we had some feeling in our hands, and our feet had not gone to sleep. Bertie swung the thermometer and found it only -55 degrees. Now if we tell people that to get only 87 degrees of frost can be an enormous relief, they simply won't believe us, I remember saying. Perhaps you won't, but it was, all the same, and I wrote that night, there is something after all rather good in doing something never done before. Things were looking up, you see. Our hearts were doing very gallant work. Towards the end of the march they were getting beaten and were finding it difficult to pump the blood out to our extremities. There were few days that Wilson and I did not get some part of our feet frostbitten. As we camped, I suspect our hearts were beating comparatively slowly and weakly. Nothing could be done until a hot drink was ready, tea for lunch, hot water for supper. Directly we started to drink, then the effect was wonderful. It was, said Wilson, like putting a hot water bottle against your heart. The beats became very rapid and strong and you felt the warmth traveling outwards and downwards. Then you got your footgear off, puttees, cut in half and wound round the bottom of the trousers, finsko, sennegrass, hair socks, and 2 pairs of woolen socks. Then you nursed back your feet and tried to believe you were glad. A frostbite does not hurt until it begins to thaw. Later came the blisters, and then the chunks of dead skin. Bill was anxious. It seems that Scott had twice gone for a walk with him during the winter, and tried to persuade him not to go. And only finally consented on condition that Bill brought us all back unharmed. We were Southern journey men. Bill had a tremendous respect for Scott, and later when we were about to make an effort to get back home over the barrier, and our case was very desperate. He was most anxious to leave no gear behind at Cape Crozier, even the scientific gear which could be of no use to us and of which we had plenty more at the hut. Scott will never forgive me if I leave gear behind, he said. It is a good sledging principle, and the party which does not follow it, or which leaves some of its load to be fetched in later, is seldom a good one, but it is a principle which can be carried to excess. And now Bill was feeling terribly responsible for both of us. He kept on saying that he was sorry, but he had never dreamed it was going to be as bad as this. He felt that having asked us to come he was in some way chargeable with our troubles. When leaders have this kind of feeling about their men, they get much better results. If the men are good, if men are bad or even moderate, they will try and take advantage of what they consider to be softness. The temperature on the night of July 7th was -59 degrees. On July 8th we found the first sign that we might be coming to an end of this soft, powdered, arrowroody snow. It was frightfully hard pulling. But every now and then our finsko pierced a thin crust before they sank right in. This meant a little wind, and every now and then our feet came down on a hard slippery patch under the soft snow. We were surrounded by fog which walked along with us, and far above us the moon was shining on its roof. Steering was as difficult as the pulling, and 4 hours of the hardest work only produced 1 1/4 miles in the morning. And 3 more hours 1 mile in the afternoon, and the temperature was -57 degrees with a breeze, horrible. In the early morning of the next day snow began to fall and the fog was dense. When we got up we could see nothing at all anywhere. After the usual 4 hours to get going in the morning we settled that it was impossible to relay, for we should never be able to track ourselves back to the second sledge. It was with very great relief that we found we could move both sledges together, and I think this was mainly due to the temperature which had risen to -36 degrees. This was our fourth day of fog in addition to the normal darkness, and we knew we must be approaching the land. It would be Terra Point, and the fog is probably caused by the moist warm air coming up from the sea through the pressure cracks and crevasses, for it is supposed that the barrier here is afloat. I wish I could take you on to the Great Ice Barrier some calm evening when the sun is just dipping in the middle of the night and show you the autumn tints on Ross Island. A last look round before turning in, a good day's march behind, enough fine fat pemmican inside you to make you happy, the homely smell of tobacco from the tent. A pleasant sense of soft fur and the deep sleep to come. And all the softest colors God has made are in the snow, on Erebus to the west, where the wind can scarcely move his cloud of smoke, and on Terra to the east, not so high, and more regular in form. How peaceful and dignified it all is. That was what you might have seen 4 months ago had you been out on the barrier plain. Low down on the extreme right or east of the land there was a black smudge of rock peeping out from great snowdrifts, that was the knoll, and close under it were the cliffs of Cape Crozier. The knoll looking quite low and the cliffs invisible, although they are 800 feet high, a sheer precipice falling to the sea. It is at Cape Crozier that the barrier edge, which runs for 400 miles as an ice cliff up to 200 feet high, meets the land. The barrier is moving against this land at a rate which is sometimes not much less than a mile in a year. Perhaps you can imagine the chaos which it piles up. There are pressure ridges compared to which the waves of the sea are like a plowed field. These are worst at Cape Crozier itself, but they extend all along the southern slopes of Mount Terror, running parallel with the land. And the disturbance which Cape Crozier makes is apparent at Corner Camp some 40 miles back on the barrier in the crevasses we used to find and the occasional ridges we had to cross. In the Discovery days the pressure just where it hit Cape Crozier formed a small bay. And on the sea ice frozen in this bay the men of the Discovery found the only emperor penguin rookery which had ever been seen. The ice here was not blown out by the blizzards which cleared the Ross Sea, and open water or open leads were never far away. This gave the emperors a place to lay their eggs and an opportunity to find their food. We had therefore to find our way along the pressure to the knoll, and thence penetrate through the pressure to the Emperor's Bay. And we had to do it in the dark. Terra Point, which we were approaching in the fog, is a short 20 miles from the knoll, and ends in a long snow-tongue running out into the barrier. The way had been traveled a good many times in Discovery days and in daylight, and Wilson knew there was a narrow path, free from crevasses, which skirted along between the mountain and the pressure ridges running parallel to it. But it is one thing to walk along a corridor by day, and quite another to try to do so at night, especially when there are no walls by which you can correct your course, only crevasses. Anyway, Terra Point must be somewhere close to us now, and vaguely in front of us was that strip of snow, neither barrier or mountain, which was our only way forward. We began to realize, now that our eyes were more or less out of action, how much we could do with our feet and ears. The effect of walking in Finsko is much the same as walking in gloves, and you get a sense of touch which nothing else except bare feet could give you. Thus we could feel every small variation in surface, every crust through which our feet broke, every hardened patch below the soft snow. And soon we began to rely more and more upon the sound of our footsteps to tell us whether we were on crevasses or solid ground. From now onwards we were working among crevasses fairly constantly. I loathe them in full daylight when much can be done to avoid them, and when if you fall into them you can at any rate see where the sides are, which way they run and how best to scramble out. When your companions can see how to stop the sledge to which you are all attached by your harness, how most safely to hold the sledge when stopped. How, if you are dangling 15 feet down in a chasm, to work above you to get you up to the surface again. And then our clothes were generally something like clothes. Even under the ideal conditions of good light, warmth and no wind, crevasses are beastly, whether you are pulling over a level and uniform snow surface. Never knowing what moment will find you dropping into some bottomless pit, or whether you are rushing for the alpine rope and the sledge, to help some companion who has disappeared. I dream sometimes now of bad days we had on the Beardmore and elsewhere, when men were dropping through to be caught up and hang at the full length of the harnesses and toggles many times in an hour. On the same sledge as myself on the Beardmore, one man went down once head first, and another 8 times to the length of his harness in 25 minutes. And always you wondered whether your harness was going to hold when the jerk came. But those days were a Sunday school treat compared to our days of blind man's buff with the emperor penguins among the crevasses of Cape Crozier. Our troubles were greatly increased by the state of our clothes. If we had been dressed in lead, we should have been able to move our arms and necks and heads more easily than we could now. If the same amount of icing had extended to our legs, I believe we should still be there, standing unable to move, but happily the forks of our trousers still remained movable. To get into our canvas harnesses was the most absurd business. Quite in the early days of our journey we met with this difficulty, and somewhat foolishly decided not to take off our harness for lunch. The harnesses thawed in the tent, and froze back as hard as boards. Likewise our clothing was hard as boards and stuck out from our bodies in every imaginable fold and angle. To fit one board over the other required the united efforts of the would-be wearer and his 2 companions, and the process had to be repeated for each one of us twice a day. Goodness knows how long it took, but it cannot have been less than 5 minutes thumping at each man. As we approached Terra Point in the fog, we sensed that we had risen and fallen over several rises. Every now and then we felt hard slippery snow under our feet. Every now and then our feet went through crusts in the surface. And then quite suddenly, vague, indefinable, monstrous, there loomed a something ahead. I remember having a feeling as of ghosts about as we untoggled our harnesses from the sledge, tied them together, and thus walked upwards on that ice. The moon was showing a ghastly ragged mountainous edge above us in the fog, and as we rose we found that we were on a pressure ridge. We stopped, looked at one another, and then bang, right under our feet. More bangs, and creaks and groans, for that ice was moving and splitting like glass. The cracks went off all round us, and some of them ran along for hundreds of yards. Afterwards we got used to it, but at first the effect was very jumpy. From first to last during this journey we had plenty of variety and none of that monotony which is inevitable in sledging over long distances of barrier in summer. Only the long shivering fits following close one after the other all the time we lay in our dreadful sleeping bags. Hour after hour and night after night in those temperatures, they were as monotonous as could be. Later we got frostbitten even as we lay in our sleeping bags. Things are getting pretty bad when you get frostbitten in your bag. There was only a glow where the moon was. We stood in a moonlit fog, and this was sufficient to show the edge of another ridge ahead, and yet another on our left. We were utterly bewildered. The deep booming of the ice continued, and it may be that the tide has something to do with this, though we were many miles from the ordinary coastal ice. We went back, toggled up to our sledges again and pulled in what we thought was the right direction. Always with that feeling that the earth may open underneath your feet which you have in crevassed areas. But all we found were more mounds and banks of snow and ice, into which we almost ran before we saw them. We were clearly lost. It was near midnight, and I wrote, "It may be the pressure ridges or it may be Terra, it is impossible to say, and I should think it is impossible to move till it clears." We were steering N.E. when we got here and returned S.W. till we seemed to be in a hollow and camped. The temperature had been rising from -36 degrees at 11 a.m. and it was now -27 degrees. Snow was falling and nothing whatever could be seen. From under the tent came noises as though some giant was banging a big empty tank. All the signs were for a blizzard, and indeed we had not long finished our supper and were thawing our way little by little into our bags when the wind came away from the south. Before it started we got a glimpse of black rock and knew we must be in the pressure ridges where they nearly join Mount Terror. It is with great surprise that in looking up the records I find that blizzard lasted 3 days. The temperature and wind both rising till it was +9 degrees and blowing force 9 on the morning of the second day, July 11th. On the morning of the third day, July 12th, it was blowing storm force 10. The temperature had thus risen over 80 degrees. It was not an uncomfortable time. Wet and warm, the risen temperature allowed all our ice to turn to water, and we lay steaming and beautifully liquid, and wondered sometimes what we should be like when our gear froze up once more. But we did not do much wondering, I suspect, we slept. From that point of view these blizzards were a perfect godsend. We also revised our food rations. From the moment we started to prepare for this journey we were asked by Scott to try certain experiments in view of the plateau stage of the polar journey the following summer. It was supposed that the plateau stage would be the really tough part of the polar journey. And no one then dreamed that harder conditions could be found in the middle of the barrier in March than on the plateau, 10,000 feet higher, in February. In view of the extreme conditions we knew we must meet on this winter journey, far harder of course in point of weather than anything experienced on the polar journey. We had determined to simplify our food to the last degree. We only brought pemmican, biscuit, butter and tea is not a food, only a pleasant stimulant, and hot. The pemmican was excellent and came from Beauvais, Copenhagen. Camp work in a blizzard, passing in the cooker, E. Wilson. The immediate advantage of this was that we had few food bags to handle for each meal. If the air temperature is 100 degrees of frost, then everything in the air is about 100 degrees of frost too. You have only to untie the lashings of one bag in a -70 degrees temperature. With your feet frozen and your fingers just nursed back after getting a match to strike for the candle, you will have tried several boxes, metal, to realize this as an advantage. The immediate and increasingly pressing disadvantage is that you have no sugar. Have you ever had a craving for sugar which never leaves you, even when asleep? It is unpleasant. As a matter of fact, the craving for sweet things never seriously worried us on this journey. And there must have been some sugar in our biscuits which gave a pleasant sweetness to our midday tea or nightly hot water when broken up and soaked in it. These biscuits were specially made for us by Huntley and Palmer. Their composition was worked out by Wilson and that firm's chemist, and is a secret. But they are probably the most satisfying biscuit ever made, and I doubt whether they can be improved upon. There were two kinds, called Emergency and Antarctic, but there was I think little difference between them except in the baking. A well-baked biscuit was good to eat when sledging if your supply of food was good, but if you were very hungry an underbaked one was much preferred. By taking individually different quantities of biscuit, pemmican and butter we were able roughly to test the proportions of proteids. Fats and carbohydrates wanted by the human body under such extreme circumstances. Bill was all for fat, starting with 8 ounces butter, 12 ounces pemmican and only 12 ounces biscuit a day. Bowers told me he was going for proteids, 16 ounces pemmican and 16 ounces biscuit, and suggested I should go the whole hog on carbohydrates. I did not like this, since I knew I should want more fat, but the rations were to be altered as necessary during the journey, so there was no harm in trying. So I started with 20 ounces of biscuit and 12 ounces of pemmican a day. Bowers was all right, this was usual with him, but he did not eat all his extra pemmican. Bill could not eat all his extra butter, but was satisfied. I got hungry, certainly got more frostbitten than the others, and wanted more fat. I also got heartburn. However, before taking more fat I increased my biscuits to 24 ounces. But this did not satisfy me, I wanted fat. Bill and I now took the same diet, he giving me 4 ounces of butter which he could not eat, and I giving him 4 ounces of biscuit which did not satisfy my wants. We both therefore had 12 ounces pemmican, 16-ounce biscuit and 4 ounces butter a day, but we did not always finish our butter. This is an extremely good ration, and we had enough to eat during most of this journey. We certainly could not have faced the conditions without. I will not say that I was entirely easy in my mind as we lay out that blizzard somewhere off Terror Point. I don't know how the others were feeling. The unearthly banging going on underneath us may have had something to do with it. But we were quite lost in the pressure and it might be the deuce and all to get out in the dark. The wind eddied and swirled quite out of its usual straightforward way, and the tent got badly snowed up. Our sledge had disappeared long ago. The position was not altogether a comfortable one. Tuesday night and Wednesday it blew up to force 10, temperature from -7 degrees to +2 degrees. And then it began to modify and get squally. By 3 a.m. on Thursday, July 13th, the wind had nearly ceased, the temperature was falling and the stars were shining through detached clouds. We were soon getting our breakfast, which always consisted of tea, followed by pemmican. We soaked our biscuits in both. Then we set to work to dig out the sledges and tent, a big job taking several hours. At last we got started. In that jerky way in which I was still managing to jot a few sentences down each night as a record. I wrote. Did 7.5 miles during day, seems a marvelous run, rose and fell over several ridges of Terra, in afternoon suddenly came on huge crevasse on one of these, we were quite high on Terra, moon saved us walking in, it might have taken sledge and all. To do 7 miles in a day, a distance which had taken us nearly a week in the past, was very heartening. The temperature was between -20 degrees and -30 degrees all day, and that was good too. When crossing the undulations which ran down out of the mountain into the true pressure ridges on our right, we found that the wind which came down off the mountain struck along the top of the undulation, and flowing each way, caused a breeze on one side and a breeze on the other. There seemed to be wind in the sky, and the blizzard had not cleared as far away as we should have wished. During the time through which we had come it was by burning more oil than is usually allowed for cooking that we kept going at all. After each meal was cooked we allowed the primus to burn on for a while and thus warmed up the tent. Then we could nurse back our frozen feet and do any necessary little odd jobs. More often we just sat and nodded for a few minutes, keeping one another from going too deeply to sleep. But it was running away with the oil. We started with 6 1-gallon tins, those tins Scott had criticized, and we had now used 4 of them. At first we said we must have at least 2 1-gallon tins with which to go back. But by now our estimate had come down to 1 full-gallon tin, and 2 full primus lamps. Our sleeping bags were awful. It took me, even as early in the journey as this, an hour of pushing and thumping and cramp every night to thaw out enough of mine to get into it at all. Even that was not so bad as lying in them when we got there. Only -35 degrees, but a very bad night, according to my diary. We got away in good time, but it was a ghastly day and my nerves were quivering at the end, for we could not find that straight and narrow way which led between the crevasses on either hand. Time after time we found we were out of our course by the sudden fall of the ground beneath our feet, in we went and then, are we too far right? Nobody knows, well let's try nearer into the mountain, and so forth. By hard slogging 2 3/4 miles this morning, then on in thick gloom which suddenly lifted and we found ourselves under a huge great mountain of pressure ridge looking black in shadow. We went on, bending to the left, when Bill fell and put his arm into a crevasse. We went over this and another, and some time after got somewhere up to the left, and both Bill and I put a foot into a crevasse. We sounded all about and everywhere was hollow, and so we ran the sledge down over it and all was well. 1:52 once we got right into the pressure and took a longish time to get out again. Bill lengthened his trace out with the alpine rope now and often afterward, so he found the crevasses well ahead of us and the sledge, nice for us but not so nice for Bill. Crevasses in the dark do put your nerves on edge. When we started next morning, July 15th, we could see on our left front and more or less on top of us the knoll, which is a big hill whose precipitous cliffs to seaward form Cape Crozier. The sides of it sloped down towards us, and pressing against its ice cliffs on ahead were miles and miles of great pressure ridges, along which we had traveled, and which hemmed us in. Mount Terra rose 10,000 feet high on our left, and was connected with the knoll by a great cup-like drift of wind-polished snow. The slope of this in one place runs gently out onto the corridor along which we had sledged, and here we turned and started to pull our sledges up. There were no crevasses, only the great drift of snow, so hard that we used our crampons just as though we had been on ice, and as polished as the china sides of a giant cup which it resembled. For 3 miles we slogged up, until we were only 150 yards from the moraine shelf where we were going to build our hut of rocks and snow. This moraine was above us on our left, the twin peaks of the knoll were across the cup on our right, and here, 800 feet up the mountainside, we pitched our last camp. We had arrived. What should we call our hut? How soon could we get our clothes and bags dry? How would the blubber stove work? Would the penguins be there? It seems too good to be true, 19 days out. Surely seldom has anyone been so wet, our bags hardly possible to get into, our wind clothes just frozen boxes. Bertie's patent balaclava is like iron, it is wonderful how our cares have vanished. 153. It was evening, but we were so keen to begin that we went straight up to the ridge above our camp, where the rock cropped out from the snow. We found that most of it was in situ but that there were plenty of boulders, some gravel, and of course any amount of the icy snow which fell away below us down to our tent. And the great pressure about a mile beyond. Between us and that pressure, as we were to find out afterwards, was a great ice cliff. The pressure ridges, and the great ice barrier beyond, were at our feet. The Ross Sea edge but some 4 miles away. The Emperors must be somewhere round that shoulder of the knoll which hides Cape Crozier itself from our view. Our scheme was to build an igloo with rock walls, banked up with snow, using a 9-foot sledge as a ridge beam, and a large sheet of green Wilsden canvas as a roof. We had also brought a board to form a lintel over the door. Here with the stove, which was to be fed with blubber from the penguins, we were to have a comfortable warm home whence we would make excursions to the rookery perhaps 4 miles away. Perhaps we would manage to get our tent down to the rookery itself and do our scientific work there on the spot, leaving our nice hut for a night or more. That is how we planned it. That same night, we started to dig in under a great boulder on the top of the hill, hoping to make this a large part of one of the walls of the hut. But the rock came close underneath and stopped us. We then chose a moderately level piece of moraine about 12 feet away, and just under the level of the top of the hill. Hoping that here in the lee of the ridge we might escape a good deal of the tremendous winds which we knew were common. Bertie gathered rocks from over the hill, nothing was too big for him. Bill did the banking up outside while I built the wall with the boulders. The rocks were good, the snow, however, was blown so hard as to be practically ice, a pick made little impression upon it, and the only way was to chip out big blocks gradually with the small shovel. The gravel was scanty, but good when there was any. Altogether things looked very hopeful when we turned into the tent some 150 yards down the slope, having done about half one of the long walls. 154. The view from 800 feet up the mountain was magnificent and I got my spectacles out and cleared the ice away time after time to look. To the east a great field of pressure ridges below. Looking in the moonlight as if giants had been plowing with plows which made furrows 50 or 60 feet deep, these ran right up to the barrier edge, and beyond was the frozen Ross Sea. Lying flat, white and peaceful as though such things as blizzards were unknown. To the north and northeast the knoll. Behind us Mount Terror on which we stood, and over all the grey limitless barrier seemed to cast a spell of cold immensity, vague, ponderous, a breeding place of wind and drift and darkness. God! What a place! There was now little moonlight or daylight, but for the next 48 hours we used both to their utmost, being up at all times by day and night. And often working on when there was great difficulty in seeing anything. Digging by the light of the hurricane lamp. By the end of 2 days we had the walls built, and banked up to 1 or 2 feet from the top. We were to fit the roof cloth close before banking up the rest. The great difficulty in banking was the hardness of the snow, it being impossible to fill in the cracks between the blocks which were more like paving stones than anything else. The door was in, being a triangular tent doorway, with flaps which we built close into the walls, cementing it with snow and rocks. The top folded over a plank and the bottom was dug into the ground. 155. Bertie was very disappointed that we could not finish the whole thing that day. He was nearly angry about it, but there was a lot to do yet and we were tired out. We turned out early the next morning, Tuesday 18th, to try and finish the igloo, but it was blowing too hard. When we got to the top we did some digging but it was quite impossible to get the roof on, and we had to leave it. We realized that day that it blew much harder at the top of the slope than where our tent was. It was bitterly cold up there that morning with a wind force 4, 5 and a -30 temperature. The oil question was worrying us quite a lot. We were now well into the 5th of our 6 tins, and economizing as much as possible, often having only 2 hot meals a day. We had to get down to the Emperor Penguin somehow and get some blubber to run the stove which had been made for us in the hut. The 19th being a calm fine day we started at 9:30, with an empty sledge, 2 ice axes, alpine rope, harnesses and skinning tools. Wilson had made this journey through the Cape Crozier pressure ridges several times in the Discovery days. But then they had daylight, and they had found a practicable way close under the cliffs which at the present moment were between us and the ridges. As we neared the bottom of the mountain slope, farther to the north than we had previously gone, we had to be careful about crevasses. But we soon hit off the edge of the cliff and skirted along it until it petered out on the same level as the barrier. Turning left-handed we headed towards the sea ice, knowing that there were some 2 miles of pressure between us and Cape Crozier itself. For about half a mile it was fair going, rounding big knobs of pressure but always managing to keep more or less on the flat and near the ice cliff which soon rose to a very great height on our left. Bill's idea was to try and keep close under this cliff, along that same Discovery way which I have mentioned above. They never arrived there early enough for the eggs in those days. The chicks were hatched. Whether we should now find any emperors, and if so whether they would have any eggs, was by no means certain. However, we soon began to get into trouble, meeting several crevasses every few yards, and I have no doubt crossing scores of others of which we had no knowledge. Though we hugged the cliffs as close as possible we found ourselves on the top of the first pressure ridge, separated by a deep gulf from the ice slope which we wished to reach. Then we were in a great valley between the first and second ridges. We got into huge heaps of ice pressed up in every shape on every side. Crevassed in every direction, we slithered over snow slopes and crawled along drift ridges, trying to get in towards the cliffs. And always we came up against impossible places and had to crawl back. Bill led on a length of alpine rope fastened to the toggle of the sledge. Bertie was in his harness also fastened to the toggle, and I was in my harness fastened to the rear of the sledge, which was of great use to us both as a bridge and a ladder. 2 or 3 times we tried to get down the ice slopes to the comparatively level road under the cliff, but it was always too great a drop. In that dim light every proportion was distorted. Some of the places we actually did manage to negotiate with ice axes and alpine rope looked absolute precipices, and there were always crevasses at the bottom if you slipped. On the way back I did slip into one of these and was hauled out by the other 2 standing on the wall above me. We then worked our way down into the hollow between the first and second large pressure ridges, and I believe onto the top of the second. The crests here rose 50 or 60 feet. After this I don't know where we went. Our best landmarks were patches of crevasses, sometimes 3 or 4 in a few footsteps. The temperatures were lowish, -37 degrees, it was impossible for me to wear spectacles, and this was a tremendous difficulty to me and handicap to the party. Bill would find a crevasse and point it out. Bertie would cross, and then time after time, in trying to step over or climb over on the sledge, I put my feet right into the middle of the cracks. This day I went well in at least 6 times. Once, when we were close to the sea, rolling into and out of one and then down a steep slope until brought up by Bertie and Bill on the rope. A procession of emperors. The knoll behind the cliffs of Cape Crozier. We blundered along until we got into a great cul-de-sac which probably formed the end of the 2 ridges, where they butted on to the sea ice. On all sides rose great walls of battered ice with steep snow slopes in the middle, where we slithered about and blundered into crevasses. To the left rose the huge cliff of Cape Crozier, but we could not tell whether there were not 2 or 3 pressure ridges between us and it, and though we tried at least 4 ways, there was no possibility of getting forward. And then we heard the Emperors calling. Their cries came to us from the sea ice we could not see, but which must have been a chaotic quarter of a mile away. They came echoing back from the cliffs, as we stood helpless and tantalized. We listened and realized that there was nothing for it but to return, for the little light which now came in the middle of the day was going fast. And to be caught in absolute darkness there was a horrible idea. We started back on our tracks and almost immediately I lost my footing and rolled down a slope into a crevasse. Bertie and Bill kept their balance and I clambered back to them. The tracks were very faint and we soon began to lose them. Bertie was the best man at following tracks that I have ever known, and he found them time after time. But at last even he lost them altogether and we settled we must just go ahead. As a matter of fact, we picked them up again, and by then were out of the worst, but we were glad to see the tent. The next morning, Thursday, June 20th, we started work on the igloo at 3 a.m. and managed to get the canvas roof on in spite of a wind which harried us all that day. Little did we think what that roof had in store for us as we packed it in with snow blocks, stretching it over our second sledge, which we put athwartships across the middle of the longer walls. The windward, south, end came right down to the ground and we tied it securely to rocks before packing it in. On the other 3 sides we had a good 2 feet or more of slack all round, and in every case we tied it to rocks by lanyards at intervals of 2 feet. The door was the difficulty, and for the present we left the cloth arching over the stones, forming a kind of portico. The whole was well packed in and over with slabs of hard snow, but there was no soft snow with which to fill up the gaps between the blocks. However, we felt already that nothing could drag that roof out of its packing, and subsequent events proved that we were right. It was a bleak job for 3 o'clock in the morning before breakfast, and we were glad to get back to the tent and a meal, for we meant to have another go at the Emperors that day. With the first glimpse of light we were off for the rookery again. But we now knew 1 or 2 things about that pressure which we had not known 24 hours ago. For instance, that there was a lot of alteration since the Discovery days and that probably the pressure was bigger. As a matter of fact it has been since proved by photographs that the ridges now ran out 3/4 of a mile farther into the sea than they did 10 years before. We knew also that if we entered the pressure at the only place where the ice cliffs came down to the level of the barrier, as we did yesterday, we could neither penetrate to the rookery nor get in under the cliffs where formerly a possible way had been found. There was only one other thing to do, to go over the cliff. And this was what we proposed to try and do. Now these ice cliffs are some 200 feet high, and I felt uncomfortable, especially in the dark. But as we came back the day before we had noticed at one place a break in the cliffs from which there hung a snowdrift. It might be possible to get down that drift. And so, all harnessed to the sledge, with Bill on a long lead out in front and Bertie and myself checking the sledge behind, we started down the slope which ended in the cliff. Which of course we could not see. We crossed a number of small crevasses, and soon we knew we must be nearly there. Twice we crept up to the edge of the cliff with no success, and then we found the slope. We got down it without great difficulty and it brought us out just where we wanted to be. Between the land cliffs and the pressure. The barrier pressure at Cape Crozier. Then began the most exciting climb among the pressure that you can imagine. At first very much as it was the day before, pulling ourselves and one another up ridges, slithering down slopes, tumbling into and out of crevasses and holes of all sorts. We made our way along under the cliffs which rose higher and higher above us as we neared the black lava precipices which form Cape Crozier itself. We straddled along the top of a snow ridge with a razor-backed edge, balancing the sledge between us as we wriggled. On our right was a drop of great depth with crevasses at the bottom. On our left was a smaller drop also crevassed. We crawled along, and I can tell you it was exciting work in the more than half darkness. At the end was a series of slopes full of crevasses, and finally we got right in under the rock onto moraine, and here we had to leave the sledge. We roped up, and started to worry along under the cliffs, which had now changed from ice to rock, and rose 800 feet above us. The tumult of pressure which climbed against them showed no order here. 400 miles of moving ice behind it had just tossed and twisted those giant ridges until Job himself would have lacked words to reproach their maker. We scrambled over and under, hanging on with our axes, and cutting steps where we could not find a foothold with our crampons. And always we got towards the emperor penguins, and it really began to look as if we were going to do it this time. When we came up against a wall of ice which a single glance told us we could never cross. One of the largest pressure ridges had been thrown, end on, against the cliff. We seemed to be stopped, when Bill found a black hole, something like a fox's earth, disappearing into the bowels of the ice. We looked at it. Well, here goes, he said, and put his head in, and disappeared. Bowers likewise. It was a longish way, but quite possible to wriggle along, and presently I found myself looking out of the other side with a deep gully below me, the rock face on one hand and the ice on the other. "Put your back against the ice and your feet against the rock and lever yourself along," said Bill, who was already standing on firm ice at the far end in a snow pit. We cut some 15 steps to get out of that hole. Excited by now, and thoroughly enjoying ourselves, we found the way ahead easier, until the penguins' call reached us again and we stood, 3 crystallized ragamuffins, above the emperor's home. They were there all right, and we were going to reach them, but where were all the thousands of which we had heard? We stood on an ice-foot which was really a dwarf cliff some 12 feet high, and the sea ice, with a good many ice blocks strewn upon it, lay below. The cliff dropped straight, with a bit of an overhang and no snowdrift. This may have been because the sea had only frozen recently. Whatever the reason may have been, it meant that we should have a lot of difficulty in getting up again without help. It was decided that someone must stop on the top with the alpine rope, and clearly that one should be I. For with short sight and fogged spectacles which I could not wear, I was much the least useful of the party for the job immediately ahead. Had we had the sledge we could have used it as a ladder, but of course we had left this at the beginning of the moraine miles back. We saw the emperors standing all together huddled under the barrier cliff some hundreds of yards away. The little light was going fast. We were much more excited about the approach of complete darkness and the look of wind in the south than we were about our triumph. After indescribable effort and hardship we were witnessing a marvel of the natural world, and we were the first and only men who had ever done so. We had within our grasp material which might prove of the utmost importance to science. We were turning theories into facts with every observation we made, and we had but a moment to give. Emperors, barrier, and sea ice, E. Wilson. The disturbed emperors made a tremendous row, trumpeting with their curious metallic voices. There was no doubt they had eggs, for they tried to shuffle along the ground without losing them off their feet. But when they were hustled, a good many eggs were dropped and left lying on the ice. And some of these were quickly picked up by eggless emperors who had probably been waiting a long time for the opportunity. In these poor birds the maternal side seems to have necessarily swamped the other functions of life. Such is the struggle for existence that they can only live by a glut of maternity, and it would be interesting to know whether such a life leads to happiness or satisfaction. I have told 156 how the men of the Discovery found this rookery where we now stood. How they made journeys in the early spring but never arrived early enough to get eggs and only found parents and chicks. They concluded that the emperor was an impossible kind of bird who, for some reason or other, nests in the middle of the Antarctic winter with the temperature anywhere below 70 degrees of frost. And the blizzards blowing, always blowing, against his devoted back. And they found him holding his precious chick balanced upon his big feet, and pressing it maternally, or paternally, for both sexes squabble for the privilege, against a bald patch in his breast. And when at last he simply must go and eat something in the open leads nearby, he just puts the child down on the ice, and 20 chickless emperors rush to pick it up. And they fight over it, and so tear it that sometimes it will die. And, if it can, it will crawl into any ice crack to escape from so much kindness, and there it will freeze. Likewise many broken and addled eggs were found, and it is clear that the mortality is very great. But some survive, and summer comes. And when a big blizzard is going to blow, they know all about the weather. The parents take the children out for miles across the sea ice, until they reach the threshold of the open sea. And there they sit until the wind comes, and the swell rises, and breaks that ice floe off, and away they go in the blinding drift to join the main pack ice, with a private yacht all to themselves. You must agree that a bird like this is an interesting beast, and when, 7 months ago, we rowed a boat under those great black cliffs 157 and found a disconsolate emperor chick still in the down, we knew definitely why the emperor has to nest in midwinter. For if a June egg was still without feathers in the beginning of January, the same egg laid in the summer would leave its produce without practical covering for the following winter. Thus the emperor penguin is compelled to undertake all kinds of hardships because his children insist on developing so slowly, very much as we are tied in our human relationships for the same reason. It is of interest that such a primitive bird should have so long a childhood. But interesting as the life history of these birds must be, we had not traveled for 3 weeks to see them sitting on their eggs. We wanted the embryos, and we wanted them as young as possible, and fresh and unfrozen, that specialists at home might cut them into microscopic sections and learn from them the previous history of birds throughout the evolutionary ages. And so Bill and Bertie rapidly collected 5 eggs, which we hoped to carry safely in our fur mitts to our igloo upon Mount Terra, where we could pickle them in the alcohol we had brought for the purpose. We also wanted oil for our blubber stove, and they killed and skinned 3 birds. An emperor weighs up to 6.5 stones. The Ross Sea was frozen over, and there were no seal in sight. There were only 100 emperors as compared with 2,000 in 1902 and 1903. Bill reckoned that every 4th or 5th bird had an egg, but this was only a rough estimate, for we did not want to disturb them unnecessarily. It is a mystery why there should have been so few birds, but it certainly looked as though the ice had not formed very long. Were these the first arrivals? Had a previous rookery been blown out to sea, and was this the beginning of a second attempt? Is this bay of sea ice becoming unsafe? Those who previously discovered the emperors with their chicks saw the penguins nursing dead and frozen chicks if they were unable to obtain a live one. They also found decomposed eggs which they must have incubated after they had been frozen. Now we found that these birds were so anxious to sit on something that some of those which had no eggs were sitting on ice. Several times Bill and Bertie picked up eggs to find them lumps of ice, rounded and about the right size, dirty and hard. Once a bird dropped an ice nest egg as they watched, and again a bird returned and tucked another into itself, immediately forsaking it for a real one, however, when one was offered. Meanwhile a whole procession of emperors came round under the cliff on which I stood. The light was already very bad, and it was well that my companions were quick in returning. We had to do everything in a great hurry. I hauled up the eggs in their mitts, which we fastened together round our necks with lampwick lanyards, and then the skins, but failed to help Bill at all. "Pull," he cried, from the bottom. "I am pulling," I said. "But the line's quite slack down here," he shouted. And when he had reached the top by climbing up on Bauer's shoulders, and we were both pulling all we knew, Bertie's end of the rope was still slack in his hands. Directly we put on a strain, the rope cut into the ice edge and jammed, a very common difficulty when working among crevasses. We tried to run the rope over an ice axe without success, and things began to look serious when Bertie, who had been running about prospecting and had meanwhile put one leg through a crack into the sea, found a place where the cliff did not overhang. He cut steps for himself, we hauled, and at last we were all together on the top, his foot being by now surrounded by a solid mass of ice. We legged it back as hard as we could go, 5 eggs in our fur mitts, Bertie with 2 skins tied to him and trailing behind, and myself with 1. We were roped up, and climbing the ridges and getting through the holes was very difficult. In one place where there was a steep rubble and snow slope down, I left the ice axe halfway up. In another it was too dark to see our former ice axe footsteps, and I could see nothing, and so just let myself go and trusted to luck. With infinite patience Bill said, "Cherry, you must learn how to use an ice axe." For the rest of the trip my wind clothes were in rags. We found the sledge, and none too soon, and now had 3 eggs left, more or less whole. Both mine had burst in my mitts, the first I emptied out, the second I left in my mitt to put into the cooker. It never got there, but on the return journey I had my mitts far more easily thawed out than Bertie's. Bill had none, and I believe the grease in the egg did them good. When we got into the hollows under the ridge where we had to cross, it was too dark to do anything but feel our way. We did so over many crevasses, found the ridge and crept over it. Higher up we could see more, but to follow our tracks soon became impossible, and we plugged straight ahead and luckily found the slope down which we had come. All day it had been blowing a nasty cold wind with a temperature between -20 and 30, which we felt a good deal. Now it began to get worse. The weather was getting thick and things did not look very nice when we started up to find our tent. Soon it was blowing force 4, and soon we missed our way entirely. We got right up above the patch of rocks which marked our igloo and only found it after a good deal of search. I have heard tell of an English officer at the Dardanelles who was left, blinded, in no man's land between the English and Turkish trenches. Moving only at night, and having no sense to tell him which were his own trenches, he was fired at by Turk and English alike as he groped his ghastly way to and from them. Thus he spent days and nights until, one night, he crawled towards the English trenches, to be fired at as usual. "Oh God! What can I do?" someone heard him say, and he was brought in. Such extremity of suffering cannot be measured, madness or death may give relief. But this I know, we on this journey were already beginning to think of death as a friend. As we groped our way back that night, sleepless, icy, and dog-tired in the dark and the wind and the drift, a crevasse seemed almost a friendly gift. "Things must improve," said Bill next day. "I think we reached bedrock last night." We hadn't, by a long way. It was like this. We moved into the igloo for the first time, for we had to save oil by using our blubber stove if we were to have any left to travel home with. And we did not wish to cover our tent with the oily black filth which the use of blubber necessitates. The blizzard blew all night, and we were covered with drift which came in through hundreds of leaks. In this windswept place we had found no soft snow with which we could pack our hard snow blocks. As we flensed some blubber from one of our penguin skins, the powdery drift covered everything we had. Though uncomfortable, this was nothing to worry about overmuch. Some of the drift which the blizzard was bringing would collect to leeward of our hut and the rocks below which it was built, and they could be used to make our hut more weatherproof. Then with great difficulty we got the blubber stove to start, and it spouted a blob of boiling oil into Bill's eye. For the rest of the night he lay, quite unable to stifle his groans, obviously in very great pain. He told us afterwards that he thought his eye was gone. We managed to cook a meal somehow, and Bertie got the stove going afterwards, but it was quite useless to try and warm the place. I got out and cut the green canvas outside the door, so as to get the roof cloth in under the stones, and then packed it down as well as I could with snow, and so blocked most of the drift coming in. It is extraordinary how often angels and fools do the same thing in this life, and I have never been able to settle which we were on this journey. I never heard an angry word, once only, when this same day I could not pull Bill up the cliff out of the penguin rookery. I heard an impatient one, and these groans were the nearest approach to complaint. Most men would have howled. "I think we reached bedrock last night," was strong language for Bill. "I was incapacitated for a short time," he says in his report to Scott. 158 endurance was tested on this journey under unique circumstances, and always these two men with all the burden of responsibility which did not fall upon myself. Displayed that quality which is perhaps the only one which may be said with certainty to make for success, self-control. We spent the next day, it was July 21, in collecting every scrap of soft snow we could find and packing it into the crevasses between our hard snow blocks. It was a pitifully small amount, but we could see no cracks when we had finished. To counteract the lifting tendency the wind had on our roof, we cut some great flat hard snow blocks and laid them on the canvas top to steady it against the sledge which formed the ridge support. We also pitched our tent outside the igloo door. Both tent and igloo were therefore 800 or 900 feet up Terra, both were below an outcrop of rocks from which the mountain fell steeply to the barrier behind us. And from this direction came the blizzards. In front of us the slope fell for a mile or more down to the ice cliffs, so windswept that we had to wear crampons to walk upon it. Most of the tent was in the lee of the igloo, but the cap of it came over the igloo roof, while a segment of the tent itself jutted out beyond the igloo wall. That night we took much of our gear into the tent and lighted the blubber stove. I always mistrusted that stove, and every moment I expected it to flare up and burn the tent. But the heat it gave, as it burned furiously, with the double lining of the tent to contain it, was considerable. It did not matter, except for a routine which we never managed to keep, whether we started to thaw our way into our frozen sleeping bags at 4 in the morning or 4 in the afternoon. I think we must have turned in during the afternoon of that Friday, leaving the cooker, our finsko, a deal of our footgear, Bauer's bag of personal gear, and many other things in the tent. I expect we left the blubber stove there too, for it was quite useless at present to try and warm the igloo. The tent floorcloth was under our sleeping bags in the igloo. Things must improve, said Bill. After all, there was much for which to be thankful. I don't think anybody could have made a better igloo with the hard snow blocks and rocks which were all we had. We would get it airtight by degrees. The blubber stove was working, and we had fuel for it. We had also found a way down to the penguins and had 3 complete. Though frozen eggs, the 2 which had been in my mitts smashed when I fell about because I could not wear spectacles. Also the twilight given by the sun below the horizon at noon was getting longer. But already we had been out twice as long in winter as the longest previous journeys in spring. The men who made those journeys had daylight where we had darkness. They had never had such low temperatures, generally nothing approaching them, and they had seldom worked in such difficult country. The nearest approach to healthy sleep we had had for nearly a month was when during blizzards the temperature allowed the warmth of our bodies to thaw some of the ice in our clothing and sleeping bags into water. The wear and tear on our minds was very great. We were certainly weaker. We had a little more than a tin of oil to get back on, and we knew the conditions we had to face on that journey across the barrier. Even with fresh men and fresh gear it had been almost unendurable. And so we spent half an hour or more getting into our bags. Cirrus cloud was moving across the face of the stars from the north. It looked rather hazy and thick to the south, but it is always difficult to judge weather in the dark. There was little wind and the temperature was in the -20s. We felt no particular uneasiness. Our tent was well dug in, and was also held down by rocks and the heavy tank off the sledge which were placed on the skirting as additional security. We felt that no power on earth could move the thick walls of our igloo, nor drag the canvas roof from the middle of the embankment into which it was packed and lashed. Things must improve, said Bill. I do not know what time it was when I woke up. It was calm, with that absolute silence which can be so soothing or so terrible as circumstances dictate. Then there came a sob of wind, and all was still again. 10 minutes and it was blowing as though the world was having a fit of hysterics. The earth was torn in pieces, the indescribable fury and roar of it all cannot be imagined. Bill, the tent has gone, was the next I remember, from Bowers shouting at us again and again through the door. It is always these early morning shocks which hit one hardest. Our slow mind suggested that this might mean a peculiarly lingering form of death. Journey after journey Bertie and I fought our way across the few yards which had separated the tent from the igloo door. I have never understood why so much of our gear which was in the tent remained, even in the lee of the igloo. The place where the tent had been was littered with gear, and when we came to reckon up afterwards we had everything except the bottom piece of the cooker, and the top of the outer cooker. We never saw these again. The most wonderful thing of all was that our finsko were lying where they were left, which happened to be on the ground in the part of the tent which was under the lee of the igloo. Also Bertie's bag of personal gear was there, and a tin of sweets. Bertie brought 2 tins of sweets away with him. One we had to celebrate our arrival at the knoll, this was the second, of which we knew nothing, and which was for Bill's birthday, the next day. We started eating them on Saturday, however, and the tin came in useful to Bill afterwards. To get that gear in we fought against solid walls of black snow which flowed past us and tried to hurl us down the slope. Once started nothing could have stopped us. I saw Bertie knocked over once, but he clawed his way back just in time. Having passed everything we could find into Bill, we got back into the igloo, and started to collect things together, including our very disheveled minds. There was no doubt that we were in the devil of a mess, and it was not altogether our fault. We had had to put our igloo more or less where we could get rocks with which to build it. Very naturally we had given both our tent and igloo all the shelter we could from the full force of the wind, and now it seemed we were in danger not because they were in the wind, but because they were not sufficiently in it. The main force of the hurricane, deflected by the ridge behind, fled over our heads and appeared to form by suction a vacuum below. Our tent had either been sucked upwards into this, or had been blown away because some of it was in the wind while some of it was not. The roof of our igloo was being wrenched upwards and then dropped back with great crashes. The drift was spouting in, not it seemed because it was blown in from outside, but because it was sucked in from within. The lee, not the weather, wall was the worst. Already everything was 6 or 8 inches under snow. Very soon we began to be alarmed about the igloo. For some time the heavy snow blocks we had heaved up onto the canvas roof kept it weighted down. But it seemed that they were being gradually moved off by the hurricane. The tension became well-nigh unendurable, the waiting in all that welter of noise was maddening. Minute after minute, hour after hour, those snow blocks were off now anyway, and the roof was smashed up and down. No canvas ever made could stand it indefinitely. We got a meal that Saturday morning, our last for a very long time as it happened. Oil being of such importance to us we tried to use the blubber stove, but after several preliminary spasms it came to pieces in our hands, some solder having melted. And a very good thing too, I thought, for it was more dangerous than useful. We finished cooking our meal on the primus. 2 bits of the cooker having been blown away we had to balance it on the primus as best we could. We then settled that in view of the shortage of oil we would not have another meal for as long as possible. As a matter of fact God settled that for us. We did all we could to stop up the places where the drift was coming in, plugging the holes with our socks, mitts and other clothing. But it was no real good. Our igloo was a vacuum which was filling itself up as soon as possible, and when snow was not coming in a fine black moraine dust took its place, covering us and everything. For 24 hours we waited for the roof to go. Things were so bad now that we dare not unlash the door. Many hours ago Bill had told us that if the roof went he considered that our best chance would be to roll over in our sleeping bags until we were lying on the openings, and get frozen and drifted in. Gradually the situation got more desperate. The distance between the taut-sucked canvas and the sledge on which it should have been resting became greater. And this must have been due to the stretching of the canvas itself and the loss of the snow blocks on the top. It was not drawing out of the walls. The crashes as it dropped and banged out again were louder. There was more snow coming through the walls, though all our loose mitts, socks and smaller clothing were stuffed into the worst places. Our pajama jackets were stuffed between the roof and the rocks over the door. The rocks were lifting and shaking here till we thought they would fall. We talked by shouting, and long before this one of us proposed to try and get the alpine rope lashed down over the roof from outside. But Bowers said it was an absolute impossibility in that wind. You could never ask men at sea to try such a thing, he said. He was up and out of his bag continually, stopping up holes, pressing against bits of roof to try and prevent the flapping and so forth. He was magnificent. And then it went. Bertie was over by the door, where the canvas which was bent over the lintel board was working worse than anywhere else. Bill was practically out of his bag pressing against some part with a long stick of some kind. I don't know what I was doing, but I was half out of and half in my bag. The top of the door opened in little slits and that green Willesden canvas flapped into hundreds of little fragments in fewer seconds than it takes to read this. The uproar of it all was indescribable. Even above the savage thunder of that great wind on the mountain came the lash of the canvas as it was whipped to little tiny strips. The highest rocks which we had built into our walls fell upon us, and a sheet of drift came in. Bertie dived for his sleeping bag and eventually got in, together with a terrible lot of drift. Bill also, but he was better off. I was already half into mine and all right, so I turned to help Bill. "Get into your own," he shouted, and when I continued to try and help him, he leaned over until his mouth was against my ear. "Please, Cherry," he said, and his voice was terribly anxious. I know he felt responsible, feared it was he who had brought us to this ghastly end. The next I knew was Bowers' head across Bill's body. "We're all right," he yelled, and we answered in the affirmative. Despite the fact that we knew we only said so because we knew we were all wrong, this statement was helpful. Then we turned our bags over as far as possible, so that the bottom of the bag was uppermost and the flaps were more or less beneath us. And we lay and thought, and sometimes we sang. "I suppose," wrote Wilson, "we were all revolving plans to get back without a tent, and the one thing we had left was the floorcloth upon which we were actually lying." Of course we could not speak at present, but later after the blizzard had stopped we discussed the possibility of digging a hole in the snow each night and covering it over with the floorcloth. I do not think we had any idea that we could really get back in those temperatures in our present state of ice by such means, but no one ever hinted at such a thing. Bertie and Bill sang quite a lot of songs and hymns, snatches of which reached me every now and then, and I chimed in, somewhat feebly I suspect. Of course we were getting pretty badly drifted up. "I was resolved to keep warm," wrote Bowers, "and beneath my debris covering I paddled my feet and sang all the songs and hymns I knew to pass the time. I could occasionally thump Bill, and as he still moved I knew he was alive all right. What a birthday for him." Bertie was more drifted up than we, but at times we all had to hummock ourselves up to heave the snow off our bags. By opening the flaps of our bags we could get small pinches of soft drift which we pressed together and put into our mouths to melt. When our hands warmed up again we got some more. So we did not get very thirsty. A few ribbons of canvas still remained in the wall over our heads, and these produced volleys of cracks like pistol shots hour after hour. The canvas never drew out from the walls, not an inch. The wind made just the same noise as an express train running fast through a tunnel if you have both the windows down. I can well believe that neither of my companions gave up hope for an instant. They must have been frightened, but they were never disturbed. As for me, I never had any hope at all. And when the roof went I felt that this was the end. What else could I think? We had spent days in reaching this place through the darkness in cold such as had never been experienced by human beings. We had been out for 4 weeks under conditions in which no man had existed previously for more than a few days, if that. During this time we had seldom slept except from sheer physical exhaustion, as men sleep on the rack. And every minute of it we had been fighting for the bedrock necessaries of bare existence, and always in the dark. We had kept ourselves going by enormous care of our feet and hands and bodies, by burning oil, and by having plenty of hot fatty food. Now we had no tent, 1 tin of oil left out of 6, and only part of our cooker. When we were lucky and not too cold we could almost wring water from our clothes, and directly we got out of our sleeping bags we were frozen into solid sheets of armored ice. In cold temperatures with all the advantages of a tent over our heads we were already taking more than an hour of fierce struggling and cramp to get into our sleeping bags, so frozen were they and so long did it take us to thaw our way in. No. Without the tent we were dead men. Empty Erebus. Ice pressure at A. And there seemed not one chance in a million that we should ever see our tent again. We were 900 feet up on the mountainside, and the wind blew about as hard as a wind can blow straight out to sea. First there was a steep slope, so hard that a pick made little impression upon it. So slippery that if you started down in Finsko you never could stop. This ended in a great ice cliff some hundreds of feet high, and then came miles of pressure ridges, crevassed and tumbled, in which you might as well look for a daisy as a tent, and after that the open sea. The chances, however, were that the tent had just been taken up into the air and dropped somewhere in this sea well on the way to New Zealand. Obviously the tent was gone. Face to face with real death, one does not think of the things that torment the bad people in the tracts, and fill the good people with bliss. I might have speculated on my chances of going to heaven, but candidly I did not care. I could not have wept if I had tried. I had no wish to review the evils of my past. But the past did seem to have been a bit wasted. The road to hell may be paved with good intentions, the road to heaven is paved with lost opportunities. I wanted those years over again. What fun I would have with them, what glorious fun. It was a pity. Well has the Persian said that when we come to die we, remembering that God is merciful, will gnaw our elbows with remorse for thinking of the things we have not done for fear of the day of judgment. And I wanted peaches and syrup, badly. We had them at the hut, sweeter and more luscious than you can imagine. And we had been without sugar for a month. Yes, especially the syrup. Thus impiously I set out to die, making up my mind that I was not going to try and keep warm, that it might not take too long. And thinking I would try and get some morphia from the medical case if it got very bad. Not a bit heroic, and entirely true. Yes. Comfortable, warm reader. Men do not fear death, they fear the pain of dying. And then quite naturally and no doubt disappointingly to those who would like to read of my last agonies, for who would not give pleasure by his death? I fell asleep. I expect the temperature was pretty high during this great blizzard, and anything near zero was very high to us. That and the snow which drifted over us made a pleasant wet kind of snipe marsh inside our sleeping bags, and I am sure we all dozed a good bit. There was so much to worry about that there was not the least use in worrying, and we were so very tired. We were hungry, for the last meal we had had was in the morning of the day before, but hunger was not very pressing. And so we lay, wet and quite fairly warm, hour after hour while the wind roared round us, blowing storm force continually and rising in the gusts to something indescribable. Storm force is force 11, and force 12 is the biggest wind which can be logged. Bowers logged at force 11, but he was always so afraid of overestimating that he was inclined to underrate. I think it was blowing a full hurricane. Sometimes awake, sometimes dozing, we had not a very uncomfortable time so far as I can remember. I knew that parties which had come to Cape Crozier in the spring had experienced blizzards which lasted 8 or 10 days. But this did not worry us as much as I think it did Bill. I was numb. I vaguely called to mind that Peary had survived a blizzard in the open, but wasn't that in the summer? It was in the early morning of Saturday, July 22nd, that we discovered the loss of the tent. Some time during that morning we had had our last meal. The roof went about noon on Sunday and we had had no meal in the interval because our supply of oil was so low. Nor could we move out of our bags except as a last necessity. By Sunday night we had been without a meal for some 36 hours. The rocks which fell upon us when the roof went did no damage, and though we could not get out of our bags to move them, we could fit ourselves into them without difficulty. More serious was the drift which began to pile up all round and over us. It helped to keep us warm of course, but at the same time in these comparatively high temperatures it saturated our bags even worse than they were before. If we did not find the tent, and its recovery would be a miracle, these bags and the floorcloth of the tent on which we were lying were all we had in that fight back across the barrier which could, I suppose, have only had one end. Meanwhile we had to wait. It was nearly 70 miles home and it had taken us the best part of 3 weeks to come. In our less miserable moments we tried to think out ways of getting back, but I do not remember very much about that time. Sunday morning faded into Sunday afternoon, into Sunday night, into Monday morning. Till then the blizzard had raged with monstrous fury, the winds of the world were there, and they had all gone mad. We had bad winds at Cape Evans this year, and we had far worse the next winter when the open water was at our doors. But I have never heard or felt or seen a wind like this. I wondered why it did not carry away the earth. In the early hours of Monday there was an occasional hint of a lull. Ordinarily in a big winter blizzard, when you have lived for several days and nights with that turmoil in your ears, the lulls are more trying than the noise, the feel of not to feel it. 159 I do not remember noticing that now. 7 or 8 more hours passed, and though it was still blowing we could make ourselves heard to one another without great difficulty. It was 2 days and 2 nights since we had had a meal. We decided to get out of our bags and make a search for the tent. We did so, bitterly cold and utterly miserable, though I do not think any of us showed it. In the darkness we could see very little, and no trace whatever of the tent. We returned against the wind, nursing our faces and hands, and settled that we must try and cook a meal somehow. We managed about the weirdest meal eaten north or south. We got the floorcloth wedged under our bags, then got into our bags and drew the floorcloth over our heads. Between us we got the primus alight somehow, and by hand we balanced the cooker on top of it, minus the 2 members which had been blown away. The flame flickered in the drafts. Very slowly the snow and the cooker melted. We threw in a plentiful supply of pemmican, and the smell of it was better than anything on earth. In time we got both tea and pemmican, which was full of hairs from our bags, penguin feathers, dirt and debris, but delicious. The blubber left in the cooker got burnt and gave the tea a burnt taste. None of us ever forgot that meal. I enjoyed it as much as such a meal could be enjoyed, and that burnt taste will always bring back the memory. It was still dark and we lay down in our bags again, but soon a little glow of light began to come up, and we turned out to have a further search for the tent. Bertie went off before Bill and me. Clumsily I dragged my eiderdown out of my bag on my feet, all sopping wet. It was impossible to get it back and I let it freeze. It was soon just like a rock. The sky to the south was as black and sinister as it could possibly be. It looked as though the blizzard would be on us again at any moment. I followed Bill down the slope. We could find nothing. But, as we searched, we heard a shout somewhere below and to the right. We got on a slope, slipped, and went sliding down quite unable to stop ourselves, and came upon Bertie with the tent, the outer lining still on the bamboos. Our lives had been taken away and given back to us. We were so thankful we said nothing. The tent must have been gripped up into the air, shutting as it rose. The bamboos, with the inner lining lashed to them, had entangled the outer cover, and the whole went up together like a shut umbrella. This was our salvation. If it had opened in the air nothing could have prevented its destruction. As it was, with all the accumulated ice upon it, it must have weighed the best part of 100 pounds. It had been dropped about half a mile away, at the bottom of a steep slope, and it fell in a hollow, still shut up. The main force of the wind had passed over it, and there it was, with the bamboos and fastenings wrenched and strained, and the ends of 2 of the poles broken, but the silk untorn. If that tent went again we were going with it. We made our way back up the slope with it, carrying it solemnly and reverently, precious as though it were something not quite of the earth. And we dug it in as tent was never dug in before, not by the igloo, but in the old place farther down where we had first arrived. And while Bill was doing this Bertie and I went back to the igloo and dug and scratched and shook away the drift inside until we had found nearly all our gear. It is wonderful how little we lost when the roof went. Most of our gear was hung on the sledge, which was part of the roof, or was packed into the holes of the hut to try and make it drift-proof. And the things must have been blown inwards into the bottom of the hut by the wind from the south and the back draft from the north. Then they were all drifted up. Of course a certain number of mitts and socks were blown away and lost, but the only important things were Bill's fur mitts, which were stuffed into a hole in the rocks of the hut. We loaded up the sledge and pushed it down the slope. I don't know how Bertie was feeling, but I felt so weak that it was the greatest labor. The blizzard looked right on top of us. We had another meal, and we wanted it, and as the good hush ran down into our feet and hands, and up into our cheeks and ears and brains, we discussed what we would do next. Bertie was all for another go at the emperor penguins. Dear Bertie, he never would admit that he was beaten. I don't know that he ever really was. I think he, Wilson, thought he had landed us in a bad corner and was determined to go straight home, though I was for one other tap at the rookery. However, I had placed myself under his orders for this trip voluntarily, and so we started the next day for home. 160 there could really be no common sense doubt, we had to go back, and we were already very doubtful whether we should ever manage to get into our sleeping bags in very low temperature. So ghastly had they become. I don't know when it was, but I remember walking down that slope, I don't know why. Perhaps to try and find the bottom of the cooker, and thinking that there was nothing on earth that a man under such circumstances would not give for a good warm sleep. He would give everything he possessed, he would give, how many, years of his life? 1 or 2 at any rate, perhaps 5? Yes, would give 5. I remember the sastrugi, the view of the knoll. The dim hazy black smudge of the sea far away below, the tiny bits of green canvas that twittered in the wind on the surface of the snow, the cold misery of it all. And the weakness which was biting into my heart. For days Bertie had been urging me to use his eiderdown lining, his beautiful dry bag of the finest down, which he had never slipped into his own fur bag. I had refused. I felt that I should be a beast to take it. We packed the tank ready for a start back in the morning and turned in, utterly worn out. It was only -12 degrees that night, but my left big toe was frostbitten in my bag which I was trying to use without an eiderdown lining, and my bag was always too big for me. It must have taken several hours to get it back, by beating one foot against the other. When we got up, as soon as we could, as we did every night, for our bags were nearly impossible, it was blowing fairly hard and looked like blizzing. We had a lot to do, 2 or 3 hours' work, packing sledges and making a depot of what we did not want, in a corner of the igloo. We left the second sledge, and a note tied to the handle of the pickaxe. We started down the slope in a wind which was rising all the time and -15 degrees. My job was to balance the sledge behind. I was so utterly done I don't believe I could have pulled effectively. Bertie was much the strongest of us. The strain and want of sleep was getting me in the neck, and Bill looked very bad. At the bottom we turned our faces to the barrier, our backs to the penguins, but after doing about a mile it looked so threatening in the south that we camped in a big wind. Our hands going one after the other. We had nothing but the hardest windswept sastrugi, and it was a long business. There was only the smallest amount of drift, and we were afraid the icy snow blocks would chafe the tent. Bertie lashed the full biscuit tin to the door to prevent its flapping. And also got what he called the tent downhaul round the cap and then tied it about himself outside his bag. If the tent went he was going too. I was feeling as if I should crack, and accepted Bertie's eiderdown. It was wonderfully self-sacrificing of him, more than I can write. I felt a brute to take it, but I was getting useless unless I got some sleep which my big bag would not allow. Bill and Bertie kept on telling me to do less, that I was doing more than my share of the work, but I think that I was getting more and more weak. Bertie kept wonderfully strong, he slept most of the night. The difficulty for him was to get into his bag without going to sleep. He kept the meteorological log untiringly, but some of these nights he had to give it up for the time because he could not keep awake. He used to fall asleep with his pannikin in his hand and let it fall, and sometimes he had the primus. Bill's bag was getting hopeless, it was really too small for an eiderdown and was splitting all over the place, great long holes. He never consciously slept for nights, he did sleep a bit, for we heard him. Except for this night, and the next when Bertie's eiderdown was still fairly dry, I never consciously slept. Except that I used to wake for 5 or 6 nights running with the same nightmare, that we were drifted up, and that Bill and Bertie were passing the gear into my bag, cutting it open to do so. Or some other variation, I did not know that I had been asleep at all. 161. We had hardly reached the pit, wrote Bowers, when a furious wind came on again and we had to camp. All that night the tent flapped like the noise of musketry, owing to 2 poles having been broken at the ends and the fit spoilt. I thought it would end matters by going all together and lashed it down as much as I could, attaching the apex to a line round my own bag. The wind abated after 1.5 days and we set out, doing 5 or 6 miles before we found ourselves among crevasses. 162. We had plugged ahead all that day, July 26th, in a terrible light, blundering in among pressure and up onto the slopes of Terra. The temperature dropped from -21 degrees to -45 degrees. Several times, we stepped into rotten-lidded crevasses in smooth wind-swept ice. We continued, however, feeling our way along by keeping always off hard ice slopes and on the crustier deeper snow which characterizes the hollows of the pressure ridges, which I believed we had once more fouled in the dark. We had no light, and no landmarks to guide us, except vague and indistinct silhouetted slopes ahead, which were always altering and whose distance and character it was impossible to judge. We never knew whether we were approaching a steep slope at close quarters or a long slope of terror, miles away, and eventually we traveled on by the ear, and by the feel of the snow under our feet. For both the sound and the touch told one much of the chances of crevasses or of safe going. We continued thus in the dark in the hope that we were at any rate in the right direction, 163, and then we camped after getting into a bunch of crevasses, completely lost. Bill said, "At any rate I think we are well clear of the pressure." But there were pressure pops all night, as though someone was whacking an empty tub. It was Bertie's picture hat which made the trouble next day. "What do you think of that for a hat, sir?" I heard him say to Scott a few days before we started, holding it out much as Lucille displays her latest Paris model. Scott looked at it quietly for a time. "I'll tell you when you come back, Bertie," he said. It was a complicated affair with all kinds of nose guards and buttons and lanyards. He thought he was going to set it to suit the wind much as he would set the sails of a ship. We spent a long time with our housewives before this and other trips, for everybody has their own ideas as to how to alter their clothing for the best. When finished some looked neat, like Bill, others baggy, like Scott or Seaman Evans, others rough and ready, like Oates and Bowers, a few perhaps more rough than ready, and I will not mention names. Anyway, Bertie's hat became improper immediately it was well iced up. When we got a little light in the morning we found we were a little north of the 2 patches of moraine on Terra. Though we did not know it, we were on the point where the pressure runs up against Terra, and we could dimly see that we were right up against something. We started to try and clear it, but soon had an enormous ridge, blotting out the moraine and half Terra, rising like a great hill on our right. Bill said the only thing was to go right on and hope it would lower. All the time, however, there was a bad feeling that we might be putting any number of ridges between us and the mountain. After a while we tried to cross this one, but had to turn back for crevasses, both Bill and I putting a leg down. We went on for about 20 minutes and found a lower place, and turned to rise up it diagonally, and reached the top. Just over the top Bertie went right down a crevasse, which was about wide enough to take him. He was out of sight and out of reach from the surface, hanging in his harness. Bill went for his harness, I went for the bow of the sledge. Bill told me to get the alpine rope and Bertie directed from below what we could do. We could not possibly haul him up as he was, for the sides of the crevasse were soft and he could not help himself. 164. My helmet was so frozen up, wrote Bowers, that my head was encased in a solid block of ice, and I could not look down without inclining my whole body. As a result Bill stumbled 1 foot into a crevasse and I landed in it with both mine. Even as I shouted a warning 165, the bridge gave way and down I went. Fortunately our sledge harness is made with a view to resisting this sort of thing, and there I hung with the bottomless pit below and the ice-crusted sides alongside. So narrow that to step over it would have been quite easy had I been able to see it. Bill said, "What do you want?" I asked for an alpine rope with a bowline for my foot, and taking up first the bowline and then my harness they got me out. 166. Meanwhile on the surface I lay over the crevasse and gave Bertie the bowline. He put it on his foot, then he raised his foot, giving me some slack. I held the rope while he raised himself on his foot, thus giving Bill some slack on the harness. Bill then held the harness, allowing Bertie to raise his foot and give me some slack again. We got him up inch by inch, our fingers getting bitten, for the temperature was -46°. Afterwards we often used this way of getting people out of crevasses, and it was a wonderful piece of presence of mind that it was invented, so far as I know, on the spur of the moment by a frozen man hanging in one himself. In front of us we could see another ridge, and we did not know how many lay beyond that. Things looked pretty bad. Bill took a long lead on the alpine rope and we got down our present difficulty all right. This method of the leader being on a long trace in front we all agreed to be very useful. From this moment our luck changed and everything went for us to the end. When we went out on the sea ice the whole experience was over in a few days. Hut Point was always in sight, and there was daylight. I always had the feeling that the whole series of events had been brought about by an extraordinary run of accidents, and that after a certain stage it was quite beyond our power to guide the course of them. When on the way to Cape Crozier the moon suddenly came out of the cloud to show us a great crevasse which would have taken us all with our sledge without any difficulty. I felt that we were not to go under this trip after such a deliverance. When we had lost our tent, and there was a very great balance of probability that we should never find it again, and we were lying out the blizzard in our bags, I saw that we were face to face with a long fight against cold which we could not have survived. I cannot write how helpless I believed we were to help ourselves, and how we were brought out of a very terrible series of experiences. When we started back I had a feeling that things were going to change for the better. And this day I had a distinct idea that we were to have one more bad experience and that after that we could hope for better things. Down a crevasse. By running along the hollow we cleared the pressure ridges, and continued all day up and down, but met no crevasses. Indeed, we met no more crevasses and no more pressure. I think it was upon this day that a wonderful glow stretched over the barrier edge from Cape Crozier. At the base it was the most vivid crimson it is possible to imagine, shading upwards through every shade of red to light green, and so into a deep blue sky. It is the most vivid red I have ever seen in the sky. 167. It was -49° in the night and we were away early in -47°. By midday we were rising Terra Point, opening Erebus rapidly, and got the first really light day, though the sun would not appear over the horizon for another month. I cannot describe what a relief the light was to us. We crossed the point outside our former track, and saw inside us the ridges where we had been blizzed for 3 days on our outward journey. The minimum was -66° the next night and we were now back in the windless bight of barrier with its soft snow, low temperatures, fogs and mists, and lingering settlements of the inside crusts. Saturday and Sunday, the 29th and 30th, we plugged on across this waste, iced up as usual but always with Castle Rock getting bigger. Sometimes it looked like fog or wind, but it always cleared away. We were getting weak, how weak we can only realize now, but we got in good marches, though slow, days when we did 4.5, 7.25, 6.75, 6.5, 7.5 miles. On our outward journey we had been relaying and getting forward about 4.5 miles a day at this point. The surface which we had dreaded so much was not so sandy or soft as when we had come out, and the settlements were more marked. These are caused by a crust falling under your feet. Generally the area involved is some 20 yards or so round you, and the surface falls through an air space for 2 or 3 inches with a soft crush, which may at first make you think there are crevasses about. In the region where we now traveled they were much more pronounced than elsewhere, and one day, when Bill was inside the tent lighting the primus, I put my foot into a hole that I had dug. This started a big settlement, sledge, tent and all of us dropped about a foot, and the noise of it ran away for miles and miles. We listened to it until we began to get too cold. It must have lasted a full 3 minutes. In the pauses of our marching we halted in our harnesses, the ropes of which lay slack in the powdery snow. We stood panting with our backs against the mountainous mass of frozen gear which was our load. There was no wind, at any rate no more than light airs, our breath crackled as it froze. There was no unnecessary conversation. I don't know why our tongues never got frozen, but all my teeth, the nerves of which had been killed, split to pieces. We had been going perhaps 3 hours since lunch. "How are your feet, Cherry?" from Bill. "Very cold." "That's all right, so are mine." We didn't worry to ask Bertie, he never had a frostbitten foot from start to finish. Half an hour later, as we marched, Bill would ask the same question. I tell him that all feeling has gone. Bill still has some feeling in one of his, but the other is lost. He settled we had better camp, another ghastly night ahead. We started to get out of our harnesses, while Bill, before doing anything else, would take the fur mitts from his hands, carefully shape any soft parts as they froze, generally, however. Our mitts did not thaw on our hands, and lay them on the snow in front of him, 2 dark dots. His proper fur mitts were lost when the igloo roof went. These were the delicate dogskin linings we had in addition, beautiful things to look at and to feel when new. Excellent when dry to turn the screws of a theodolite, but too dainty for straps and lanyards. Just now I don't know what he could have done without them. Working with our woolen half mitts and mitts on our hands all the time, and our fur mitts over them when possible, we gradually got the buckles undone. And spread the green canvas floorcloth on the snow. This was also fitted to be used as a sail, but we never could have rigged a sail on this journey. The shovel and the bamboos, with a lining, itself lined with ice, lashed to them, were packed on the top of the load and were now put on the snow until wanted. Our next job was to lift our 3 sleeping bags one by one onto the floorcloth. They covered it, bulging over the sides, those obstinate coffins which were all our life to us. One of us is off by now to nurse his fingers back. The cooker was unlashed from the top of the instrument box. Some parts of it were put on the bags with the primus, methylated spirit can, matches and so forth, others left to be filled with snow later. Taking a pole in each hand we 3 spread the bamboos over the whole. "All right?" "Down," from Bill, and we lowered them gently onto the soft snow, that they might not sink too far. The ice on the inner lining of the tent was formed mostly from the steam of the cooker. This we had been unable to beat or chip off in the past, and we were now, truth to tell, past worrying about it. The little ventilator in the top, made to let out this steam, had been tied up in order to keep in all possible heat. Then over with the outer cover, and for one of us the 3rd worst job of the day was to begin. The worst job was to get into our bags, the second or equal worst was to lie in them for 6 hours, we had brought it down to 6. This 3rd worst was to get the primus lighted and a meal on the way. As cook of the day you took the broken metal framework, all that remained of our candlestick, and got yourself with difficulty into the funnel which formed the door. The enclosed space of the tent seemed much colder than the outside air. You tried 3 or 4 matchboxes and no match would strike, almost desperate. You asked for a new box to be given you from the sledge and got a light from this because it had not yet been in the warmth, so-called, of the tent. The candle hung by a wire from the cap of the tent. It would be tedious to tell of the times we had getting the primus alight, and the lanyards of the weekly food bag unlashed. Probably by now the other 2 men have dug in the tent, squared up outside, filled and passed in the cooker, set the thermometer under the sledge and so forth. There were always 1 or 2 odd jobs which wanted doing as well, but you may be sure they came in as soon as possible when they heard the primus hissing, and saw the glow of light inside. Bertie made a bottom for the cooker out of an empty biscuit tin to take the place of the part which was blown away. On the whole this was a success, but we had to hold it steady, on Bill's sleeping bag, for the flat frozen bag spread all over the floor space. Cooking was a longer business now. Someone whacked out the biscuit, and the cook put the ration of pemmican into the inner cooker which was by now half full of water. As opportunity offered we got out of our day, and into our night footgear, fleecy camel hair stockings and fur boots. In the dim light we examined our feet for frostbite. I do not think it took us less than an hour to get a hot meal to our lips, pemmican followed by hot water in which we soaked our biscuits. For lunch we had tea and biscuits, for breakfast, pemmican, biscuits and tea. We could not have managed more food bags, 3 were bad enough, and the lashings of everything were like wire. The lashing of the tent door, however, was the worst, and it had to be tied tightly, especially if it was blowing. In the early days we took great pains to brush rime from the tent before packing it up, but we were long past that now. The hush got down into our feet, we nursed back frostbites, and we were all the warmer for having got our dry footgear on before supper. Then we started to get into our bags. Panorama and map of the winter journey, copied at Hut Point by Apsley Cherry-Garrard from a drawing by E.A. Wilson. Bertie's bag fitted him beautifully, though perhaps it would have been a little small with an eiderdown inside. He must have had a greater heat supply than other men. For he never had serious trouble with his feet, while ours were constantly frostbitten. He slept, I should be afraid to say how much, longer than we did, even in these last days. It was a pleasure. Lying awake practically all night, to hear his snores. He turned his bag inside out from fur to skin, and skin to fur, many times during the journey, and thus got rid of a lot of moisture which came out as snow or actual knobs of ice. When we did turn our bags the only way was to do so directly we turned out, and even then you had to be quick before the bag froze. Getting out of the tent at night it was quite a race to get back to your bag before it hardened. Of course this was in the lowest temperatures. We could not burn our bags and we tried putting the lighted primus into them to thaw them out, but this was not very successful. Before this time, when it was very cold, we lighted the primus in the morning while we were still in our bags, and in the evening we kept it going until we were just getting or had got the mouths of our bags levered open. But returning we had no oil for such luxuries, until the last day or two. I do not believe that any man, however sick he is, has a much worse time than we had in those bags, shaking with cold until our backs would almost break. One of the added troubles which came to us on our return was the sodden condition of our hands in our bags at night. We had to wear our mitts and half mitts, and they were as wet as they could be. When we got up in the morning we had washerwomen's hands, white, crinkled, sodden. That was an unhealthy way to start the day's work. We really wanted some bags of sennegrass for hands as well as feet. One of the blessings of that kind of bag being that you can shake the moisture from it, but we only had enough for our wretched feet. The horrors of that return journey are blurred to my memory and I know they were blurred to my body at the time. I think this applies to all of us, for we were much weakened and callous. The day we got down to the Penguins I had not cared whether I fell into a crevasse or not. We had been through a great deal since then. I know that we slept on the march. For I woke up when I bumped against Bertie, and Bertie woke when he bumped against me. I think Bill steering out in front managed to keep awake. I know we fell asleep if we waited in the comparatively warm tent when the primus was alight, with our pannikins or the primus in our hands. I know that our sleeping bags were so full of ice that we did not worry if we spilt water or hush over them as they lay on the floor cloth, when we cooked on them with our maimed cooker. They were so bad that we never rolled them up in the usual way when we got out of them in the morning. We opened their mouths as much as possible before they froze, and hoisted them more or less flat onto the sledge. All 3 of us helped to raise each bag, which looked rather like a squashed coffin and was probably a good deal harder. I know that if it was only -40 degrees when we camped for the night we considered quite seriously that we were going to have a warm one. And that when we got up in the morning if the temperature was in the -60s we did not inquire what it was. The day's march was bliss compared to the night's rest, and both were awful. We were about as bad as men can be and do good traveling, but I never heard a word of complaint, nor, I believe, an oath, and I saw self-sacrifice standing every test. Always we were getting nearer home, and we were doing good marches. We were going to pull through, it was only a matter of sticking this for a few more days. 6. 5, 4, 3 perhaps now, if we were not blizzed. Our main hut was behind that ridge where the mist was always forming and blowing away, and there was Castle Rock. We might even see Observation Hill tomorrow. And the Discovery hut furnished and trim was behind it, and they would have sent some dry sleeping bags from Cape Evans to greet us there. We reckoned our troubles over at the barrier edge, and assuredly it was not far away. "You've got it in the neck, stick it, you've got it in the neck," it was always running in my head. And we did stick it. How good the memories of those days are. With jokes about Bertie's picture hat, with songs we remembered off the gramophone, with ready words of sympathy for frostbitten feet, with generous smiles for poor jests, with suggestions of happy beds to come. We did not forget the please and thank you, which mean much in such circumstances, and all the little links with decent civilization which we could still keep going. I'll swear there was still a grace about us when we staggered in. And we kept our tempers, even with God. We might reach Hut Point tonight. We were burning more oil now, that 1-gallon tin had lasted us well, and burning more candle too. At one time we feared they would give out. A hell of a morning we had, -57 degrees in our present state. But it was calm, and the barrier edge could not be much farther now. The surface was getting harder, there were a few wind-blown furrows, the crust was coming up to us. The sledge was dragging easier. We always suspected the barrier sloped downwards hereabouts. Now the hard snow was on the surface, peeping out like great inverted basins on which we slipped, and our feet became warmer for not sinking into soft snow. Suddenly we saw a gleam of light in a line of darkness running across our course. It was the barrier edge. We were all right now. We ran the sledge off a snowdrift onto the sea ice, with the same cold stream of air flowing down it which wrecked my hands 5 weeks ago, pushed out of this. Camped and had a meal. The temperature had already risen to -43 degrees. We could almost feel it getting warmer as we went round Cape Armitage on the last 3 miles. We managed to haul our sledge up the ice foot, and dug the drift away from the door. The old hut struck us as fairly warm. Bill was convinced that we ought not to go into the warm hut at Cape Evans when we arrived there, tomorrow night. We ought to get back to warmth gradually, live in a tent outside, or in the annex for a day or 2. But I'm sure we never meant to do it. Just now Hut Point did not prejudice us in favor of such abstinence. It was just as we had left it. There was nothing sent down for us there, no sleeping bags, nor sugar, but there was plenty of oil. Inside the hut we pitched a dry tent left there since depot journey days, set 2 primuses going in it, sat dozing on our bags, and drank cocoa without sugar so thick that next morning we were gorged with it. We were very happy, falling asleep between each mouthful, and after several hours discussed schemes of not getting into our bags at all. But someone would have to keep the primus going to prevent frostbite, and we could not trust ourselves to keep awake. Bill and I tried to sing a part song. Finally we sopped our way into our bags. We only stuck them 3 hours, and thankfully turned out at 3 a.m., and were ready to pack up when we heard the wind come away. It was no good, so we sat in our tent and dozed again. The wind dropped at 9:30, we were off at 11. We walked out into what seemed to us a blaze of light. It was not until the following year that I understood that a great part of such twilight as there is in the latter part of the winter was cut off from us by the mountains under which we traveled. Now, with nothing between us and the northern horizon below which lay the sun, we saw as we had not seen for months, and the iridescent clouds that day were beautiful. We just pulled for all we were worth and did nearly 2 miles an hour, for 2 miles a baddish salt surface, then big undulating hard sastrugi and good going. We slept as we walked. We had done 8 miles by 4 p.m. and were past Glacier Tongue. We lunched there. As we began to gather our gear together to pack up for the last time, Bill said quietly, "I want to thank you too for what you have done. I couldn't have found 2 better companions, and what is more I never shall. I am proud of that. Antarctic exploration is seldom as bad as you imagine, seldom as bad as it sounds. But this journey had beggared our language, no words could express its horror. We trudged on for several more hours and it grew very dark. There was a discussion as to where Cape Evans lay. We rounded it at last, it must have been 10 or 11 o'clock, and it was possible that someone might see us as we pulled towards the hut. "Spread out well," said Bill, "and they will be able to see that there are 3 men." But we pulled along the cape, over the tide crack, up the bank to the very door of the hut without a sound. No noise from the stable, nor the bark of a dog from the snowdrifts above us. We halted and stood there trying to get ourselves and one another out of our frozen harnesses, the usual long job. The door opened, good God! "Here is the Crozier party," said a voice, and disappeared. Thus ended the worst journey in the world. And now the reader will ask what became of the 3 penguins' eggs for which 3 human lives had been risked 300 times a day. And 3 human frames strained to the utmost extremity of human endurance. Let us leave the Antarctic for a moment and conceive ourselves in the year 1913 in the Natural History Museum in South Kensington. I had written to say that I would bring the eggs at this time. Present, myself, C.G., the sole survivor of the 3, with first or doorstep custodian of the sacred eggs. I did not take a verbatim report of his welcome. But the spirit of it may be dramatized as follows. First custodian. "Who are you? What do you want? This ain't an egg shop. What call have you to come meddling with our eggs? Do you want me to put the police on to you? Is it the crocodile's egg you're after? I don't know nothing about no eggs. You'd best speak to Mr. Brown, it's him that varnishes the eggs." I resort to Mr. Brown, who ushers me into the presence of the chief custodian, a man of scientific aspect, with 2 manners, 1, affably courteous. For a person of importance, I guess a naturalist Rothschild at least, with whom he is conversing, and the other, extraordinarily offensive even for an official man of science, for myself. I announce myself with becoming modesty as the bearer of the penguins' eggs, and proffer them. The chief custodian takes them into custody without a word of thanks, and turns to the person of importance to discuss them. I wait. The temperature of my blood rises. The conversation proceeds for what seems to me a considerable period. Suddenly the chief custodian notices my presence and seems to resent it. Chief custodian. "You needn't wait. Heroic explorer. I should like to have a receipt for the eggs, if you please." Chief custodian. "It is not necessary, it is all right. You needn't wait. Heroic explorer. I should like to have a receipt." But by this time the chief custodian's attention is again devoted wholly to the person of importance. Feeling that to persist in overhearing their conversation would be an indelicacy, the heroic explorer politely leaves the room, and establishes himself on a chair in a gloomy passage outside, where he whiles away the time by rehearsing in his imagination how he will tell off the chief custodian when the person of importance retires. But this the person of importance shows no sign of doing, and the explorer's thoughts and intentions become darker and darker. As the day wears on, minor officials, passing to and from the presence, look at him doubtfully and ask his business. The reply is always the same: "I am waiting for a receipt for some penguins' eggs." At last it becomes clear from the explorer's expression that what he is really waiting for is not to take a receipt but to commit murder. Presumably this is reported to the destined victim. At all events the receipt finally comes. And the explorer goes his way with it, feeling that he has behaved like a perfect gentleman. But so very dissatisfied with that vapid consolation that for hours he continues his imaginary rehearsals of what he would have liked to have done to that custodian, mostly with his boots, by way of teaching him manners. Some time after this I visited the Natural History Museum with Captain Scott's sister. After a slight preliminary skirmish in which we convinced a minor custodian that the specimens brought by the expedition from the Antarctic did not include the moths we found preying on some of them, Miss Scott expressed a wish to see the penguins' eggs. Thereupon the minor custodians flatly denied that any such eggs were in existence or in their possession. Now Miss Scott was her brother's sister. And she showed so little disposition to take this lying down that I was glad to get her away with no worse consequences than a profanely emphasized threat on my part that if we did not receive ample satisfaction in writing within 24 hours as to the safety of the eggs, England would reverberate with the tale. The ultimatum was effectual, and due satisfaction was forthcoming in time. But I was relieved when I learnt later on that they had been entrusted to Professor Assheton for the necessary microscopic examination. But he died before he could approach the task. And the eggs passed into the hands of Professor Cherry-Garrard of Edinburgh University. His report is as follows. Appendix. Professor Cherry-Garrard's report. It was a great disappointment to Dr. Wilson that no emperor penguin embryos were obtained during the cruise of the Discovery. But though embryos were conspicuous by their absence in the emperor eggs brought home by the National Antarctic Expedition, it is well to bear in mind that the naturalists on board the Discovery learned much about the breeding habits of the largest living member of the ancient penguin family. Amongst other things it was ascertained, 1, that in the case of the emperor, as in the king penguin, the egg during the period of incubation rests on the upper surface of the feet, protected and kept in position by a fold of skin from the lower breast. And, 2, that in the case of the emperor the whole process of incubation is carried out on sea ice during the coldest and darkest months of the Antarctic winter. After devoting much time to the study of penguins, Dr. Wilson came to the conclusion that emperor embryos would throw new light on the origin and history of birds, and decided that if he again found his way to the Antarctic he would make a supreme effort to visit an emperor rookery during the breeding season. When, and under what conditions, the Cape Crozier rookery was eventually visited and emperor eggs secured is graphically told in The Winter Journey. The question now arises, has the weirdest birds nesting expedition that has ever been made added appreciably to our knowledge of birds? It is admitted that birds are descended from bipedal reptiles which flourished some millions of years ago, reptiles in build not unlike the kangaroo. From Archaeopteryx of Jurassic times we know primeval birds had teeth, 3 fingers with claws on each hand, and a long lizard-like tail provided with nearly 20 pairs of well-formed true feathers. But unfortunately neither this lizard-tailed bird, nor yet the fossil birds found in America, throw any light on the origin of feathers. Ornithologists and others who have devoted much time to the study of birds have as a rule assumed that feathers were made out of scales. That the scales along the margin of the hand and forearm and along each side of the tail were elongated, frayed and otherwise modified to form the wing and tail quills. And that later other scales were altered to provide a coat capable of preventing loss of heat. But as it happens, a study of the development of feathers affords no evidence that they were made out of scales. There are neither rudiments of scales nor feathers in very young bird embryos. In the youngest of the 3 emperor embryos there are, however, feather rudiments in the tail region. The embryo was probably 7 or 8 days old, but in the 2 older embryos there are a countless number of feather rudiments, i.e., of minute pimples known as papillae. In penguins as in many other birds there are 2 distinct crops of feather papillae, viz. a crop of relatively large papillae which develop into prepenny, the forerunners of true feathers, penny, and a crop of small papillae which develop into preplumulae, the forerunners of true down feathers, plumulae. In considering the origin of feathers we are not concerned with the true feathers, penny, but with the nestling feathers, prepenny, and more especially with the papillae from which the prepenny are developed. What we want to know is, do the papillae which in birds develop into the first generation of feathers correspond to the papillae which in lizards develop into scales? The late Professor Assheton, who undertook the examination of some of the material brought home by the Terra Nova, made a special study of the feather papillae of the emperor penguin embryos from Cape Crozier. Drawings were made to indicate the number, size and time of appearance of the feather papillae. But unfortunately in the notes left by the distinguished embryologist there is no indication whether the feather papillae were regarded as modified scale papillae or new creations resulting from the appearance of special feather-forming factors in the germplasm. When eventually the 3 emperor penguin embryos reached me that their feather rudiments might be compared with the feather rudiments of other birds, I noticed that in emperor embryos the feather papillae appeared before the scale papillae. Evidence of this was especially afforded by the largest embryo, which had reached about the same stage in its development as a 16 days goose embryo. In the largest emperor embryo feather papillae occur all over the hindquarters and on the legs to within a short distance of the tarsal joint. Beyond the tarsal joint even in the largest embryo no attempt had been made to produce the papillae which in older penguin embryos represent, and ultimately develop into, the scaly covering of the foot. The absence of papillae on the foot implied either that the scale papillae were fundamentally different from feather papillae or that for some reason or other the development of the papillae destined to give rise to the foot scales had been retarded. There is no evidence as far as I can ascertain that in modern lizards the scale papillae above the tarsal joint appear before the scale papillae beyond this joint. The absence of papillae below the tarsal joint in emperor embryos, together with the fact that in many birds each large feather papilla is accompanied by 2 or more very small feather papillae, led me to study the papillae of the limbs of other birds. The most striking results were obtained from the embryos of Chinese geese in which the legs are relatively longer than in penguins. In a 13 days goose embryo the whole of the skin below and for some distance above the tarsal joint is quite smooth, whereas the skin of the rest of the leg is studded with feather papillae. On the other hand, in an 18 days goose embryo in which the feather papillae of the legs have developed into filaments, each containing a fairly well-formed feather, scale papillae occur not only on the foot below and for some distance above the tarsal joint but also between the roots of the feather filaments between the tarsal and the knee joints. More important still, in a 20 days goose embryo a number of the papillae situated between the feather filaments of the leg were actually developing into scales each of which overlapped the root, calamus, of a feather just as scales overlapped the foot feathers in grouse and other feather-footed birds. As in bird embryos there is no evidence that feather papillae ever develop into scales or that scale papillae ever develop into feathers. It may be assumed that feather papillae are fundamentally different from scale papillae, the difference presumably being due to the presence of special factors in the germplasm. Just as in armadillos hairs are found emerging from under the scales, in ancient birds as in the feet of some modern birds the coat probably consisted of both feathers and scales. But in course of time, owing perhaps to the growth of the scales being arrested, the coat of the birds, instead of consisting throughout of well-developed scales and small inconspicuous feathers, was almost entirely made up of a countless number of downy feathers, well-developed scales only persisting below the tarsal joint. If the conclusions arrived at with the help of the emperor penguin embryos about the origin of feathers are justified, the worst journey in the world in the interest of science was not made in vain. Chapter 8. Spring. A Halo Round the Moon, E. Wilson. Inside was pandemonium. Most men had gone to bed, and I have a blurred memory of men in pajamas and dressing gowns getting hold of me and trying to get the chunks of armor which were my clothes to leave my body. Finally they cut them off and threw them into an angular heap at the foot of my bunk. Next morning they were a sodden mass weighing 24 pounds. Bread and jam, and cocoa, showers of questions. You know this is the hardest journey ever made, from Scott, a broken record of George Robey on the gramophone which started us laughing until in our weak state we found it difficult to stop. I have no doubt that I had not stood the journey as well as Wilson, my jaw had dropped when I came in, so they tell me. Then into my warm blanket bag, and I managed to keep awake just long enough to think that paradise must feel something like this. We slept 10,000 years, were wakened to find everybody at breakfast, and passed a wonderful day, lazying about, half asleep and wholly happy, listening to the news and answering questions. We are looked upon as beings who have come from another world. This afternoon I had a shave after soaking my face in a hot sponge, and then a bath. Lashley had already cut my hair. Bill looks very thin and we are all very blear-eyed from want of sleep. I have not much appetite, my mouth is very dry and throat sore with a troublesome hacking cough which I have had all the journey. My taste is gone. We are getting badly spoiled, but our beds are the height of all our pleasures, 168. But this did not last long. Another very happy day doing nothing. After falling asleep 2 or 3 times I went to bed, read Kim, and slept. About 2 hours after each meal we all want another, and after a tremendous supper last night we had another meal before turning in. I have my taste back but all our fingers are impossible, they might be so many pieces of lead except for the pins and needles feeling in them which we have also got in our feet. My toes are very bulbous and some toenails are coming off. My left heel is one big burst blister. Going straight out of a warm bed into a strong wind outside nearly bowled me over. I felt quite faint, and pulled myself together thinking it was all nerves, but it began to come on again and I had to make for the hut as quickly as possible. Bertie is now full of schemes for doing the trip again next year. Bill says it is too great a risk in the darkness, and he will not consider it, though he thinks that to go in August might be possible. 169. And again a day or 2 later. I came in covered with a red rash which is rather ticklish. My ankles and knees are a bit puffy, but my feet are not so painful as Bill's and Bertie's. Hands itch a bit. We must be very weak and worn out, though I think Bertie is the strongest of us. He seems to be picking up very quickly. Bill is still very worn and rather haggard. The kindness of everybody would spoil an angel, 170. I have put these personal experiences down from my diary because they are the only contemporary record I possess. Scott's own diary at this time contains the statement, "The Crozier party returned last night after enduring for 5 weeks the hardest conditions on record. They looked more weather-worn than anyone I have yet seen. Their faces were scarred and wrinkled, their eyes dull, their hands whitened and creased with the constant exposure to damp and cold. Yet the scars of frostbite were very few. Today after a night's rest our travelers are very different in appearance and mental capacity." 171. Atch has been lost in a blizzard, was the news which we got as soon as we could grasp anything. Since then he has spent a year of war in the North Sea, seen the Dardanelles campaign, and much fighting in France, and has been blown up in a monitor. I doubt whether he does not reckon that night the worst of the lot. He ought to have been blown into hundreds of little bits, but always like some hardy India rubber ball he turns up again, a little dented, but with the same tough elasticity which refuses to be hurt. And with the same quiet voice he volunteers for the next, and tells you how splendid everybody was except himself. It was the blizzard of July 4th, when we were lying in the windless bight on our way to Cape Crozier, and we knew it must be blowing all round us. At any rate it was blowing at Cape Evans, though it eased up in the afternoon, and Atkinson and Taylor went up the ramp to read the thermometers there. They returned without great difficulty, and some discussion seems to have arisen as to whether it was possible to read the 2 screens on the sea ice. Atkinson said he would go and read that in North Bay, Gran said he was going to South Bay. They started independently at 5:30 p.m. Gran returned an hour and a quarter afterwards. He had gone about 200 yards. Atkinson had not gone much farther when he decided that he had better give it up, so he turned and faced the wind, steering by keeping it on his cheek. We discovered afterwards that the wind does not blow quite in the same direction at the end of the cape as it does just where the hut lies. Perhaps it was this, perhaps his left leg carried him a little farther than his right, perhaps it was that the numbing effect of a blizzard on a man's brain was already having its effect. Certainly Atkinson does not know himself, but instead of striking the cape which ran across his true front, he found himself by an old fish trap which he knew was 200 yards out on the sea ice. He made a great effort to steady himself and make for the cape, but anyone who has stood in a blizzard will understand how difficult that is. The snow was a blanket raging all round him, and it was quite dark. He walked on, and found nothing. Everything else is vague. Hour after hour he staggered about, he got his hand badly frostbitten, he found pressure, he fell over it, he was crawling in it, on his hands and knees. Stumbling, tumbling, tripping, buffeted by the endless lash of the wind, sprawling through miles of punishing snow, he still seems to have kept his brain working. He found an island, thought it was inaccessible, spent ages in coasting along it, lost it, found more pressure, and crawled along it. He found another island, and the same horrible, almost senseless, search went on. Under the lee of some rocks he waited for a time. His clothing was thin though he had his wind clothes, and, a horrible thought if this was to go on, he had boots on his feet instead of warm finsko. Here also he kicked out a hole in a drift where he might have more chance if he were forced to lie down. For sleep is the end of men who get lost in blizzards. Though he did not know it, he must now have been out more than 4 hours. There was little chance for him if the blizzard continued, but hope revived when the moon showed in a partial lull. It is wonderful that he was sufficiently active to grasp the significance of this. And groping back in his brain he found he could remember the bearing of the moon from Cape Evans when he went to bed the night before. The hut must be somewhere over there, this must be Inaccessible Island. He left the island and made in that direction, but the blizzard came down again with added force and the moon was blotted out. He tried to return to the island and failed, then he stumbled on another island, perhaps the same one, and waited. Again the lull came, and again he set off, and walked, until he recognized Inaccessible Island on his left. Clearly he must have been under Great Razorback Island, and this is some 4 miles from Cape Evans. The moon still showed, and on he walked, and then at last he saw a flame. Atkinson's continued absence was not noticed at the hut until dinner was nearly over at 7:15, that is, until he had been absent about 2 hours. The wind at Cape Evans had dropped though it was thick all round, and no great anxiety was felt. Some went out and shouted, others went north with a lantern. And Day arranged to light a paraffin flare on Wind Vane Hill. Atkinson never experienced this lull, and having seen the way blizzards will sweep down the strait though the coastline is comparatively clear and calm, I can understand how he was in the thick of it all the time. I feel convinced that most of these blizzards are local affairs. The party which had gone north returned at 9:30 without news, and Scott became seriously alarmed. Between 9:30 and 10 6 search parties started out. But time was passing and Atkinson had been away more than 6 hours. The light which Atkinson had seen was a flare of tow soaked in petrol lit by Day at Cape Evans. He corrected his course and before long was under the rock upon which Day could be seen working like some lanky devil in one of Dante's hells. Atkinson shouted again and again but could not attract his attention, and finally walked almost into the hut before he was found by 2 men searching the cape. "It was all my own damned fault," he said, "but Scott never slanged me at all. I really think we should all have been as merciful. Wouldn't you?" And that was that, but he had a beastly hand. Theoretically the sun returned to us on August 23rd. Practically there was nothing to be seen except blinding drift. But we saw his upper limb 2 days later. In Scott's words, the daylight came rushing at us. 2 spring journeys were contemplated. And with preparations for the polar journey, and the ordinary routine work of the station, everybody had as much on his hands as he could get through. Lieutenant Evans, Gran and Ford volunteered to go out to Corner Camp and dig out this depot as well as that of Safety Camp. They started on September 9th and camped on the sea ice beyond Cape Armitage that night, the minimum temperature being -45 degrees. They dug out Safety Camp next morning, and marched on towards Corner Camp. The minimum that night was -62.3 degrees. The next evening they made their night camp as a blizzard was coming up, the temperature at the same time being -34.5 degrees and minimum for the night -40 degrees. This is an extremely low temperature for a blizzard. They made a start in a very cold wind the next afternoon, September 12th, and camped at 8:30 p.m. That night was bitterly cold and they found that the minimum showed -73.3 degrees for that night. Evans reports adversely on the use of the eiderdown bag and inner tent, but here none of our winter journey men would agree with him. 172 Most of September 13th was spent in digging out Corner Camp, which they left at 5 p.m., intending to travel back to Hut Point without stopping except for meals. They marched all through that night with 2 halts for meals and arrived at Hut Point at 3 p.m. on September 14th, having covered a distance of 34.6 statute miles. They reached Cape Evans the following day after an absence of 6.5 days. 173. During this journey Ford got his hand badly frostbitten, which necessitated his return in the Terra Nova in March 1912. He owed a good deal to the skillful treatment Atkinson gave it. Wilson was still looking grey and drawn some days, and I was not too fit, but Bowers was indefatigable. Soon after we got in from Cape Crozier he heard that Scott was going over to the Western Mountains. Somehow or other he persuaded Scott to take him. And they started with Seaman Evans and Simpson on September 15th on what Scott calls, remarkably pleasant and instructive little spring journey, 174, and what Bowers called a jolly picnic. This picnic started from the hut in a -40 degrees temperature, dragging 180 pounds, per man, mainly composed of stores for the geological party of the summer. They penetrated as far north as Dunlop Island and turned back from there on September 24th, reaching Cape Evans on September 29th. Marching 21 miles, statute, into a blizzard wind with occasional storms of drift and a temperature of -16 degrees, and they marched a little too long. For a storm of drift came against them and they had to camp. It is never very easy pitching a tent on sea ice because there is not very much snow on the ice. On this occasion it was only after they had detached the inner tent, which was fastened to the bamboos, that they could hold the bamboos, and then it was only inch by inch that they got the outer cover on. At 9 p.m. the drift took off though the wind was as strong as ever, and they decided to make for Cape Evans. They arrived at 1:15 a.m. After one of the most strenuous days which Scott could remember, and that meant a good deal. Simpson's face was a sight. During his absence Griffith Taylor became meteorologist-in-chief. He was a greedy scientist, and he also wielded a fluent pen. Consequently his output during the year and a half which he spent with us was large, and ranged from the results of the 2 excellent scientific journeys which he led in the Western Mountains, to this work during the latter half of September. He was a most valued contributor to the South Polar Times, and his prose and poetry both had a bite which was never equaled by any other of our amateur journalists. When his pen was still, his tongue wagged, and the arguments he led were legion. The hut was a merrier place for his presence. When the weather was good he might be seen striding over the rocks with a complete disregard of the effect on his clothes. He wore through a pair of boots quicker than anybody I have ever known. And his socks had to be mended with string. Ice movement and erosion were also of interest to him, and almost every day he spent some time in studying the slopes and huge ice cliffs of the Barne Glacier, and other points of interest. With equal ferocity he would throw himself into his curtained bunk because he was bored, or emerge from it to take part in some argument which was troubling the table. His diary must have been almost as long as the reports he wrote for Scott of his geological explorations. He was a demon note-taker, and he had a passion for being equipped so that he could cope with any observation which might turn up. Thus old Griff on a sledge journey might have notebooks protruding from every pocket, and hung about his person, a sundial, a prismatic compass, a sheath knife, a pair of binoculars, a geological hammer, chronometer, pedometer, camera, aneroid and other items of surveying gear, as well as his goggles and mitts. And in his hand might be an ice axe which he used as he went along to the possible advancement of science, but the certain disorganization of his companions. His gaunt, untamed appearance was atoned for by a halo of good fellowship which hovered about his head. I am sure he must have been an untidy person to have in your tent. I feel equally sure that his tent mates would have been sorry to lose him. His gear took up more room than was strictly his share, and his mind also filled up a considerable amount of space. He always bulked large, and when he returned to the Australian government, which had lent him for the first 2 sledging seasons, he left a noticeable gap in our company. From the time we returned from Cape Crozier until now Scott had been full of buck. Our return had taken a weight off his mind. The return of the daylight was stimulating to everybody, and to a man of his impatient and impetuous temperament the end of the long period of waiting was a relief. Also everything was going well. On September 10 he writes with a sigh of relief that the detailed plans for the southern journey are finished at last. Every figure has been checked by Bowers, who has been an enormous help to me. If the motors are successful, we shall have no difficulty in getting to the glacier, and if they fail, we shall still get there with any ordinary degree of good fortune. To work 3 units of 4 men from that point onwards requires no small provision, but with the proper provision it should take a good deal to stop the attainment of our object. I have tried to take every reasonable possibility of misfortune into consideration, and to so organize the parties as to be prepared to meet them. I fear to be too sanguine, yet taking everything into consideration I feel that our chances ought to be good. 175. And again he writes, of hopeful signs for the future none are more remarkable than the health and spirit of our people. It would be impossible to imagine a more vigorous community, and there does not seem to be a single weak spot in the 12 good men and true who are chosen for the southern advance. All are now experienced sledge travelers, knit together with a bond of friendship that has never been equaled under such circumstances. Thanks to these people, and more especially to Bowers and Petty Officer Evans, there is not a single detail of our equipment which is not arranged with the utmost care and in accordance with the tests of experience. 176. Indeed, Bowers had been of the very greatest use to Scott in the working out of these plans. Not only had he all the details of stores at his fingertips, but he had studied polar clothing and polar food, was full of plans and alternative plans, and, best of all, refused to be beaten by any problem which presented itself. The actual distribution of weights between dogs, motors and ponies, and between the different ponies, was largely left in his hands. We had only to lead our ponies out on the day of the start and we were sure to find our sledges ready, each with the right load and weight. To the leader of an expedition such a man was worth his weight in gold. But now Scott became worried and unhappy. We were running things on a fine margin of transport, and during the month before we were due to start mishap followed mishap in the most disgusting way. 3 men were more or less incapacitated, Ford with his frozen hand, Clissold who concussed himself by a fall from a berg, and Debenham who hurt his knee seriously when playing football. One of the ponies, Jehu, was such a crock that at one time it was decided not to take him out at all, and very bad opinions were also held of Chinaman. Another dog died of a mysterious disease. It is trying, writes Scott, but I am past despondency. Things must take their course. 177 and, if this waiting were to continue it looks as though we should become a regular party of crocks. 178. Then on the top of all this came a bad accident to one of the motor axles on the eve of departure. Tonight the motors were to be taken on to the floe. The drifts made the road very uneven, and the first and best motor overrode its chain. The chain was replaced and the machine proceeded, but just short of the floe was thrust to a steep inclination by a ridge, and the chain again overrode the sprockets. This time by ill fortune Day slipped at the critical moment and without intention jammed the throttle full on. The engine brought up, but there was an ominous trickle of oil under the back axle, and investigation showed that the axle casing, aluminium, had split. The casing had been stripped and brought into the hut. We may be able to do something to it, but time presses. It all goes to show that we want more experience and workshops. I am secretly convinced that we shall not get much help from the motors, yet nothing has ever happened to them that was unavoidable. A little more care and foresight would make them splendid allies. The trouble is that if they fail, no one will ever believe this. 179. In the meantime Mears and Dmitri ran out to corner camp from Hut Point twice with the 2 dog teams. The first time they journeyed out and back in 2 days and a night, returning on October 15. And another very similar run was made before the end of the month. The motor party was to start first, but was delayed until October 24th. They were to wait for us in latitude 80 degrees 0 minutes, man-hauling certain loads on if the motors broke down. The two engineers were Day and Lashley, and their two helpers, who steered by pulling on a rope in front, were Lieutenant Evans and Hooper. Scott was immensely eager that these tractors should succeed, even though they may not be of great help to our southern advance. A small measure of success will be enough to show their possibilities, their ability to revolutionize polar transport. 180. Lashley, as the reader may know by now, was a chief stoker in the Navy, and accompanied Scott on his plateau journey in the Discovery days. The following account of the motor's checkered career is from his diary, and for permission to include here both it and the story of the adventures of the second return party. An extraordinarily vivid and simple narrative, I cannot be too grateful. After the motors had been 2 days on the sea ice on their way to Hut Point, Lashley writes on October 26, 1911. Kicked off at 9:30. Engine going well, surface much better, dropped 1 can of petrol each and lubricating oil, lunched about 2 miles from Hut Point. Captain Scott and supporting party came from Cape Evans to help us over blue ice, but they were not required. Got away again after lunch but was delayed by the other sledge not being able to get along. It is beginning to dawn on me the sledges are not powerful enough for the work as it is one continual drag over this sea ice. Perhaps it will improve on the barrier. It seems we are going to be troubled with engine overheating. After we have run about 3/4 to a mile it is necessary to stop at least half an hour to cool the engine down. Then we have to close up for a few minutes to allow the carburetor to warm up or we can't get the petrol to vaporize. We are getting new experiences every day. We arrived at Hut Point and proceeded to Cape Armitage, it having come on to snow pretty thickly, so we pitched our tent and waited for the other car to come up. She has been delayed all the afternoon and not made much headway. At 6:30 Mr. Bowers and Mr. Garrard came out to us and told us to come back to Hut Point for the night, where we all enjoyed ourselves with a good hush and a nice night with all hands. October 27, 1911. This morning being fine made our way out to the cars and got them going after a bit of trouble, the temperature being a bit low. I got away in good style, the surface seems to be improving. It is better for running on but very rough and the overheating is not overcome nor likely to be as far as I can see. Just before arriving at the barrier my car began to develop some strange knocking in the engine, but with the help of the party with us I managed to get on the barrier. The other car got up the slope in fine style and waited for me to come up. As my engine is giving trouble we decided to camp, have lunch and see what is the matter. On opening the crank chamber we found the crank brasses broke into little pieces, so there is nothing left to do but replace them with the spare ones. Of course this meant a cold job for Mr. Day and myself, as handling metal on the barrier is not a thing one looks forward to with pleasure. Anyhow we set about it after Lieutenant Evans and Hooper had rigged up a screen to shelter us a bit, and by 10 p.m. we were finished and ready to proceed. But owing to a very low temperature we found it difficult to get the engines to go, so we decided to camp for the night. October 28, 1911. Turned out and had another go at starting which took some little time owing again to the low temperature. We got away but again the trouble is always staring us in the face, overheating, and the surface is so bad and the pull so heavy and constant that it looks we are in for a rough time. We are continually waiting for one another to come up, and every time we stop something has to be done. My fan got jammed and delayed us some time, but have got it right again. Mr. Evans had to go back for his spare gear owing to someone not bringing it out in mistake. He had a good tramp as we were about 15 miles out from Hut Point. October 29, 1911. Again we got away, but did not get far before the other car began to give trouble. I went back to see what was the matter. It seems the petrol is dirty due perhaps to putting in a new drum, anyhow got her up and camped for lunch. After lunch made a move, and all seemed to be going well when Mr. Day's car gave out at the crank brasses the same as mine, so we shall have to see what is the next best thing to do. October 30th, 1911. This morning before getting the car on the way had to reconstruct our loads as Mr. Day's car is finished and no more use for further service. We have got all four of us with one car now. Things seems to be going fairly well, but we are still troubled with the overheating, which means to say half our time is wasted. We can see dawning on us the harness before long. We covered 7 miles and camped for the night. We are now about 6 miles from Corner Camp. October 31st, 1911. Got away with difficulty, and nearly reached Corner Camp, but the weather was unkind and forced us to camp early. One thing, we have been able to bring along a good supply of pony food and most of the man food, but so far the motor sledges have proved a failure. November 1st, 1911. Started away with the usual amount of agony, and soon arrived at Corner Camp, where we left a note to Captain Scott explaining the cause of our breakdown. I told Mr. Evans to say this sledge won't go much farther. After getting about a mile past Corner Camp my engine gave out finally, so here is an end to the motor sledges. I can't say I am sorry, because I am not, and the others are, I think, of the same opinion as myself. We have had a heavy task pulling the heavy sledges up every time we stopped, which was pretty frequent. Even now we have to start man-hauling. We shall not be much more tired than we have already been at night when we had finished. Now comes the man-hauling part of the show. After reorganizing our sledge and taking aboard all the man food we can pull, we started with 190 pounds per man. A strong head wind made it a bit uncomfortable for getting along. Anyhow, we made good about 3 miles and camped for the night. The surface not being very good made the traveling a bit heavy. After 3 days man-hauling. November 5th, 1911. Made good about 14.5 miles. If the surface would only remain as it is now, we could get along pretty well. We are now thinking of the ponies being on their way. Hope they will get better luck than we had with the motor sledges, but by what I can see they will have a tough time of it. November 6th, 1911. Today we have worked hard and covered a good distance, 12 miles, surface rough but slippery. All seems to be going pretty well, but we have generally had enough by the time comes for us to camp. November 7th, 1911. We have again made good progress, but the light was very trying. Sometimes we could not see at all where we were going. I tried to find some of the cairns that were built by the depot party last year. Came upon one this afternoon, which is about 20 miles from One Ton Depot. So at the rate we have been traveling we ought to reach there sometime tomorrow night. Temperature today was pretty low, but we are beginning to get hardened into it now. November 8th, 1911. Made a good start, but the surface is getting softer every day and makes our legs ache. We arrived at One Ton Depot and camped. Then proceeded to dig out some of the provisions. We have to take on all the man food we can. This is a wild-looking place, no doubt. Have not seen anything of the ponies. November 9th, 1911. Today we have started on the second stage of our journey. Our orders are to proceed 1 degree south of One Ton Depot and wait for the ponies and dogs to come up with us. As we have been making good distances each day, the party will hardly overtake us, but we have found today the load is much heavier to drag. We have just over 200 pounds per man, and we have been brought up on several occasions, and to start again required a pretty good strain on the rope. Anyhow, we done 10.5 miles, a pretty good show considering all things. November 10th, 1911. Again we started off with plenty of vim, but it was jolly tough work, and it begins to tell on all of us. The surface today is covered with soft crystals which don't improve things. Tonight Hooper is pretty well done up, but he have stuck it well, and I hope he will. Although he could not tackle the food in the best of spirits, we know he wanted it. Mr. Evans, Mr. Day and myself could eat more, as we are just beginning to feel the tightening of the belt. Made good 11.25 miles, and we are now building cairns all the way, one about 3 miles, then again at lunch and one in the afternoon and one at night. This will keep us employed. November 11th, 1911. Today it has been very heavy work. The surface is very bad and we are pretty well full up. but not with food. Man-hauling is no doubt the hardest work one can do, no wonder the motor sledges could not stand it. I have been thinking of the trials I witnessed of the motor engines in Wolseley's works in Birmingham. They were pretty stiff but nothing compared to the drag of a heavy load on the barrier surface. November 12, 1911. Today have been similar to the 2 previous days, but the light have been bad and snow have been falling which do not improve the surface. We have been doing 10 miles a day geographical and quite enough too, as we have all had enough by time it goes camp. November 13, 1911. The weather seems to be on the change. Should not be surprised if we don't get a blizzard before long, but of course we don't want that. Hooper seems a bit faggied but he sticks it pretty well. Mr. Day keeps on plodding, his only complaint is should like a little more to eat. November 14, 1911. When we started this morning Mr. Evans said we had about 15 miles to go to reach the required distance. The hauling have been about the same, but the weather is somewhat finer and the blizzard gone off. We did 10 miles and camped. Have not seen anything of the main party yet but shall not be surprised to see them at any time. November 15, 1911. We are camped after doing 5 miles where we are supposed to be, lat. 80 degrees 2 foot, now we have to wait the others coming up. Mr. Evans is quite proud to think we have arrived before the others caught us, but we don't expect they will be long, although we have nothing to be ashamed of as our daily distance have been good. We have built a large cairn this afternoon before turning in. The weather is cold but excellent. They waited there 6 days before the pony party arrived, when the upper barrier depot, Mount Hooper, was left in the cairn. Chapter 9. The Polar Journey. Come, my friends. 'Tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off, and sitting well in order smite the sounding furrows. For my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset, and the baths of all the western stars, until I die. It may be that the gulfs will wash us down. It may be we shall touch the happy isles, and see the great Achilles, whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, one equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Tennyson, Ulysses. Take it all in all, it is wonderful that the South Pole was reached so soon after the North Pole had been conquered. From Cape Columbia to the North Pole, straight going, is 413 geographical miles, and Peary, who took on his expedition 246 dogs, covered this distance in 37 days. From Hut Point to the South Pole and back is 1,532 geographical or 1,766 statute miles. The distance to the top of the Beardmore Glacier alone being more than 100 miles farther than Peary had to cover to the North Pole. Scott traveled from Hut Point to the South Pole in 75 days, and to the Pole and back to his last camp in 147 days, a period of 5 months. A, C, G. All miles are geographical unless otherwise stated. Chapter 1. The Barrier Stage. The departure from Cape Evans at 11 p.m. on November 1st is described by Griffith Taylor, who started a few days later on the second geological journey with his own party. On the October 31st the pony parties started. 2 weak ponies led by Atkinson and Cohane were sent off first at 4:30, and I accompanied them for about a mile. Cohane's pony rejoiced in the name of Jimmy Pig, and he stepped out much better than his fleeter-named mate Jehu. We heard through the telephone of their safe arrival at Hut Point. Next morning the southern party finished their mail, posting it in the packing case on Atkinson's bunk, and then at 11 a.m. the last party were ready for the pole. They had packed the sledges overnight, and they took 20 pounds, personal baggage. The owner had asked me what book he should take. He wanted something fairly filling. I recommended Tyndall's Glaciers, if he wouldn't find it coolish. He didn't fancy this. So then I said, why not take Browning, as I'm doing? And I believe that he did so. Wright's pony was the first harness to its sledge. Chinaman is Jeyu's rival for last place, and as some compensation is easy to harness. Seaman Evans led Snatcher, who used to rush ahead and take the lead as soon as he was harnessed. Cherry had Michael, a steady goer, and Wilson led Nobby, the pony rescued from the killer whales in March. Scott let out Snippets to the sledges, and harnessed him to the foremost, with little Anton's help, only it turned out to be Bauer's sledge. However, he transferred in a few minutes and marched off rapidly to the south. Christopher, as usual, behaved like a demon. First they had to trice his front leg up tight under his shoulder, then it took 5 minutes to throw him. The sledge was brought up and he was harnessed in while his head was held down on the floe. Finally he rose up, still on 3 legs, and started off galloping as well as he was able. After several violent kicks his foreleg was released, and after more watch-spring flicks with his hind legs he set off fairly steadily. Titus can't stop him when once he has started, and will have to do the 15 miles in 1 lap probably. Dear old Titus, that was my last memory of him. Imperturbable as ever. Never hasty, never angry, but soothing that vicious animal, and determined to get the best out of most unpromising material in his endeavor to do his simple duty. Bowers was last to leave. His pony, Victor, nervous but not vicious, was soon in the traces. I ran to the end of the cape and watched the little cavalcade, already strung out into remote units, rapidly fade into the lonely white waste to southward. That evening I had a chat with Wilson over the telephone from the Discovery Hut, my last communication with those 5 gallant spirits, 181. All the ponies arrived at Hut Point by 4 p.m. Just in time to escape a stiff blow. 3 of them were housed with ourselves inside the hut, the rest being put into the veranda. The march showed that with their loads the speed of the different ponies varied to such an extent that individuals were soon separated by miles. It reminded me of a regatta or a somewhat disorganized fleet with ships of very unequal speed. 182. It was decided to change to night marching, and the following evening we proceeded in the following order, which was the way of our going for the present. The 3 slowest ponies started first, namely, Jeyu with Atkinson, Chinaman with Wright, James Pigg with Cohane. This party was known as the Baltic Fleet. 2 hours later Scott's party followed. Scott with Snippets, Wilson with Nobby, and myself with Michael. Both these parties camped for lunch in the middle of the night's march. After another hour the remaining 4 men set to work to get Christopher into his sledge. When he was started they harnessed in their own ponies as quickly as possible and followed, making a non-stop run right through the night's march. It was bad for men and ponies, but it was impossible to camp in the middle of the march owing to Christopher. The composition of this party was, Oates with Christopher, Bowers with Victor, Seaman Evans with Snatcher, Crean with Bones. Each of these 3 parties was self-contained with tent, cooker and weekly bag, and the times of starting were so planned that the 3 parties arrived at the end of the march about the same time. There was a strong head wind and low drift as we rounded Cape Armitage on our way to the Barrier and the future. Probably there were few of us who did not wonder when we should see the old familiar place again. Scott's party camped at Safety Camp as the Baltic Fleet were getting underway again. Soon afterwards Ponting appeared with a dog sledge and a cinematograph, how anomalous it seemed, which was up in time to catch the flying rearguard which came along in fine form. Snatcher leading and being stopped every now and again, a wonderful little beast. Christopher had given the usual trouble when harnessed, but was evidently subdued by the Barrier surface. However, it was not thought advisable to halt him, and so the party fled through in the wake of the advance guard 183. Immediately afterwards Scott's party packed up. Goodbye and good luck, from Ponting, a wave of the hand not holding in a frisky pony, and we had left the last link with the hut. The future is in the lap of the gods. I can think of nothing left undone to deserve success. 184. The general scheme was to average 10 miles, 11.5 statute, a day from Hut Point to 1 Ton Depot with the ponies lightly laden. From 1 ton to the gateway a daily average of 13 miles, 15 statute, was necessary to carry 24 weekly units of food for 4 men each to the bottom of the glacier. This was the barrier stage of the journey, a distance of 369 miles, 425 statute, as actually run on our sledge meter. The 24 weekly units of food were to carry the polar party and 2 supporting parties forward to their farthest point, and back again to the bottom of the Beardmore, where 3 more units were to be left in a depot. 185. All went well this first day on the barrier, and encouraging messages left on empty petrol drums told us that the motors were going well when they passed. But the next day we passed 5 petrol drums which had been dumped. This meant that there was trouble, and some 14 miles from Hut Point we learned that the big end of the No. 2-cylinder of Day's motor had broken, and half a mile beyond we found the motor itself, drifted up with snow, and looking a mournful wreck. The next day's march, Sunday, November 5, a.m., brought us to Corner Camp. There were a few legs down crevasses during the day but nothing to worry about. From here we could see to the south an ominous mark in the snow which we hoped might not prove to be the second motor. It was the big end of No. 1 cylinder had cracked, the machine otherwise in good order. Evidently the engines are not fitted to working in this climate, a fact that should be certainly capable of correction. One thing is proved, the system of propulsion is altogether satisfactory. 186 and again, it is a disappointment. I had hoped better of the machines once they got away on the barrier surface. 187. Scott had set his heart upon the success of the motors. He had run them in Norway and Switzerland, and everything was done that care and forethought could suggest. At the back of his mind, I feel sure, was the wish to abolish the cruelty which the use of ponies and dogs necessarily entails. A small measure of success will be enough to show their possibilities, their ability to revolutionize polar transport. Seeing the machines at work today, leaving Cape Evans, and remembering that every defect so far shown is purely mechanical, it is impossible not to be convinced of their value. But the trifling mechanical defects and lack of experience show the risk of cutting out trials. A season of experiment with a small workshop at hand may be all that stands between success and failure. 188. I do not believe that Scott built high hopes on these motors, but it was a chance to help those who followed him. Scott was always trying to do that. Did they succeed or fail? They certainly did not help us much, the motor which traveled farthest drawing a heavy load to just beyond Corner Camp. But even so 50 statute miles is 50 miles, and that they did it at all was an enormous advance. The distance traveled included hard and soft surfaces, and we found later when the snow bridges fell in during the summer that this car had crossed safely some broad crevasses. Also they worked in temperatures down to -30 degrees Fahrenheit. All this was to the good, for no motor-driven machine had traveled on the barrier before. The general design seemed to be right, all that was now wanted was experience. As an experiment they were successful in the south, but Scott never knew their true possibilities. For they were the direct ancestors of the tanks in France. Night marching had its advantages and disadvantages. The ponies were pulling in the colder part of the day and resting in the warm, which was good. Their coats dried well in the sun, and after a few days to get accustomed to the new conditions, they slept and fed in comparative comfort. On the other hand, the pulling surface was undoubtedly better when the sun was high and the temperature warmer. Taking one thing with another, there was no doubt that night marching was better for ponies, but we seldom if ever tried it man-hauling. Camp on the Barrier, E.A. Wilson. Just now there was an amazing difference between day and night conditions. At midnight one was making short work of everything. Nursing fingers after doing up harness with minus temperatures and nasty cold winds, by supper time the next morning we were sitting on our sledges writing up our diaries or meteorological logs. And even dabbling our bare toes in the snow, but not for long. Shades of darkness. How different all this was from what we had been through. My personal impression of this early summer sledging on the barrier was one of constant wonder at its comfort. One had forgotten that a tent could be warm and a sleeping bag dry, so deep were the contrary impressions that only actual experience was convincing. It is a sweltering day, the air breathless, the glare intense. One loses sight of the fact that the temperature is low, -22°. One's mind seeks comparison in hot sunlit streets and scorching pavements, yet 6 hours ago my thumb was frostbitten. All the inconveniences of frozen footwear and damp clothes and sleeping bags have vanished entirely. 189. We could not expect to get through this windy area of Corner Camp without some bad weather. The wind-blown surface improved, the ponies took their heavier loads with ease, but as we came to our next camp it was banking up to the S.E. and the breeze freshened almost immediately. We built pony walls hurriedly and by the time we had finished supper it was blowing force 5 a.m. November 6, Camp 4. There was a moderate gale with some drift all day which increased to force 8 with more drift at night. It was impossible to march. The drift took off a bit the next morning, and Mears and Dimitri with the 2 dog teams appeared and camped astern of us. This was according to previous plan by which the dog teams were to start after us and catch us up, since they traveled faster than the ponies. The snow and drift necessitated digging out ponies again and again to keep them well sheltered from the wind. The walls made a splendid lee, but some sledges at the extremities were buried altogether. And our tent being rather close to windward of our wall got the back eddy and was continually being snowed up above the door. After noon the snow ceased except for surface drift. Snatcher knocked his section of the wall over, and Jehu did so more than ever. All ponies looked pretty miserable, as in spite of the shelter they were bunged up, eyes and all, in drift which had become ice and could not be removed without considerable difficulty. 190. Towards evening it ceased drifting altogether, but a wind, force 4, kept up with disconcerting regularity. Eventually Atkinson's party got away at midnight. Castle Rock is still visible, but will be closed by the north end of White Island in the next march, then goodbye to the old landmarks for many a long day. 191. The next day, November 8, 9, started at midnight and had a very pleasant march. Truly sledging in such weather is great. Mounts Discovery and Morning, which we gradually closed, looked fine in the general panorama of mountains. We are now nearly abreast the north end of the bluff. We all came up to camp together this morning. It looked like a meet of the hounds, and Jehu ran away. 192. The next march was just the opposite. Wind force 5 to 6 and falling snow. The surface was very slippery in parts and on the hard sastrugi it was a case of falling or stumbling continually. The light got so bad that one might have been walking in the clouds for all that could be discerned, and yet it was only snowing slightly. The bluff became completely obscured, and the usual signs of a blizzard were accentuated. At lunch Camp Scott packed up and followed us. We overhauled Atkinson about 1.5 hours later, he having camped, and we were not sorry. As in addition to marching against a fresh southerly breeze the light brought a tremendous strain on the eyes in following tracks. 193 a little more than 8 miles for the day's total. We carried these depressing conditions for 3 more marches, that is till the morning of November 13. The surface was wretched, the weather horrid, the snow persistent, covering everything with soft downy flakes, inch upon inch, and mile upon mile. There are glimpses of despondency in the diaries. If this should come as an exception, our luck will be truly awful. The camp is very silent and cheerless, signs that things are going awry. 194, the weather was horrid, overcast, gloomy, snowy. One's spirits became very low. 195, I expected these marches to be a little difficult, but not near so bad as today. 196 indefinite conditions always tried Scott most, positive disasters put him into more cheerful spirits than most. In the big gale coming south when the ship nearly sank, and when we lost one of the cherished motors through the sea ice, his was one of the few cheerful faces I saw. Even when the ship ran aground off Cape Evans he was not despondent. But this kind of thing irked him. Bowers wrote, "The unpleasant weather and bad surface, and Chinaman's indisposition, combined to make the outlook unpleasant." And on arrival, in camp, I was not surprised to find that Scott had a grievance. He felt that in arranging the consumption of forage his own unit had not been favored with the same reduction as ours, in fact accused me of putting upon his 3 horses to save my own. We went through the weights in detail after our meal, and, after a certain amount of argument, decided to carry on as we were going. I can quite understand his feelings, and after our experience of last year a bad day like this makes him fear our beasts are going to fail us. The talent, i.e. the doctors, examine Chinaman, who begins to show signs of wear. Poor ancient little beggar, he ought to be a pensioner instead of finishing his days on a job of this sort. Jehu looks pretty rocky too, but seeing that we did not expect him to reach the glacier tongue, and that he has now done more than 100 miles from Cape Evans, one really does not know what to expect of these creatures. Certainly Titus thinks, as he has always said, that they are the most unsuitable scrap-heap crowd of unfit creatures that could possibly be got together. 197. The weather was about as poisonous as one could wish, a fresh breeze and driving snow from the east with an awful surface. The recently fallen snow thickly covered the ground with powdery stuff that the unfortunate ponies fairly wallowed in. If it was only ourselves to consider I should not mind a bit, but to see our best ponies being hit like this at the start is most distressing. A single march like that of last night must shorten their usefulness by days, and here we are a fortnight out, and barely 1/3 of the distance to the glacier covered, with every pony showing signs of wear. Victor looks a lean and lanky beast compared with his condition 2 weeks ago, 198. But the ponies began to go better. And it was about this time that Jehu was styled the Barrier Wonder, and Chinaman the Thunderbolt. Our 4 ponies have suffered most, writes Bowers. I don't agree with Titus that it is best to march them right through without a lunch camp. They were undoubtedly pretty tired, and worst of all did not go their feeds properly. It was a fine warm morning for them, November 13th, plus 15 degrees, our warmest temperature hitherto. In the afternoon it came on to snow in large flakes like one would get at home. I have never seen such snow down here before, it makes the surface very bad for the sledges. The ponies' manes and rugs were covered in little knots of ice. The next march, November 13, 14, was rather better, though the going was very deep and heavy, and all the ponies were showing signs of wear and tear. This was followed by a delightfully warm day, and all the animals were standing drowsily in the sunshine. We could see the land far away behind us, the first sight of land we had had for many days. On November 15 we reached One Ton Depot, having traveled 130 miles from Hut Point. The 2 sledges left standing were still upright, and the tattered remains of a flag flapped over the main cairn. In a salt tin lashed to the bamboo flagpole was a note from Lieutenant Evans to say that he had gone on with the motor party 5 days before, and would continue man-hauling to 80°0' south, and await us there. He has done something over 30 miles in 2.5 days, exceedingly good going. 199 We dug out the cairn, which we found just as we had left it except that there was a big tongue of drift, level with the top of the cairn to leeward, and running about 150 yards to N.E. Showing that the prevailing wind here is SW. 9 months before we had sprinkled some oats on the surface of the snow hoping to get a measurement of the accretion of snow during the winter. Unfortunately we were unable to find the oats again, but other evidence went to show that the snow deposit was very small. A minimum thermometer which was lashed with great care to a framework registered -73 degrees. After the temperatures already experienced by us on the barrier during the winter and spring this was surprisingly high, especially as our minimum temperatures were taken under the sledge. Which means that the thermometer is shaded from radiation, while this thermometer at 1 ton was left open to the sky. On the winter journey we found that a shaded thermometer registered -69 degrees when an unshaded one registered -75 degrees, a difference of 6 degrees. All the provisions left here were found to be in excellent condition. We then had a prolonged council of war. This meant that Scott called Bowers, and perhaps Oates, into our tent after supper was finished in the morning. Somehow these conferences were always rather serio-comic. On this occasion, as was usually the case, the question was ponies. It was decided to wait here one day and rest them, as there was ample food. The main discussion centered round the amount of forage to be taken on from here, while the state of the ponies. The amount they could pull and the distance they could go had to be taken into consideration. Oates thinks the ponies will get through, but that they have lost condition quicker than he expected. Considering his usually pessimistic attitude, this must be thought a hopeful view. Personally, I am much more hopeful. I think that a good many of the beasts are actually in better form than when they started, and that there is no need to be alarmed about the remainder. Always excepting the weak ones which we have always regarded with doubt. Well, we must wait and see how things go. 200. The decision made was to take just enough food to get the ponies to the glacier, allowing for the killing of some of them before that date. It was obvious that Jehu and Chinaman could not go very much farther, and it was also necessary that ponies should be killed in order to feed the dogs. The 2 dog teams were carrying about a week's pony food, but they were unable to advance more than a fortnight from 1 ton without killing ponies. This decision practically meant that Scott abandoned the idea of taking ponies up the glacier. This was a great relief, for the crevassed state of the lower reaches of the glacier as described by Shackleton led us to believe that the attempt was suicidal. All the winter our brains were exercised to try and devise some method by which the ponies could be driven from behind. And by which the connection between pony and sledge could be loosed if the pony fell into a crevasse, but I confess that there seemed little chance of this happening. From all we saw of the glacier I am convinced that there is no reasonable chance of getting ponies up it. And that dogs could only be driven down it if the way up was most carefully surveyed and kept on the return. I am sure that in this kind of uncertainty the mental strain on the leader of a party is less than that on his men. The leader knows quite well what he thinks worth while risking or not. In this case Scott probably was always of the opinion that it would not be worth while taking ponies onto the glacier. The pony leaders, however, only knew that the possibility was ahead of them. I can remember now the relief with which we heard that it was not intended that Wilson should take Nobby, the fittest of our ponies, farther than the gateway. Up to now Christopher had lived up to his reputation, as the following extracts from Bowers' diary will show. 3 times we downed him, and he got up and threw us about. With all 4 of us hanging on like grim death. He nearly had me under him once. He seems fearfully strong, but it is a pity he wastes so much good energy. Christopher, as usual, was strapped on 3 legs and then got down on his knees. He gets more cunning each time, and if he does not succeed in biting or kicking one of us before long it won't be his fault. He finds the soft snow does not hurt his knees like the sea ice, and so plunges about on them ad lib. One's Finsco are so slippery that it is difficult to exert full strength on him, and today he bowled Oates over and got away altogether. Fortunately the lashing on his 4th leg held fast, and we were able to secure him when he rejoined the other animals. Finally he lay down, and thought he had defeated us, but we had the sledge connected up by that time, and as he got up we rushed him forward before he had time to kick over the traces. Dmitri came and gave us a hand with Chris. 3 of us hung on to him while the other 2 connected up the sledge. We had a struggle for over 20 minutes, and he managed to tread on me, but no damage done. Got Chris in by a dodge. Titus did away with his back strap, and nearly had him away unaided before he realized that the hated sledge was fast to him. Unfortunately he started off just too soon, and bolted with only 1 trace fast. This pivoted him to starboard, and he charged the line. I expected a mix-up, but he stopped at the wall between Bones and Snatcher, and we cast off and cleared sledge before trying again. By laying the traces down the side of the sledge instead of ahead, we got him off his guard again, and he was away before he knew what had occurred. We had a bad time with Chris again. He remembered having been bluffed before, and could not be got near the sledge at all. 3 times he broke away, but fortunately he always ran back among the other ponies, and not out onto the barrier. Finally we had to down him, and he was so tired with his recent struggles that after one abortive attempt we got him fast and away. Meanwhile it was not so much the difficulties of sledging as the depressing blank conditions in which our march was so often made, that gave us such troubles as we had. The routine of a tent makes a lot of difference. Scott's tent was a comfortable one to live in, and I was always glad when I was told to join it, and sorry to leave. He was himself extraordinarily quick, and no time was ever lost by his party in camping or breaking camp. He was most careful, some said over-careful, but I do not think so, that everything should be neat and shipshape, and there was a recognized place for everything. On the depot journey we were bidden to see that every particle of snow was beaten off our clothing and finsko before entering the tent. If it was drifting we had to do this after entering, and the snow was carefully cleared off the floorcloth. Afterwards each tent was supplied with a small brush with which to perform this office. In addition to other obvious advantages, this materially helped to keep clothing, finsko, and sleeping bags dry, and thus prolong the life of furs. After all is said and done, said Wilson one day after supper, the best sledger is the man who sees what has to be done, and does it, and says nothing about it. Scott agreed. And if you were sledging with the owner, you had to keep your eyes wide open for the little things which cropped up, and do them quickly, and say nothing about them. There is nothing so irritating as the man who is always coming in and informing all and sundry that he has repaired his sledge, or built a wall, or filled the cooker, or mended his socks. I moved into Scott's tent for the first time in the middle of the depot journey, and was enormously impressed by the comfort which a careful routine of this nature evoked. There was a homelike air about the tent at supper time, and, though a lunch camp in the middle of the night is always rather bleak, there was never anything slovenly. Another thing which struck me even more forcibly was the cooking. We were of course on just the same ration as the tent from which I had come. I was hungry and said so. Bad cooking, said Wilson shortly, and so it was. For in 2 or 3 days the sharpest edge was off my hunger. Wilson and Scott had learned many a cooking tip in the past, and, instead of the same old meal day by day, the weekly ration was so maneuvered by a clever cook that it was seldom quite the same meal. Sometimes pemmican plain, or thicker pemmican with some arrowroot mixed with it, at others we surrendered a biscuit and a half apiece and had a dry hush, i.e. biscuit fried in pemmican with a little water added, and a good big cup of cocoa to follow. Dry hushes also saved oil. There were cocoa and tea upon which to ring the changes, or better still, teako, which combined the stimulating qualities of tea with the food value of cocoa. Then much could be done with the dessertspoonful of raisins which was our daily whack. They were good soaked in the tea, but best perhaps in with the biscuits and pemmican as a dry hush. You are going far to earn my undying gratitude, Cherry, was a satisfied remark of Scott one evening when, having saved, unbeknownst to my companions, some of their daily ration of cocoa, arrowroot, sugar and raisins, I made a chocolate hush. But I am afraid he had indigestion next morning. There were meals when we had interesting little talks, as when I find in my diary that, we had a jolly lunch meal, discussing authors. Barrie, Galsworthy and others are personal friends of Scott. Someone told Max Beerbohm that he was like Captain Scott, and immediately, so Scott assured us, he grew a beard. But about 3 weeks out the topics of conversation became threadbare. From then onwards it was often that whole days passed without conversation beyond the routine camp ho. All ready? Pack up. Spell ho. The latter after some 2 hours pulling. When man-hauling we used to start pulling immediately we had the tent down, the sledge packed and our harness over our bodies and ski on our feet. After about a quarter of an hour the effects of the marching would be felt in the warming of hands and feet and the consequent thawing of our mitts and finsko. We then halted long enough for everybody to adjust their ski and clothing, then on, perhaps for 2 hours or more, before we halted again. Since it had been decided to lighten the ponies' weights, we left at least 100 pounds of pony forage behind when we started from 1 ton on the night of November 16, 17 on our first 13-mile march. This was a distinct saving, and instead of 695 pounds each with which the 6 stronger ponies left Corner Camp, they now pulled only 625 pounds. XVIII had only 455 pounds and Chinaman 448 pounds. The dog teams had 860 pounds of pony food between them, and according to plan the 2 teams were to carry 1,570 pounds, from 1 ton between them. These weights included the sledges, with straps and fittings, which weighed about 45 pounds. Summer seemed long in coming for we marched into a considerable breeze and the temperature was -18 degrees. Oates and Seaman Evans had quite a crop of frostbites. I pointed out to Mears that his nose was gone, but he left it, saying that he had got tired of it, and it would thaw out by and by. The ponies were going better for their rest. The next day's march was over crusty snow with a layer of loose powdery snow at the top, and a temperature of -21 degrees was chilly. Towards the end of it Scott got frightened that the ponies were not going as well as they should. Another council of war was held, and it was decided that an average of 13 miles a day must be done at all costs, and that another sack of forage should be dumped here. Putting the ponies on short rations later, if necessary. Oates agreed, but said the ponies were going better than he expected, that XVIII and Chinaman might go a week, and almost certainly would go 3 days. Bowers was always against this dumping. Meanwhile Scott wrote, "It's touch and go whether we scrape up to the glacier, meanwhile we get along somehow." 201. Parhelia, E.A. Wilson. As a result of one of Christopher's tantrums Bowers records that his sledge meter was carried away this morning. I took my sledge meter into the tent after breakfast and rigged up a fancy lashing with raw hide thongs so as to give it the necessary play with security. A splendid parhelia exhibition was caused by the ice crystals. Round the sun was a 22 degrees halo, that is a halo 22 degrees from the sun's image, with 4 mock suns in rainbow colors, and outside this another halo in complete rainbow colors. Above the sun were the arcs of 2 other circles touching these halos, and the arcs of the great all-round circle could be seen faintly on either side. Below was a dome-shaped glare of white which contained an exaggerated mock sun, which was as dazzling as the sun himself. Altogether a fine example of a pretty common phenomenon down here. And the next day, we saw the party ahead in inverted mirage some distance above their heads. In the next 3 marches we covered our daily 13 miles, for the most part without very great difficulty. But poor XVIII was in a bad way, stopping every few hundred yards. It was a funereal business for the leaders of these crock ponies. And at this stage of the journey Atkinson, Wright and Cohane had many more difficulties than most of us, and the success of their ponies was largely due to their patience and care. Incidentally big icicles formed upon the ponies' noses during the march and Chinaman used Wright's windproof blouse as a handkerchief. During the last of these marches, that is on the morning of November 21, we saw a massive cairn ahead, and found there the motor party, consisting of Lieutenant Evans, Day, Lashley and Hooper. The cairn was in 80 degrees 2 minutes, and under the name Mount Hooper formed our upper barrier depot. We left there 3s, summit, rations, 2 cases of emergency biscuits and 2 cases of oil, which constituted 3 weekly food units for the 3 parties which were to advance from the bottom of the Beardmore Glacier. This food was to take them back from 80 degrees 2 minutes to 1 ton camp. We all camped for the night 3 miles farther on, 16 men, 5 tents, 10 ponies, 23 dogs and 13 sledges. The man-hauling party had been waiting for 6 days, and, having expected us before, were getting anxious about us. They declared that they were very hungry, and Day, who was always long and thin, looked quite gaunt. Some spare biscuits which we gave them from our tent were carried off with gratitude. The rest of us who were driving dogs or leading ponies still found our barrier ration satisfying. We had now been out 3 weeks and had traveled 192 miles, and formed a very good idea as to what the ponies could do. The Crocs had done wonderfully. We hope Jehu will last 3 days. He will then be finished in any case and fed to the dogs. It is amusing to see Mears looking eagerly for the chance of a feed for his animals. He has been expecting it daily. On the other hand, Atkinson and Oates are eager to get the poor animal beyond the point at which Shackleton killed his first beast. Reports on Chinamen are very favorable, and it really looks as though the ponies are going to do what is hoped of them. 202 from first to last Nobby, who was rescued from the floe, was the strongest pony we had, and was now drawing a heavier load than any other pony by 50 pounds. He was a well-shaped, contented kind of animal, misnamed a pony. Indeed, several of our beasts were too large to fit this description. Christopher, of course, was wearing himself out quicker than most, but all of them had lost a lot of weight in spite of the fact that they had all the oats and oil cake they could eat. Bowers writes of his pony. Victor, my pony, has taken to leading the line, like his opposite number last season. He is a steady goer, and as gentle as a dear old sheep. I can hardly realize the strenuous times I had with him only a month ago, when it took about 4 of us to get him harnessed to a sledge. And 2 of us every time with all our strength to keep him from bolting when in it. Even at the start of the journey he was as nearly unmanageable as any beast could be, and always liable to bolt from sheer excess of spirits. He is more sober now after 3 weeks of featureless barrier, but I think I am more fond of him than ever. He has lost his rotundity, like all the other horses, and is a long-legged, angular beast, very ugly as horses go, but still I would not change him for any other. The ponies were fed by their leaders at the lunch and supper halts, and by Oates and Bowers during the sleep halt about 4 hours before we marched. Several of them developed a troublesome habit of swinging their nosebags off, some as soon as they were put on, others in their anxiety to reach the corn still left uneaten in the bottom of the bag. We had to lash their bags on to their headstalls. Victor got hold of his head rope yesterday, and devoured it, not because he is hungry, as he won't eat all his allowance even now. 203. The original intention was that Day and Hooper should return from 80°0', but it was now decided that their unit of 4 should remain intact for a few days, and constitute a light man-hauling advance party to make the track. The weather was much more pleasant and we saw the sun most days, while I note only one temperature below -20° since leaving 1 ton. The ponies sank in a cruel distance some days, but we were certainly not overworking them and they had as much food as they could eat. We knew the grim part was to come, but we never realized how grim it was to be. From this northern barrier depot the ponies were mostly drawing less than 500 pounds. And we had hopes of getting through to the glacier without much difficulty. All depended on the weather, and just now it was glorious, and the ponies were going steadily together. Jehu, the crockiest of the crocs, was led back along the track and shot on the evening of November 24th, having reached a point at least 15 miles beyond that where Shackleton shot his first pony. When it is considered that it was doubtful whether he could start at all, this must be conceded to have been a triumph of horse management in which both Oates and Atkinson shared. Though neither so much as Jehu himself, for he must have had a good spirit to have dragged his poor body so far. A year's care and good feeding, 3 weeks' work with good treatment, a reasonable load and a good ration, and then a painless end. If anybody can call that cruel, I cannot either understand it or agree with them. Thus Bowers, who continues, the midnight sun reflected from the snow has started to burn my face and lips. I smear them with hazeline before turning in, and find it a good thing. Wearing goggles has absolutely prevented any recurrence of snow blindness. Captain Scott says they make me see everything through rose-colored spectacles. We said goodbye to Day and Hooper next morning, and they set their faces northwards and homewards. 204 two-men parties on the barrier are not much fun. Day had certainly done his best about the motors and they had helped us over a bad bit of initial surface. That night Scott wrote, "Only a few more marches to feel safe in getting to our goal." 2:05 at the lunch halt on November 26, in lat. 81 degrees 5 minutes, we left our middle barrier depot, containing 1 week's provisions for each returning unit as at Mount Hooper, a reduction of 200 pounds in our weights. The march that day was very trying. It is always rather dismal work walking over the great snow plain when sky and surface merge in one pall of dead whiteness. But it is cheering to be in such good company with everything going on steadily and well. 206. There was no doubt that the animals were tiring, and a tired animal makes a tired man. I find 207 the next day, November 28, was no better, the most dismal start imaginable. Thick as a hedge, snow falling and drifting with keen southerly wind. 208. Bowers notes, "We have now run down a whole degree of latitude without a fine day, or anything but clouds, mist, and driving snow from the south. We certainly did have some difficult marches, one of the worst effects of which was that we knew we must be making a winding course and we had to pick up our depots on the return somehow." Here is a typical bad morning from Bowers' diary. "The first 4 miles of the march were utter misery for me, as Victor, either through lassitude or because he did not like having to plug into the wind, went as slow as a funeral horse. The light was so bad that wearing goggles was most necessary, and the driving snow filled them up as fast as you cleared them. I dropped a long way astern of the cavalcade, could hardly see them at times through the snow, but the fear that Victor, of all the beasts, should give out was like a nightmare. I have always been used to starting later than the others by a quarter of a mile, and catching them up. At the 4-mile cairn I was about fed up to the neck with it. But I said very little as everybody was so disgusted with the weather and things in general that I saw that I was not the only one in tribulation. Victor turned up trumps after that. He stepped out and led the line in his old place, and at a good swinging pace considering the surface, my temper and spirits improving at every step. In the afternoon he went splendidly again, and finished up by rolling in the snow when I had taken his harness off, a thing he has not done for 10 or 12 days. It certainly does not look like exhaustion. Indeed these days we were fighting for our marches, and Chinaman who was killed this night seemed well out of it. He reached a point less than 90 miles from the glacier, though this was small comfort to him. Stumbling and groping our way along as we had been during the last blizzard, we were totally unprepared for the sight which met us during our next march on November 29. The great ramp of mountains which ran to the west of us, and would soon bar our way to the south, partly cleared, and right on top of us it seemed were the triple peaks of Mount Markham. After some 300 miles of bleak, monotonous barrier it was a wonderful sight indeed. We camped at night in latitude 82 degrees 1 minute south, 4 miles beyond Scott's previous farthest south in 1902. Then they had the best of luck in clear fine weather, which Shackleton has also recorded at this stage of his southern journey. It is curious to see how depressed all our diaries become when this bad weather obtained, and how quickly we must have cheered up whenever the sun came out. There is no doubt that a similar effect was produced upon the ponies. Truth to tell, the mental strain upon those responsible was very great in these early days, and there is little of outside interest to relieve the mind. The crystal surface which was an invisible carpet yesterday becomes a shining glorious sheet of many colors today. The irregularities which caused you so many falls are now quite clear and you step on or over them without a thought, and when there is added some of the most wonderful scenery in the world it is hard to recall in the enjoyment of the present how irritable and weary you felt only 20 hours ago. The whisper of the sledge, the hiss of the primus, the smell of the hoosh and the soft folds of your sleeping bag, how jolly they can all be, and generally were. I would that I could once again around the cooker sit, and hearken to its soft refrain, and feel so jolly fit. Instead of home life's silken chains, the uneventful round, I long to be mid snow-swept plains. In harness, outward bound. With the pad, of Finskoed feet. With 200 pounds per man. Not enough hush or biscuit to eat. Well done, lads. Up tent. Outspan. Nelson in the South Polar Times. Certainly as we skirted these mountains, range upon range, during the next 2 marches, November 30th and December 1st, we felt we could have little cause for complaint. They brought us to lat. 82 degrees 7 minutes south, and here we left our last depot on the barrier, called the Southern Barrier Depot, with a week's ration for each returning party as usual. The man food is enough for 1 week for each returning unit of 4 men, the next depot beyond being the Middle Barrier Depot, 73 miles north. As we ought easily to do over 100 miles a week on the return journey, there is little likelihood of our having to go on short commons if all goes well. 209 and this was what we all felt, until we found the polar party. This was our 27th camp, and we had been out a month. Plate 3, the mountains which lie between the barrier and the plateau as seen on December 1, 1911, from the drawings by Drive E. Wilson, Emery Walker, Limited, Colotypers. It was important that we should have fine clear weather during the next few days when we should be approaching the land. On his previous southern journey Scott had been prevented from reaching the range of mountains which ran along to our right by a huge chasm. This phenomenon is known to geologists as a shear crack and is formed by the movement of a glacier away from the land which bounds it. In this case a mass of many hundred miles of barrier has moved away from the mountains, and the disturbance is correspondingly great. Shackleton has described how he approached the gateway, as he named the passage between Mount Hope and the mainland, by means of which he passed through on to the Beardmore Glacier. As he and his companions were exploring the way they came upon an enormous chasm, 80 feet wide and 300 feet deep, which barred their path. Moving along to the right they found a place where the chasm was filled with snow, and here they crossed to the land some miles ahead. At our Southern Barrier Depot we reckoned we were some 44 miles from this gateway and in 3 more marches we hoped to be camped under this land. Christopher was shot at the depot. He was the only pony who did not die instantaneously. Perhaps Oates was not so calm as usual, for Chris was his own horse though such a brute. Just as Oates fired he moved, and charged into the camp with the bullet in his head. He was caught with difficulty, nearly giving Cohane a bad bite, led back and finished. We were well rid of him, while he was strong he fought, and once the barrier had tamed him, as we were not able to do, he never pulled a fair load. He could have gone several more days, but there was not enough pony food to take all the animals forward. We began to wonder if we had done right to leave so much behind. Each pony provided at least 4 days' food for the dog teams, some of them more, and there was quite a lot of fat on them, even on Jehu. This was comforting, as going to prove that their hardships were not too great. Also we put the undercut into our own hush, and it was very good, though we had little oil to cook it. We had been starting later each night, in order that the transition from night to day marching might be gradual. For we intended to march by day when we started pulling up the glacier, and there were no ponies to rest when the sun was high. It may be said therefore that our next march was on December 2nd. Before we started Scott walked over to Bowers. I have come to a decision which will shock you. Victor was to go at the end of the march, because pony food was running so short. Bertie rode at the end of the day. He did a splendid march and kept ahead all day, and as usual marched into camp first, pulling over 450 pounds easily. It seemed an awful pity to have to shoot a great strong animal, and it seemed like the irony of fate to me, as I had been down for over-provisioning the ponies with needless excess of food. And the drastic reductions had been made against my strenuous opposition up to the last. It is poor satisfaction to me to know that I was right now that my horse is dead. Good old Victor. He has always had a biscuit out of my ration, and he ate his last before the bullet sent him to his rest. Here ends my second horse in 83 degrees south. Not quite so tragically as my first when the sea ice broke up, but nonetheless I feel sorry for a beast that has been my constant companion and care for so long. He has done his share in our undertaking anyhow, and may I do my share as well when I get into harness myself. The snow has started to fall over his bleak resting place, and it looks like a blizzard. The outlook is dark, stormy and threatening. Indeed, it had been a dismal march into a blank white wall, and the ponies were sinking badly in the snow, leaving holes a full foot deep. The temperature was plus 17 degrees and the flakes of snow melted and they lay on the dark colors of the tents and our furs. After building the pony walls, water was running down our windproofs. I note, we are doing well on pony meat and go to bed very content. Notwithstanding the fact that we could not do more than heat the meat by throwing it into the pemmican, we found it sweet and good, though tough. The man-hauling party consisted of Lieutenant Evans and Lashley, who had lost their motors, and Atkinson and Wright, who had lost their ponies. They were really quite hungry by now, and most of us pretty well looked forward to our meals and kept a biscuit to eat in our bags if we could. The pony meat therefore came as a relief. I think we ought to have depotted more of it on the cairns. As it was, what we did not eat was given to the dogs. With some tins of extra oil and a depotted pony, the polar party would probably have got home in safety. On December 3rd we roused out at 2:30 a.m. It was thick and snowy. As we breakfasted, the blizzard started from the southeast, and was soon blowing force 9, a full gale, with heavy drift. The strongest wind I have known here in summer. 2:10 it was impossible to start, but we turned out and made up the pony walls in heavy drift, one of them being blown down 3 times. By 1:30 p.m. the sun was shining, and the land was clear. We started at 2, with what we thought was Mount Hope showing up ahead. But soon great snow clouds were banking up, and in 2 hours we were walking in a deep gloom which made it difficult to find the track made by the man-hauling party ahead. By the time we reached the cairn, which was always built at the end of the first 4 miles, it was blowing hard from the N.N.W. of all the unlikely quarters of the compass. Bowers and Scott were on ski. I put on my windproof blouse and nosed out the track for 2 miles, when we suddenly came upon the tent of the leading party. They had camped owing to the difficulty of steering a course in such thick weather. The ponies, however, with the wind abaft the beam, were going along splendidly, and Scott thought it worth while to shove on. We therefore carried on another 4 miles, making 10 in all, a good half march, before we camped. On ski it was simply ripping, except for the inability to see anything at all. With the wind behind, and the good sliding surface made by the wind-hardened snow, one fairly slithered along. Camping was less pleasant as it was blowing a gale by that time. We are all in our bags again now, with a good hot meal inside one, and blow high or blow low one might be in a worse place than a reindeer bag. 211. It was all right for the people on ski, and this in itself gave us a certain sense of grievance, but things had not been so easy with the ponies, who were sinking very deeply in places, while we ourselves were sinking well over our ankles. This day we began to cross the great undulations in the barrier, with the crests some mile apart, which here mark the approach to the land. We had built the walls to the north of the ponies on camping, because the wind was from that direction, but by breakfast on December 4th it was blowing a thick blizzard from the southeast. We began to feel bewildered by these extraordinary weather changes, and not a little exasperated too. Again we could not march, and again we had to dig out the sledges and ponies, and to move them all round to the other side of the walls which we had partly to rebuild. Oh, for the simple man-hauling life, was our thought, and, poor helpless beasts, this is no country for livestock. By this time we could not see the neighboring tents for the drift. The situation was not improved by the fact that our tent doors, the tents having been pitched for the strong north wind then blowing, were now facing the blizzard. And sheets of snow entered with each individual. The man-hauling party came up just before the worst of the blizzard started. The dogs alone were comfortable, buried deep beneath the drifted snow. The sailors began to debate who was the Jonah. They said he was the Cameras. The great blizzard was brewing all about us. But at midday, as though a curtain was rolled back, the thick snow fog cleared off, while at the same time the wind fell calm, and a great mountain appeared almost on the top of us. Far away to the southeast we could distinguish, by looking very carefully, a break in the level barrier horizon, a new mountain which we reckoned must be at least in latitude 86 degrees and very high. Towards it the ranges stretched away, peak upon peak, range upon range, as far as the eye could see. The mountains surpassed anything I have ever seen. Beside the least of these giants Ben Nevis would be a mere mound, and yet they are so immense as to dwarf each other. They are intersected at every turn with mighty glaciers and icefalls and eternally ice-filled valleys that defy description. So clear was everything that every rock seemed to stand out, and the effect of the sun as he came round, between us and the mountains, was to make the scene still more beautiful. 212. Altogether we marched 11 miles this day, and camped right in front of the gateway, which we reckoned to be some 13 miles away. We saw no crevasses but crossed 10 or 12 very large undulations, and estimated that the dips between them were 12 to 15 feet. Mount Hope was bigger than we expected, and beyond it, stretching out into the barrier as far as we could see, was a great white line of jagged edges. The chaos of pressure which this vast glacier makes as it flows into the comparatively stationary ice of the barrier. My own pony Michael was shot after we came into camp. He was as attractive a little beast as we had. His light weight helped him on soft surfaces, but his small hoofs let him in farther than most, and I notice in Scott's diary that on November 19 the ponies were sinking halfway to the Hawk. And Michael once or twice almost to the Hawk itself. A highly strung, spirited animal, his off days took the form of fidgets, during which he would be constantly trying to stop and eat snow, and then rush forward to catch up the other ponies. Life was a constant source of wonder to him, and no movement in the camp escaped his notice. Before we had been long on the barrier he developed mischievous habits and became a rope eater and gnawer of other ponies' fringes. As we called the colored tassels we hung over their eyes to ward off snow blindness. However, he was by no means the only culprit, and he lost his own fringe to Nobby quite early in the proceedings. It was not that he was hungry, for he never quite finished his own feed. At any rate he enjoyed the few weeks before he died, pricking up his ears and getting quite excited when anything happened. And the arrival of the dog teams each morning after he had been tethered sent him to bed with much to dream of. And I must say his master dreamed pretty regularly too. Michael was killed right in front of the gateway on December 4, just before the big blizzard, which, though we did not know it, was on the point of breaking upon us. And he was untying his cloth and chewing up everything he could reach to the last. It was decided after we camped, and he had his feed already on, Mears reported that he had no more food for the dogs. He walked away, and rolled in the snow on the way down, not having done so when we got in. He was just like a naughty child all the way, and pulled all out. He has been a good friend, and has a good record, 82 degrees 3 minutes south. He was a bit done today, the blizzard had knocked him. Gallant little Michael. 213. As we got into our bags the mountain tops were fuzzy with drift. We wanted one clear day to get across the chasm, one short march and the ponies' task was done. Their food was nearly finished. Scott wrote that night, "We are practically through with the first stage of our journey." 214. Tuesday, December 5. Camp 30. Noon. We awoke this morning to a raging howling blizzard. The blows we have had hitherto have lacked the very fine powdering snow, that especial feature of the blizzard. Today we have it fully developed. After a minute or two in the open one is covered from head to foot. The temperature is high, so that what falls or drives against one sticks. The ponies, heads, tails, legs and all parts not protected by their rugs, are covered with ice, the animals are standing deep in snow, the sledges are almost covered, and huge drifts above the tents. We have had breakfast, rebuilt the walls, and are now again in our bags. One cannot see the next tent, let alone the land. What on earth does such weather mean at this time of year? It is more than our share of ill fortune, I think, but the luck may turn yet. 11 p.m. It has blown hard all day with quite the greatest snowfall I remember. The drifts about the tents are simply huge. The temperature was minus 27 degrees this forenoon, and rose to plus 31 degrees in the afternoon, at which time the snow melted as it fell on anything but the snow, and, as a consequence, there are pools of water on everything. The tents are wet through, also the wind clothes, night boots, etc. Water drips from the tent poles and door, lies on the floor cloth, soaks the sleeping bags, and makes everything pretty wretched. If a cold snap follows before we have had time to dry our things, we shall be mighty uncomfortable. Yet after all it would be humorous enough if it were not for the seriousness of delay. We can't afford that, and it's real hard luck that it should come at such a time. The wind shows signs of easing down, but the temperature does not fall and the snow is as wet as ever, not promising signs of abatement. Wednesday, December 6th. Camp 30. Noon. Miserable, utterly miserable. We have camped in the Slough of Despond. The tempest rages with unabated violence. The temperature has gone to plus 33 degrees, everything in the tent is soaking. People returning from the outside look exactly as though they had been in a heavy shower of rain. They drip pools on the floor cloth. The snow is steadily climbing higher about walls, ponies, tents and sledges. The ponies look utterly desolate. Oh! But this is too crushing, and we are only 12 miles from the glacier. A hopeless feeling descends on one and is hard to fight off. What immense patience is needed for such occasions. 215. Bowers describes the situation as follows. It is blowing a blizzard such as one might expect to be driven at us by all the powers of darkness. It may be interesting to describe it, as it is my first experience of a really warm blizzard, and I hope to be troubled by cold ones only, or at least moderate ones only. In future as regards temperature. When I swung the thermometer this morning I looked and looked again, but unmistakably the temperature was plus 33 degrees Fahrenheit. Above freezing point, out of the sun's direct rays, for the first time since we came down here. What this means to us nobody can conceive. We try to treat it as a huge joke, but our wretched condition might be amusing to read of it later. We are wet through, our tents are wet, our bags which are our life to us and the objects of our greatest care, are wet. The poor ponies are soaked and shivering far more than they would be ordinarily in a temperature 50 degrees lower. Our sledges, the parts that are dug out, are wet, our food is wet, everything on and around and about us is the same, wet as ourselves in our cold, clammy clothes. Water trickles down the tent poles and only forms icicles in contact with the snow floor. The warmth of our bodies has formed a snow bath in the floor for each of us to lie in. This is a nice little catchwater for stray streams to run into before they freeze. This they cannot do while a warm human lies there, so they remain liquid and the accommodating bag mops them up. When we go out to do the duties of life, fill the cooker, etc., for the next meal, dig out or feed the ponies, or anything else, we are bunged up with snow. Not the driving, sand-like snow we are used to, but great slushy flakes that run down in water immediately and stream off you. The drifts are tremendous, the rest of the show is indescribable. I feel most for the unfortunate animals and am thankful that poor old Victor is spared this. I mended a pair of half mitts today, and we are having 2 meals instead of 3. This idleness when one is simply jumping to go on is bad enough for most, but must be worse for Captain Scott. I feel glad that he has Dr. Bill Wilson in his tent. There is something always so reassuring about Bill, he comes out best in adversity. 216. Thursday, December 7th. Camp 30. The storm continues and the situation is now serious. One small feed remains for the ponies after today, so that we must either march tomorrow or sacrifice the animals. That is not the worst. With the help of the dogs we could get on, without doubt. The serious part is that we have this morning started our summit rations, that is to say, the food calculated from the glacier depot has been begun. The first supporting party can only go on a fortnight from this date and so forth. 217. A pony camp on the barrier. The dog teams leaving the Beardmore Glacier. This day was just as warm, and wetter, much wetter. The temperature was plus 35.5 degrees, and our bags were like sponges. The huge drifts had covered everything, including most of the tent, the pony walls and sledges. At intervals we dug our way out and dug up the wretched ponies, and got them on to the top again. Henceforward our full ration will be 16 ounces biscuit, 12 ounces pemmican, 2 ounces butter, 0.57 ounces cocoa, 3.0 ounces sugar and 0.86 ounces tea. This is the summit ration, total 34.43 ounces, with a little onion powder and salt. I am all for this. Seaman Evans and others are much regretting the loss of chocolate, raisins and cereals. For the first week up the glacier we are to go one biscuit short to provision Meares on the way back. The motors depotted too much and Meares has been brought on far farther than his orders were originally bringing him. Originally he was to be back at Hut Point on December 10th. The dogs, however, are getting all the horse that is good for them, and are very fit. He has to average 24 miles a day going back. Michael is well out of this, we are now eating him. He was in excellent condition and tastes very good, though tough. 218. By this time there was little sleep left for us as we lay in our sleeping bags. 3 days generally see these blizzards out, and we hoped much from Friday, December 8th. But when we breakfasted at 10 a.m., we were getting into day marching routine. Wind and snow were monotonously the same. The temperature rose to plus 34.3 degrees. These temperatures and those recorded by Meares on his way home must be a record for the interior of the barrier. So far as we were concerned it did not much matter now whether it was plus 40 degrees or plus 34 degrees. Things did look really gloomy that morning. But at noon there came a gleam of comfort. The wind dropped, and immediately we were out plunging about, always up to our knees in soft downy snow, and often much farther. First we shifted our tents, digging them up with the greatest care that the shovel might not tear them. The valances were encased in solid ice from the water which had run down. Then we started to find our sledges which were about 4 feet down. They were dragged out, and everything on them was wringing wet. There was a gleam of sunshine, which soon gave place to snow and gloom, but we started to make experiments in haulage. 4 men on ski managed to move a sledge with 4 others sitting upon it. Nobby was led out, but sank to his belly. As for the drifts I saw Oates standing behind one, and only his head appeared, and this was all loose snow. We are all sitting round and now after some tea. It is much better than getting into the bags. I can hardly think that the ponies can pull on, but Titus thinks they can pull tomorrow. All the food is finished, and what they have had today was only what they would not eat out of their last feed yesterday. It is a terrible end, driven to death on no more food, to be then cut up, poor devils. I have swapped the Little Minister with Silas Wright for Dante's Inferno. 219. The steady patter of the falling snow upon the tents was depressing as we turned in, but the temperature was below freezing. The next morning, Saturday, December 9th, we turned out to a cloudy snowy day at 5:30 a.m. By 8:30 we had hauled the sledges some way out of the camp and started to lead out the ponies. The horses could hardly move, sank up to their bellies, and finally lay down. They had to be driven, lashed on. It was a grim business. 220. My impressions of that day are of groping our way, for Bowers and I were pulling a light sledge ahead to make the track, through a vague white wall. First a confused crowd of men behind us gathered round the leading pony sledge, pushing it forward, the poor beast barely able to struggle out of the holes it made as it plunged forward. The others were induced to follow, and after a start had been made the regular man-hauling party went back to fetch their load. There was not one man there who would willingly have caused pain to a living thing. But what else was to be done? We could not leave our pony depot in that bog. Hour after hour we plugged on, and we dare not halt for lunch. We knew we could never start again. After crossing many waves, huge pressure ridges suddenly showed themselves all round. And we got on to a steep rise with the coastal chasm on our right hand appearing as a great dip full of enormous pressure. Scott was naturally worried about crevasses, and though we knew there was a way through, the finding of it in the gloom was most difficult. For 2 hours we zigzagged about, getting forward it is true, but much bewildered, and once at any rate almost bogged. Scott joined us, and we took off our skis so as to find the crevasses, and if possible a hard way through. Every step we sank about 15 inches, and often above our knees. Meanwhile Snatcher was saving the situation in snowshoes, and led the line of ponies. Snippets nearly fell back into a big crevasse, into which his hindquarters fell, but they managed to unharness him, and scramble him out. I do not know how long we had been going when Scott decided to follow the chasm. We found a big dip with hard ice underneath, and it was probably here that we made the crossing. We could now see the ring of pressure behind us. Almost it was decided to make the depot here, but the ponies still plugged on in the most plucky way, though they had to be driven. Scott settled to go as far as they could be induced to march, and they did wonderfully. We had never thought that they would go a mile, but painfully they marched for 11 hours without a long halt, and covered a distance which we then estimated at 7 miles. But our sledge meters were useless being clogged with the soft snow, and we afterwards came to believe the distance was not so great, probably not more than 5. When we had reached a point some 2 miles from the top of the snow divide which fills the gateway we camped, thankful to rest, but more thankful still that we need drive those weary ponies no more. Their rest was near. It was a horrid business, and the place was known as Shambles Camp. Oates came up to Scott as he stood in the shadow of Mount Hope. "Well, I congratulate you, Titus," said Wilson. "And I thank you, Titus," said Scott. And that was the end of the barrier stage. Chapter 10. The Polar Journey, continued. The southern journey involves the most important object of the expedition. One cannot affect to be blind to the situation, the scientific public, as well as the more general public. Will gauge the result of the scientific work of the expedition largely in accordance with the success or failure of the main object. With success all roads will be made easy, all work will receive its proper consideration. With failure even the most brilliant work may be neglected and forgotten, at least for a time. Scott. Chapter 2. The Beardmore Glacier. The ponies had dragged 24 weekly units of food for 4 men to some 5 miles from the bottom of the glacier, but we were late. For some days we had been eating the summit ration, that is the food which should not have been touched until the glacier depot had been laid. And we were still a day's run from the place where this was to be done. It was of course the result of the blizzard which no one could have expected in December. Usually one of the 2 most settled months. Still more serious was the deep snow which lay like down upon the surface, and into which we sank commonly to our knees. Our sledges digging themselves in until the crosspieces were ploughing through the drift. Shackleton had fine weather, and found blue ice in the bottom reaches of the glacier, and Scott lamented what was unquestionably bad luck. It was noon of December 10th before we had made the readjustments necessary for man-hauling. We left here pony meat for man and dog food, 3 10-foot sledges, 1 12-foot sledge, and a good many oddments of clothing and pony gear. We started with 3 4-man teams, each pulling for these first few miles about 500 pounds, as follows: Scott, Wilson, Oates, Seaman Evans, 2, Lieutenant Evans, Atkinson, Wright, Lashley, 3, Bowers, Cherry-Garrard, Crean, Cohane. The team numbered 2, had been man-hauling together some days, and 2 members of it, Lieutenant Evans and Lashley, had already been man-hauling since the breakdown of the second motor at Corner Camp. It was certainly not so fit as the other 2. In addition to these 3 sledges, the 2 dog teams, which had been doing splendid work, were carrying 600 pounds of our weight, as well as the provisions for the lower glacier depot, weighing 200 pounds. It began to look as if Amundsen had chosen the right form of transport. The gateway is a gap in the mountains, a side door, as it were, to the great tumbled glacier. By lunch we were on the top of the divide, but it took 6 hours of the hardest hauling to cover the mile which formed the rise. As long as possible we stuck to ski, but we reached a point at which we could not move the sledges on ski. Once we had taken them off we were up to our knees. And the sledges were plowing the snow which would not support them. But our gear was drying in the bright sunshine, our bags were spread out at every opportunity, and the great jagged cliffs of red granite were welcome to the eyes after 425 statute miles of snow. The gateway is filled by a giant snowdrift which has been formed between Mount Hope on our left and the mainland on our right. From Shackleton's book we gathered that the Beardmore was a very bad glacier indeed. Once on the top of the divide we lunched, and we descended in the evening, camping at midnight on the edge of the glacier, which we found, as we had feared, covered with soft snow which was so deep as to give no indication whatever of the hard ice which Shackleton found here. We camped in considerable drift and a blizzard wind, which is still blowing, and I hope will go on. For every hour it is sweeping away inches of this soft powdery snow into which we have been sinking all day. 221. Before setting out on December 11 we rigged up the lower glacier depot, 3 weekly summit units of provisions, 2 cases of emergency biscuit which was the ration for 3 weekly units, and 2 cans of oil. These provisions were calculated to carry the 3 returning parties as far as the southern barrier depot. We also left 1 can of spirit, used for lighting the primus, 1 bottle of medical brandy and certain spare and personal gear not required. On the sledges themselves we stowed 18 weekly summit units, besides the 3 ready bags containing the ration for the current week, and the complement of biscuit. For this was 10 cases in addition to the 3 boxes of biscuit which the 3 parties were using. Then there were 18 cans of oil, with 2 cans of lighting spirit and a little additional Christmas fare which Bowers had packed. Every unit of food was worked out for 4 men for 1 week. Plate 4, Transit Sketch for the Lower Glacier Depot, E. Wilson, Emery Walker Limited, Colotypers. During this time of deep snow the sledge meters would not work and we were compelled to estimate the distance marched each day. It has been a tremendous slog, but I think a most hopeful day. Before starting it took us about 2 hours to make the depot and then we got straight into the midst of the big pressure. The dogs, with 10 cases of biscuit, came behind and pulled very well. We soon caught sight of a big boulder, and Bill and I roped up and went over to it. It was a block of very coarse granite, nearly nice, with large crystals of quartz in it, rusty outside and quite pinkish when chipped, and with veins of quartz running through it. It was a vast thing to be carried along on the ice, and looked very typical of the rock round. Instead of keeping under the great cliff where Shackleton made his depot, we steered for Mount Kiffin, that is towards the middle of the glacier, until lunch, when we had probably done about 2 or 3 miles. There was a crevasse wherever we went, but we managed to pull on ski and had no one down, and the deep snow saved the dogs. 222 The dog teams were certainly running very big risks that morning. They turned back after lunch, having been brought on far longer than had been originally intended, for, as I have said, they were to have been back at Hut Point before now. And their provision allowance would not allow of further advance. Perhaps we rather overestimated the dogs' capacities when Bowers wrote, "The dogs are wonderfully fit and will rush Meares and Dimitri back like the wind. I expect he will be nearly back by Christmas, as they will do about 30 miles a day." But Meares told us when we got back to the hut that the dogs had by no means had an easy journey home. Now, however, with a whirl and a rush they were off on the homeward trail. I could not see them, being snowblind, but heard the familiar orders as the last of our animal transport left us. 223. Our difficulties during the next 4 days were increased by the snowblindness of half the men. The evening we reached the glacier, Bowers wrote, "I am afraid I am going to pay dearly for not wearing goggles yesterday when piloting the ponies. My right eye has gone bung, and my left one is pretty dicky. If I am in for a dose of snow glare it will take 3 or 4 days to leave me, and I am afraid I am in the ditch this time. It is painful to look at this paper, and my eyes are fairly burning as if someone had thrown sand into them. And then, I have missed my journal for 4 days, having been enduring the pains of hell with my eyes as well as doing the most backbreaking work I have ever come up against. I was as blind as a bat, and so was Cohane in my team. Cherry pulled alongside me, with Crean and Cohane behind. By sticking plaster over my glasses except one small central spot I shut off most light and could see the points of my ski. But the glasses were always fogged with perspiration and my eyes kept on streaming water which cannot be wiped off on the march as a ski stick is held in each hand. And so heavy were our weights, we had now taken on the weights which had been on the dog sledges, that if any of the pair slacked a hand even, the sledge stopped. It was all we could do to keep the sledge moving for short spells of a few hundred yards, the whole concern sinking so deeply into the soft snow as to form a snowpluff. The starting was worse than pulling as it required from 10 to 15 desperate jerks on the harness to move the sledge at all. Many others were also snowblind, caused partly by the strain of the last march of the ponies. Partly by not having realized that now that we were day-marching the sun was more powerful and more precautions should be taken. The cocaine and zinc sulfate tablets which we had were excellent, but we also found that our tea leaves, which had been boiled twice and would otherwise have been thrown away, relieved the pain if tied into some cotton and kept pressed against the eyes. The tannic acid in the tea acted as an astringent. A snowblind man can see practically nothing anyhow and so he is not much worse off if a handkerchief is tied over his eyes. Beardmore Glacier. Just a tiny note to be taken back by the dogs. Things are not so rosy as they might be, but we keep our spirits up and say the luck must turn. This is only to tell you that I find I can keep up with the rest as well as of old. 224. Plate V, Mount F. L. Smith and the land to the northwest. E. Wilson, Emery Walker Limited, Colotypers. Then for the first time we were left with our full loads of 800 pounds, a sledge. Even Bowers asked Scott whether he was going to try it without relaying. That night Scott's diary runs. It was a very anxious business when we started after lunch, about 4:30. Could we pull our full loads or not? My own party got away first, and, to my joy, I found we could make fairly good headway. Every now and again the sledge sank in a soft patch, which brought us up, but we learned to treat such occasions with patience. We got sideways to the sledge and hauled it out, Evans, P.O. getting out of his ski to get better purchase. The great thing is to keep the sledge moving, and for an hour or more there were dozens of critical moments when it all but stopped, and not a few when it brought up altogether. The latter were very trying and tiring. 225 altogether. It was an encouraging day and we reckoned we had made 7 miles. Generally it was not Scott's team which made the heaviest weather these days, but on December 12 they were in greater difficulties than any of us. It was indeed a grueling day, for the surface was worse than ever and many men were snow-blind. After 5 hours' work in the morning we were about half a mile forward. We were in a sea of pressure, the waves coming at us from our starboard bow, the distance between the crests not being very great. We could not have advanced at all had it not been for our ski. On foot one sinks to the knees, and if pulling on a sledge to halfway between knee and thigh. 226. On December 13, the sledges sank in over 12 inches, and all the gear, as well as the thwartship pieces, were acting as brakes. The tugs and heaves we enjoyed, and the number of times we had to get out of our ski to upright the sledge, were trifles compared with the strenuous exertion of every muscle and nerve to keep the wretched drag from stopping when once underway. And then it would stick, and all the starting operations had to be gone through afresh. We did perhaps half a mile in the forenoon. Anticipating a better surface in the afternoon we got a shock. Teddy, Evans, let off half an hour earlier to pilot away. And Captain Scott tried some fake with his spare runners. He lashed them under the sledge to prevent the crosspieces plowing the snow. That involved about an hour's work. We had to continually turn our runners up to scrape the ice off them, for in these temperatures they are liable to get warm and melt the snow on them. And that freezes into knobs of ice which act like sandpaper or spikes on a pair of skates. We bust off second full of hope, having done so well in the forenoon, but pride goeth before a fall. We stuck 10 yards from the camp, and 9 hours later found us little more than half a mile on. I have never seen a sledge sink so. I have never pulled so hard, or so nearly crushed my inside into my backbone by the everlasting jerking with all my strength on the canvas band round my unfortunate tummy. We were all in the same boat, however. I saw Teddy struggling ahead and Scott astern, but we were the worst off as the leading team had topped the rise and I was too blind to pick out a better trail. We fairly played ourselves out that time, and finally had to give it up and relay. Having the load, we went forward about a mile with it, and, leaving that lot, went back for the remainder. So done were my team that we could do little more than pull the half-loads. Teddy's team did the same, and though Scott's did not, we camped practically the same time, having gone over our distance 3 times. Mount Kiffin was still ahead of us to the left. We seemed as if we can never come up with it. Tomorrow Scott decided that if we could not move our full loads we would start relaying systematically. It was a most depressing outlook after such a day of strenuous labor. 2:27 We got soaked with perspiration these days, though generally pulling in vest, pants, and windproof trousers only. Directly we stopped we cooled quickly. 2 skuas appeared at lunch, attracted probably by the pony flesh below, but it was a long way from the sea for them to come. On Thursday, December 14th, Scott wrote, "Indigestion and the soggy condition of my clothes kept me awake for some time last night, and the exceptional exercise gives bad attacks of cramp. Our lips are getting raw and blistered. The eyes of the party are improving, I am glad to say. We are just starting our march with no very hopeful outlook." Plate 6, Mount Elizabeth, Mount N. and Sox Glacier, E. Wilson, Emery Walker Limited, Colotypers. But we slogged along with much better results. Once into the middle of the glacier we had been steering more or less for the Cloudmaker, and by supper today were well past Mount Kiffin and were about 2,000 feet up after an estimated run of 11 or 12 statute miles. But the most cheering sign was that the blue ice was gradually coming nearer the surface. At lunch it was 2 feet down, and at our supper camp only 1 foot. In pitching our tent, Crean broke into a crevasse which ran about a foot in front of the door, and there was another at Scott's door. We threw an empty oil can down and it echoed for a terribly long time. 2:28 We spent the morning of December 15th crossing a maze of crevasses, though they were well bridged. I believe all these lower reaches of the glacier are badly crevassed, but the thick snow and our ski kept us from tumbling in. There was a great deal of competition between the teams, which was perhaps unavoidable but probably a pity. This day Bowers' diary records, did a splendid bust-off on ski, leaving Scott in the lurch, and eventually overhauling the party which had left some time before us. All the morning we kept up a steady, even swing which was quite a pleasure. But the same day Scott wrote, "Evans is now decidedly the slowest unit, though Bowers is not much faster. We keep up and overhaul either without difficulty." Bowers' team considered themselves quite good, but both teams were satisfied of their own superiority. As a matter of fact Scott's was the faster, as it should have been, for it was certainly the heavier of the two. It was a very bad light all day, but after lunch it began to get worse, and by 5 o'clock it was snowing hard and we could see nothing. We went on for nearly an hour, steering by the wind and any glimpse of sastrugi, and then, very reluctantly, Scott camped. It looks better now. The surface is much harder and more windswept, and as a rule the ice is only 6 inches underneath. We are beginning to talk about Christmas. We get very thirsty these days in the warm temperatures. We shall feel it farther up when the cold gets into our open pores and sunburnt hands and cracked lips. I am plastering some skin on mine tonight. Our routine now is, turn out 5:30, lunch 1, and camp at 7, and we get a short 8 hours sleep, but we are so dead tired we could sleep half into the next day. We get about 9.5 hours, march. Tea at lunch a positive godsend. We are raising the land to the south well, and are about 2,500 feet up, latitude about 84 degrees 8 minutes south. 229. The next day, December 16th, Bowers wrote, "We have had a really enjoyable day's march, except the latter end of the afternoon. At the outset in the forenoon my sledge was a bit in the lurch, and Scott drew steadily away from us. I knew I could ordinarily hold my own with him, but for the first 2 hours we dropped till we were several hundred yards astern. Try as I would to rally up my team we could gain nothing. On examining the runners however we soon discovered the cause by the presence of a thin film of ice. After that we ran easily. The thing one must avoid doing is to touch them with the hand or mitt, as anything damp will make ice on them. We usually turn the sledge on its side and scrape one runner at a time with the back of our knives so as to avoid any chance of cutting or chipping them. In the afternoon either the tea or the butter we had at lunch made us so strong that we fairly overran the other team. 230. We must push on all we can, for we are now 6 days behind Shackleton, all due to that wretched storm. So far, since we got among the disturbances we have not seen such alarming crevasses as I had expected. Certainly dogs could have come up as far as this. 231. Mount Patrick, E.A. Wilson. At lunch we could see big pressure ahead having done first over 5 miles. Soon after lunch, having gone down a bit, we rose among very rough stuff. We plugged on until 4:30, when ski became quite impossible, and we put them on the sledges and started on foot. We immediately began putting legs down. One step would be on blue ice and the next 2 feet down into snow, very hard going. The pressure ahead seemed to stretch right into a big glacier next the Kelty Glacier to the east. And so we altered course for a small bluff point about 2/3 of the way along the base of the Cloudmaker. We were to camp at 6, but did not do so until about 6:30, the last 1.5 hours in big pressure, crossing big and smaller waves, and hundreds of crevasses which one of us generally found. We are now camped in very big pressure, and with difficulty we found a patch big enough to pitch the tent free from crevasses. We are pretty well past the Kelty Glacier which is a vast tumbled mass. There is a long line of ice falls ahead. And I think there is a hard day ahead of us tomorrow among that pressure which must be enormous. We can't go farther inshore here, being under the north end of the Cloudmaker, and a fine mountain it is, rising precipitously above us. 232. Sunday, December 17th. Nearly 11 miles. Temp 12.5 degrees. 3,500 feet. We have had an exciting day. This morning was just like the scenic railway at Earl's Court. We got straight on to the big pressure waves, and headed for the humpy rock at the base of the Cloudmaker. It was a hard plug up the waves, very often standing pulls, and all that we could do for a course was a very varied direction. Going down the other side was the exciting part. All we could do was to set the sledge straight, hang on to the straps, give her a little push and rush down the slope, which was sometimes so sheer that the sledge was in the air. Sometimes there was no chance to break the sledge, and we all had to get on to the top, and we rushed down with the wind whistling in our ears. After 3 hours of this it leveled out again a bit, and we took the top of a wave, and ran south along it on blue ice, enormous pressure to our right, largely I think caused by the Kelty Glacier. Then we ascended a rise, snowy and crevassed, and camped after doing just under 5 miles, with big pressure ahead. 233. In the afternoon we had a hard surface. Scott started off at a great speed, Teddy, Evans, and I following. There was something wrong with my team or my sledge, as we had a desperate job to keep up at first. We did keep up all right, but were heartily glad when after about 2.5 hours Scott stopped for a spell. I rearranged our harness, putting Cherry and myself on the long span again, which we had temporarily discarded in the morning. We were both winded and felt wronged. The rearrangement was a success, however, and the remainder of the march was a pleasure instead of a desperate struggle. It finished up on fields of blue rippled ice with sharp knife edges, and snow patches few and far between. We are all camped on a small snow patch in the middle of a pale blue rippled sea, about 3,600 feet above sea level and past the cloud maker, which means that we are halfway up the glacier. 234. We had done 12.5 miles, statute. The Beardmore Glacier is twice as large as the Malaspina in Alaska, which was the largest known glacier until Shackleton discovered the Beardmore. Those who knew the Ferrer Glacier professed to find the Beardmore unattractive, but to me at any rate it was grand. Its very vastness, however, tends to dwarf its surroundings, and great tributary glaciers and tumbled icefalls, which anywhere else would have aroused admiration, were almost unnoticed in a stream which stretched in places 40 miles from bank to bank. It was only when the theodolite was leveled that we realized how vast were the mountains which surrounded us, one of which we reckoned to be well over 20,000 feet in height. And many of the others must have approached that measurement. Lieutenant Evans and Bowers were surveying whenever the opportunity offered, whilst Wilson sat on the sledge or on his sleeping bag and sketched. Before leaving on the morning of December 18th we bagged off 3 half-weekly units and made a depot marked by a red flag on a bamboo which was stuck into a small mound. Unfortunately it began to snow in the night and no bearings were taken until the following morning when only the base of the mountains on the west side was visible. We knew we might have difficulty in picking up this depot again, and certainly we all did. It was thick, with low stratus clouds in the morning, and snow was falling in large crystals. Our socks and finsko, hung out to dry, were covered with most beautiful feathery crystals. In the warm weather one gets fairly saturated with perspiration on the march, and footgear is always wet. Except the outside covering, which is as a rule more or less frozen according to existing temperature. On camping at night I shift to night footgear as soon as ever the tent is pitched, and generally slip on my windproof blouse. As one cools down like smoke after the exertion of man-hauling a heavy sledge for hours. At lunch camp one's feet often get pretty cold, but this goes off as soon as some hot tea is got into the system. As a rule, even when snowing, one's socks, etc., will dry if there is a bit of a breeze. They are always frozen stiff in the morning and can best be thawed out by bundling the lot under one's jersey during breakfast. They can then be put on tolerably warm even if wet. We started off on a hard rippled blue surface like a sea frozen intact while the wind was playing on it. It soon got worse and we had to have one and sometimes 2 hands back to keep the sledge from skidding. Of course it was easy enough stuff to pull on, but the ground was very uneven, and sledges constantly capsized. It did not improve the runners either. There were few crevasses. All day we went on in dull cloudy weather with hardly any land visible, and the glacier to be seen only for a short distance. In the afternoon the clouds lifted somewhat and showed us the Adam Mountains. The surface was better for the sledges but worse for us, as there were countless cracks and small crevasses, into which we constantly trod, barking our shins. As the afternoon sun came round the perspiration fairly streamed down, and it was impossible to keep goggles clear. The surface was so slippery and uneven that it was difficult to keep one's foothold. However, we did 12.5 miles, and felt that we had really done a good day's work when we camped. It was not clear enough to survey in the evening, so I took the sledge meter in hand and worked at it half the night to repair Christopher's damage. 2:35 I ended up by making a fixing of which I was very proud, but did not dare to look at the time, so I don't know how much sleep I missed. There is no doubt that Scott knows where to aim for in a glacier, as it was just here that Shackleton had 2 or 3 of his worst days' work. In such a maze of crevasses that he said that often a slip meant death for the whole party. He avoids the sides of the glacier and goes nowhere near the snow. He often heads straight for apparent chaos, and somehow, when we appear to have reached a cul-de-sac, we find it an open road. 2:36 however, we all found the trouble on our way back. On our right we have now a pretty good view of the Adam, Marshall and Wild Mountains, and their very curious horizontal stratification. Wright has found, amongst bits of wind-blown debris, an undoubted bit of sandstone and a bit of black basalt. We must get to know more of the geology before leaving the glacier finally. 237. December 19th, plus 7 degrees. Total height 5,800 feet. Things are certainly looking up, seeing that we have risen 1,100 feet, and marched 17 to 18 statute miles during the day, whereas Shackleton's last march was 13 statute. It was still thick when we turned out at 5:45, but it soon cleared with a fresh southerly wind, and we could see Buckley Island and the land at the head of the glacier just rising. We started late for Birdie wanted to get our sledge meter dished up. It has been quite a job today getting it on, but it rode well this afternoon. We started over the same crevassed stuff, but soon got on to blue ice, and for 2 hours had a most pleasant pull, and then up a steepish rise sometimes on blue ice and sometimes on snow. After the pleasantest morning we have had, we completed 8.5 miles. Plate 7, from Mount Deacon to Mount Kinsey, E. Wilson, Emery Walker Limited, Colotypers. Angles and observations were taken at lunch, and quite a lot of work was done. There is a general getting squared up with gear, for we know that those going on will not have many more days of warm temperatures. At one time today I think Scott meant trying the right hand of the island or Nunatak, but as we rose this was obviously impossible, for there is a huge mass of pressure coming down there. From here the Dominion Range also looks as if it were a Nunatak. Some of these mountains, which don't look very big, are huge, since the 6,000 feet which we have risen have to be added onto them, and many of them are very grand indeed. The Mill Glacier is a vast thing, with big pressure across it. There also seems to be a big series of icefalls between Buckley Island and the Dominion Range, for the center of which Scott is going tomorrow. A pretty hard plug this afternoon, but no disturbance, and gradually we have left the bare ice, and are mostly traveling on neve. Much of the ice is white. I have been writing down angles and times for Birdie, and writing this in the intervals. Scott's heel is troubling him again. I have bad bruises on knee and thigh, 238, and generally there has been a run on the medical cases for chafes and minor ailments. There is now a keen southerly wind blowing. It gets a little colder each day, and we are already beginning to feel it on our sunburnt faces and hands. 239. Of the crevasses met in the morning Bowers wrote. So far nobody has dropped down the length of his harness, as I did on the Cape Crozier journey. On this blue ice they are pretty conspicuous, and as they are mostly snow-bridged one is well advised to step over any line of snow. With my short legs this was strenuous work, especially as the weight of the sledge would often stop me with a jerk just before my leading foot quite cleared a crevasse. And the next minute one would be struggling out so as to keep the sledge on the move. It is fatal to stop the sledge as nobody waits for stragglers, and you have to pick up your lost ground by strenuous hurry. Of course someone often gets so far down a hole that it is necessary to stop and help him out. December 20th. Today has been a great march, over 2 miles an hour, and on the whole rising a lot. Soon after starting we got onto the most beautiful icy surface, smooth except for cracks and only patches of snow, most of which we could avoid. We came along at a great rate. The most interesting thing to see was that the Mill Glacier is not, as was supposed, a tributary, but probably is an outlet falling from this glacier, and a great size. However, it was soon covered up with dense black cloud, and there were billows of cloud behind us and below. At lunch Birdie made the disastrous discovery that the registering dial of his sledge meter was off. A screw had shaken out on the bumpy ice, and the clockwork had fallen off. This is serious, for it means that one of the 3 returning parties will have to go without, and their navigation will be much more difficult. Birdie is very upset, especially after all the trouble he has taken with it, and the hours which he has sat up. After lunch he and Bill walked back near 2 miles in the tracks, but could not see it. It was then getting very thick, coming over from the north, 240. It appeared to be blizzing down the glacier, though clear to the south. The northerly wind drove up a backdraft of snow, and very soon fogged us completely. However, we found our way back to camp by the crampon tracks on the blue ice and then packed up to leave. 241. We started, making a course to hit the east side of the island where there seems to be the only break in the icefalls which stretch right across. The weather lifted, and we are now camped with the island just to our right, the long strata of coal showing plainly in it, and just in front of us is this steep bit up through the falls. We have done nearly 23 statute miles today, pulling 160 pounds, a man. This evening has been rather a shock. As I was getting my Finsco on to the top of my ski beyond the tent, Scott came up to me, and said that he was afraid he had rather a blow for me. Of course I knew what he was going to say, but could hardly grasp that I was going back, tomorrow night. The returning party is to be Atch, Silas, Cohane and self. Night Camp. Buckley Island, December 20, 1911. Scott was very put about, said he had been thinking a lot about it but had come to the conclusion that the seamen with their special knowledge would be needed, to rebuild the sledge, I suppose. Wilson told me it was a toss-up whether Titus or I should go on, that being so I think Titus will help him more than I can. I said all I could think of, he seemed so cut up about it, saying I think, somehow, it is specially hard on you. I said I hoped I had not disappointed him, and he caught hold of me and said, no, 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 so if that is the case all is well. He told me that at the bottom of the glacier he was hardly expecting to go on himself. I don't know what the trouble is, but his foot is troubling him, and also, I think, indigestion. 242. Scott just says in his diary, I dreaded this necessity of choosing, nothing could be more heartrending. And then he goes on to sum up the situation. I calculated our program to start from 85 degrees 0 minutes with 12 units of food and 8 men. We ought to be in this position tomorrow night, less one day's food. After all our harassing trouble one cannot but be satisfied with such a prospect. 243. December 21st. Upper Glacier Depot. Started off with a nippy SWLY. Wind in our faces, but bright sunshine. One's nose and lips being chapped and much skinned with alternate heat and cold, a breeze in the face is absolute agony until you warm up. This does not take long, however, when pulling a sledge, so after the first quarter of an hour more or less one is comfortable unless the wind is very strong. We made towards the only place where it seemed possible to cross the mass of pressure ice caused by the junction of the plateau with the glacier, and congested between the Nunatak, Buckley Island, and the Dominion Range. Scott had considered at one time going up to westward of the Nunatak, but this appeared more chaotic than the other side. We made for a slope close to the end of the island or Nunatak, where Shackleton must have got up also. It is obviously the only place when you look at it from a commanding rise. We did not go quite so close to the land as Shackleton did, and therefore, as had been the case with us all the way up the glacier, found less difficulties than he met with. Scott is quite wonderful in his selections of route, as we have escaped excessive dangers and difficulties all along. In this case we had fairly good going, but got into a perfect mass of crevasses into which we all continually fell. Mostly 1 foot, but often 2, and occasionally we went down altogether, some to the length of their harness to be hauled out with the alpine rope. Most of them could be seen by the strip of snow on the blue ice. They were often too wide to jump though, and the only thing was to plant your feet on the bridge and try not to tread heavily. As a rule, the center of a bridged crevasse is the safest place, the rotten places are at the edges. We had to go over dozens by hopping right on to the bridge and then over onto the ice. It is a bit of a jar when it gives way under you, but the friendly harness is made to trust one's life to. The Lord only knows how deep these vast chasms go down, they seem to extend into blue-black nothingness thousands of feet below. Before reaching the rise we had to go up and down many steep slopes, and on the one side the sledges were overrunning us, and on the other it fairly took the juice out of you to reach the top. We saw the stratification on the Nunatak, which Shackleton supposed to be coal. There was also much sandstone and red granite. I should like to have scratched round these rocks. We may get a chance on our return journey. As we topped each rise we found another one beyond it, and so on. About noon some clouds settled in a fog round us, and being fairly in a trough of crevasses we could not get on. Fortunately we found a snow patch to pitch the tents on, but even there were crevasses under us. However, we enjoyed a hearty lunch, and I improved the shining hour by preparing my rations for the upper glacier depot. At 3 p.m. it cleared, and Mount Darwin, a Nunatak to the S.W. of the others, could be seen. This we made 4, and some 2 miles on exchanged blue ice for the new snow, which was much harder pulling. Scott was fairly wound up, and he went on and on. Every rise topped seemed to fire him with a desire to top the next, and every rise had another beyond and above it. We camped at 8 p.m. All pretty weary, having come up nearly 1,500 feet, and done over 11 miles in ASW direction. We were south of Mount Darwin in 85 degrees 7 minutes south. And our corrected altitude proved to be 7,000 feet above the barrier. I worked up till a very late hour getting the depot stores ready, and also weighing out and arranging allowances for the returning party. And arranging the stores and distribution of weights of the two parties going on. The temperature was down to 0 today, the lowest it has been for some time this summer weather, 244. There is a very mournful air tonight, those going on and those turning back. Bill came in while I was cooking, to say goodbye. He told me he fully expected to come back with the next party, that he could see Scott was going to take on the strongest fellows, perhaps 3 seamen. It would be a great disappointment if Bill did not go on. 245. We gave away any gear which we could spare to those going on. And I find the following in my diary. I have been trying to give away my spare gear where it may be most acceptable, Finsko to Bertie, pajama trousers to Bill. And a bag of bocce for Bill to give Scott on Christmas Day, some bocce to Titus, Jaeger socks and half my scarf to Crean, and a bit of handkerchief to Bertie. Very tired tonight. Scott wrote. We are struggling on, considering all things against odds. The weather is a constant anxiety, otherwise arrangements are working exactly as planned. Here we are practically on the summit and up to date in the provision line. We ought to get through. 246. Chapter 11. The Polar Journey, continued. People, perhaps, still exist who believe that it is of no importance to explore the unknown polar regions. This, of course, shows ignorance. It is hardly necessary to mention here of what scientific importance it is that these regions should be thoroughly explored. The history of the human race is a continual struggle from darkness towards light. It is, therefore, to no purpose to discuss the use of knowledge. Man wants to know, and when he ceases to do so, he is no longer man. Nansen. Chapter 3. The plateau from Mount Darwin to lat. 87 degrees 2 minutes south. First sledge. Second sledge. Scott. Lieutenant. Evans. Wilson. Bowers. Oates. Lashley. Seaman Evans. Crean. For the first week on the plateau Bowers wrote a full diary, which I give below. After December 28 there are little more than fragmentary notes until January 19, the day the party started to return from the pole. From then until January 25, he wrote fully. Nothing after that until January 29, followed by more fragments to February 3, I suppose. That is the last entry he made. But this is not surprising, even in a man of Bowers' energy. The time a man can give to writing under such conditions is limited, and Bowers had a great deal of it to do before he could think of a diary, the meteorological log. Sites for position as well as rating sites for time, and all the routine work of weights, provisions and depots. He wrote no diary at the pole, but he made a very full meteorological report while there in addition to working out sights. The wonder is that he kept a diary at all. From Bowers' Diary. December 22nd. Midsummer Day. We have had a brilliant day with a temperature about 0 and no wind, altogether charming conditions. I rigged up the upper glacier depot after breakfast. We depoted 2 half-weekly units for return of the 2 parties, also all crampons and glacier gear, such as ice axes, crowbar, spare alpine rope, etc. Personal gear, medical, and in fact everything we could dispense with. I left my old Finsko, wind trousers, and some other spare gear in a bag for going back. The 2 advance parties' weights amounted to 190 pounds per man. They consisted of the permanent weights, 12 weeks' food and oil, spare sledge runners, etc. We said goodbye and sent back messages and photo films with the first returning party, which consisted of Atch, Cherry, Silas and Cohane. It was quite touching saying farewell to our good pals. They wished us luck, and Cherry, Atch and Silas quite overwhelmed me. We went forward, the owner's team as before consisting of Dr. Bill, Titus and Seaman Evans, and Lieutenant Teddy Evans and Lashley coming over to my sledge and tent to join up with Crean and myself. We all left the depot cairn marked with 2 spare 10-feet sledge runners and a large black flag on one. Our morning march was not so long as usual owing to making up the depot, but we did 5 miles uphill, hauling our heavier loads more easily than the lighter ones yesterday. A fall in the temperature had improved the surface. We had also sandpapered our runners after the tearing up they had had on the glacier. This made a tremendous difference. The afternoon march brought our total up to 10.6 miles for the day on ASW course. We are steering SW with a view to avoiding icefalls which Shackleton met with. We came across very few crevasses, the few we found were as broad as a street, and crossing them the whole party, sledge and all, would be on the bridge at once. They only gave way at the edges, and we did nothing worse than put our feet through now and then. The surface is all snow now, neve and hard sastrugi, which seem to point to a strong prevalent S.E. wind here. We are well clear of the land now, and it is a beautiful evening. I have just taken 6 photographs of the Dominion Range. We can see many new mountains. Our position by observation is 85 degrees 3 minutes 29 S, 161 degrees 4 minutes 45 E, variation being 175 degrees 5 minutes. December 23rd. Turned out at usual time, 5:45 a.m. I am cook this week in our tent. After breakfast built 2 cairns to mark spot and shoved off at 7:45. We started up a big slope on ASW course to avoid the pressure which lay across our track to the southward. It was a pretty useful slog up the rise. At one time it seemed as if we would never top the slope. We stopped for 5 minutes to look round after 2.5 hours hard plugging and about 1.5 hours later reached the top, from which we could see the distant mountains which have so recently been our companions. They are beginning to look pretty magnificent. The top of the Great Pressure Ridge was running roughly S, E, and N, W. It was one of a succession of ridges which probably cover an area of 50 or 60 square miles. In this neighborhood Shackleton met them almost to 86½ degrees south. At the top of the ridge were vast crevasses into which we could have dropped the Terra Nova easily. The bridges were firm, however, except at the sides, though we had frequent stumbles into the conservatory roof, so to speak. The sledges were rushed over them without mishap. We had to head farther west to clear disturbances, and at one time were going W.N.W. At lunch camp we had done 8.5 miles, and in the afternoon we completed 15 on ASW. Course over improved ground. Our routine is to actually haul our sledges for 9 hours a day, 5 in the morning, 7:15 a.m. till 1 p.m., and 4 in the afternoon, 2:30 p.m., 6:30 p.m. We turn out at 5:45 a.m. just now. The loads are still pretty heavy, but the surface is remarkably good considering all things. One gets pretty weary towards the end of the day. All my muscles have had their turn at being stiffened up. These hills are giving my back ones a reminder, but they will ache less tomorrow and finally cease to do so, as is the case with legs, etc. Which had their turn first? December 24th. Christmas Eve. We started off heading due south this morning, as we are many miles to the westward of Shackleton's course and should if anywhere be clear of the icefalls and pressure. Of course, no mortals having been here, one can only conjecture. As a matter of fact, we found later in the day that we were not clear by any means, and had to do a bit of dodging about to avoid disturbances. As well as mount vast ridges with the tops of them a chaos of crevasses. The tops are pretty hard ice snow, over which the sledges run easily. It is quite a holiday after slogging up the slopes on the softer surface with our heavy loads, which amount to over 190 pounds per man. We mark our night camp by 2 cairns and our lunch camp by single ones. It is doubtful, however, among these ridges, if we will ever pick them up again, and it does not really matter, as we have excellent land for the upper glacier depot. We completed 14 miles and turned in as usual pretty tired. December 25th. Christmas Day. A strange and strenuous Christmas for me, with plenty of snow to look at and very little else. The breeze that had blown in our faces all yesterday blew more freshly today, with surface drift. It fairly nipped one's nose and face starting off, until one got warmed up. We had to pull in wind blouses, as though one's body kept warm enough on the march. The arms got numbed with the penetrating wind no matter how vigorously they were swung. Another thing is that one cannot stop the team on the march to get clothes on and off, so it is better to go the whole hog and be too hot than cause delays. We had the addition of a little pony meat for breakfast to celebrate the day. I am the cook of our tent this week. We steered south again and struck our friends the crevasses and climbed ridges again. About the middle of the morning we were all falling in continually, but Lashley and my team had the worst drop. He fell to the length of his harness and the trace. I was glad that having noticed his rope rather worn, I had given him a new one a few days before. He jerked Crean and me off our feet backwards, and Crean's harness being jammed under the sledge, which was half across an 8-foot bridge, he could do nothing. I was a little afraid of sledge and all going down, but fortunately the crevasse ran diagonally. We could not see Lashley, for a great overhanging piece of ice was over him. Teddy Evans and I cleared Crean and we all three got Lashley up with the alpine rope cut into the snow sides which overhung the hole. We then got the sledge into safety. Today is Lashley's birthday. He is married and has a family, is 44 years of age, and due for his pension from the service. He is as strong as most and is an undefeated old sportsman. Being a chief stoker, RN. His original job was charge of one of the ill-fated motor sledges. The following is Lashley's own account. Christmas Day and a good one. We have done 15 miles over a very changing surface. First of all, it was very much crevassed and pretty rotten. We were often in difficulties as to which way we should tackle it. I had the misfortune to drop clean through, but was stopped with a jerk when at the end of my harness. It was not of course a very nice sensation, especially on Christmas Day, and being my birthday as well. While spinning round in space like I was, it took me a few seconds to gather together my thoughts and see what kind of a place I was in. It certainly was not a fairy's place. When I had collected myself I heard someone calling from above, "Are you all right, Lashley?" I was all right, it is true, but I did not care to be dangling in the air on a piece of rope, especially when I looked round and saw what kind of a place it was. It seemed about 50 feet deep and 8 feet wide, and 120 feet long. This information I had ample time to gain while dangling there. I could measure the width with my ski sticks, as I had them on my wrists. It seemed a long time before I saw the rope come down alongside me with a bowline in it for me to put my foot in and get dragged out. It was not a job I should care to have to go through often, as by being in the crevasse I had got cold and a bit frostbitten on the hands and face, which made it more difficult for me to help myself. Anyhow Mr. Evans, Bowers and Crean hauled me out, and Crean wished me many happy returns of the day, and of course I thanked him politely and the others laughed. But all were pleased I was not hurt bar a bit of a shake. It was funny, although they called to the other team to stop they did not hear, but went trudging on and did not know until they looked round just in time to see me arrive on top again. They then waited for us to come up with them. The captain asked if I was all right and could go on again, which I could honestly say yes to, and at night when we stopped for dinner I felt I could do 2 dinners in. Anyhow we had a pretty good tuck-in. Dinner consisted of pemmican, biscuits, chocolate éclair, pony meat, plum pudding and crystallized ginger and 4 caramels each. We none of us could hardly move, 2:47. We had done over 8 miles at lunch. I had managed to scrape together from the barrier rations enough extra food to allow us a stick of chocolate each for lunch, with 2 spoonfuls of raisins each in our tea. In the afternoon we got clear of crevasses pretty soon, but towards the end of the afternoon Captain Scott got fairly wound up and went on and on. The breeze died down and my breath kept fogging my glasses, and our windproofs got oppressively warm, and altogether things were pretty rotten. At last he stopped and we found we had done 14 3/4 miles. He said, "What about 15 miles for Christmas Day?" So we gladly went on. Anything definite is better than indefinite trudging. We had a great feed which I had kept hidden and out of the official weights since our departure from winter quarters. It consisted of a good fat hoosh with pony meat and ground biscuit. A chocolate hoosh made of water, cocoa, sugar, biscuit, raisins, and thickened with a spoonful of arrowroot. This is the most satisfying stuff imaginable. Then came 2½ square inches of plum duff each, and a good mug of cocoa washed down the whole. In addition to this we had 4 caramels each and 4 squares of crystallized ginger. I positively could not eat all mine, and turned in feeling as if I had made a beast of myself. I wrote up my journal. In fact I should have liked somebody to put me to bed. December 26th. We have seen many new ranges of mountains extending to the S.E. of the Dominion Range. They are very distant, however, and must evidently be the top of those bounding the barrier. They could only be seen from the tops of the ridges as waves up which we are continually mounting. Our height yesterday morning by hypsometer was 8,000 feet. That is our last hypsometer record, as I had the misfortune to break the thermometer. The hypsometer was one of my chief delights, and nobody could have been more disgusted than myself at its breaking. However, we have the aneroid to check the height. We are going gradually up and up. As one would expect, a considerable amount of lassitude was felt over breakfast after our feed last night. The last thing on earth I wanted to do was to ship the harness round my poor tummy when we started. As usual, a stiff breeze from the south and a temperature of -7 blew in our faces. Strange to say, however, we don't get frostbitten. I suppose it is the open-air life. I could not tell if I had a frostbite on my face now, as it is all scales, so are my lips and nose. A considerable amount of red hair is endeavoring to cover up matters. We crossed several ridges, and after the effects of overfeeding had worn off did a pretty good march of 13 miles. No more Christmas days, so no more big hooshes. 248. December 27th. There is something the matter with our sledge or our team, as we have an awful slog to keep up with the others. I asked R. Bill and he said their sledge ran very easily. Ours is nothing but a desperate drag with constant rallies to keep up. We certainly manage to do so, but I am sure we cannot keep this up for long. We are all pretty well done up tonight after doing 13.3 miles. Our salvation is on the summits of the ridges, where Hardneve and Sastrugi obtain, and we skip over this slippery stuff and make up lost ground easily. In soft snow the other team draw steadily ahead, and it is fairly heartbreaking to know you are putting your life out hour after hour while they go along with little apparent effort. December 28th. The last few days have been absolutely cloudless, with unbroken sunshine for 24 hours. It sounds very nice, but the temperature never comes above zero, and what Shackleton called the pitiless increasing wind of the Great Plateau continues to blow at all times from the south. It never ceases, and all night it whistles round the tents, all day it blows in our faces. Sometimes it is SSE, or SE to S, and sometimes even S to W. But always southerly, chiefly accompanied by low drift which at night forms quite a deposit round the sledges. We expected this wind, so we must not growl at getting it. It will be great fun sailing the sledges back before it. As far as weather is concerned, we have had remarkably fine days up here on this limitless snow plain. I should like to know what there is beneath us, mountains and valleys simply leveled off to the top with ice. We constantly come across disturbances which I can only imagine are caused by the peaks of ice-covered mountains, and no doubt some of the icefalls and crevasses are accountable to the same source. Our coming west has not cleared them, as we have seen more disturbances to the west, many miles away. However, they are getting less and less, and are now nothing but featureless rises with apparently no crevasses. Our first 2 hours pulling today. From Lashley's Diary. December 29, 1911. A nasty head wind all day and low drift which accumulates in patches and makes it the deuce of a job to get along. We have got to put in long days to do the distance. December 30, 1911. Sledges going heavy, surface and wind the same as yesterday. We depotted our ski tonight, that is the party returning tomorrow, when we march in the forenoon and camp to change our sledge runners into 10 feet. Done 11 miles but a bit stiff. December 31, 1911. After doing 7 miles we camped and done the sledges, which took us until 11 p.m. And we had to dig out to get them done by then, made a depot and saw the old year out and the new year in. We all wondered where we should be next New Year. It was so still and quiet. The weather was dull and overcast all night. In fact, we have not seen much of the sun lately. It would be so nice if we could sometimes get a glimpse of it. The sun is always cheering. January 1912. New Year's Day. We pushed on as usual, but were rather late getting away, 9:10, something unusual for us to be as late. The temperature and wind is still very troublesome. We are now ahead of Shackleton's dates and have passed the 87th parallel, so it is only 180 miles to the pole. January 2, 1912. The dragging is still very heavy and we seem to be always climbing higher. We are now over 10,000 feet above sea level. It makes it bad as we don't get enough heat in our food and the tea is not strong enough to run out of the pot. Everything gets cold so quickly. The water boils at about 196 degrees Fahrenheit. Scott's own diary of this first fortnight on the plateau shows the immense shove of the man. He was getting every inch out of the miles, every ounce out of his companions. Also he was in a hurry, he always was. That blizzard which had delayed him just before the gateway, and the resulting surfaces which had delayed him in the lower reaches of the glacier. One can feel the averages running through his brain. So many miles today, so many more tomorrow. When shall we come to an end of this pressure? Can we go straight or must we go more west? And then the great undulating waves with troughs 8 miles wide, and the buried mountains, causing whirlpools in the ice, how immense, and how annoying. The monotonous march, the necessity to keep the mind concentrated to steer amongst disturbances, the relief of a steady plod when the disturbances cease for a time, then more pressure and more crevasses. Always slog on, slog on. Always a fraction of a mile more. On December 30th he writes, "We have caught up Shackleton's dates. 249. They made wonderful marches, averaging nearly 15 statute miles, 13 geographic, a day for the whole day marches until the second return party turned back on January 4th. Scott writes on December 26, "It seems astonishing to be disappointed with a march of 15, statute, miles when I had contemplated doing little more than 10 with full loads. 250. The last returning party came back with the news that Scott must reach the pole with the greatest ease. This seemed almost a certainty, and yet it was, as we know now, a false impression. Scott's plans were based on Shackleton's averages over the same country. The blizzard came and put him badly behind, but despite this he caught Shackleton up. No doubt the general idea then was that Scott was going to have a much easier time than he had expected. We certainly did not realize then, and I do not think Scott himself had any notion of, the price which had been paid. Of the 3 teams of 4 men each which started from the bottom of the Beardmore, Scott's team was a very long way the strongest. It was the team which, with one addition, went to the pole. Lieutenant Evans' team had mostly done a lot of man-hauling already. It was hungry and I think a bit stale. Bowers' team was fresh and managed to keep up for the most part, but it was very done at the end of the day. Scott's own team went along with comparative ease. From the top of the glacier 2 teams went on during the last fortnight of which we have been speaking. The first of them was Scott's unit complete, just as it had pulled up the glacier. The second team consisted, I believe, of the men whom Scott considered to be the strongest, 2 from Evans' team, and 2 from Bowers'. All Scott's team were fresh to the extent that they had done no man-hauling until we started up the glacier. But 2 of the other team, Lieutenant Evans and Lashley, had been man-hauling since the breakdown of the second motor on November 1st. They had man-hauled 400 statute miles farther than the rest. Indeed, Lashley's man-hauling journey from Corner Camp to beyond 87 degrees 2 minutes south and back is one of the great feats of polar traveling. Surely and not very slowly, Scott's team began to wear down the other team. They were going easily when the others were making heavy weather and were sometimes far behind. During the fortnight they rose, according to the corrected observations, from 7,151 feet, upper glacier depot, to 9,392 feet above sea level, 3-degree depot. The rarefied air of the plateau with its cold winds and lower temperatures, just now about -10 degrees to -12 degrees at night and -3 degrees during the day, were having their effect on the second team, as well as the forced marches. This is quite clear from Scott's diary, and from the other diaries also. What did not appear until after the last returning party had turned homewards was that the first team was getting worn out too. This team which had gone so strong up the glacier, which had done those amazingly good marches on the plateau, broke up unexpectedly and in some respects rapidly from the 88th parallel onwards. Seaman Evans was the first man to crack. He was the heaviest, largest, most muscular man we had, and that was probably one of the main reasons, for his allowance of food was the same as the others. But one mishap which contributed to his collapse seems to have happened during this first fortnight on the plateau. On December 31st the 12-feet sledges were turned into 10-feet ones by stripping off the old scratched runners which had come up the glacier and shipping new 10-feet ones which had been brought for the purpose. This job was done by the seaman, and Evans appears to have had some accident to his hand, which is mentioned several times afterwards. Meanwhile Scott had to decide whom he was going to take on with him to the pole, for it was becoming clear that in all probability he would reach the pole. What castles one builds now, hopefully that the pole is ours. He wrote the day after the supporting party left him. The final advance to the pole was, according to plan, to have been made by 4 men. We were organized in 4-man units, our rations were made up for 4 men for a week, our tents held 4 men, our cookers held 4 mugs, 4 pannikins and 4 spoons. For days before the supporting party turned, Scott ordered the second sledge of 4 men to depot their ski. It is clear, I suppose, that at this time he meant the polar party to consist of 4 men. I think there can be no doubt that he meant one of those men to be himself. For your own ear also, I am exceedingly fit and can go with the best of them, he wrote from the top of the glacier. 251. He changed his mind and went forward a party of 5, Scott, Wilson, Bowers, Oates and Seaman Evans. I am sure he wished to take as many men as possible to the pole. He sent 3 men back, Lieutenant Evans in charge, and 2 seamen, Lashley and Crean. It is the vivid story of those 3 men, who turned on January 4 in latitude 87 degrees 2 minutes, which is told by Lashley in the next chapter. Scott wrote home, a last note from a hopeful position. I think it's going to be all right. We have a fine party going forward and arrangements are all going well. 252. 10 months afterwards we found their bodies. Chapter 12. The Polar Journey, continued. The Devil. And these are the creatures in whom you discover what you call a life force. Don Juan. Yes. For now comes the most surprising part of the whole business. The statue. What's that? Don Juan. Why, that you can make any of these cowards brave by simply putting an idea into his head. The statue. Stuff. As an old soldier I admit the cowardice, it's as universal as seasickness, and matters just as little. But that about putting an idea into a man's head is stuff and nonsense. In a battle all you need to make you fight is a little hot blood and the knowledge that it's more dangerous to lose than to win. Don Juan. That is perhaps why battles are so useless. But men never really overcome fear until they imagine they are fighting to further a universal purpose, fighting for an idea, as they call it. Bernard Shaw, Man and Superman. Chapter 4. Returning parties. 2 dog teams, Mears and Dimitri, turned back from the bottom of the Beardmore Glacier on December 11, 1911. They reached Hut Point on January 4, 1912. First supporting party, Atkinson, Cherry-Garrard, Wright, Cohane, turned back in lat. 85 degrees 5 minutes on December 22, 1911. They reached Hut Point January 26, 1912. Last supporting party, Lieutenant Evans, Lashley, Crean, turned back in lat. 87 degrees 2 minutes on January 4, 1912. They reached Hut Point February 22, 1912. Of the 3 teams which started up the Beardmore Glacier, the first to return, a fortnight after starting the summit rations, was known as the first supporting party, the second to return. A month after starting the summit rations, was known as the last supporting party. Of the 2 dog teams under Mears, which had already turned homewards at the bottom of the glacier after having been brought forward farther than had been intended, I will speak later. 253. I am going to say very little about the first return party, which consisted of Atkinson, Wright, Cohane and myself. Atkinson was in command, and before we left Scott told him to bring the dog teams out to meet the polar party if, as seemed likely, Mears returned home. Atkinson is a naval surgeon and you will find this party referred to in Lashley's diary as the doctors. It was a sad job saying goodbye. It was thick, snowing and drifting clouds when we started back after making the depot. And the last we saw of them as we swung the sledge north was a black dot just disappearing over the next ridge and a big white pressure wave ahead of them. Scott said some nice things when we said goodbye. Anyway, he has only to average 7 miles a day to get to the pole on full rations. It's practically a cert for him. I do hope he takes Bill and Birdie. The view over the icefalls and pressure by the Mill Glacier from the top of the icefalls is one of the finest things I have ever seen. Atch is doing us proud. 254. No 500-mile journey down the Beardmore and across the barrier can be uneventful, even in midsummer. We had the same dreary drag, the same thick weather, fears and anxieties which other parties have had. A touch of the same dysentery and sickness, the same tumbles and crevasses, the same Christmas comforts, a layer of plum pudding at the bottom of our cocoa. And some rocks collected from a moraine under the Cloudmaker, the same groping for tracks, the same cairns lost and found, the same snow-blindness and weariness, nightmares, food dreams. Why repeat? Comparatively speaking, it was a very little journey, and yet the distance from Cape Evans to the top of the Beardmore Glacier and back is 1,164 statute miles. Scott's southern journey of 1902-3 was 950 statute miles. One day only is worth recalling. We got into the same big pressure above the Cloudmaker which both the other parties experienced. But where the other two parties made east to get out of it, we went west at Wright's suggestion. West was right. The day really lives in my memory because of the troubles of Cohane. He fell into crevasses to the full length of his harness 8 times in 25 minutes. Little wonder he looked a bit dazed. And Atkinson went down into one chasm head foremost, the worst crevasse fall I've ever seen. But luckily the shoulder straps of his harness stood the strain and we pulled him up little the worse. All three parties off the plateau owed a good deal to Meares, who, on his return with the 2 dog teams, built up the cairns which had been obliterated by the big blizzard of December 5, 8. The ponies' walls were drifted level with the surface, and Meares himself had an anxious time finding his way home. The dog tracks also helped us a good deal. The dogs were sinking deeply and making heavy weather of it. Adams Mountains. Cherry-Garrard. Cohane. Atkinson, first return party. At the barrier depots we found rather despondent notes from Meares about his progress. To the southern barrier depot he had uncomfortably high temperatures and a very soft surface, and found the cairns drifted up and hard to see. At the middle barrier depot we found a note from him dated December 20th. Thick weather and blizzards had delayed him, and once he had got right off the tracks and had been out from his camp hunting for them. They were quite well, a little eye strain from searching for cairns. He was taking a little butter from each bag, of the 3 depotted weekly units, and with this would have enough to the next depot on short rations. 2:55 at the Upper Glacier Depot, Mount Hooper. The news from Meares was dated Christmas Eve, in the evening. The dogs were going slowly but steadily in very soft stuff. Especially his last 2 days. He was running short of food, having only biscuit crumbs, tea, some cornflour, and half a cup of pemmican. He was therefore taking 50 biscuits, and a day's provisions for 2 men from each of our units. He had killed 1 American dog some camps back. If he killed more he was going to kill Chris Ravitza, who he said was the fattest and laziest. We shall take on 30 biscuits short. 2:56 Meares was to have turned homewards with the 2 dog teams in lat. 81 degrees 5 minutes. Scott took him on to approximately 83 degrees 5 minutes. The dogs had the ponies on which to feed. To make up the deficiency of man food we went 1 biscuit a day short when going up the Beardmore, but the dogs went back slower than was estimated and his provisions were insufficient. It was evident that the dog teams would arrive too late and be too done to take out the food which had still to be sledged to 1 ton for the 3 parties returning from the plateau. It was uncertain whether a man-hauling party with such of this food as they could drag would arrive at the depot before us. 2:57 we might have to travel the 130 geographical miles from 1 ton to Hut Point on the little food which was already at that depot, and we were saving food by going on short rations to meet this contingency if it arose. Judge therefore our joy when we reached 1 ton in the evening of January 15th to find 3 of the 5 excess rations which were necessary for the 3 parties. A man-hauling party consisting of Day, Nelson, Hooper and Clissold had brought out this food. They left a note saying the crevasses near Corner Camp were bad and open. Day and Hooper had reached Cape Evans from the barrier 2:58 on December 21st. They started out again on this depot-laying trip on December 26th. It is a common experience for men who have been hungry to be ill after reaching plenty of food. Atkinson was not at all well during our journey into Hut Point, which we reached without difficulty on January 26th. When I was looking for data concerning the return of the last supporting party of which no account has been published, I wrote to Lashley and asked him to meet and tell me all he could remember. He was very willing, and added that somewhere or other he had a diary which he had written. Perhaps it might be of use? I asked him to send it me, and was sent some dirty-thumbed sheets of paper. And this is what I read. January 3, 1912. Very heavy going today. This will be our last night together, as we are to return tomorrow after going on in the forenoon with the party chosen for the pole, that is Captain Scott, Dr. Wilson, Captain Oates, Lieutenant Bowers and Taff Evans. The captain said he was satisfied we were all in good condition, fit to do the journey, but only so many could go on, so it was his wish Mr. Evans, Crean and myself should return. He was quite aware we should have a very stiff job, but we told him we did not mind that, providing he thought they could reach the pole with the assistance we had been able to give them. The first time I have heard we were having mules coming down to assist us next year. I was offering to remain at Hut Point, to be there if any help was needed, but the captain said it was his and also Captain Oates' wish if the mules arrived I was to take charge of and look after them until their return. But if they did not arrive there was no reason why I should not come to Hut Point and wait their return. We had a long talk with the owner, Scott, in our tent about things in general and he seemed pretty confident of success. He seemed a bit afraid of us getting hung up, but as he said we had a splendid navigator, who he was sure he could trust to pull us through. He also thanked us all heartily for the way we had assisted in the journey and he should be sorry when we parted. We are of course taking the mail, but what a time before we get back to send it. We are nearly as far as Shackleton was on his journey. I shall not write more tonight, it is too cold. January 4, 1912. We accompanied the pole party for about 5 miles and everything seemed to be going pretty well and Captain Scott said they felt confident they could pull the load quite well, so there was no more need for us to go on farther, so we stopped and did all the talking we could in a short time. We wished them every success and a safe return, and asked each one if there was anything we could do for them when we got back, but they were all satisfied they had left nothing undone. So the time came for the last handshake and goodbye. I think we all felt it very much. They then wished us a speedy return and safe, and then they moved off. We gave them 3 cheers, and watched them for a while until we began to feel cold. Then we turned and started for home. We soon lost sight of each other. We traveled a long time so as to make the best of it while the weather was suitable, as we have to keep up a good pace on the food allowance. It won't do to lay up much. One thing since we left him to Darwin, we have had weather we could travel in, although we have not seen the sun much of late. We did 13 miles as near as we can guess by the cairns we have passed. We have not got a sledge meter so shall have to go by guess all the way home. Owing to the loss of a sledge meter on the Beardmore Glacier one of the 3 parties had to return without one. A sledge meter gives the navigator his dead reckoning, indicating the miles traveled, like the log of a ship. To be deprived of it in a wilderness of snow without landmarks adds enormously to the difficulties and anxieties of a sledge party. January 5, 1912. We were up and off this morning, the weather being fine but the surface is about the same, the temperature keeps low. We have got to change our pulling billets. Crean has become snowblind today through being leader, so I shall have the job tomorrow, as Mr. Evans seems to get blind rather quickly, so if I lead and he directs me from behind we ought to get along pretty well. I hope my eyes will keep all right. We made good 17 miles and camped. January 6, 1912. We are making good progress on the surface we have to contend with. We picked up the 3-degree depot soon after noon, which puts us up to time. We took our provision for a week. We have got to reach empty Darwin Depot, a distance of 120 miles, with 7 days' provisions. We picked up our ski and camped for the night. We have been wondering if the others have got the same wind as us. If so it is right in their face, whereas it is at our back, a treat to what it is facing it. Crean's eyes are pretty bad tonight. Snowblindness is an awful complaint, and no one I can assure you looks forward with pleasure when it begins to attack. January 7, 1912. We have had a very good day as far as traveling goes, the wind has been behind us and is a great help to us. We have been on ski all day for the first time. It seems a good change to footing it, the one thing day after day gets on one's nerves. Crean's eyes are a bit better today, but far from being well. The temperature is pretty low, which don't improve the surface for hauling, but we seem to be getting along pretty well. We have no sledge meter, so we have to go by guess. Mr. Evans says we done 17.5 miles, but I say 16.5. I am not going to overestimate our day's run, as I am taking charge of the biscuits so that we don't overstep the mark. This we have all agreed to so that we should exactly know how we stand, from day to day. I am still leading, not very nice as the light is bad. We caught a glimpse of the land to the east of us, but could only have been a mirage. January 8, 1912. On turning out this morning we found it was blowing a bleeze. So it was almost a case of having to remain in camp, but on second thoughts we thought it best to kick off as we can't afford to lay up on account of food, so thought it best to push on. I wonder if the pole party have experienced this. If so, they could not travel as it would be in their face, where we have got it at our back. We have lost the outward bound track, so have decided to make a straight line to Mt. Darwin, which will be on Shackleton's course according to his and Wild's diary. Each of the three parties which went forward up the Beardmore Glacier carried extracts from the above diaries. Wild was Shackleton's right-hand man in his southern journey in 1908. January 9, 1912. Traveling is very difficult, bad light and still blizzing. It would have been impossible to keep in touch with the cairns in this weather. I am giving 12 miles tonight. The weather have moderated a bit and looks a bit more promising. Can see land at times. January 10, 1912. The light is still very bad, with a good deal of drift, but we must push on as we are a long way from our depot, but we hope to reach it before our provisions run out. I am keeping a good eye on them. Crean's eyes have got all right again now. January 11, 1912. Things are a bit better today. Could see the land all right and where to steer for. It is so nice to have something to look at, but I am thinking we shall all have our work cut out to reach the depot before our provisions run short. I am deducting a small portion each meal so that we shall not have to go without altogether if we don't bring up at the proper time. Have done about 14 miles. January 12, 1912. The day has been full of adventure. At first we got into some very rough stuff, with plenty of crevasses. Had to get rid of the ski and put our thinking cap on, as we had not got under way long before we were at the top of some ice falls. These probably are what Shackleton spoke of. We could see it meant a descent of 600/700 feet, or make a big circuit, which meant a lot of time and a big delay, and this we can't afford just now, so we decided on the descent into the valley. This proved a difficult task, as we had no crampons, having left them at Mt. Darwin Depot. But we managed after a time by getting hold of the sledge each side and allowing her to run into a big lump of pressure, which was we knew a risky thing to do. It took us up to lunchtime to reach the valley, where we camped for lunch, where we all felt greatly relieved, having accomplished the thing safely, no damage to ourselves or the sledge. But we lost one of Crean's ski sticks. Some of the crevasses we crossed were 100 to 200 feet wide, but well bridged in the center, but the edges were very dangerous indeed. This is where the snow and ice begins to roll down the glacier. After starting on our way again we found we had to climb the hill. Things don't look very nice ahead again tonight. We don't seem to be more than a day's run from the depot, but it will surprise me if we reach it by tomorrow night. If not, we shall have to go on short rations, as our supply is nearly run out, and we have not lost any time, but we knew on starting we had to average 15.5 miles per day to reach it in time. January 13, 1912. This has been a very bad day for us, what with icefalls and crevasses. We feel all full up tonight. The strain is tremendous some days. We are camped, but not at the depot, but we hope to pick it up sometime tomorrow. We shall be glad to get off the summit, as the temperature is very low. We expected the party would have reached the pole yesterday, providing they had anything of luck. Scott reached the pole on January 17. January 14, 1912. Sunday, we reached the Mt. Darwin Depot at 2 p.m. and camped for lunch. We had just enough now for our meal. This is cutting it a bit fine. We have now taken our 3.5 days allowance, which has got to take us another 57 miles to the Cloudmaker Depot. This we shall do if we all keep as fit as we seem just now. We left a note at the depot to inform the captain of our safe arrival, wishing them the best of a journey home. We are quite cheerful here tonight, after having put things right at the depot, where we found the sugar exposed to the sun. It had commenced to melt, but we put everything all right before we left, and picked up our crampons and got away as soon as we could. We know there is not much time to spare. We are now beginning to descend rapidly. Tonight it is quite warm, and our tea and food is warmer. Things are going pretty favorable. We are looking forward to making good runs down the glacier. We have had some very heavy dragging lately, up the sharp rises we found on the outward journey. After a sharp rise we found a long gradual run down, 2 and 3 miles in length. We noticed this on our outward journey and remarked on it, but coming back the long uphill drag we found out was pretty heavy work. January 15, 1912. Had a good run today, but the ice was very rough and very much crevassed, but with crampons on we made splendid progress. We did not like to stop, but we thought it would not be advisable to overdo our strength as it is a long way to go yet. January 16, 1912. We made good headway again today, but tonight we camped in some very rough ice and pressure ridges. We are under the impression we are slightly out of our proper course, but Mr. Evans thinks we can't be very far out either way, and Crean and I are of the same opinion according to the marks on the land. Anyhow, we hope to get out of it in the morning and make the Cloudmaker Depot by night. We shall then feel safe, but the weather don't look over-promising again tonight, I am thinking. So far we have not had to stop for weather. We have wondered if the pole party have been as lucky with the weather as we have. They ought by now to be homeward bound. We have more chance now of writing as the temperature is much better down here. Tonight we have been discussing how the dogs got home, and also the progress made by the doctors, Atkinson, party. They ought to be nearing home. We have thought of the time it will take us to reach it at the rate we are getting along now. January 17, 1912. We have today experienced what we none of us ever wants to be our lot again. I cannot describe the maze we got into and the hairbreadth escapes we have had to pass through today. This day we shall remember all our lives. The more we tried to get clear, the worse the pressure got. At times it seemed almost impossible for us to get along, and when we had got over the places it was more than we could face to try and retreat. So we struggled on for hours to try and free ourselves, but everything seemed against us. I was leading with a long trace so that I could get across some of the ridges when we thought it possible to get the sledge over without being dashed down into the fathomless pits each side of us, which were too numerous to think of. Often and often we saw openings where it was possible to drop the biggest ship afloat in and loose her. This is what we have traveled over all day. It has been a great strain on us all, and Mr. Evans is rather down and thinks he has led us into such a hole, but as we have told him it is no fault of his, as it is impossible for anyone coming down the glacier to see what is ahead of them. So we must be thankful that we are so far safe. Tonight we seem to be in a better place. We have camped, not being able to reach the depot, which we are certain is not far off. Don't want many days like this. Below the Cloudmaker. January 18, 1912. We started off all in good spirits, trusting we should be able to reach the depot all in good time, but we had not got far before we came into pressure far worse than we were in yesterday. My God! What a day this have been for us all. I cannot describe what we really have today come through. No one could believe that we came through with safety. If we had only had a camera we could have obtained some photographs that would have surprised anyone living. We traveled all day with very little food, as we are a day and a half overdue, but when we got clear, I can say, clear, now because I am dotting down this at the depot where we have arrived. I had managed to keep behind just a small amount of biscuit and a drop of tea to liven us up to try and reach the depot, which we reached at 11 p.m. after one of the most trying days of my life. Shall have reason to never forget the 17th and 18th of January 1912. Tonight Mr. Evans is complaining of his eyes, more trouble ahead. January 19, 1912. After putting the depot in order and rearranging things, we kicked off again for Lower Glacier, Depot. Mr. Evans' eyes were very bad on starting this morning, but we made a pretty good start. I picked some rock today which I intend to try and get back with, as it is the only chance we have had of getting any up to the present. And it seemed a funny thing, the rock I got some pieces of looked as if someone before me had been chipping some off. I wonder if it was the doctor's party, but we could not see any trace of their sledge, but we could account for that, as it was all blue ice and not likely to leave any marks behind. After traveling for some distance we got on the same ridge as we ran along on the outward journey and passed what we took to be the doctor's Christmas camp. We had not gone far past before we got into soft snow, so we decided to camp for lunch. Mr. Evans' eyes being very bad indeed, we are traveling now on our own. I am leading and telling him the course I am steering, that is the different marks on the mountains. But we shall keep on this ridge for some distance yet. After lunch today we did not proceed far before we decided to camp, the surface being so bad and Mr. Evans' eyes so bad, we thought it would do us all good to have a rest. Last night we left a note for Captain Scott, but did not say much about our difficulties just above the cloud maker, as it would be better to tell him when we see him. January 20, 1912. We did not get away very smart today, but as we found the surface very soft, we decided to go on ski. Mr. Evans is still suffering with his eyes and badly. After getting his ski on we tied him on to the trace so that he could help to drag a bit. When we were troubling about the ridges we came over on our outward journey, but strange to say we never encountered any ridges at all on the surface, although very soft. Was the best I have ever sledged over ever since I have been at it. We fancied on our left or to the west we saw what we took to be the ridges, what we seemed to have missed altogether, although Mr. Evans have been blind and could not see anything at all. We have made splendid progress and covered at least 20 miles, as near as we can guess. We passed today one of the doctor's homeward bound camps, and kept on their track for some time, but finally lost it. We are camped tonight and we all feel confident we shall, if the weather remains good, reach the depot tomorrow night. January 21, 1912. Sunday, we started off as usual, again on ski, the weather again being favorable. Mr. Evans' eyes is still bad, but improving. It will be a good job when they are better. I picked up our outward bound course soon after we started this morning and asked Mr. Evans if I should try and keep it, as it will save him the trouble of directing me. And another thing, we came out without going through any crevasses, and I have noticed a good many crevasses today, what seems to be very dangerous ones. And on 2 occasions where our sledges, on the outward journey, had gone over, 2 of the crevasses had fallen through. We accomplished the journey from the Cloudmaker to this depot in 3 days. We all feel quite proud of our performance. Mr. Evans is a lot better tonight and old Tom is giving us a song while he is covering up the tent with snow. We have rearranged the depot and left our usual note for Captain Scott, wishing them a speedy return. Tomorrow we hope to see and reach the barrier, and be clear of the Beardmore forever. We none of us minds the struggle we have been through to attain the amount of success so far reached. It is all for the good of science, as Crean says. We reached the depot at 6:45 p.m. Plate 8, from Mount Kiffin to Mount Patrick, E. Wilson, Emery Walker Limited, Colotypers. January 22, 1912. We made a good start this morning and Mr. Evans' eyes is got pretty well all right again, so things looks a bit brighter. After starting we soon got round the corner from the granite pillars to between the mainland and Mt. Hope, on rising up on the slope between the mountain and the mainland, as soon as we sighted the barrier, Crean let go one huge yell enough to frighten the ponies out of their graves of snow. And no more Beardmore for me after this. When we began to descend on to the barrier, it only required one of us to drag the sledge down to within a mile of the pony and sledge depot, after exchanging our sledge as arranged. Picking up a small amount of pony meat, and fitted up bamboo for mast so that we shall be able to fix up a sail when favorable, we proceeded on our way to cross the barrier. We have now 360 miles to travel geographically to get to Hut Point. Mr. Evans complained to me while outside the tent that he had a stiffness at the back of his legs behind the knees. I asked him what he thought it was, and he said could not account for it, so if he don't soon get rid of it I am to have a look and see if anything is the matter with him. As I know from what I have seen and been told before, the symptoms of scurvy is pains and swelling behind the knee, round the ankle, and loosening of the teeth, ulcerated gums. Tonight I watched to see his gums, and I am convinced he is on the point of something anyhow, and this I have spoken to Crean about, but he don't seem to realize it. But I have asked him to wait developments for a time. It seems we are in for more trouble now, but let's hope for the best. January 23, 1912. We got away pretty well and did a good journey, having covered about 14 miles over a fairly good surface. We have passed the blizzard camp and glad of it too. Again today we saw in several places where the bridges on the crevasses had fallen through. A good job they none of them fell through when we were going over them, as the width would have taken all through with them, and in every case where they had fallen through was where we had gone over. As the mark of the sledge was very distinct in each case. Mr. Evans seems better today. January 24, 1912. Did a good run today over a good surface. The weather have been very warm, not much to write tonight as everything is going well. January 25, 1912. Started off in very thick weather, the temperature is very high and the snow is wet and clogging all day on our ski, which made dragging heavy, and towards evening it got worse. After lunch we got a good breeze for an hour, when it changed to a blizzard and almost rained. We saw the depot ahead sometimes, so we tried to reach it, as we thought we might be in for another few days like we had near the land on our outward journey. Anyhow we reached it after a tremendous struggle owing to the wet and bad light. I took off my ski and carried them on my shoulder to finish up the last half a mile. The blizzard died down after we had camped and turned in for the night. Looked at the thermometer, which showed 34. January 26, 1912. This have been a most wonderful day for surface. This morning when we started the thermometer stood at 34, much too high for sledging. We were on ski, or we might have been on stilts for the amount of snow clogging on our ski. Don't know how we should have got on without our ski. As the snow was so very soft we sank right in when we tried to go on foot, but we were fortunate to get the wind behind us and able to make use of the sail. We made a very good day of it, did 13 miles, 8 of this after lunch. I did not feel well outside the tent this morning. I came over quite giddy and faint, but it passed off quickly and have felt no more of it all day. January 27, 1912. We had a good run today with the sail up. It only required one of us to keep it straight, no need whatever to pull, but it was very hot, anyone could take off all their clothes and march. It is really too hot for this part of the world, but I dare say we shall soon get it a bit colder. Did 14.5 miles, it is nice to be able to see the tracks and cairns of our outward journey. We feel satisfied when we have done a good day and in good time. Mr. Evans is now suffering from looseness of the bowels. Crean had a touch of it a few days ago, but he is quite all right again. January 28, 1912. Today it have been a very heavy drag. The snow is still very soft and the sun very hot, it fairly scorches anyone's face. We are almost black now and our hair is long and getting white through being exposed to the light, it gets bleached. I am glad to say it is cooler tonight, generally. We got over 12.5 miles again today. Mr. Evans is still very loose in his bowels. This, of course, hinders us, as we have had to stop several times. Only another few more Sundays and we hope to be safely housed at Hut Point, or Cape Evans. We have now been out 97 days. January 29, 1912. Another good day was helped by the sail all day. One man could again manage for about 2 hours. The weather is still very warm, +20 again. Did 16.5 miles, only 14 to the next depot. Mr. Evans is still suffering from the same complaint, have come to the conclusion to stop his pemmican, as I feel that it have got something to do with him being out of sorts. Anyhow we are going to try it. Gave him a little brandy and he is taking some chalk and opium pills to try and stop it. His legs are getting worse and we are quite certain he is suffering from scurvy, at least he is turning black and blue and several other colors as well. January 30, 1912. Very bad light but fair wind, picked up the depot this evening. Did the 14 miles quite in good time. After taking our food we found a shortage of oil and have taken what we think will take us to the next depot. There seems to have been some leakage in the one can, but how we could not account for that we have left a note telling Captain Scott how we found it, but they will have sufficient to carry them on to the next depot, but we all know the amount of oil allowed on the journey is enough. But if any waste takes place it means extra precautions in the handling of it. Mr. Evans is still without pemmican and seems to have somewhat recovered from the looseness, but things are not by a long way with him as they should be. Only 2 more depots now to pick up. January 31, 1912. Another very good run today, but the light being very bad we had to continually stop and steer by compass. This a difficult task, especially as there was no wind to help keep on the course, but it have cleared again tonight. The temperature is +20 in the day and 10 at night just now. Did 13 miles. Mr. Evans is allowed a little pemmican as the work is hard and it wants a little warm food to put life into anyone in this part of the world. February 1, 1912. We had a very fine day but a very heavy pull, but we did 13 miles. Mr. Evans and myself have been out 100 days today. I have had to change my shirt again. This is the last clean side I have got. I have been wearing 2 shirts and each side will now have done duty next the skin, as I have changed round each month, and I have certainly found the benefit of it. And on the point we all 3 agree. Mr. Evans is still gradually worse, it is no good closing our eyes to the fact. We must push on as we have a long way to go yet. February 2, 1912. A very bad light again today, could not make much progress, only did 11 miles, but we must think ourselves lucky we have not had to lay up and get delayed. But we have had the wind and more behind us, otherwise we should have had to stop. Mr. Evans is no better but seems to be in great pain, but he keeps quite cheerful we are pleased to say. February 3, 1912. This morning we were forced to put Mr. Evans on his ski and strap him on, as he could not lift his legs. I looked at them again and found they are rapidly getting worse, things are looking serious on his part, but we have been trying to pump him up he will get through all right. But he begins to think different himself, but if we get to 1 ton and can get a change of food it may relieve him. He is a brick, there is plenty of pluck, one cannot but admire such pluck. The light have been dreadful all day and I seem to have got a bit depressed at times, not being able to see anything to know where I was on the course or not and not getting a word from Mr. Evans. I deliberately went off the course to see if anyone was taking notice but to my surprise I was quickly told I was off the course. This I thought, but wanted to know if he was looking out, which he was. It came on to Blee Eyes after we camped, we ought to reach Mt. Hooper tomorrow night. February 4, 1912. Started in splendid weather, but the surface was bad and dragging was very heavy, but it improved as the day went on, and we arrived at the depot at 7:40 p.m. We are now 180 miles from Hut Point, and this Sunday night we hope to be only 2 more Sundays on the barrier. No improvement in Mr. Evans, much worse. We have taken out our food and left nearly all the pemmican as we don't require it on account of none of us caring for it, therefore we are leaving it behind for the others. They may require it. We have left our note and wished them every success on their way, but we have decided it is best not to say anything about Mr. Evans being ill or suffering from scurvy. This old cairn have stood the weather and is still a huge thing. February 5, 1912. Had a very fine day and a good light all day, which makes things much more cheerful. Did not get away before 9 o'clock, but we did 11.5 miles, it is gradually getting colder. Mr. Evans is still getting worse, today he is suffering from looseness in the bowels, shall have to stop his pemmican. February 6, 1912. Another fine day, but sun was very hot and caused us to sweat a good deal, but we don't mind as we are pretty used to such changes. We shall soon be looking for land ahead, which will be Mt. Discovery or Mt. Erebus. We have 155 miles to go to Hut Point, done all right again 13.5 miles, we do wonderfully well especially as Mr. Evans have got to go very slowly first off after stopping until he gets the stiffness out of his legs, but he is suffering a good deal and in silence, he never complains, but he don't get much sleep. We shall all be glad when we arrive at 1 ton, where there is a change of food for us all. The pemmican is too much, especially when the weather is warm. February 7, 1912. A very fine day but heavy going. We are bringing the land in sight. The day have been simply lovely, did 12 miles. No better luck with our patient, he gets along without a murmur. We have got to help him in and out of the tent, but we have consulted on the matter and he is determined to go to the last, which we know is not far off, as it is difficult for him to stand. But he is the essence of a brick to keep it up, but we shall have to drag him on the sledge when he can't go any further. February 8, 1912. Today have been very favorable and fine, we had a good breeze and set sail after lunch. If we get a good day tomorrow we hope to reach 1 ton. Mr. Evans have passed a good deal of blood today, which makes things look a lot worse. I have to do nearly everything for him now. February 9, 1912. A very fine day and quite warm. Reached the depot at 5 p.m. and we all had a good feed of oatmeal. Oh, what a godsend to get a change of food. We have taken enough food for 9 days, which if we still keep up our present rate of progress it ought to take us into Hut Point. We cannot take too heavy a load, as there is only the 2 of us pulling now, and this our last port of call before we reach Hut Point, but things are not looking any too favorable for us. As our leader is gradually getting lower every day. It is almost impossible for him to get along, and we are still 120 miles from Hut Point. February 10, 1912. We did a good march, in very thick weather. Tonight we are camped and I am sorry to say Mr. Evans is in a very bad state. If this is scurvy I am sorry for anyone it attacks. We shall do our utmost to get him back alive, although he is so ill, he is very cheerful, which is very good and tries to do anything to help us along. We are thinking the food, now we have got a change, may improve things. I am very pleased to say Crean and myself are in the best of health, which we are thankful for. February 11, 1912. Today we built a cairn and left all our gear we could do without, as it is impossible for us to drag the load now, and Mr. Evans we think is doing well as long as he can keep on his legs. We have had a very bad light all day, and tonight we have a blee eyes on us, so we had to camp early. Our day's run has been 11 miles. We are now about 99 miles from our base. February 12, 1912. We did not get away until 10 o'clock on account of bad weather, but after we put Mr. Evans on his ski he went on slowly. It is against our wish to have to send him on a little in advance, but it is best as we shall have to drag him out of this we are certain. He has fainted on 2 or 3 occasions, but after a drop of brandy he has been able to proceed, but it is very awkward, especially as the temperature is so low. We are afraid of his getting frostbitten. Our progress is very slow, the light is very bad, and it is seldom we see the land. February 13, 1912. We got away in good time, but progress was slow, and Mr. Evans could not go, and we consulted a while and came to the conclusion it would be best to put him on the sledge, otherwise he may not pull through, so we stopped and camped. And decided to drop everything we can possibly do without, so we have only got our sleeping bags, cooker, and what little food and oil we have left. Our load is not much, but Mr. Evans on the sledge makes it pretty heavy work for us both, but he says he is comfortable now. This morning he wished us to leave him, but this we could not think of. We shall stand by him to the end one way or other, so we are the masters today. He has got to do as we wish and we hope to pull him through. This morning when we depotted all our gear I changed my socks and got my foot badly frostbitten, and the only way was to fetch it round. So although Mr. Evans was so bad he proposed to stuff it on his stomach to try and get it right again. I did not like to risk such a thing as he is certainly very weak, but we tried it, and it succeeded in bringing it round, thanks to his thoughtfulness. And I shall never forget the kindness bestowed on me at a critical time in our travels, but I think we could go to any length of trouble to assist one another. In such time and such a place we must trust in a higher power to pull us through. When we pack up now and have to move off we have to get everything ready before we attempt to move the tent, as it is impossible for our leader now to stand. Therefore it is necessary to get him ready before we start. We then pull the sledge alongside his bag and lift him onto it and strap him on. It is a painful piece of work and he takes it pretty well, but we can't help hurting him, as it is very awkward to lift him, the snow being soft and the light so bad, but he don't complain. The only thing we hear him grind his teeth. February 14, 1912. Another good start after the usual preparation. We have not got much to pack, but it takes us some time to get our invalid ready. The surface is very bad and our progress is very slow. But we have proposed to go longer hours and try to cover the distance, that is if we can stick it ourselves. February 15, 1912. We started in fine weather this morning, but it soon came over thick and progress became slow. We had to continually consult the compass, as we have had no wind to assist us, but after a while the sun peeped out and the wind sprang up and we were able to set sail, which helped us put in a good march. February 16, 1912. Today it have been a very heavy drag all day, and the light is very bad, but we had the pleasure of seeing Castle Rock and Observation Hill. We uncovered Mr. Evans to let him have a look and we have reduced our ration now to 1/2 as it is impossible for us to reach Hut Point under 4 days, that is if everything goes favorable with us. February 17, 1912. Today it has been thick. This morning soon after we started we saw what we thought was the dog tent, the 2 dog teams going out to meet the polar party. A thing we had been looking for to try and get relief, but when we came up to it we found it was only a piece of biscuit box stuck on an old camp for a guide. It shows how deceiving the things here are. I can tell you our hopes were raised, but on reaching it they dropped again considerably. We were able to see the land occasionally, and during one of the breaks this afternoon we spotted the motor. Oh, what joy! We again uncovered Mr. Evans to let him have a look and after trudging along for another 3 hours we brought up alongside it and camped for the night. We are now only a little over 30 miles from Hut Point. If we could only see the dogs approaching us, but they, we think, may have passed us while the weather have been thick. Mr. Evans is getting worse every day. We are almost afraid to sleep at night as he seems very weak. If the temperature goes much lower it will be a job to keep him warm. We have found some biscuits here at the motor but nothing else, but that will assist greatly on our way. The slogging have been heavy all day. We are pretty tired tonight. I don't think we have got the go in us we had, but we must try and push on. February 18, 1912. I started to move Mr. Evans this morning, but he completely collapsed and fainted away. Crean was very upset and almost cried, but I told him it was no good to create a scene but put up a bold front and try to assist. I really think he thought Mr. Evans had gone, but we managed to pull him through. We used the last drop of brandy. After a while we got him on the sledge and proceeded as usual, but finding the surface very bad and we were unable to make less than a mile an hour, we stopped and decided to camp. We told Mr. Evans of our plans, which were, Crean should proceed, it being a splendid day, on foot to Hut Point to obtain relief if possible. This we had agreed to between ourselves. I offered to do the journey and Crean remain behind, but Tom said he would much rather I stayed with the invalid and look after him, so I thought it best I should remain. And these plans were agreed to by all of us, so after we had camped the next thing was the food problem. We had about a day's provisions with extra biscuit taken from the motor, and a little extra oil taken from the same place. So we gave Crean what he thought he could manage to accomplish the journey of 30 miles geographical on, which was a little chocolate and biscuits. We put him up a little drink, but he would not carry it. What a pity we did not have some ski, but we dumped them to save weight. So Crean sailed away in splendid weather for a try to bring relief. I was in a bit of a sweat all day and remained up to watch the weather till long after midnight. I was afraid of the weather, but it kept clear and I thought he might have reached or got within easy distance of Hut Point. But there was the possibility of his dropping down a crevasse, but that we had to leave to chance. But none the more it was anxious moments, as if it comes on to drift the weather is very treacherous in these parts. After Crean left I left Mr. Evans and proceeded to Corner Camp, which was about a mile away, to see if there was any provisions left there that would be of use to us. I found a little butter, a little cheese, and a little treacle that had been brought there for the ponies. I also went back to the motor and got a little more oil while the weather was fine. I also got a large piece of Burberry and tied on a long bamboo and stuck up a big flag on our sledge so that anyone could not pass our way without seeing US or our flag. I found a note left at Corner Camp by Mr. Day saying there was a lot of very bad crevasses between there and the sea ice, especially off White Island. This put me in a bit of a fix, as I, of course, at once thought of Crean. He being on foot was more likely to go down than he would had he been on ski. I did not tell Mr. Evans anything about the crevasses, as I certainly thought it would be best kept from him. I just told him the note was there and all was well. February 19, 1912. Today Mr. Evans seems a bit better and more cheerful, the rest will do him good and assist in getting a little strength. We have been wondering when relief will reach us, but we cannot expect it for at least a day or two yet at the earliest. It was very thick this morning and also very cold. The temperature is dropping rapidly. Our tent was all covered in frost rime today, a sure sign of colder weather. It was very thick this morning but cleared as the day advanced, but we could not see Hut Point. I wonder if poor old Tom reached all right. We have very little food now except biscuit, but oil is better. We have got 1/2 gallon and if relief don't come for some time we shall be able to have hot water when all other things are gone. I have thought out a plan for the future, in case of no relief coming, but of course we took all things into consideration in case of failure, but we must hope for the best. Of course I know it is no use thinking of Mr. Evans being able to move any further as he can't stand at all. The only thing is, we may have missed the dogs, if so there is still a chance of someone being at Hut Point. I am cold now and cannot write more tonight. We lose the sun at midnight now. If all had went well we should have been home by now. February 20, 1912. Tuesday not a nice day. A low drift all the morning and increased to a blizzard at times. Have had to remain in the tent all day to try and keep warm. Have not got much food except biscuits. Mr. Evans is about the same but quite cheerful. We have had whole journey over and over, it have passed these 3 days away. We have wondered how they are getting on behind us. We have worked it out and they ought to be on the barrier now, with anything of luck. We have been gambling on the condition of the ice and the possibility of the open water at Hut Point at any time now, and also about what news of home. Although home is one of the foremost thoughts we hardly ever mention it, only what we are going to have to eat when we do arrive there. I think we have got everything that is good down on our list. Of course New Zealand have got to be answerable for a good deal, plenty of apples we are going to have and some nice homemade cake, not too rich, as we think we can eat more. I wonder if the mules will have arrived, as I am to look after them till Captain Oates returns, as Anton will be gone home, or at least going soon. We shall have to hurry up as the ship is to leave again on the 2nd of March, as it is not safe to remain longer in these regions. I am now too cold to write, and I don't seem settled at all and the weather is still pretty bad outside, so we are not going to look for anything to come along tonight. Hark, from us both. Yes, it is the dogs near. Relief at last. Who is there? I did not stay to think more before I was outside the tent. Yes, sir, it is all right. The doctor and Dmitri. How did you see us? The flag lash, says Dmitri. The doctor, how is Mr. Evans? All right, but low. But this had a good effect on him. After the first few minutes we got their tent pitched and the food they brought us, I was soon on the way preparing a meal for us all, but Mr. Evans cannot have pemmican, but the doctor have brought everything that will do him good, some onions to boil and several other things. Dmitri brought along a good lump of cake. We are in clover. Tonight after the doctor had examined my patient and we got through a good deal of talk about everything we could think of, especially home news and the return parties and the ship and those in her. We were sorry to hear she had not been able to get very near, and that the mules had arrived, and I don't know what. We now settled down for a good night. It seems to me we are in a new world, a weight is off my mind and I can once more see a bright spot in the sky for us all, the gloom is now removed. The blee eyes is bad outside, and Doctor and Dmitri is gone and turned in, so once more, but sleep is out of the question. February 21st, 1912. The day have been very bad and we are obliged to remain until it clears. We are going to move off as soon as it clears. The day have been very cold, so we have had to remain in our bags, but things are all right and we have got plenty to eat now. We have all retired for the night as the blee eyes is still raging outside. February 22, 1912. The wind went down about 9 p.m. So we began to move and were ready to kick off at 10, and proposed to do the journey in 2 stages. It was fearful heavy going for the poor dogs. We arranged so that Mr. Evans was on Dimitri's sledge and Doctor and myself was on the other. We have done about half the journey and are now camped for a rest for the dogs and ourselves. We had a stiff 16 miles, the doctor and myself. We took turns in riding on the sledge and walking and running to keep up to the dogs. Sometimes we sank in up to the knees, but we struggled through it. My legs is the most powerful part of me now, but I am tired and shall be glad when it is over. I must lie down now, as we are starting again soon for Hut Point, but the surface is getting better as we have passed White Island and can see so plainly the land. Castle Rock and good old Erebus look so stately with the smoke rolling out. It is so clear and calm and peaceful. What a change in our surroundings of a few days ago and also our prospects. Doctor and Dmitri have done everything they could for us. February 22, 1912. We started off after a rest for the dogs and reached here at Hut Point at 1 p.m. where we can rest in peace for a time. Dmitri and Crean are going to Cape Evans. The ship is nowhere in sight. Have had to get some seal meat and ice and prepare a meal. Mr. Evans is all right and asleep. We are looking for a mail now. How funny, we should always be looking for something else. Now we are safe. End of Lashley's diary. Crean has told me the story of his walk as follows. He started at 10 on Sunday morning and the surface was good, very good surface indeed, and he went about 16 miles before he stopped. Good clear weather. He had 3 biscuits and 2 sticks of chocolate. He stopped about 5 minutes, sitting on the snow, and ate 2 biscuits and the chocolate, and put 1 biscuit back in his pocket. He was quite warm and not sleepy. He carried on just the same and passed safety camp on his right some 5 hours later, and thinks it was about 12:30 on Monday morning that he reached the edge of the barrier, tired. Getting cold in the back and the weather coming on thick. It was bright behind him, but it was coming over the bluff, and White Island was obscured, though he could still see Cape Armitage and Castle Rock. He slipped a lot on the sea ice, having several falls onto his back, and it was getting thicker all the time. At the barrier edge there was a light wind, now it was blowing a strong wind, drifting and snowing. He made for the gap and could not get up at first. To avoid taking a lot out of himself he started to go round Cape Armitage, but soon felt slush coming through his finsko, he had no crampons, and made back for the gap. He climbed up to the left of the gap and climbed along the side of Observation Hill to avoid the slippery ice. When he got to the top it was still clear enough to see vaguely the outline of Hut Point, but he could see no sledges nor dogs. He sat down under the lee of Observation Hill, and finished his biscuit with a bit of ice. I was very dry. Slid down the side of Observation Hill and thought at this time there was open water below, for he had no goggles on the march and his eyes were strained. But on getting near the ice foot he found it was polished sea ice and made his way round to the hut under the ice foot. When he got close he saw the dogs and sledges on the sea ice, and it was now blowing very hard with drift. He walked in and found the doctor and Dmitri inside. He gave me a tot first, and then a feed of porridge, but I couldn't keep it down. That's the first time in my life that ever it happened, and it was the brandy that did it. Chapter 13. Suspense. All the past we leave behind. We debouch upon a newer, mightier world, varied world. Fresh and strong the world we seize, world of labor and the march. Pioneers. Oh pioneers! We detachments steady throwing. Down the edges, through the passes, up the mountains steep. Conquering, holding, daring, venturing, as we go, the unknown ways. Pioneers. Oh pioneers! Walt Whitman. Let us come back to Cape Evans after the return of the first supporting party. Hitherto our ways had always been happy, for the most part they had been pleasant. Scott was going to reach the pole, probably without great difficulty, for when we left him on the edge of the plateau he had only to average 7 miles a day to go there on full rations. We ourselves had averaged 14.2 geographical miles a day on our way home to One Ton Depot, and there seemed no reason to suppose that the other two parties would not do likewise. And the food was not only sufficient but abundant if such marches were made. Thus we were content as we wandered over the cape. Or sat upon some rock warmed by the sun and watched the penguins bathing in the lake which had formed in the sea ice between us and Inaccessible Island. All round us were the cries of the skua gulls as they squabbled among themselves, and we heard the swish of their wings as they swooped down upon a man who wandered too near their nests. Out upon the sea ice, which was soggy and dangerous, lay several seal, and the bubblings and whistlings and gurglings which came from their throats chimed musically in contrast to the hoarse awk of the Adelie penguins. The tide crack was sighing and groaning all the time. It was very restful after the barrier silence. Meanwhile the Terra Nova had been seen in the distance, but the state of the sea ice prevented her approach. It was not until February 4th that communication was opened with her and we got our welcome mails and news of the world during the last year. We heard that Campbell's party had been picked up at Cape Adara and landed at Evans Coves. We started unloading on February 9th, and this work was continued until February 14th. There was about 3 miles of ice between the ship and the shore and we were doing more than 20 miles a day. In the case of men who had been sledging much, and who might be wanted to sledge again, this was a mistake. Latterly the ice began to break up, and the ship left on the 15th, to pick up the geological party on the western side of McMurdo Sound. But she met great obstacles, and her record near the coasts this year is one of continual fights against pack ice, while the winds experienced as the season advanced were very strong. On January 13 the fast ice at the mouth of McMurdo Sound extended as far as the southern end of the Bird Peninsula. 10 days later they found fast ice extending for 30 miles from the head of Granite Harbor. Later in the season the most determined efforts were made again and again to penetrate into Evans Coves in order to pick up Campbell and his men, until the ice was freezing all round them. And many times the propeller was brought up dead against blocks of ice. 259. The expedition was originally formed for 2 years from the date of leaving England. But before the ship left after landing us at Cape Evans in January 1911 the possibility of a third year was considered. And certain requests for additional transport and orders for stores were sent home. Thus it came about that the ship now landed not only new sledges and sledging stores but also 14 dogs from Kamchatka and 7 mules, with their food and equipment. The dogs were big and fat, but the only ones which proved of much service for sledging were Snowy, a nice white dog, and Bullet. It was Oates' idea that mules might prove a better form of transport on the barrier than ponies. Scott therefore wrote to Sir Douglas Haig, then C.in.C. in India, that if he failed to reach the pole in the summer of 1911-12, it is my intention to make a second attempt in the following season provided fresh transport can be brought down, the circumstances making it necessary to plan to sacrifice the transport animals used in any attempt. Before directing more ponies to be sent down I have thoroughly discussed the situation with Captain Oates. And he has suggested that mules would be better than ponies for our work and that trained Indian transport mules would be ideal. It is evident already that our ponies have not a uniform walking pace and that in other small ways they will be troublesome to us although they are handy little beasts. The Indian government not only sent 7 mules but when they arrived we found that they had been most carefully trained and equipped. In India they were in the charge of Lieutenant George Poulin. And the care and thought which had been spent upon them could not have been exceeded. The equipment was also extremely good and well adapted to the conditions. While most of the improvements made by us as the result of a year's experience were already foreseen and provided. The mules themselves, by name Lal Khan, Gulab, Begum, Rani, Abdullah, Pieri and Khan Sahib, were beautiful animals. Atkinson would soon have to start on his travels again. Before we left Scott at the top of the Beardmore he gave him orders to take the 2 dog teams south in the event of Meares having to return home, as seemed likely. This was not meant in any way to be a relief journey. Scott said that he was not relying upon the dogs, and that in view of the sledging in the following year, the dogs were not to be risked. Although it was settled that some members of the expedition would stay, while others returned to New Zealand. Scott and several of his companions had left undecided until the last moment the question of whether they would themselves remain in the south for another year. In the event of Scott deciding to return home the dog teams might make the difference between catching or missing the ship. I had discussed this question with Wilson more than once. And he was of opinion that the business affairs of the expedition demanded Scott's return if possible. Wilson himself inclined to the view that he himself would stay if Scott stayed. And return if Scott returned. I think that Oates meant to return. And am sure that Bowers meant to stay. Indeed he welcomed the idea of 1 more year in a way which I do not think was equaled by any other member of the expedition. For the most part we felt that we had joined up for 2 years, but that if there was to be a 3rd year we would rather see the thing through than return home. I hope I have made clear that the primary object of this journey with the dog teams was to hurry Scott and his companions home so that they might be in time to catch the ship if possible, before she was compelled by the close of the season to leave McMurdo Sound. Another thing which made Scott anxious to communicate with the ship if possible before the season forced her to leave the Sound was his desire to send back news. From many remarks which he made, and also from the discussions in the hut during the winter, it was obvious that he considered it was of the first importance that the news of reaching the pole, if it should be reached, be communicated to the world without the delay of another year. Of course he would also wish to send news of the safe return of his party to wives and relations as soon as possible. It is necessary to emphasize the fact that the dog teams were intended to hasten the return of the polar party, but that they were never meant to form a relief journey. But now Atkinson was left in a rather difficult position. I note in my diary, after we had reached the hut, that Scott was to have sent back instructions for the dog party with us, but these have, it would seem, been forgotten. But it may be that Scott considered that he had given these instructions in a conversation he had with Atkinson at the top of the Beardmore Glacier, when Scott said, "With the depot of dog food, which has been laid, come as far as you can." According to the plans for the polar journey, the food necessary to bring the 3 advance parties of man-haulers back from One Ton Depot to Hut Point was to be taken out to One Ton during the absence of these parties. This food consisted of 5 weekly units of what were known as XS rations. It was also arranged that if possible a depot of dog biscuit should be taken out at the same time. This was the depot referred to above by Scott. In the event of the return of the dog teams in the first half of December, which was the original plan, the 5 units of food and the dog biscuit would have been run out by them to 1 ton. If the dog teams did not return in time to do this, a man-hauling party from Cape Evans was to take out 3 of the 5 units of food. It has been shown that the dog teams were taken farther on the polar journey than was originally intended, 260 indeed. They were taken from 81 degrees 5 minutes, where they were to have turned back, as far as 83 degrees 5 minutes. Nor were they able to make the return journey in the fast time which had been expected of them. And the dog drivers were running very short of food and were compelled to encroach to some extent upon the supplies left to provide for the wants of those who were following in their tracks. 261 The dog teams did not arrive back at Cape Evans until January 4. Meanwhile, a man-hauling party from Cape Evans, consisting of Day, Nelson, Clissold and Hooper, had already, according to plan, taken out 3 of the 5 XS rations for the returning parties. The weights of the man-hauling party did not allow for the transport of the remaining 2 XS rations, nor for any of the dog food. Thus it was that when Atkinson came to make his plans to go south with the dogs, he found that there was no dog food south of Corner Camp, and that the rations for the return of the polar party from One Ton Depot had still to be taken out. That is to say, the depot of dog food spoken of by Scott did not exist. There was, however, enough food already at 1 ton to allow the polar party to come in on reduced rations. This meant that what the dog teams could do was limited, and was much less than it might have been had it been possible to take out the depot of dog food to 1 ton. Also, the man food for the polar party had to be added to the weights taken by the dogs. To estimate even approximately at what date a party will reach a given point after a journey of this length, when the weather conditions are always uncertain and the number of traveling days unknown, was a most difficult task. The only guide was the average marches per diem made by our own return party, and the average of the second return party if it should return before the dog party set out. A week one way or the other was certainly not a large margin. A couple of blizzards might make this much difference. In the plan of the southern journey, Scott, working on Shackleton's averages, mentions March 27 as a possible date of return to Hut Point, allowing 7 days in from 1 ton. Whilst on the outward journey, I heard Scott discuss the possibility of returning in April, and the polar party had enough food to allow them to do this on full rations. Atkinson and Dimitri with the 2 dog teams left Cape Evans for Hut Point on February 13 because the sea ice, which was our only means of communication between these places, and so to the barrier, was beginning to break up. Atkinson intended to leave Hut Point for the barrier in about a week's time, at 3:30 a.m. On February 19, Crean arrived with the astounding news that Lieutenant Evans, still alive but at his last gasp, was lying out near Corner Camp, and that Lashley was nursing him. That the last supporting party had consisted of 3 men only, a possibility which had never been considered. And that they had left Scott, traveling rapidly and making good averages, only 148 geographical miles from the pole. Scott was so well advanced that it seemed that he would be home much earlier than had been anticipated. A blizzard which had been threatening on the barrier, and actually blowing at Hut Point, during Crean's solitary journey, but which had lulled as he arrived, now broke with full force. And nothing could be done for Evans until it took off sufficiently for the dog teams to travel. But in the meantime Crean urgently wanted food and rest and warmth. As these were supplied to him, Atkinson learned bit by bit the story of the saving of Evan's life, told so graphically in Lashley's diary, which is given in the preceding chapter, and pieced together the details of Crean's solitary walk of 35 statute miles. This effort was made, it should be remembered, at the end of a journey of 3.5 months, and over ground rendered especially perilous by crevasses, from which a man traveling alone had no chance of rescue in case of accident. Crean was walking for 18 hours, and it was lucky for him, as also for his companions, that the blizzard which broke half an hour after his arrival did not come a little sooner. For no power on earth could have saved him then, and the news of Evan's plight would not have been brought. The blizzard raged all that day, and the next night and morning, and nothing could be done. But during the afternoon of the 20th the conditions improved, and at 4:30 p.m. Atkinson and Dimitri started with the 2 dog teams, though it was still blowing hard and very thick. They traveled, with one rest for the dogs, until 4:30 p.m. the next day, but had a very hazy idea where they were most of the time, owing to the vile weather. Once at any rate they seemed to have got right in under White Island. When they camped the second time they thought they were in the neighborhood of Lashley's tent, and in a temporary clearance they saw the flag which Lashley had put up on the sledge. Evans was still alive, and Atkinson was able to give him immediately the fresh vegetables, fruit, and seal meat which his body wanted. Atkinson has never been able to express adequately the admiration he feels for Lashley's care and nursing. All that night and the next day the blizzard continued and made a start impossible, and it was not until 3 a.m. on the morning of the 22nd that they could start for Hut Point, Evans being carried in his sleeping bag on the sledge. Lashley has told how they got home. At Cape Evans we knew nothing of these events, which had made reorganization inevitable. It was clear that Atkinson, being the only doctor available, would have to stay with Evans, who was very seriously ill. Indeed, Atkinson told me that another day, or at the most 2, would have finished him. In fact, he says that when he first saw him he thought he must die. It was a considerable surprise then when Dimitri with Crean and 1 dog team reached Cape Evans about midday on February 23 with a note from Atkinson, who said that he thought he had better stay with Lieutenant Evans and that someone else should take out the dogs. He suggested that Wright or myself should take them. This was our first intimation that the dogs had not already gone south. Wright and I started for Hut Point by 2 p.m. the same day, and on our arrival it was decided by Atkinson that I was to take out the dogs. Owing to the early departure of our meteorologist, Simpson, Wright, who had special qualifications for this important work, was to remain at Cape Evans. Dimitri, having rested his dog team overnight at Cape Evans, arrived at Hut Point on the morning of the 24th. Now the daily distance which every 4-man party had to average from Hut Point to its turning point and back to Hut Point, so as to be on full rations all the way, was only 8.4 geographical miles. From Hut Point to the latitude in which he was last seen, 87 degrees 2 minutes south, Scott had averaged more than 10 geographical miles a day. Taking into consideration the advanced latitude, 87 degrees 2 minutes south, at which the second return party had left Scott, and the extremely good daily averages these 2 parties had marched on the plateau up to this point, namely 12.3 geographical miles a day. Seeing also that the first return party had averaged 14.2 geographical miles on their return from 85 degrees 3 minutes south, to One Ton Depot, and the second return party had averaged 11.2 geographical miles on their return from 87 degrees 2 minutes south, to the same place, although one of the 3 men was seriously ill. It was supposed that all the previous estimates made for the return of the polar party were too late, and that the opportunity to reach One Ton Camp before them had been lost. Meanwhile the full rations for their return over the 140 miles, statute, from One Ton to Hut Point were still at Hut Point. My orders were given me by Atkinson, and were verbal, as follows. To take 24 days, food for the 2 men, and 21 days, food for the 2 dog teams, together with the food for the polar party. To travel to One Ton Depot as fast as possible and leave the food there. If Scott had not arrived at 1 Ton Depot before me, I was to judge what to do. That Scott was not in any way dependent on the dogs for his return. That Scott had given particular instructions that the dogs were not to be risked in view of the sledging plans for next season. Since it had proved impossible to take the depot of dog food, together with the full Polar Party rations, to 1 ton before this, considering the unforeseen circumstances which had arisen. And seeing that this journey of the dog teams was not indispensable, being simply meant to bring the last party home more speedily, I do not believe that better instructions could have been given than these of Atkinson. I was eager to start as soon as the team which had come back from Cape Evans was rested, but a blizzard prevented this. On the morning of the 25th it was thick as a hedge, but it cleared enough to pack sledges in the afternoon, and when we turned into our bags we could see Observation Hill. We started at 2 a.m. that night. I confess I had my misgivings. I had never driven one dog, let alone a team of them. I knew nothing of navigation. And 1 ton was 130 miles away, out in the middle of the barrier and away from landmarks. And so as we pushed our way out through the wind and drift that night, I felt there was a good deal to be hoped for, rather than to be expected. But we got along very well, Dimitri driving his team in front, as he did most of this journey, and picking up marks very helpfully with his sharp eyes. In the low temperatures we met, the glasses which I must wear are almost impossible, because of fogging. We took 3 boxes of dog biscuit from Safety Camp and another 3 boxes from a point 16 miles from Hut Point. Here we rested the dogs for a few hours, and started again at 6 p.m. All day the light was appalling, and the wind strong, but to my great relief we found Corner Camp after 4 hours more traveling, the flag showing plainly, though the cairn itself was invisible when 100 yards away. This was the last place where there was any dog food on the route, and the dogs got a good feed after doing 34 miles, statute, for the day's run. This was more than we had hoped. The only disquieting fact was that both the sledge meters which we had were working wrong. The better of the two seemed however to be marking the total mileage fairly correctly at present, though the hands which indicated more detailed information were quite at sea. We had no minimum thermometer, but the present temperature was -4 degrees. February 27th. Mount Terror has proved our friend today, for the slope just above the knoll has remained clear when everything else was covered, and we have steered by that, behind us. It seemed, when we started in low drift, that we should pick up nothing, but by good luck, or good I don't know what, we have got everything, first the motor, then Pony Walls at 10 miles. Where we stopped and had a cup of tea. I wanted to do 15 miles, but we have done 18.5 miles on the best running surface I have ever seen. After lunch we got a cairn which we could not see 20 yards away after we had reached it, but which we could see for a long way on the southern horizon, against a thin strip of blue sky. We camped just in time to get the tent pitched before a line of drift we saw coming out of the sky hit us. It is now blowing a mild blizzard and drifting. 48 miles in 2 days is more than I expected. May our luck continue. Dogs pulling very fit and not done up. February 28th. I had my first upset just after starting, the sledge capsizing on a great sastrugus like the ramp. Dimitri was a long way ahead and all behind was very thick. I had to unload the sledge for I could not ride it alone. Just as I righted it the team took charge. I missed the driving stick but got onto the sledge with no hope of stopping them, and I was carried a mile to the south, leaving 4 boxes of dog food, the weekly bag, cooker, and tent poles on the ground. The team stopped when they reached Dimitri's team, and by then the gear was out of sight. We went back for it, and made good 16.75 miles for the day on a splendid surface. The sun went down at 11:15, 10:15 AT, miraged quite flat on top. After he had gone down a great bonfire seemed to blaze out from the horizon. Now -22 degrees and we use a candle for the first time. February 29th. Bluff Depot. If anybody had told me we could reach Bluff Depot, nearly 90 miles, in 4 days, would not have believed it. We have had a good clear day with much mirage. Dogs a bit tired. 262. The next 3 days' run took us to 1 ton. On the day we left Bluff Depot, which had been made a little more than a year ago, when certain of the ponies were sent home on the depot journey 263 but which no longer contained any provisions. We traveled 12 miles. There was a good light and it was as warm as could be expected in March. The next day, March 2nd, we did 9 miles after a cold and sleepless night, -24 degrees and a mild blizzard from N.W., and quite thick. On the night of March 3rd we reached 1 ton, heading into a strongish wind with a temperature of -24 degrees. These were the first 2 days on which we had cold weather, but it was nothing to worry about for us, and was certainly not colder than one could ordinarily have expected at this time of year. Arrived at 1 ton, my first feeling was one of relief that the polar party had not been to the depot and that therefore we had got their provisions out in time. The question of what we were to do in the immediate future was settled for us. For 4 days out of the 6 during which we were at 1 ton the weather made traveling southwards, that is against the wind, either entirely impossible or such that the chance of seeing another party at any distance was nil. On the 2 remaining days I could have run a day farther south and back again, with the possibility of missing the party on the way. I decided to remain at the depot where we were certain to meet. On the day after we arrived at 1 ton, March 4th, Dmitri came to me and said that the dogs ought to be given more food, since they were getting done and were losing their coats. They had, of course, done a great deal of sledging already this year. Dmitri had long experience of dog driving and I had none. I thought and I still think he was right. I increased the dog ration therefore, and this left us with 13 more days' dog food, including that for March 4th. The weather was bad when we were at 1 ton, for when it was blowing the temperature often remained comparatively low, and when it was not blowing it dropped considerably. And I find readings in my diary of -34 degrees and -37 degrees at 8 p.m. Having no minimum thermometer we did not know the night temperatures. On the other hand I find an entry, today is the first real good one we have had, only about -10 degrees and the sun shining, and we have shifted the tent, dried our bags and gear a lot, and been pottering about all day. At this time, however, when we were at 1 ton I looked upon these conditions as being a temporary cold snap. There was no reason then to suppose these were normal March conditions in the middle of the barrier, where no one had ever been at this time of year. I believe now they are normal. On the other hand, in our meteorological report Simpson argues that they were abnormal for the barrier at this time of year. 264. Since there was no depot of dog food at 1 ton it was not possible to go farther south, except for the 1 day mentioned above, without killing dogs. My orders on this point were perfectly explicit. I saw no reason for disobeying them, and indeed it appeared that we had been wrong to hurry out so soon, before the time that Scott had reckoned that he would return, and that the polar party would really come in at the time Scott had calculated before starting rather than at the time we had reckoned from the data brought back by the last return party. From the particulars already given it will be seen that I had no reason to suspect that the polar party could be in want of food. The polar party of 5 men had according to our rations plenty of food either on their sledge or in the depots. In addition they had a lot of pony meat depoted at Middle Glacier Depot and onwards from there. Though we did not know it, the death of Evans at the foot of the Beardmore Glacier provided an additional amount of food for the 4 men who were then left. The full amount of oil for this food had been left in the depots, but we know now what we did not know then, that some of it had evaporated. These matters are discussed in greater detail in the account of the return of the polar party and after point 265. Thus I felt little anxiety for the polar party. But I was getting anxious about my companion. Soon after arrival at 1 ton it was clear that Dmitri was feeling the cold. He complained of his head, then his right arm and side were affected. And from this time onwards he found that he could do less and less with his right side. Still I did not worry much about it, and my decision as to our movements was not affected by this complication. I decided to allow 8 days' food for our return, which meant that we must start on March 10th. March 10th. Pretty cold night, -33 when we turned out at 8 a.m. Getting our gear together, and the dogs more or less into order after their 6 days was cold work, and we started in -30s and a head wind. The dogs were mad, stark, staring lunatics. Dimitri's team wrecked my sledge meter, and I left it lying on the ground a mile from 1 ton. All we could do was to hang on to the sledge and let them go. There wasn't a chance to go back, turn them or steer them. Dimitri broke his driving stick, my team fought as they went, once I was dragged with my foot pinned under my driving stick, which was itself jammed in the grommet. Several times I only managed to catch on anywhere. This went on for 6 or 7 miles, and then they got better. 266. Our remaining sledge meter was quite unreliable, but following our outward tracks, for it became thick and overcast, and judging by our old camping sites, we reckoned that we had done an excellent run of 23 to 24 miles, statute, for the day. The temperature when we camped was only -14 degrees. However, it became much colder in the night, and when we turned out it was so thick that I decided we must wait. At 2 p.m. on March 11th there was one small patch of blue sky showing, and we started to steer by this. Soon it was blowing a mild blizzard, and we stopped after doing what I reckoned was 8 miles. Steering by trying to keep the wind on my ear, but I think we were turning circles much of the time. It blew hard and was very cold during the night, and we turned out on the morning of March 12th to a blizzard with a temperature of -33 degrees. This gradually took off, and at 10 a.m. Dimitri said he could see the bluff, and we were right into the land, and therefore the pressure. This was startling, but later it cleared enough to reassure me, though Dimitri was so certain that during the first part of our run that day I steered east a lot. We did 25 to 30 miles this day in drift and a temperature of -28 degrees. By now I was becoming really alarmed and anxious about Dimitri, who seemed to be getting much worse, and to be able to do less and less. Sitting on a sledge the next day with a head wind and the temperature -30 degrees was cold. The land was clear when we turned out and I could see that we must be far outside our course, but almost immediately it became foggy. We made in towards the land a good deal, and made a good run, but owing to the sledge meter being useless and the bad weather generally during the last few days, I had a very hazy idea indeed where we were when we camped, having been steering for some time by the faint gleam of the sun through the mist. Just after camping, Dimitri suddenly pointed to a black spot which seemed to wave to and fro. We decided that it was the flag of the derelict motor near Corner Camp, which up to that time I thought was 10 to 15 miles away. This was a great relief. And we debated packing up again and going to it, but decided to stay where we were. It was fairly clear on the morning of March 14th, which was lucky, for it was now obvious that we were miles from Corner Camp and much too near the land. The flag we had seen must have been a miraged piece of pressure, and it was providential that we had not made for it, and found worse trouble than we actually experienced. Try all I could that morning, my team, which was leading, insisted on edging westwards. At last I saw what I thought was a cairn, but found out just in time that it was a haycock or mound of ice formed by pressure. By its side was a large open crevasse, of which about 50 yards of snow bridge had fallen in. For several miles we knew that we were crossing big crevasses by the hollow sound. And it was with considerable relief that I sighted the motor and then Corner Camp some 2 or 3 miles to the east of us. Dimitri had left his alpine rope there, and also I should have liked to have brought in Evan's sledge, but it would have meant about 5 miles extra, and I left it. I hope Scott, finding no note, will not think we are lost. 267. Dimitri seemed to be getting worse, and we pushed on until we camped that night only 15 miles from Hut Point. My main anxiety was whether the sea ice between us and Hut Point was in, because I felt that the job of getting the teams up onto the peninsula and along it and down the other side would be almost more than we could do. There was an ominous open water sky ahead. On March 15 we were held up all day by a strong blizzard. But by 8 a.m. the next morning we could see just the outline of White Island. I was very anxious, for Dmitri said that he had nearly fainted, and I felt that we must get on somehow, and chance the sea ice being in. He stayed inside the tent as long as possible, and my spirits rose as the land began to clear all round while I was packing up both sledges. From Safety Camp the mirage at the edge of the barrier was alarming, but as we approached the edge to my very great relief I found that the sea ice was still in. And that what we had taken for frost smoke was only drift over Cape Armitage. Pushing into the drift round the corner I found Atkinson on the sea ice, and Cohane in the hut behind. In a few minutes we had the gist of one another's news. The ship had made attempt after attempt to reach Campbell and his 5 men. But they had not been taken off from Evans Coves when she finally left McMurdo Sound on March 4. She would make another effort on her way to New Zealand. Evans was better and was being taken home. Meanwhile there were 4 of us at Hut Point and we could not communicate with our companions at Cape Evans until the Sound froze over, for the open sea was washing the feet of Vince's Cross. We were not unduly alarmed about the polar party at present, but began to make arrangements for further sledging if necessary. It was useless to think of taking the dogs again for they were thoroughly done. The mules and the new dogs were at Cape Evans. In 4 or 5 days Atkinson wishes to start south again to see what we can do man-hauling, if the polar party is not in. I agree with him that to try and go west to meet Campbell is useless just now. If we can go north, they can come south, and to put 2 parties there on the new sea ice is to double the risk. March 17. A blizzard day but only about force 5, 6. I think they will have been able to travel all right on the barrier. Atkinson thinks of starting on the 22nd, my view is that allowing 3 weeks and 4 days for the summit, and 10 days for being hung up by weather. We can give them 5 weeks after the last return party, i.e., to March 26, to get in, having been quite safe and sound all the way. We feel anxious now, but I do not think there is need for alarm till then, and they might get in well after that, and be all right. Now our only real chance of finding them, if we go out, is from here to 10 miles south of Corner Camp. After that we shall do all we can, but it would be no good, because there is no very definite route. Therefore I would start out on March 27, when we would travel that part with most chance of meeting them there if they have any trouble. I have put this to Atkinson and will willingly do what he decides. I am feeling pretty done up, and have rested. The prospect of what will be a hard journey, feeling as I do, is rather bad. I don't think there is really cause for alarm. March 18 and 19. We are very anxious, though the pole party could not be in yet. Also I am very done, and more so than I at first thought. I am afraid it is a bit doubtful whether I can get out again yet, but today I feel better and have been for a short walk. I am taking all the rest I can. March 20. Last night a very strong blizzard blew, wind force 9 and big snowfall and drift. This morning the doors and windows are all drifted up, and we could hardly get out. A lot of snow had got inside the hut also. I was feeling rotten. And thought that to go out and clear the window and door would do me good. This I did, but came back in a big squall, passing Atkinson as I came in. Then I felt myself going faint, and remember pushing the door to get in if possible. I knew no more until I came to on the floor just inside the door, having broken some tendons in my right hand in falling. 268. 2 days afterwards the dogs sang at breakfast time. They often did this when a party was approaching, even when it was still far away. And they had done so when Crean came in on his walk from Corner Camp. We were cheered by the noise. But no party arrived, and the singing of the dogs was explained later by some seal appearing on the new ice in Arrival Bay. Atkinson decided to go out on to the barrier man-hauling with Cohane on the 26th. It was obvious that I could not go with them. He told me afterwards that when I came in with the dog teams he was sure I could not go out again. March 25. The wind came away yesterday evening, first S.W. and then S.E. but not bad, though very thick. It was a surprise to find we could see the western mountains this morning, and I believe it has been a good day on the barrier, though it is still blowing with low drift this evening. We are now on the days when I expect the polar party in, pray God I may be right. Atkinson and I look at one another, and he looks, and I feel, quite haggard with anxiety. He says he does not think they have scurvy. We both, I think, feel quite comfortable, in comparison, about Campbell. He only wants to exercise care, and his great care was almost a byword on the ship. They are fresh and they have plenty of seal. 269 He discussed with Pennell both the possibility of shipwreck and that of the ship being unable to get to him, and for this reason landed an extra month's rations as a depot. Also he contemplated the idea of living on seal. He knows of the Butter Point depot, and knows that a party has been sledging in that neighborhood, though he does not know of the depots they left at Cape Roberts and Cape Bernacchi. They are right out on the points and Taylor says he could not miss them on his way down the coast. 270. This day Atkinson thought he saw Campbell's party coming in, and the next day Cohane and Dimitri came in great excitement and said they could see them. And we were out on the point and on the sea ice in the drift for quite a long time. Last night we had turned in about 2 hours when 5 or 6 knocks were hit on the little window over our heads. Atkinson shouted, "Hello," and cried, "Cherry, they're in." Cohane said, "Who's cook?" Someone lit a candle and left it in the far corner of the hut to give them light, and we all rushed out. But there was no one there. It was the nearest approach to ghost work that I have ever heard, and it must have been a dog which sleeps in that window. He must have shaken himself, hitting the window with his tail. Atkinson thought he heard footsteps. 271. On Wednesday, March 27th, Atkinson started out onto the barrier with one companion, Cohane. During the whole of this trip the temperatures were low, and both men obtained but little sleep, finding of course that a tent occupied by 2 men only is a very cold place. The first 2 days they made 9 miles each day. On March 29th they pushed on in thick weather for 11 miles. When the weather cleared enough to show them that they had got into the White Island pressure. On March 30th they reached a point south of Corner Camp, when, taking into consideration the weather, and temperatures, and the time of the year, and the hopelessness of finding the party except at any definite point like a depot, I decided to return from here. We depoted the major portion of a week's provisions to enable them to communicate with Hut Point in case they should reach this point. At this date in my own mind I was morally certain that the party had perished, and in fact on March 29 Captain Scott, 11 miles south of One Ton Depot, made the last entry in his diary. 272. They arrived back on April 1st. Yesterday evening at 6:30 p.m. Atkinson and Cohane arrived. It was pretty thick here and blowing too, but they had had a fair day on the barrier. They had been out to Corner Camp and 8 miles farther. Their bags were bad, their clothes very bad after 6 days, they must have had -40s constantly. It is a moral certainty that to go farther south would serve no purpose, and for 2 men would be a useless risk. They did quite right to come back. They are much in want of sleep, poor devils, and I do hope Atkinson will allow himself to rest. He looks as though he might knock up. Cohane did well, and is very fit. They came in over 15 miles yesterday, and have brought in the sledge of the second return party, the one they took out being very heavy pulling. They had no day on which they could not travel. Here it has been blowing and drifting half the time he has been absent. And a few days later. We have got to face it now. The pole party will not in all probability ever get back. And there is no more that we can do. The next step must be to get to Cape Evans as soon as it is possible. There are fresh men there, at any rate fresh compared to us. 273. Atkinson was the senior officer left, and unless Campbell and his party came in, the command of the main party devolved upon him. It was not a position which anyone could envy even if he had been fresh and fit. Amidst all his anxieties and responsibilities he looked after me with the greatest patience and care. I was so weak that sometimes I could only keep on my legs with difficulty, the glands of my throat were swollen so that I could hardly speak or swallow, my heart was strained and I had considerable pain. At such a time I was only a nuisance, but nothing could have exceeded his kindness and his skill with the few drugs which we possessed. Again and again in these days someone would see one or other of the missing parties coming in. It always proved to be mirage, a seal or pressure or I do not know what, but never could we quite persuade ourselves that these excitements might not have something in them. And every time hope sprang up anew. Meanwhile the matter of serious importance was the state of the ice in the bays between us and Cape Evans. We must get help. All the ice in the middle of the Sound was swept out by the winds of March 30th to April 2nd, and on the following day Atkinson climbed Arrival Heights to see how the remaining ice looked. The view over the Sound from here is shown in the frontispiece to this book. The ice in the 2 bays to Cape Evans is quite new, formed this morning, I suppose, with the rest that is in the Sound. There are open leads between Glacier Tongue and Cape Evans, inside the line joining the ends of the 2. There is a big berg in between Glacier Tongue and the islands, and also a flat one off Cape Evans, 274. We had some good freezing days after this, and on April 5th, we tried the ice this afternoon. It is naturally slushy and salt, but some 100 yards from the old ice it is 6 inches thick, probably it averages about this thickness all over the Sound. 275 Then we had a hard blizzard, on the 4th day of which it was possible to get up the heights again and see for some distance. As far as could be judged the ice in the 2 bays had remained firm. These bays are those formed on either side of Glacier Tongue, by the Hut Point Peninsula on the south, and by Cape Evans and the islands on the north. On April 10 Atkinson, Cohane and Dimitri started for Cape Evans, meaning to travel along the peninsula to the Hutton Cliffs, and thence to cross the sea ice in these bays, if it proved to be practicable. The amount of daylight was now very restricted, and the sun would disappear for the winter a week hence. Arrived at the Hutton Cliffs, where it was blowing as usual, they lost no time in lowering themselves and their sledge on to the sea ice, and were then pleasantly surprised to find how slippery it was. We set sail before a strong following breeze and, all sitting on the sledge, had reached the Glacier Tongue in 20 minutes. We clambered over the tongue, and, our luck and the breeze still holding, we reached Cape Evans, completing the last 7 miles, all sitting on the sledge, in an hour. Cape Evans from Arrival Heights. Cape Royds from Cape Barne. There I called together all the members and explained the situation, telling them what had been done, and what I then proposed to do. Also asking them for their advice in this trying time. The opinion was almost unanimous that all that was possible had been already done. Owing to the lateness of the year, and the likelihood of our being unable to make our way up the coast to Campbell, 1 or 2 members suggested that another journey might be made to Corner Camp. Knowing the conditions which had lately prevailed on the barrier, I took it upon myself to decide the uselessness of this. 276. All was well at Cape Evans. Winds and temperatures had both been high, the latter being in marked contrast to the low temperatures we had experienced at Hut Point, which averaged as much as 15 degrees lower than those that were recorded in the previous year. The 7 mules were well, but 3 of the new dogs had died. We were always being troubled by that mysterious disease. Before she left for New Zealand the following members of our company joined the ship: Simpson, who had to return to his work in India; Griffith Taylor, who had been lent to us by the Australian government for only 1 year; Ponting, whose photographic work was done; Day, whose work with the motors was done; Mears, who was recalled by family affairs; Ford, whose hand had never recovered the effects of frostbite during the spring; Clissold, who fell off a berg and concussed himself; and Anton, whose work with the ponies was done. Lieutenant Evans was invalid home. Archer had been landed to take Clissold's place as cook. Another seaman, Williamson, was landed to take Ford's place, and of our sledging companions he was the only fresh man. Wright was probably the most fit after him, and otherwise we had no one who, under ordinary circumstances, would have been considered fit to go out sledging again this season. Especially at a time when the sun was just leaving us for the winter. We were sledged out. The next few days were occupied in making preparations for a further sledge journey, and on April 13 a party started to return to Hut Point by the Hutton Cliffs. Atkinson, Wright, Cohane and Williamson were to try and sledge up the western coast to help Campbell. Gran and Dimitri were to stay with me at Hut Point. The surface of the sea ice was now extremely slushy and bad for pulling. The ice had begun to extrude its salt. A blizzard started in their faces, and they ran for shelter to the lee of Little Razorback Island. The weather clearing, they pushed on to the glacier tongue, and camped there for the night, somewhat frostbitten. Some difficulty was experienced the next morning in climbing the ice cliff onto the peninsula, but Atkinson, using his knife as a purchase, and the sledge held at arm's length by 4 men as a ladder, succeeded eventually in getting a foothold. Meanwhile I was left alone at Hut Point, where blizzards raged periodically with the usual creakings and groanings of the old hut. Foolishly I accompanied my companions, when they started for Cape Evans, as far as the bottom of Ski Slope. When I left them I found I could not keep my feet on the slippery snow and ice patches, and I had several nasty falls, in one of which I gave my shoulder a twist. It was this shaking combined with the rather desperate conditions which caused a more acute state of illness and sickness than I had experienced for some time. Some of those days I remained alone at Hut Point. I was too weak to do more than crawl on my hands and knees about the hut. I had to get blubber from the door to feed the fire, and chop up seal meat to eat, to cook, and to tend the dogs, some of whom were loose, while most of them were tied in the veranda, or between the hut door and Vince's cross. The hut was bitterly cold with only 1 man in it. Had there not been some morphia among the stores brought down from Cape Evans, I do not know what I should have done. The dogs realized that they could take liberties which they would not have dared to do in different circumstances. They whined and growled, and squabbled amongst themselves all the time, day and night. 7 or 8 times one day I crawled across the floor to try and lay my hands upon one dog who was the ringleader. I was sure it was Dyke, but never detected him in the act, and though I thrashed him with difficulty as a speculation, the result was not encouraging. I would willingly have killed the lot of them just then, I am ashamed to say. I lay in my sleeping bag with the floor of the hut falling from me, or its walls disappearing in the distance and coming back, and roused myself at intervals to feed blubber to the stove. I felt as though I had been delivered out of hell when the relief party arrived on the night of April 14th. I had been alone 4 days, and I think a few more days would have sent me off my head. Not the least welcome of the things they had brought me were my letters, copies of the Weekly Times, a pair of felt shoes and a comb. Atkinson's plan was to start on April 7th over the old sea ice which lay to the south and southwest of us. He was to take with him Wright, Cohane and Williamson. And they wanted to reach Butter Point, and thence to sledge up the western coast. If the sea ice was in, and Campbell was sledging down upon it, they hoped to meet him and might be of the greatest assistance to him. Even if they did not meet him they could mark more obviously certain depots, of which he had no knowledge, left by our own geological parties on the route he must follow. As I have already mentioned, these were on Cape Roberts, off Granite Harbor, and on Cape Bernacchi, north of New Harbor. There was also a depot at Butter Point, but Campbell already knew of this. They could also leave instructions to this effect at points where he would be likely to see them. There was no question that there was grave risk in this journey. Not only was the winter approaching, and the daylight limited, but the sea ice over which they must march was most dangerous. Sea ice is always forming and being blown out to sea, or just floating away on the tide at this time of year. The amount of old ice which had remained during the summer was certain to be limited. The new ice was thin and might take them out with it at any time. However, what could be done had to be done. Before they left, certain signals by means of rockets and very lights were arranged to be sent up by us at Hut Point if Campbell arrived. Signals had also been arranged between Hut Point and Cape Evans in view of certain events we did not have. But I think we ought to have had some form of portable heliograph for communications between Hut Point and Cape Evans when the sun was up, and some kind of lamp signal apparatus to use during the winter. They started at 10:30 a.m. on Wednesday, April 17th. The sun was now only just peeping over the northern horizon at midday, and would disappear entirely in 6 more days, though of course there was a long twilight as yet. For fresh men on old sea ice it would not have been an easy venture. For worn-out men on a coast where the ice was probably freezing and blowing out at odd times it was very brave. They had hard pulling their first 2 days, and the minimum temperature for the corresponding nights was -43° and -45°. Consequently they soon began to be iced up. On the other hand, they found old sea ice and made good some 25 miles, camping on the evening of the 18th about 4 miles from the eskers. Next morning they had to venture upon newly frozen ice, and a blizzard wind was blowing. They crossed the 4 miles from their night camp to the eskers, glad enough to reach land the other side without the ice going to sea with them. They then turned towards the Butter Point depot, but were compelled to camp owing to the blizzard which came on with full force. The rise in temperature to 0 caused a general thaw of sleeping bags and clothing which dried but little when the sun had no power. On the following morning they reached the Butter Point depot, which they found with difficulty, for there was no flag standing. Even as they struck their camp they saw the ice to the north of them breaking up and going out to sea. There was nothing to do but to turn back, for neither could they go north to Campbell nor could Campbell come south to them. Wright now told Atkinson how much he had been opposed to this journey all along. He had come on this trip fully believing that there was every possibility of the party being lost, but had never demurred and never offered a contrary opinion, and one cannot be thankful enough to such men. 277 They made up the Butter Point depot, marked it as well as they could in case Campbell should arrive there, and left 2 weeks' provisions for him. They could do no more. They got back to the eskers that same day and anxiously awaited the twilight of the morning to reveal the state of the new sea ice which they had crossed on their outward journey. To their joy some of it remained and they started to do the 4 miles between them and the old sea ice. For 2 miles they ran with the sail set, then they had a hard pull, and some emperor penguins whom they could see led them to suppose that there was open water ahead. But they got through all right, and did 10 miles for the day. On Monday 22, blizzard in morning, so started late, and made for end of pinnacled ice. We found our little bay of sea ice all gone out. Luckily there was a sort of ice foot around the pinnacled ice and we completed 7 miles and got through. 278. Tuesday, April 23rd. Atkinson and his party got in about 7 p.m. after a long pull all day in very bad weather. They are just in the state of a party which has been out on a very cold spring journey, clothes and sleeping bags very wet, sweaters, pajama coats and so forth full of snow. Atkinson looks quite done up, his cheeks are fallen in and his throat shows thin. Wright is also a good deal done up, and the whole party has evidently had little sleep. They have had a difficult and dangerous trip, and it is a good thing they are in, and they are fortunate to have had no mishaps, for the sea ice is constantly going out over there. And when they were on it they never knew that they might not find themselves cut off from the shore. Big leads were constantly opening, even in ice over a foot thick and with little wind. But even if the ice had been in I do not believe that they could have gone many days. 279. That same day the sun appeared for the last time for 4 months. April 28th seemed to be a quite good day when we woke, and Wright, Cohane and Gran started back for Cape Evans before 10 a.m. We could then see the outline of Inaccessible Island, and the ice in the sound looked fairly firm. So they determined to go by the way of the sea ice under Castle Rock instead of going along the peninsula to the Hutton Cliffs. Soon after they started it came up thick, and by 11:30 it was blowing a mild blizzard with a low temperature. We felt considerable anxiety, especially when a full blizzard set in with a temperature down to -31°, and we could not see how the ice was standing it. 2 days later it cleared, and that night a flare was lit at Cape Evans at a prearranged time, by which signal we knew that they had arrived safely. We heard afterwards that when it came up thick they decided to follow the land, which was the only thing that they could see. They soon found that the ice was not nearly so good as was supposed. There were open pools of water. And some of the ice was moving up and down with their weight as they crossed it. Gran put his foot in. Then Wright went ahead with the alpine rope, the ice being blue, the pulling easy, and the wind force 4, 5. As far as Turtleback Island the ice was newly frozen, but after that they knew they were on oldish ice. They were lost on Cape Evans in the blizzard for some time, but eventually found the hut safely. One of the lessons of this expedition is that too little care was taken in traveling on sea ice. Atkinson, Dimitri and I left for Cape Evans with the 2 dog teams on May 1st. Directly we started it was evident that the surface was very bad, even the ice near Hut Point, which had been frozen for a long time, was hard pulling for the dogs. And when after less than a mile we got onto ice which had frozen quite lately, the sledges were running on snow which in turn lay on salt sleet. It seemed a long time before we got abreast of Castle Rock, following close along the land for the weather was very thick. When we started we could just see the outline of Inaccessible Island. But by now the horizon was lost in the dusk and haze. We decided to push on to Turtleback Island and go over Glacier Tongue in order to get on to the older ice as soon as possible. The dogs began to get very done. Manuki Noogies, who had been harnessed in as leader, for Rabchick had deserted in the night, gave in completely. Lay down and refused to be persuaded to go on. We had to cast him off and hope that he would follow. After a time Turtleback Island was visible in the gloom, but it was all we could do, pushing and pulling the sledges to help the dogs, to get them so far. We were now on the older ice, our way was easier and we reached Cape Evans without further incident. We found Rabchick on arrival, but no Manuki Noogies, who never reappeared. As we neared the Cape Atkinson turned to me. "Would you go for Campbell or the Polar Party next year?" he said. "Campbell," I answered. Just then it seemed to me unthinkable that we should leave live men to search for those who were dead. Chapter 14. The Last Winter. Ordinary people snuggle up to God as a lost leveret in a freezing wilderness might snuggle up to a Siberian tiger. H. G. Wells. 5 Men Dead. Scott. Oates. Wilson. Seaman Evans. Bowers. 2, 9 Men Gone Home. Lieutenant. Evans. Day. Simpson. Ford. Mears. Clissold. Taylor. Anton. Ponting. Lashley. 3, 2 Men Landed. Archer. Williamson. 4, 13 Men at Cape Evans for 3rd year. Atkinson. Crean. Cherry-Garrard. Cohane. Wright. Dimitri. Debenham. Hooper. Gran. Williamson. Nelson. Archer. A quite disproportionately small part of Scott's last expedition was given to Atkinson's account of the last and worst year any of us survivors spent. Someone should have compelled him to write. For he will not do so if he can help it. The problems which presented themselves were unique in the history of Arctic travel. The weather conditions which had to be faced during this last winter were such as had never been met in McMurdo Sound. The sledging personnel had lately undergone journeys, in one case no less than 4 journeys, of major importance, until they were absolutely worn out. The successful issue of the party was a triumph of good management and good fellowship. The saving clause was that as regards hut, food, heat, clothing and the domestic life generally we were splendidly found. To the north of us, some hundreds of miles away, Campbell's party of 6 men must be fighting for their lives against these same conditions. Or worse, unless indeed they had already perished on their way south. We knew they must be in desperate plight, but probably they were alive. The point in their favor was that they were fresh men. To the south of us, anywhere between us and the pole, were 5 men. We knew they must be dead. The immediate problem which presented itself was how best to use the resources which were left to us. Our numbers were much reduced. 9 men had gone home before any hint of tragedy reached them. 2 men had been landed from the ship. We were 13 men for this last year. Of these 13 it was almost certain that Debenham would be unable to go out sledging again owing to an injury to his knee. Archer had come to cook and not to sledge, and it was also doubtful about myself. As a matter of fact, our sledging numbers for the last summer totaled 11, 5 officers and 6 men. We were well provided with transport, having the 7 mules sent down by the Indian government, which were excellent animals. As well as our original 2 dog teams, the additional dogs brought down by the ship were, with 2 exceptions, of no real sledging value. Our dog teams had, however, already traveled some 1,500 miles on the barrier alone, not counting the work they had done between Hut Point and Cape Evans. And, though we did not realize it at this time, they were sick of it and never worked again with that dash which we had come to expect of them. The first thing which we settled about the winter which lay ahead of us was that, so far as possible, everything should go on as usual. The scientific work must of course be continued, and there were the dogs and mules to be looked after, a night watch to be kept, and the meteorological observations and auroral notes to be taken. Owing to our reduced numbers, we should need the help of the seamen for this purpose. We were also to bring out another volume of the South Polar Times on Midwinter Day. The importance of not allowing any sense of depression to become a part of the atmosphere of our life was clear to all. This was all the more necessary when, as we shall see, the constant blizzards confined us week after week to our hut. Even when we did get a fine day, we were almost entirely confined to the rocky cape for our exercise and walks. When there was sea ice it was most unsafe. Atkinson was in command. In addition, he and Dmitri took over the care of the dogs. Many of these, both those which had been out sledging and those just arrived, were in a very poor state, and a dog hospital was soon built. At this date we had 24 dogs left from the last year, and 11 dogs brought down recently by the ship. 3 of the new dogs had already died. Lashley was in charge of the 7 mules, which were allotted to 7 men for exercise. Nelson was to continue his marine biological work, Wright was to be meteorologist as well as chemist and physicist, Gran was in charge of stores, and would help Wright in the meteorological observations. Debenham was geologist and photographer. I was ordered to take a long rest, but could do the zoological work, the South Polar Times, and keep the official account of the expedition from day to day. Crean was in charge of sledging stores and equipment. Archer was cook. Hooper, our domestic, took over in addition the working of the acetylene plant. There was plenty of work for our other 2 seamen, Cohane and Williamson, in the daily life of the camp and in preparations for the sledging season to come. The blizzard which threatened us all the way from Hut Point on May 1st broke soon after we got in. The ice in North Bay, which had been frozen for some time, was taken out on the first day of this blizzard, with the exception of a small strip running close along the shore. The rest followed the next afternoon, when the wind was still rising, and blew in the gusts up to 89 miles an hour. The curious thing was that all this time the air had been quite clear. This was the second day of the blizzard. The wind continued in violence as the night wore on, and it began to snow, becoming very thick. From 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. the wind was so strong that there was a continuous rattle of sand and stones up against the wall of the hut. The greater part of the time the anemometer head was choked by the drifting snow, and Debenham, whose night watch it was, had a bad time in clearing it at 4 a.m. During the period when it was working it registered a gust of over 91 miles an hour. While it was not working there came a gust which woke most people up, and which was a far more powerful one, making a regular hail of stones against the wall. The next morning the wind was found to be averaging 104 miles an hour when the anemometer on the hill was checked for 3 minutes. Later it was averaging 78 miles an hour. This blizzard continued to rage all this day and the next, but on May 6th, which was one of those clear beautiful days when it is hard to believe that it can ever blow again, We could see something of the damage to the sea ice. The center of the sound was clear of ice, and the open water stretched to the SW of us as far back as Tent Island. We were to have many worse blizzards during this winter, but this particular blow was important because it came at a critical time in the freezing over of the sea, and, once it had been dispersed, the winds of the future never allowed the ice to form again sufficiently thick to withstand the wind forces which obtained. Thus I find in my diary of May 8, up to the present we have never considered the possibility of the sea in this neighborhood, and the sound out to the west of us not freezing over permanently in the winter. But here there is still open water, and it seems quite possible that there may not be any permanent freezing this year, at any rate to the north of Inaccessible Island and this cape. Though North Bay is now frozen over, the ice in it was blown away during the night, and, having been blown back again, is now only joined to the ice foot by newly frozen ice. During this winter the ice formed in North Bay was constantly moving away from the ice foot, quite independently of wind. I watched it carefully as far as it was possible to do so in the dark. Sometimes at any rate the southern side of the sea ice moved out not only northwards from the land, but also slightly westwards from the glacier face. To the northeast the ice was sometimes pressed closely up against the glacier. It seemed that the whole sheet was subject to a screw movement, the origin of which was somewhere out by Inaccessible Island. The result was that we often had a series of leads of newly frozen ice stretching out for some 40 yards to an older piece of ice, each lead being of a different age. It was an interesting study in the formation of sea ice, covered at times by very beautiful ice flowers. But it was dangerous for the dogs, who sometimes did not realize that these leads were not strong enough to bear them. VIII went in one day, but managed to scramble out on the far side. He was induced to return to the land with difficulty, just before the whole sheet of ice upon which he stood floated out to sea. Noogis, Dimitri's good leader, wandered away several times during the winter. Once at any rate he seems to have been carried off on a piece of ice, and to have managed to swim to land. For when he arrived in camp his coat was full of icy slush. Finally he disappeared altogether. All search for him was in vain, and we never found out what had happened. Cape Evans in winter, E.A. Wilson. VIII was a short-tempered strong animal, who must have about doubled his weight since we came in from 1 ton, and he became quite a house dog this winter, waiting at the door to be patted by men as they went out, and coming in sometimes during the night watch. But he did not like to be turned out in the morning, and for my part one did not like the job, for he could prove very nasty. We allowed a good many of the dogs to be loose this year, and sometimes, when standing quietly upon a rock on the cape, 3 or 4 of the dogs passed like shadows in the darkness, busily hunting the ice foot for seals. This was the trouble of giving them their freedom, and I regret to say we found many carcasses of seal and emperor penguins. There was one new dog, Lion, who accompanied me sometimes to the top of the ramp to see how the ice lay out in the sound. He seemed as interested in it as I was, and while I was using night glasses would sit and gaze out over the sea which according to its age lay white or black at our feet. Of course we had a dog called Peary, and another one called Cook. Peary was killed on the barrier because he would not pull. Cook, however, was still with us, and seemed to have been ostracized by his fellows, a position which in some lopsided way he enjoyed. Loose dogs chased him at sight, and when Cook appeared, and others were about, a regular steeplechase started. He also came up the ramp with me one day. Halfway up he suddenly turned and fled for the hut as hard as he could go. 3 other dogs came round the rocks in full chase, and they all gave the impression of thoroughly enjoying themselves. The question of what ought to be done for the best during the coming sledging season must have been in the minds of all of us. Which of the 2 missing parties were we to try and find? A winter journey to relieve Campbell and his 5 men was out of the question. I doubt the possibility of such a journey to Evans Coves with fit men. To us at any rate it was unthinkable. Also if we could do the double journey up and down, Campbell could certainly do the single journey down. Add to this that there was every sign of open water under the western mountains, though this did not influence us much when the decision was made. The problem as it presented itself to us was much as follows. Campbell's party might have been picked up by the Terra Nova. Pennell meant to have another try to reach him on his way north. And it was probable that the ship would not be able to communicate again with Cape Evans owing to ice. On the other hand, it was likely that the ship had not been able to relieve him. It also seemed that he could not have traveled down the coast at this time, owing to the state of the sea ice. The danger to him and his men was primarily during the winter. Every day after the winter his danger was lessened. If we started in the end of October to relieve Campbell, estimating the probable date of arrival of the ship, we judged that we could reach him only 5 or 6 weeks before the ship relieved him. All the same, Campbell and his men might be alive, and, having lived through the winter, the arrival of help might make the difference between life and death. On the other hand, we knew that the polar party must be dead. They might be anywhere between Hut Point and the pole, drifted over by snow, or lying at the bottom of a crevasse, which seemed the most likely thing to have happened. From the upper glacier depot in 85 degrees 5 minutes south to the pole, that is the whole distance of the plateau journey, we did not know the courses they had steered nor the position of their depots, for Lieutenant Evans, who brought back the last return party, was invalid home, and neither of the seamen who remained of this party knew the courses. After the experience of both the supporting parties on their way down the Beardmore Glacier, when we all got into frightfully crevassed areas, it was the general opinion that the polar party must have fallen down a crevasse. The weight of 5 men, as compared with the 4 men and 3 men of the other return parties, supported this theory. Lashley was inclined to think they had had scurvy. The true solution never once occurred to us, for they had full rations for a very much longer period of time than, according to their averages to 87 degrees 2 minutes, they were likely to be out. The first object of the expedition had been the pole. If some record was not found, their success or failure would forever remain uncertain. Was it due not only to the men and their relatives, but also to the expedition, to ascertain their fate if possible? The chance of finding the remains of the southern party did not seem very great. At the same time, Scott was strict about leaving notes at depots. And it seemed likely that he would have left some record at the upper glacier depot before starting to descend the Beardmore Glacier. It would be interesting to know whether he did so. If we went south, we must be prepared to reach this depot. Farther than that, I have explained, we could not track him. On the other hand, if we went south prepared to go to the upper glacier depot, the number of sledging men necessary, in view of the fact that we had no depots, would not allow of our sending a second party to relieve Campbell. It was with all this in our minds that we sat down one evening in the hut to decide what was to be done. The problem was a hard one. On the one hand, we might go south, fail entirely to find any trace of the polar party, and while we were fruitlessly traveling all the summer, Campbell's men might die for want of help. On the other hand, we might go north, to find that Campbell's men were safe, and as a consequence the fate of the polar party and the result of their efforts might remain forever unknown. Were we to forsake men who might be alive to look for those whom we knew were dead? These were the points put by Atkinson to the meeting of the whole party. He expressed his own conviction that we should go south, and then each member was asked what he thought. No one was for going north, one member only did not vote for going south, and he preferred not to give an opinion. Considering the complexity of the question, I was surprised by this unanimity. We prepared for another southern journey. It is impossible to express and almost impossible to imagine how difficult it was to make this decision. Then we knew nothing, now we know all. And nothing is harder than to realize in the light of facts the doubts which others have experienced in the fog of uncertainty. Our winter routine worked very smoothly. Inside the hut we had a good deal more room than we needed, but this allowed of certain work being done in its shelter which would otherwise have had to be done outside. For instance, we cut a hole through the floor of the darkroom and sledged in some heavy boulders of Canidi lava. These were frozen solidly into the rock upon which the hut was built by the simple method of pouring hot water over them. And the pedestal so formed was used by Wright for his pendulum observations. I was able to skin a number of birds in the hut, which, incidentally, was a very much colder place in consequence of the reduction in our numbers. The wind was most turbulent during this winter. The mean velocity of the wind, in miles per hour, for the month of May was 24.6 miles per hour, for June 30.9 miles per hour, and for July 29.5 miles per hour. The percentage of hours when the wind was blowing over fresh gale strength, 42 miles per hour on the Beaufort scale, for the month of May was 24.5, for June 35, and for July 33% of the whole. These figures speak for themselves. After May we lived surrounded by an atmosphere of raging winds and blinding drift, and the sea at our door was never allowed to freeze permanently. After the blizzard in the beginning of May which I have already described, the ice round the point of Cape Evans and that in North Bay formed to a considerable thickness. We put a thermometer screen out upon it, and Atkinson started a fish trap through a hole in it. There was a good deal of competition over this trap. The seamen started a rival one, which was to have been a very large affair, though it narrowed down to a less ambitious business before it was finished. There was a sound of cheering one morning, and Crean came in triumph from his fish trap with a catch of 25. Atkinson's last catch had numbered 1, but the seals had found his fishing holes. A new hole caught fish until a seal found it. One of these fish, a tremosome, had a parasitic growth over the dorsal sheath. External parasites are not common in the Antarctic, and this was an interesting find. On June 1 Dimitri and Hooper went with a team of 9 dogs to and from Hut Point, to see if they could find Noogies, the dog which had left us on our return on May 1. There was plenty of food for him to pick up there. No trace of him could be found. The party reported a bad running surface, no pressure in the ice, as was the case the former year, but a large open working crack running from Great Razorback to Tent Island. There were big snowdrifts at Hut Point, as indeed was already the case at Cape Evans. During the first days of June we got down into the -30s, and our spirits rose as the thermometer dropped. We wanted permanent sea ice. Saturday, June 8. The weather changes since the night before last have been, luckily for us, uncommon. Thursday evening a strong northerly wind started with some drift, and this increased during the night until it blew over 40 miles an hour, the temperature being -22 degrees. A strong wind from the north is rare, and generally is the prelude of a blizzard. This northerly wind fell towards morning, and the day was calm and clear, the temperature falling until it was -33 degrees at 4 p.m. The barometer had been abnormally low during the day, being only 28.24 at noon. Then at 8 p.m. With the temperature at -36 degrees, this blizzard broke, and at the same time there was a big upward jump of the barometer, which seemed to mark the beginning of the blizzard much more than the thermometer, which did not rise much. The wind during the night was very high, blowing 72 and 66 miles an hour, for hours at a time, and has not yet shown any sign of diminishing. Now, after lunch, the hut is straining and creaking, while a shower of stones rattles at intervals against it. The drift is generally very heavy. Sunday, June 9. The temperature has been higher, about 0, during the day, and the blizzard shows no signs of falling yet. The gusts are still of a very high velocity. A large quantity of ice to the north seems to have gone out. At any rate our narrow strip along the front, which is so valuable to us, will probably be permanent now. Monday, June 10. A most turbulent day. It is very hard to settle down to do anything, read or write, with such a turmoil outside, the hut shaking until we begin to wonder how long it will stand such winds. Most of the time the wind is averaging about 60 miles an hour, but the gusts are far greater, and at times it seems that something must go. Just before lunch I was racking my brains to write an editorial for the South Polar Times, and had congratulated ourselves on having the sea ice which is still in North Bay. As we were having lunch Nelson came in and said, "The thermometers have gone. All the ice in North Bay has gone." The part immediately next to the shore, which has now been in so long, and which was over 2 feet thick, we had considered sure to stay. On it has gone out the North Bay thermometer screen with its instruments, which was placed 400 yards out, the fish trap, some shovels and a sledge with a crowbar. The gusts were exceptionally strong at lunch, and the ice must have gone out very quickly. There was no sign of it afterwards, though it was not drifting much and we could see some distance. To lose this ice in North Bay is a great disappointment, for it means so much to us here whether we have ice or water at our doors. We are now pretty well confined to the Cape both for our own exercise and that of the mules, and in the dark it is very rough walking. But if the ice in South Bay were to follow, it would be a calamity, cutting us off entirely from the south and all sledging next year. Let us hope we shall be spared this. This blizzard lasted for 8 days, up till then the longest blizzard we had experienced. It died as it had lived, blowing hard to the last, averaging 68 miles an hour from the south. And then 56 miles an hour from the north, finally back to the south, and so to calm. To sit here with no noise of wind whistling in the ventilator, calm and starlight outside, and North Bay freezing over once more, is a very great relief. 280. It is noteworthy that this clearance of the ice, as also that in the beginning of May, coincided roughly with the maximum declination of the moon, and therefore with a run of spring tides. It would be tedious to give any detailed account of the winds and drift which followed, night and day. There were few days which did not produce their blizzard, but in contrast the hours of bright starlight were very beautiful. Walking home over the Cape in the darkness this afternoon I saw an eruption of Erebus which, compared with anything we have seen here before, was very big. It looked as though a great mass of flame shot up some thousands of feet into the air, and, as suddenly as it rose, fell again, rising again to about half the height, and then disappearing. There was then a great column of steam rising from the crater, and probably, so Debenham asserts, it was not a flame which appeared, but the reflection from a big bubble breaking in the crater. Afterwards the smoke cloud stretched away southwards, and we could not see the end of it. 281. Blizzard followed blizzard, and at the beginning of July we had 4 days which were the thickest I have ever seen. Generally when you go out into a blizzard the drift is blown from your face and clothes, and though you cannot see your stretched out hand, especially on a dark winter day, the wind prevents you being smothered. The wind also prevents the land, tents, hut and cases from being covered. But during this blizzard the drift drove at you in such blankets of snow, that your person was immediately blotted out, your face covered and your eyes plugged up. Gran lost himself for some time on the hill when taking the 8 a.m. observations, and Wright had difficulty in getting back from the magnetic cave. Men had narrow escapes of losing themselves, though they were but a few feet from the hut. When this blizzard cleared the camp was buried, and even on unobstructed surfaces the snowdrifts averaged 4 feet of additional depth. 2 enormous drifts ran down to the sea from either end of the hut. I do not think we ever found some of our stores again, but the larger part we carried up to the higher ground behind us where they remained fairly clear. About this time I began to notice large sheets of anchor ice off the end of Cape Evans, that is to say, ice forming and remaining on the bottom of the open sea. Now also the open water was extending round the Cape into the South Bay behind us, but it was too dark to get any reliable idea of the distribution of ice in the Sound. We were afraid that we were cut off from Hut Point, but I do not believe that this was the case, though the open water must have stretched many miles to the south in the middle of the Sound. The days when it was clear enough even to potter about outside the hut were exceptional. God was very angry. Sunday, July 14th. A blizzard during the night, and after breakfast it was drifting a lot. While we were having service some of the men went over the camp to get ice for water. The sea ice had been blown out of North Bay, and the men supposed that the sea was open, and would look black, but Crean tells me that they nearly walked over the ice foot, and when it cleared later, we saw the sea as white as the ice foot itself. A strip of ice which was lying out in the bay last night must have been brought in by the tide, even against a wind of some 40 miles an hour. This shows what an influence the tides and currents have in comparison with the winds, for just at this time we are having very big tides. It was blowing and drifting all the morning, and the tide was flowing in, pressing the ice in under the icefoot to such an extent that later it remained there. Though the tide was ebbing and a strong southerly was blowing. 282. Incidentally, the bergs which were grounded in our neighborhood were shifted and broken about considerably by these high winds, also the meteorological screen placed on the ramp the year before was broken from its upright, which had snapped in the middle, and must have been taken up into the air and so out to sea. For there was no trace of it to be found. Wright lost 2 doors placed over the entrance to the magnetic cave. When he lifted them they were taken out of his hands by the wind, and disappeared into the air and were never seen again. North Bay and the Barne Glacier. So ready was the sea to freeze that there can be little doubt that it already contained large numbers of ice crystals. And time and again I have stood upon the ice foot watching the tongues of the winds licking up the waters as they roared their way out to sea. Then, with no warning, there would come, suddenly and completely, a lull. And there would be a film of ice, covering the surface of the sea, come so quickly that all you could say was that it was not there before and it was there now. And then down would come the wind again and it was gone. Once when the winter had gone and daylight had returned I stood upon the end of the cape, the air all calm around me, and there, half a mile away, a full blizzard was blowing, the islands, and even the berg between Inaccessible Island and the cape, were totally obscured in the thickest drift, the top of the drift, which was very distinct, thin to show dimly the crest of Inaccessible Island. Turk's Head was visible and Erebus quite clear. In fact I was just on the edge of a thick blizzard, blowing down the strait, the side showing as a perpendicular wall about 500 feet high and traveling, should say, about 40 miles an hour. A roar came out from it of the wind and waves. The weather conditions were extraordinarily local, as another experience will show. Atkinson and Dimitri were off to Hut Point with the dogs, carrying biscuit and pemmican for the coming search journey. I went with them some way, and then left them to place a flag upon the end of Glacier Tongue for surveying purposes. It was clear and bright, and it was easy to get a sketch of the bearings of the islands from this position, which showed how great a portion of the tongue must have broken off in the autumn of 1911. I anticipated a pleasant walk home, but was somewhat alarmed when heavy wind and drift came down from the direction of the Hutton Cliffs. Wearing spectacles, and being unable to see without them, I managed to steer with difficulty by the sun which still showed dimly through the drift. It was amazing suddenly to walk out of the wall of drift into light airs at Little Razorback Island. 1 minute it was blowing and drifting hard and I could see almost nothing, the next it was calm, save for little whirlwinds of snow formed by eddies of air drawn in from the north. In another 300 yards the wind was blowing from the north. On this day Atkinson found wind force 8 and temperature -17 degrees at Hut Point. At Cape Evans the temperature was 0 and men were sitting on the rocks and smoking in the sun. Many instances might be given to show how local our weather conditions often were. There was a morning sometime in the middle of the winter when we awoke to one of our usual tearing blizzards. We had had some days of calm, and the ice had frozen sufficiently for the fish trap to be lowered again. But that it would not stand much of this wind was obvious, and after breakfast Atkinson stuck out his jaw and said he wasn't going to lose another trap for any blizzard. He and Cohane sallied forth on to the ice, lost to our sight immediately in the darkness and drift. They got it, but arrived on the Cape in quite a different place, and we were glad to see them back. Soon afterwards the ice blew out. Much credit is due to the mule leaders that they were able to exercise their animals without hurt. Cape Evans in the dark, strewn with great boulders, with the open sea at your feet, is no easy place to manage a very high-spirited and excitable mule, just out of a warm stable. Especially if this is his first outing for several days and the wind is blowing fresh, and you are not sure if your face is frostbitten, and you are quite sure that your hands are. But the exercise was carried out without mishap. The mules themselves were most anxious to go out, and when Pierre developed a housemaid's knee and was kept in, She revenged herself upon her more fortunate companions by biting each one hard as it passed her head on its way to and from the door. Gulab was the biggest handful, and Williamson managed him with skill. Some of them, especially Lal Khan, were very playful, running round and round their leaders and stopping to paw the ground. Khan Sahib, on the other hand, was bored, yawning continually. It was suggested that he was suffering from polar ennui. Altogether they reflected the greatest credit upon Lashley, who groomed them every day and took the greatest care of them. They were subject to the most violent fits of jealousy, being much disturbed if a rival got undue attention. The dog Vida, however, was good friends with them all, going down the line and rubbing noses with them in their stalls. The food of the mules was based upon that given by oats to the ponies the year before, and the results were successful. The accommodation given to the dogs in the Terra Nova on the way south is open to criticism. As the reader may remember, they were chained on the top of the deck cargo on the main deck, and of course had a horrible time during the gale, and any subsequent bad weather, which did not however last very long. But it was quite impossible to put them anywhere else. For every square inch between decks was so packed that even our personal belongings for more than 2 years were reduced to one small uniform case. Any seaman will easily understand that to build houses or shelters on deck over and above what we had already was out of the question. As a matter of fact, I doubt whether the dogs had a worse time than we during that gale. In good weather at sea, and at all times in the pack, they were comfortable enough. But future explorers might consider whether they can give their dogs more shelter during the winter than we were able to do. Amundsen, whose winter quarters were on the barrier itself, and who experienced lower temperatures and very much less wind than was our lot at Cape Evans, had his dogs in tents, and let them run loose in the camp during the day. Tents would have gone in the winds we experienced, and I have explained that we had no snow in which we could make houses, as was done by Amundsen in the barrier. Our more peaceable dogs were allowed to run loose, especially during this last winter, at the beginning of which we also built a dog hospital. We should have liked to loose them all, but if we did so they immediately flew at one another's throats. We might perhaps have let them loose if we had first taken the precaution Amundsen took, and muzzled all of them before doing so. The sport of fighting, so his dogs discovered, lost all its charm when they found they could not taste blood, and they gave it up, and ran about unmuzzled and happy. But the slaughter among the seals and penguins would have been horrible with us, and many dogs might have been carried away on the breaking sea ice. The tied-up ones lay under the lee of a line of cases, each in his own hole. They curled up quite snugly buried in the snowdrift when blizzards were blowing, and lay exactly in the same way when sledging on the barrier. The first duty of the dog driver after pitching his own tent being to dig holes for each of his dogs. It may be that these conditions are more natural to them than any other, and that they are warmer when covered by the drifted snow than they would be in any unwarmed shelter, but this I doubt. At any rate they throve exceedingly under these rigorous conditions, soon becoming fat and healthy after the hardest sledge journeys, and their sledging record is a very fine one. We could not have built them a hut. As it was, we left our magnetic hut, a far smaller affair, in New Zealand, for there was no room to stow it on the ship. I would not advise housing dogs in a hut built with a lean-to roof as an annex to the main living hut, but this would be one way of doing it if you are prepared to stand the noise and smell. The dog biscuits, provided by Spratt, weighed 8 ounces each, and their sledging ration was 1.5 pounds a day, given to them after they reached the night camp. We made seal pemmican for them and tried this when sledging, as an occasional variation on biscuit, but they did not thrive on this diet. The oil in the biscuits caused purgation, as also did the pemmican. The fat was partly undigested and the excreta were eaten. The ponies also ate their excreta at times. Certain dogs were confirmed leather eaters, and we carried chains for them. On camping, these dogs were taken out of their canvas and rawhide harnesses, and attached to the sledge by the chains. Care being taken that they could not get at the food on the sledge. When sledging, Amundsen gave his dogs pemmican, but I do not know what else. He also fed dog to dog. I do not know whether we could have fed dog to dog, for ours were Siberian dogs which, I am told. Will not eat one another. At Amundsen's winter quarters he gave them seal's flesh and blubber one day, and dried fish the next. 283 On the long voyage south in the Fram, he fed his dogs on dried fish, and 3 times a week gave them a porridge of dried fish, tallow, and maize meal boiled together. 284 At Cape Evans or at Hut Point our dogs were given plenty of biscuit some evenings, and plenty of fresh frozen seal at other times. Our worst trouble with the dogs came from far away, probably from Asia. There are references in Scott's diary to 4 dogs as attacked by a mysterious disease during our first year in the south. One of these dogs died within 2 minutes. We lost many more dogs the last year, and Atkinson has given me the following memorandum upon the parasite, a nematode worm, which was discovered later to be the cause of the trouble. Filaria immitis. A certain proportion of the dogs became infected with this nematode, and it was the cause of their death, mainly in the 2nd year. It was present at the time the expedition started, 1910, all down the Pacific side of Asia and Papua, and there was an examination microscopically of all dogs imported at this time into New Zealand. The secondary host is the mosquito culex. The symptoms varied. The onset was usually with intense pain, during which the animal yelled and groaned. This was cardiac in origin and referable to the presence of the mature form in the beast. There was marked hematuria, and the animals were anemic from actual loss of hemoglobins. In nearly all cases there was paralysis affecting the hindquarters during the later stages, which tended to spread upwards and finally ended in death. The probable place of infection was Vladivostok before the dogs were put on board ship and deported to New Zealand. The only method of coping with the disease is prevention of infection in infected areas. It is probable that the mosquitoes would not bite after the dog's coat had been rubbed with paraffin, or mosquito netting might be placed over the kennels, especially at night time. The larval forms were found microscopically in the blood, and one mature form in the heart. We were too careful about killing animals. I have explained how Campbell's party was landed at Evans Coves. Some of the party wanted to kill some seals on the off chance of the ship not turning up to relieve them. This was before they were in any way alarmed. But it was decided that life might be taken unnecessarily if they did this, and that winter this party nearly died of starvation. And yet this country has allowed penguins to be killed by the million every year for commerce and a farthing's worth of blubber. We never killed unless it was necessary, and what we had to kill was used to the utmost both for food and for the scientific work in hand. The first emperor penguin we ever saw at Cape Evans was captured after an exciting chase outside the hut in the middle of a blizzard. He kept us busy for days. The zoologist got a museum skin, showing some variation from the usual coloration, a skeleton, and some useful observation on the digestive glands. The parasitologist got a new tapeworm. We all had a change of diet. Many a pheasant has died for less. There were plenty of Weddell seal round us this winter, but they kept out of the wind and in the water for the most part. The sea is the warm place of the Antarctic, for the temperature never falls below about 29 degrees Fahrenheit, and a seal which has been lying out on the ice in a -30 temperature, and perhaps some wind, must feel, as he slips into the sea, much the same sensations as occur to us when we walk out of a cold English winter day into a heated conservatory. On the other hand, a seaman went out into North Bay to bathe from a boat, in the full sun of a midsummer day, and he was out almost as soon as he was in. One of the most beautiful sights of this winter was to see the seals, outlined in phosphorescent light, swimming and hunting in the dark water. We had lectures, but not as many as during the previous winter when they became rather excessive, and we included outside subjects. We read in many a polar book of the depressions and trials of the long polar night. But thanks to gramophones, pianolas, variety of food, and some study of the needs both of mind and body, we suffered very little from the first year's months of darkness. There is quite a store of novelty in living in the dark. Most of us I think thoroughly enjoyed it. But a second winter, with some of your best friends dead, and others in great difficulties, perhaps dying, when all is unknown and everyone is sledged to a standstill. And blizzards blow all day and all night, is a ghastly experience. This year there was not one of our company who did not welcome the return of the sun with thankfulness, all the more so since he came back to a land of blizzards and made many of our difficulties more easy to tackle. Those who got little outside exercise were more affected by the darkness than others. This last year, of course, the difficulties of getting sufficient outdoor exercise were much increased. Variety is important to the man who travels in polar regions. At all events, those who went away on sledging expeditions stood the life more successfully than those whose duties tied them to the neighborhood of the hut. Other things being equal, the men with the greatest store of nervous energy came best through this expedition. Having more imagination, they have a worse time than their more phlegmatic companions. But they get things done. And when the worst came to the worst, their strength of mind triumphed over their weakness of body. If you want a good polar traveler, get a man without too much muscle, with good physical tone, and let his mind be on wires of steel. And if you can't get both, sacrifice physique and bank on will. Note: a lecture given at this time by Wright on barrier surfaces is especially interesting with relation to the winter journey and the tragedy of the polar party. The general trend of friction set up by a sledge runner upon snow of ordinary temperature may be called true sliding friction. It is probable that the runners melt to an infinitesimal degree the millions of crystal points over which they glide. The sledge is running upon water. Crystals in such temperatures are larger and softer than those encountered in low temperatures. It is now that halos may be seen in the snow, almost reaching to your feet as you pull, and moving forward with you. We steered sometimes by keeping these halos at a certain angle to us. My experience is that the best pulling surface is at an air temperature of about plus 17 degrees Fahrenheit. Wright's experience is that below plus 5 degrees during summer temperatures on the barrier the surface is fairly good. That between plus 5 degrees and plus 15 degrees less good, and between plus 15 degrees and plus 25 degrees best. The worst is from plus 25 degrees upwards, the worst of all being round about freezing point. As the temperature became high, the amount of ice melted by this sliding friction was excessive. It was then that we found ice forming upon the runners, often in almost microscopic amounts, but nevertheless causing the sledges to drag seriously. Thus on the Beardmore we took enormous care to keep our runners free from ice, by scraping them at every halt with the back of our knives. This ice is perhaps formed when the runners sink into the snow to an unusual depth, at which the temperature of the snow is sufficiently low to freeze the water previously formed by friction or radiation from the sun on to a dark runner. In very low temperatures the snow crystals become very small and very hard, so hard that they will scratch the runners. The friction set up by runners in such temperatures may be known as rolling friction, and the effect, as experienced by us during the winter journey and elsewhere, is much like pulling a sledge over sand. This rolling friction is that of snow crystal against snow crystal. If the barometer is rising you get flat crystals on the ice, if it is falling you get mirage and a blizzard. When you get mirage the air is actually coming out of the barrier. Thus far Wright's lecture. Since we returned I have had a talk with Nansen about the sledge runners which he recommends to the future explorer. The ideal sledge runner combines lightness and strength. He tells me that he would always have metal runners in high temperatures in which they will run better than wood. In cold temperatures wood is necessary. Metal is stronger than wood with same weight. He has never used, but he suggests the possible use of, aluminium or magnesium for the metal. And he would also have wooden runners with metal runners attached, to be used alternately, if needed. The Discovery expedition used German silver, and it failed. Nansen suggests that the failure was due to the fact that these runners were fitted at home. The effect of this is that the wood shrinks and the German silver is not quite flat. The fitting should be done on the spot. Nansen did this himself on the Fram, and the result was excellent. I believe that these Discovery runners were not a continuous strip of metal but were built up in strips, which tore at the points of junction. Before it is fitted, German silver should be heated red hot and allowed to cool. This makes it more ductile, like lead, and therefore less springy. The metal should be as thin as possible. As runners melt the crystals and so run on water, metal is unsuitable for cold snow. For low temperatures, therefore, Nansen would have wooden runners under the metal being taken off when cold conditions obtained. He would choose such wood as is the best conductor of heat. He tried birch wood in the first crossing of Greenland, but would not recommend it as being too easily broken. In the use of oak, ash, maple, and doubtless also hickory, for runners, the rings of growth of the tree should be as far apart as possible, that is to say, they should be fast-growing. Ash with narrow rings breaks. There is ash and ash. American ash is no good for this purpose, some Norwegian ash is useful, and some not. Our own sledges with ash runners varied enormously. The runners of a sledge should curve slightly, the center being nearest to the snow. The runners of ski should curve also slightly, in this case upwards in the center, i.e. from the snow. This is done by the way the wood is cut. Wood always dries with the curve from the heart towards the outside of the tree. During our last year we had 6 new Norwegian sledges 12 feet long, brought down by the ship. With tapered runners of hickory which were 3 3/4 inches broad in the forepart and 2 1/4 inches only at the stern. I believe that this was an idea of Scott, who considered that the broad runner in front would press down a path for the tapered part which followed, the total area of friction being much less. We took one of them into South Bay one morning and tried it against an ordinary sledge, putting 490 pounds on each of them. The surface included fairly soft as well as harder and more rubbly going. There was no difference of opinion that the sledge with the tapered runners pulled easier, and later we used these sledges on the barrier with great success. If some instrument could be devised to test sledges in this way it would be of very great service. No team of men can make an exact estimate of the run of their own sledge, let alone the sledge which your pony or your dogs are pulling. Yet sledges vary enormously, and it would be an excellent thing for a leader to be able to test his sledges before buying them. And also to be able to pick out the best for his more important sledge journeys. I believe it can be done by attaching some kind of balance between the sledge and the men pulling it. Other points mentioned by Nansen are as follows. Tarred ski are good, the snow does not stick so much. This probably refers to the Norwegian compound known as fart. But he does not recommend tarred runners for sledges. Having had experience of a tent of Chinese silk which would go into his pocket but was very cold, he recommends a double tent. The inner lining being detached so that ice could be shaken from both coverings. He suggests the possibility of a woolen lining being warmer than cotton or silk or linen. I am, however, of opinion that wool would collect more moisture from the cooker, and it certainly would be far more difficult to shake off the ice. For 4 men he would have 2 two-men sleeping bags and a central pole coming down between them, and the floorcloth made in one piece with the tent. For 3 men a 3-man sleeping bag, e.g. for such a journey as our winter journey. He would not brush rime, formed upon the tent by the steam from the cooker and breath, from the inside of tent before striking camp. The more of it the warmer. He considers that 2 or 3 men sleeping bags are infinitely warmer than single bags. Objections of discomfort are overcome, for you are so tired you go to sleep anyway. I would, however, recommend the explorer to read Scott's remarks upon the same subject before making up his mind. 285. Chapter 15. Another Spring. Oh to dream, oh to awake and wander. There, and with delight to take and render. Through the trance of silence. Quiet breath. Lo! For there among the flowers and grasses. Only the mightier movement sounds and passes. Only winds and rivers. Life and death. The flowers were of snow, the rivers of ice, and if Stevenson had been to the Antarctic he would have made them so. God sent his daylight to scatter the nightmares of the darkness. I can remember now the joy of an August day when the sun looked over the rim of the Barne Glacier, and my shadow lay clear-cut upon the snow. It was wonderful what a friendly thing that ice slope became. We put the first trace upon the sunshine recorder. There was talk of expeditions to Cape Royds and Hut Point, and survey parties. And we ate our luncheon by the daylight which shone through the newly cleared window. The coming search journey was organized to reach the upper glacier depot, and the plans were modeled upon the polar journey of the year before. But now we had no extensive depots on the barrier. It was intended that the dogs should run 2 trips out to Corner Camp during this spring. It was hoped that 2 parties of 4 men each might be able to ascend the Beardmore. One of them remaining about halfway up and doing geological and other scientific work while the other went up to the top. In our inmost thoughts we were full of doubts and fears. I had a long talk with Lashley, who asked me what I candidly thought had happened to the southern party. I told him a crevasse. He says he does not think so, he thinks it is scurvy. Talking about crevasses, he says that, on the return of the second return party, they came right over the icefalls south of Mount Darwin, descending about 2,000 feet into a great valley, down which they traveled towards the west, and so to the upper glacier depot. I believe Scott told Evans, Lieutenant, that he meant to come back this same way. Then the stuff they got into above the Cloudmaker must have been horrible. Why, there are places there you could put St. Paul's into, and that's no exaggeration, neither, and they spent 2 nights in it. All the way down to the gateway he says there were crevasses, great big fellows 30 feet across, which we of the first return party had crossed both going and coming back and which we never saw. But then much of the snow had gone and they were visible. Lieutenant Evans was very badly snowblind most of this time. Then outside the gateway, on the barrier, they crossed many crevasses, and some had fallen in where we had passed over them. This makes one think. Is the state of affairs in which we found the glacier an extraordinary one, the snow being a special phenomenon due to that great blizzard and snowfall? Are we going to find blue ice this year where we found thick soft snow last? Well, I have got a regular bad needle again, just as I have had before. But somehow the needle has always worked off when we get right into it. What a blessing it is that things are seldom as bad in the reality as you expect they are going to be in your imagination, though I must say the winter journey was worse even than I had imagined. I remember that this time last year the thought of the Beardmore was very terrible, but the reality was never very bad. Lashley thinks it would be practically impossible for 5 men to disappear down a crevasse. Where 3 men got through, and he said it would be impossible to get worse stuff than they came through, 5 men would be still better off. This is not my view, however. I think that the extra weight of 1 man might make all the difference in crossing a big crevasse, and if several men fell through one of those great bridges when sledge and men were all on it, I do not think the bridge would hold the sledge. 286. Several trips were made to Cape Royds over the Barne Glacier, and then by portaging over the rocks to Shackleton's old hut. The sea was open here, except for small niches of ice, and the hut and the cape were comparatively free from drifts. Probably the open water had swallowed the drifting snow. Not so Hut Point, which was surrounded by huge drifts. The veranda which we had built up as a stable was filled from floor to roof. There was no ice foot to be seen. Only a long snow slope from the door to the sea level. The hut itself, when we had dug our way into it, was clear. We took down stores for the search journey, and brought back with us the only surviving sledge meter. These instruments, which indicate by a clockwork arrangement the distance traveled in miles and yards, are actuated by a wheel which runs behind the sledge. They are of the greatest possible use, especially when sledging out of sight of land on the barrier or plateau, and we bitterly regretted that we had no more. They do not have an easy time on a glacier, and we lost the mechanism of one of our 3 polar journey meters when on the Beardmore. Dog driving is hard on them. And pony driving when the ponies are like Christopher plays the very deuce. Anyway, we found we had only 1 left for this year, and this was more or less a dud. It was mended so far as possible but was never really reliable, and latterly was useless. A lot of trouble was taken by Lashley to make another with a bicycle wheel from one of our experimental trucks, the revolutions of which were marked on a counter which was almost exactly similar to one of our anemometer registers. A bicycle wheel of course stood much higher than our proper sledge meters, and a difficulty rose in fixing it to the sledge so as to prevent its wobbling and at the same time allow it the necessary amount of play. Meanwhile the mules were being brought on in condition. With daylight and improved weather they were exercised with loaded sledges on the sea ice which still remained in South Bay. They went like lambs, and were evidently used to the work. Gulab was a troublesome little animal. He had no objection to pulling a sledge, but was just ultra-timid. Again and again he was got into position for having his traces hitched on, and each time some little thing, the flapping of a mitt, the touch of the trace, or the feel of the bow of the sledge, frightened him and he was off, and the same performance had to be repeated. Once harnessed he was very good. The breast harness sent down for them by the Indian government was used. It was excellent, though Oates, I believe, had an idea that collars were better. However, we had not got the collars. The mules themselves looked very fit and strong. Our only doubt was whether their small hoofs would sink into soft snow even farther than the ponies had done. No record of this expedition would be complete without some mention of the cases of fire which occurred. The first was in the lazarette of the ship on the voyage to Cape Town. It was caused by an overturned lamp and easily extinguished. The second was during our first winter in the Antarctic, when there was a fire in the motor shed, which was formed by full petrol cases built up round the motors, and roofed with a tarpaulin. This threatened to be more serious, but was also put out without much difficulty. The third and fourth cases were during the winter which had just passed, and were both inside winter quarters. Wright wanted a lamp to heat a shed which he was building out of cases and tarpaulins for certain of his work. He brought a lamp, not a primus, into the hut, and tried to make it work. He spent some time in the morning on this, and after lunch Nelson joined him. The lamp was fitted with an indicator to show the pressure obtained by pumping. Nelson was pumping, kneeling at the end of the table next the bulkhead which divided the officers' and men's quarters. His head was level with the lamp, and the indicator was not showing a high pressure. Wright was standing close by. Suddenly the lamp burst, a rent 3 inches long appearing in the join where the bottom of the oil reservoir is fitted to the rest of the bowl. 20 places were alight immediately. Clothing, bedding, papers and patches of burning oil were all over the table and floor. Luckily everybody was in the hut, for it was blowing a blizzard and -20 outside. They were very quick, and every outbreak was stopped. On September 5 it was blowing as if it would rip your wind clothes off you. We were bagging pemmican in the hut when someone said, "Can you smell burning?" At first we could not see anything wrong, and Gran said it must be some brown paper he had burnt. But after 3 or 4 minutes, looking upwards, we saw that the top of the chimney piping was red hot where it went out through the roof, as was also a large ventilator trap which entered the flue at this point. We put salt down from outside, and the fire seemed to die down, but shortly afterwards the ventilator trap fell onto the table, leaving a cake of burning soot exposed. This luckily did not fall, and we raked it down into buckets. About a quarter of an hour afterwards all the chimney started blazing again, the flames shooting up into the blizzard outside. We got this out by pushing snow in at the top, and holding baths and buckets below to catch the debris. We then did what we ought to have done at the beginning of the winter, took the piping down and cleaned it all out. Our last fire was a little business. Debenham and I were at Hut Point. I noticed that the place was full of smoke, which was quite usual with a blubber fire, but afterwards we found that the old hut was alight between the 2 roofs. The inner roof was too shaky to allow one to walk on it, and so, at Debenham's suggestion, we bent a tube which was lying about and siphoned some water up with complete success. Our more usual fire extinguishers were Minimax, and they left nothing to be desired. Indeed, all they left were the acid stains on the material touched. From such grim considerations it is a pleasure to turn to the out-of-door life we now led. Emperor penguins began to visit us in companies up to 40 in number. Probably they were birds whose maternal or paternal instincts had been thwarted at Cape Crozier and had now taken to a vagrant life. They suffered, I am afraid, from the loose dogs, and on one occasion Debenham was out on the sea ice with a team of those dogs of ours which were useless for serious sledging. He had taken them in hand and formed a team which was very creditable to him, if not to themselves. On this occasion he had managed with great difficulty to restrain them from joining a company of emperors. The dogs were frantic, the emperors undisturbed. Unable to go himself, one dog called Little Ginger unselfishly bit through the harness which restrained two of his companions, and Debenham, helplessly holding the straining sledge, could only witness the slaughter which followed. The first skua gull arrived on October 24th, and we knew they would soon breed on any level gravel or rock free from snow. And we should see the Antarctic petrels again, and perhaps a rare snowy petrel, and the first whales would be finding their way into McMurdo Sound. Also the Weddells, the common coastal seals of the Antarctic, were now, in the beginning of October, leaving the open water and lying out on the ice. They were nearly all females, and getting ready to give birth to their young. The Weddell seal is black on top, and splashed with silver in other places. He measures up to 10 feet from nose to tail, eats fish, is corpulent and hulking. He sometimes carries 4 inches of blubber. On the ice he is one of the most sluggish of God's creatures. He sleeps continually, digests huge meals, and grunts, gurgles, pipes, trills and whistles in the most engaging way. In the sea he is transformed into one of the most elastic and lithe of beasts, catching his fish and swallowing them whole. As you stand over his blowhole his head appears, and he snorts at you with surprise but no fear, opening and shutting his nostrils the while as he takes in a supply of fresh air. It is clear that they travel for many miles beneath the ice, and I expect they find their way from air hole to air hole by listening to the noise made by other seals. Some of the air holes are exit and entrance holes as well, and I found at least one seal which appeared to have died owing to its opening freezing up. They may be heard at times grinding these holes open with their teeth. Ponting took some patient cinematographs showing the process of sawing the openings to these wells, and their teeth are naturally much worn by the time they become old. Wilson states that they are liable to kidney trouble. Their skin is often irritable, which may be due to the drying salt from the sea. And I have seen one seal which was covered with a suppurating rash. Their spleens are sometimes enormously enlarged when they first come out of the sea onto the ice, which is interesting because no one seems to know much about spleens. Speculation was caused amongst us by the fact that some of these air holes had as it were a trapdoor above them. One day I was on the ice foot at Cape Evans at a time when North Bay was frozen over with about an inch or more of ice. A seal suddenly poked his nose up through this ice to get air, and when he disappeared a slab which had been raised by his head fell back into this trap position. Clearly this was the origin of the door. Weddell seals and the Hut Point life are inextricably mixed up in my recollections of October. Atkinson, Debenham, Dimitri and I went down to Hut Point on the 12th, with the 2 dog teams. We were to run 2 depots out onto the barrier, and Debenham, whose leg prevented his further sledging, was to do geological work and a plane table survey. Those of us who had borne the brunt of the traveling of the 2 previous sledge seasons were sick of sledging. For my own part one confess I viewed the whole proceedings with distaste, and I have no doubt the others did too. But the job had to be done if possible, and there was no good in saying we were sick of it. From beginning to end of this year men not only labored willingly, but put their hearts and souls into the work. To have to do another 3 months' journey seemed bad enough, and to leave our comfortable winter quarters 3 weeks before we started on that journey was an additional irritation. We ran down in surface drift, it was thick to the south, the wind bit our faces and hands, we could see nothing by the time we got in, and the snow was falling heavily. The stable was full of beastly snow, the hut was cold and cheerless, and there was no blubber for the stove. And if we had only taken the ship and gone home when the period for which we had joined was past, we might have been in London for the last 6 months. But then the snow stopped, the wind went down, and the mountain tops appeared in all their glorious beauty. We were in the middle of a perfect summer afternoon, with a warm sun beating on the rocks as we walked round to Pram Point. There were many seals here already, and it was clear that the place would form a jolly nursery this year. For there must have been a lot of movement on the barrier, and the sea ice was seamed with pressure ridges up to 20 feet in height. The hollows were buckled until the sea water came up and formed frozen ponds which would thaw later into lovely baths. Sheltered from the wind, the children could chase their ridiculous tails to their heart's content, their mothers would lie and sleep, awakening every now and then to scratch themselves with their long fingernails. Not quite yet, but they were not far away. Lappy, one of our dogs who always looked more like a spaniel than anything else, heard one under the ice and started to burrow down to him. Nearly 3 weeks later I paid several more visits to this delightful place. It was thick with seals, big seals and little seals, hairy seals and woolly seals. Every day added appreciably to the number of babies, and to the baaings and bleatings which made the place sound like a great sheepfold. In every case where I approached, the mothers opened their mouths and bellowed at me to keep away, but they did not come for me, though I actually stroked one baby. Often when the mother bellowed, the little one would also open his mouth, producing just the ghost of a bellow, not because he seemed afraid of us, but rather because he thought it was the right thing to do, as indeed it probably was. One old cow was marked with hoops all round her body, like an advertisement of Michelin tires, only the hoops were but an inch apart from one another, and seemed to be formed by darker and longer bands of hair, probably something to do with the summer molt. 2 cows, which scrambled out of the same hole one after the other, were fighting, the hinder one biting the other savagely as she made an ungainly entrance. The first was not in calf, the aggressor, however, was. This may have had something to do with it. They were both much cut about and bleeding. A seal is never so pretty as when he is a baby. With his grey woolly coat, which he keeps for a fortnight, his comparatively long flippers and tail, and his big dark eyes, he looks very clean and pussy-like. I watched one running round and round after his tail, putting his flipper under his head as a pillow, and scratching himself, seemingly as happy as possible, yet it was pretty cold with some wind. Little is known of the lighter side of a Weddell's life. It seems probable that their courtship is a ponderous affair. About October 26 Atkinson found an embryo of about a fortnight old, which is an interesting stage, and this was preserved with many others we found. But all of them were too old to be of any real value. I think there is a good deal of variation in the size of the calves at birth. There is certainly much difference between the care of individual mothers, some of which are most concerned when you approach, while others take little notice or lop away from you, leaving their calf to look after itself, or to find another mother. Sometimes they are none too careful not to roll or lie on their calves. One afternoon I drove a bull seal towards a cow with a calf. The cow went for him bald-headed, with open mouth, bellowing and most disturbed. The bull defended himself as best he might but absolutely refused to take the offensive. The calf imitated his mother as best he could. Meanwhile Atkinson and Dimitri took some mule fodder and dog biscuit to a point 12 miles south of Corner Camp. They started on October 14 with the 2 dog teams and found a most terrible surface on the barrier, the sledges sometimes sinking as far as the before and afters. The minimum temperatures the first 2 nights were -39 degrees and -25 degrees, strong blizzard at Corner Camp, a lie-up for a day and a half, before they could push on in wind and drift and lay the depot. The dogs ran back from Corner Camp to Hut Point on October 19, a distance of 30 miles. 3 miles from Corner Camp 3 dogs of Atkinson's team fell into a crevasse, one of them falling right down to the length of his harness. The rest of the team, however, pulled on, and dragged the 3 dogs out as they went. Atkinson lost his driving stick, which was left standing in the snow and served to mark a place to be avoided. Altogether a rather lucky escape, 2 men out alone with 2 dog teams are somewhat helpless in case of emergency. On October 25 Dimitri and I started to take a further depot out to Corner Camp with the 2 dog teams, pulling about 600 pounds each. We found a much better surface than that experienced by Atkinson. In places really smooth and hard. It is good to be out again in such weather, and it has been a very pleasant day. The minimum was only -24 degrees that night, and we reached Corner Camp on the afternoon of the next day, following the old tracks where possible, and halting occasionally to hunt when we lost them. Here we made the depot and the dogs had a rest of 3.5 hours, and 2 biscuits. It was quaint to see them waiting for more food, for they knew they had not had their full whack. 287. There was plenty of evidence that the barrier had moved a long way during the last year. It had buckled up the sea ice at Pram Point. There were at least 3 new and well-marked undulations before reaching Corner Camp, and the camp itself had moved visibly, judged by the bearings and sketches we possessed. I believe the annual movement had not been less than half a mile. Corner Camp is a well-known trap for blizzards on the line of their exit at Cape Crozier, and it was clouding up, the barometer falling, and the temperature rising rapidly. So we decided to come back some way, and have in the end come right back to the Biscuit Depot, since it looked very threatening to the east. Here the temperature is lower, -15 degrees, and it is clearing. Ross Island has been largely obscured, but the clouds are opening on Terra. We had a very good run and the dogs pulled splendidly, making light work of it, 29 miles for the day, half of it with loaded sledges. Lappy's feet are bleeding a good bit, owing to the snow balling in between his toes where the hair is unusually long. Bullet, who is fat and did not pull, celebrated his arrival in camp by going for Bielchik, who had pulled splendidly all day. There is much mirage, and Observation Hill and Castle Rock are reversed. 288 We reached Hut Point the next day. Lappy's feet were still bad, and Dimitri wrapped him in his windproof blouse and strapped him onto the sledge. All went well until we got onto the sea ice, when Lappy escaped and arrived an easy first. Dog driving is the devil. Before I started, my language would not have shamed a Sunday school, and now, if it were not Sunday, I would tell you more about it. It takes all kinds to make a world and a dog team. We had aristocrats like Osman, and Bolsheviks like Chris Ravitsa, and lunatics like Hole. The present-day employer of labor might stand amazed when he saw a crowd of prospective workmen go mad with joy at the sight of their driver approaching them with a harness in his hands. The most ardent trade unionist might boil with rage at the sight of 11 or 13 huskies dragging a heavy load, including their idle master, over the floe with every appearance of intense joy. But truth to tell, there were signs that they were getting rather sick of it, and within a few days we were to learn that dogs can chuck their paws in as well as many another. They had their king, of course, Osman was that. They combined readily and with immense effect against any companion who did not pull his weight, or against one who pulled too much. Dyke was unpopular among them. For when the team of which he was a member was halted, he constantly whined and tugged at his harness in his eagerness to go on. This did not allow the rest of the team to rest. And they were justifiably resentful. Sometimes a team got a down upon a dog without our being able to discover their doggy reason. In any case, we had to watch carefully to prevent them carrying out their intentions, their method of punishment always being the same and ending, if unchecked, in what they probably called justice. And we called murder. I have referred to the crusts on the barrier, where the snow lies in layers with an air space, perhaps a quarter of an inch, or more, between them. These will subside as you pass over them, giving the inexperienced polar traveler some nasty moments until he learns that they are not crevasses. But the dogs thought they were rabbits, and pounced, time after time. There was a little dog called Mukaka, who got dragged under the sledge in one of the mad penguin rushes the dog teams made when we were landing stores from the Terra Nova. His back was hurt and afterwards he died. He is paired with a fat, lazy and very greedy black dog, Noogies by name. And in every march this sprightly little macaca will once or twice notice that Noogies is not pulling and will jump over the trace, bite Noogies like a snap, and be back again in his own place before the fat dog knows what has happened. 289. Then there was Starik, which is the Russian for old man, Staruka being old woman. He is quite a ridiculous old man, and quite the nicest, quietest, cleverest old dog I have ever come across. He looks in face as though he knew all the wickedness of all the world and all its cares, and as if he were bored to death by them. 290. He was the leader of Wilson's team on the depot journey, but decided that he was not going out again. Thereafter, when he thought there was no one looking, he walked naturally. But if he saw you looking at him, he immediately had a frostbitten paw, limped painfully over the snow, and looked so pitiful that only brutes like us could think of putting him to pull a sledge. We tried, but he refused to work, and his final victory was complete. One more story. Dmitri is telling us how a funny old Starik at Sydney came and objected to his treatment of the dogs, which were more than half wolves and would eat you without provocation. He says to me, "You not whip?" I say, "What ho?" He go and fetch Mr. Mears, he try put me in chokey. Then he go to Anton, give Anton cigarette and match, he say, "How old that horse?" Pointing to Hackenschmidt, Anton say, "Very young." He not believe, he go try see Hackenschmidt's teeth, and old Staruka too, and Hackenschmidt he draw back and he rush forward and bite old Starik twice. And he fall backwards over case, and old woman pick him up. He very white beard which went so, I not see him again. Chapter 16. The Search Journey. From my own diary. Sleep after toil, port after stormy seas. Ease after war, death after life, does greatly please. Spencer, the Fairy Queen. October 28. Hut Point. A beautiful day. We finished digging out the stable for the mules this morning and brought in some blubber this afternoon. The bluff has its cap on, but otherwise the sky is nearly clear. There is a little cumulus between White Island and the bluff, the first I have seen this year on the barrier. It is most noticeable how much snow has disappeared off the rocks and shingle here. October 29. Hut Point. The mule party, under Wright, consisting of Gran, Nelson, Crean, Hooper, Williamson, Cohane and Lashley, left Cape Evans at 10:30 and arrived here at 5 p.m. after a good march in perfect weather. They leave Debenham and Archer at the hut, and I am afraid it will be dull work for them the next 3 months. Archer turned out early and made some cakes which they have brought with them. They camped for lunch 7 miles from Cape Evans. The mule party leaves Cape Evans, October 29, 1912. This is the start of the search journey. Everything which forethought can do has been done, and to a point 12 miles south of Corner Camp the mules will be traveling light owing to the depots which have been laid. The barometer has been falling the last few days and is now low, while the bluff is overcast. Yet it does not look like blizzard to come. 2 Adelie penguins, the first, came to Cape Evans yesterday, and a skua was seen there on the 24th, so summer is really here. October 30. Hut Point. It is now 8 p.m. And the mules are just off, looking very fit, keeping well together, and giving no trouble at the start. Their leaders turned in this afternoon, and tonight begins the new routine of night marching, just the same as last year. It did look thick on the barrier this afternoon, and it was quite a question whether it was advisable for them to start. But it is rolling away now, being apparently only fog, which is now disappearing before some wind, or perhaps because the sun is losing its power. I think they will have a good march. November 2, 5 a.m. Biscuit Depot. Atkinson, Dmitri and I, with 2 dog teams, left Hut Point last night at 8:30. We have had a coldish night's run, minus 21 degrees when we left after lunch, minus 17 degrees now. The surface was very heavy for the dogs, there being a soft coating of snow over everything since we last came this way, due no doubt to the foggy days we have been having lately. The sledge meter makes it nearly 16 miles. The mule party has 2 days' start on us, and their program is to do 12 miles a day to 1-ton depot. Their tracks are fairly clear, but there has been some drift from the east since they passed. We picked up our cairns well. We are pretty wet, having been running nearly all the way. November 3rd. Early morning. 14.5 miles. We are here at Corner Camp, but not without a struggle. We left the Biscuit Depot at 6:30 p.m. yesterday, and it is now 4 a.m. The last 6 miles took us 4 hours, which is very bad going for dogs, and we have all been running most of the way. The surface was very bad, crusty and also soft, it was blowing with some low drift, and overcast and snowing. We followed the drifted-up mule tracks with difficulty and are lucky to have got so far. The temperature has been a constant 0. There is a note here from Wright about the mules, which left here last night. They only saw 2 small crevasses on the way, but Khan Sahib got into the tide crack at the edge of the barrier, and had to be hauled out with a rope. The mules are going fast over the first part of the day, but show a tendency to stop towards the end. They keep well together except Khan Sahib, who is a slower mule than the others. It is now blowing with some drift, but nothing bad, and beyond the bluff it seems to be clear. We are all pretty tired. November 4th. Early morning. Well. This has been a disappointing day, but we must hope that all will turn out well. We turned out at 2 a.m. yesterday and then it was clearing all round, a mild blizzard having been blowing since we camped. We started at 5 in some wind and low drift. It was good traveling weather, and except for the first 3 miles the surface has been fair to good, and the last part very good. Yet the dogs could not manage their load, which according to program should go up a further 150 pounds each team here at Dimitri Depot. One of our dogs, Kusoy, gave out, but we managed to get him along tied to the stern of the sledge, because the team behind tried to get at him and he realized he had better mend his ways. We camped for lunch when Tresser also was pretty well done. We were then on a very good surface, but were often pushing the sledge to get it along. The mule party were gone when we started again, and probably did not see us. We came on to the depot, but we cannot hope to get along far on bad surfaces if we cannot get along on good ones. The note left by Wright states that their sledge meter has proved useless, and this leaves all 3 parties of us with only one, which is not very reliable now. So it has been decided that the dogs must return from 80 degrees 0 minutes, or 81 degrees at the farthest, and instead of 4 mules, as was intended, going on from there, 5 must go on instead. The dogs can therefore now leave behind much of their own weights and take on the mules' weights instead. And this is the part where the mules' weights are so heavy. Perhaps the new scheme is the best, but it puts everything on the mules from 80 degrees 0 minutes. If they will do it all is well, if they won't we have nothing to fall back on. Midnight, November 4, 5. It has been blowing and drifting all day. We turned out again at midday on the 4th, and remade the depot with what we were to leave owing to the new program. This is all rather sad, but it can't be helped. It was then blowing a summer blizzard, and we were getting frostbitten when we started, following the mule tracks. There were plenty of cairns for us to pick up, and with the lighter loads and a very good surface we came along much better. Lunching at 8 miles we arrived just as the mule party had finished their hush preparatory to starting, and it has been decided that the mules are not to go on tonight. But we will all start marching together tomorrow. The news from this party is on the whole good, not the least good being that the sledge meter is working again, though not very reliably. They are marching well, and at a great pace, except for Khan Sahib. Gulab, however, is terribly chafed both by his collar and by his breast harness, both of which have been tried. He has a great raw place where this fits on one side, and is chafed, but not so badly, on the other side. Lal Khan is pulling well, but is eating very little. Pierre is doing very well, but has some difficulty in lifting her leg when in soft snow. Abdullah seems to be considered the best mule at present. On the whole good hearing. Wright's sleeping bag is bad, letting in light through cracks in a good many places. But he makes very little of it and does not seem to be cold, saying it is good ventilation. The mule cloths, which have a rough lining to their outside canvas, are collecting a lot of snow, and all the mules are matted with cakes of snow. They are terrible rope-eaters, cloth-eaters, anything to eat, though they are not hungry. And they have even learnt to pull their picketing buckles undone, and go walking about the camp. Indeed, Nelson says that the only time when Khan Sahib does not cast himself adrift is when he is ready to start on the march. November 6th. Early morning. We had a really good lie-in yesterday, and after the hard slogging with the dogs during the last few days, I for one was very glad of it. We came on behind, and in sight of the mules this last march, and the change in the dogs was wonderful. Where it had been a job to urge them on over quite as good a surface yesterday, today for some time we could not get off the sledge except for short runs, although we had taken 312 pounds weight off the mules and loaded it on to the dogs. We had a most glorious night for marching, and it is now bright sunlight, and the animal's fur is quite warm where the sun strikes it. We have just had a bit of a fight over the dog food, Vida going for Dyke, and now the others are somewhat excited, and there are constant growlings and murmurings. The camp makes more of a mark than last year, for the mules are dark while the ponies were white or grey, and the cloths are brown instead of light green. The consequence is that the camp shows up from a long distance off. We are building cairns at regular distances, and there should be no difficulty in keeping on the course in fair weather at any rate. Now in the land of Big Sastrugi, Erebus is beginning to look small, but we could see an unusually big smoke from the crater all day. November 7th. Early morning. Not an easy day. It was -9 degrees and overcast when we turned out, and the wind was then dying down, but it had been blowing up to force 5, with surface drift during the day. We started in a bad light and the surface, which was the usual hard surface common here, with Big Sastrugi, was covered by a thin layer of crystals which were then falling. This naturally made it very much harder pulling. We with the dogs have been running nearly all the 12 miles, and I for one am tired. At lunch Atkinson thought he saw a tent away to our right. The very thought of it came as a shock, but it proved to be a false alarm. We have been keeping a sharp lookout for the gear which was left about this part by the last return party, but have seen no sign of it. It is now -14 degrees, but the sun is shining brightly in a clear sky, and it feels beautifully warm. It seems a very regular thing for the sky to cloud over as the sun gets low towards nightfall, and directly the sun begins to rise again the clouds disappear in a most wonderful way. November 8th. Early morning. Last night's 12 miles was quite cold for the time of year, being -23 degrees at lunch and now -18 degrees. But it is calm, with bright sun, and this temperature feels warm. However, there are some frostbites as a result, both Nelson and Hooper having swollen faces. The same powder and crystals have been on the surface, but we have carried the good Bluff surface so far, being now 4 miles beyond Bluff Depot. This is fortunate, and to the best of my recollection we were already getting on to a soft surface at this point last summer. If so, there must have been more wind here this year than last, which, according to the winter we have had, seems probable. We made up the Bluff Depot after lunch, putting up a new flag and building up the cairn, leaving 2 cases of dog biscuit for the returning dog teams. It is curious that the drift to leeward of the cairn, that is N.N.E., was quite soft, the snow all round and the drifts on either side being hard, exceptionally hard in fact. Why this drift should remain soft when a drift in the same place is usually hard is difficult to explain. All is happy in the mule camp. They have given Lal a drink of water and he has started to eat, which is good news. Some of the mules seem snowblind, and they are now all wearing their blinkers. I have just heard that Gran swung the thermometer at 4 this morning and found it -29 degrees. Nelson's face is a sight, his nose a mere swollen lump, frostbitten cheeks, and his goggles have frosted him where the rims touched his face. Poor Marie. November 9th. Early morning. 12 more miles to the good, and we must consider ourselves fortunate in still carrying on the same good surface, which is almost if not quite as good as that of yesterday. This is the only time I have ever seen a hard surface here, not more than 15 miles from 1 ton, and it looks as if there had been much higher winds. The sastrugi, which have been facing S.W., are now beginning to run a little more westerly. I believe this to be quite a different wind circulation from Ross Island, which as a whole gets its wind from the bluff. The bluff is, I believe, the dividing line, though big general blizzards sweep over the whole, irrespective of local areas of circulation. This was amply corroborated by our journey out here last autumn. Well, this is better than then. Just round here we had a full blizzard and minus 33 degrees. November 10th. Early morning. A perfect night for marching, but about minus 20 degrees and chilly for waiting about. The mules are going well, but Lal Khan is thinning down a lot. Abdullah and Khan Sahib are also off their feed. Their original allowance of 11 pounds, oats and oil cake has been reduced to 9 pounds, and they are not eating this. The dogs took another 300 pounds off them today, and pulled it very well. The surface has been splendidly hard, which is most surprising. Wright does not think that there has been an abnormal deposition of snow the last winter. He says it is about 1.5 feet, which is much the same as last year. The mules are generally not sinking in more than 2 inches, but in places, especially latterly, they have been in 5 or 6. This is the first we have had this year of crusts, and some of them today have been exceptionally big. 2 at lunch must have lasted several seconds. The dogs seem to think the devil is after them when one of these goes off, and put on a terrific spurt. It is interesting to watch them snuffing in the hoof marks of the mules, where there is evidently some scent left. In these temperatures they are always kicking their legs about at the halts. As the sun gained power this morning a thick fog came up very suddenly. I believe this is a sign of good weather. The dog party leaves Hut Point, November 1, 1912. November 11th. Early morning. 1 ton depot. Wright got a latitude sight yesterday putting us 6 miles from 1 ton, and our sledge meter shows 5 3/4, and here we are. More frostbite this morning, and it was pretty cold starting in a fair wind and minus 7 degrees temperature. We have continued this really splendid surface, and now the sastrugi are pointing a little more to the south of S.W. While there are not such big mounds, the surface does not yet show any signs of getting bad. There were the most beautiful cloud effects as we came along, a deep black to the west, shading into long lines of gray and lemon yellow round the sun, with a vertical shaft through them. And a bright orange horizon. Now there is a brilliant parhelion. Given sun, 2 days here are never alike. Whatever the monotony of the barrier may be, there is endless variety in the sky, and I do not believe that anywhere in the world such beautiful colors are to be seen. I had a fair panic as we came up to the depot. I did not see that one body of the ponies had gone ahead of the others and camped, but ahead of the traveling ponies was the depot, looking very black, and I thought that there was a tent. It would be too terrible to find that, though one knew that we had done all that we could. If we had done something different we could have saved them. And then we find that the provisions we left here for them in the tank are soaked with paraffin. How this has happened is a mystery, but I think that the oil in the XS tin, which was very full, must have forced its way out in a sudden rise of temperature in a winter blizzard. And though the tin was not touching the tank, it has found its way in. Altogether things seemed rather dismal, but a visit to the mules is cheering, for they seem very fit as a whole and their leaders are cheerful. There are 3 sacks of oats here. Had we known it would have saved a lot of weight, but we didn't, and we have plenty with what we have brought, so they will be of little use to us. There is no compressed fodder, which would have been very useful, for the animals which are refusing the oats would probably eat it. Gulab has a very bad chafe, but he is otherwise fit, and it does not seem possible in this life to kill a mule because of chafing. It is a great deal to know that he does not seem to be hurt by it, and pulls away gallantly. Crean says he had to run a mile this morning with Ronnie. Marie says he is inventing some new ways of walking, one step forward and one hop back, in order to keep warm when leading Khan Sahib. Up to date we cannot say that the fates have been unkind to us. November 12th. Early morning. Lunch 2:30 a.m. I am afraid our sledge meters do not agree over this morning's march. The program is to do 13 miles a day if possible from here, that is 7.5 before lunch and 5.5 afterwards. We could see 2 cairns of last year on our right as we came along. We have got onto a softer surface now and there is bad news of Lal Khan, and it will depend on this after-lunch march whether he must be shot this evening or not. It was intended to shoot a mule 2 marches from 1 ton, but till just lately it had not been thought that it must be Lal Khan. He is getting very slow, and came into camp with Khan Sahib. The trouble of course is that he will not eat. He has hardly eaten, they say, a day's ration since he left Hut Point. And he can't work on nothing. It is now -16 degrees, with a slight southerly wind. Nearly midday. 12 miles south of 1 ton. We have found them. To say it has been a ghastly day cannot express it, it is too bad for words. The tent was there, about half a mile to the west of our course, and close to a drifted-up cairn of last year. It was covered with snow and looked just like a cairn, only an extra gathering of snow showing where the ventilator was, and so we found the door. It was drifted up some 2-3 feet to windward. Just by the side 2 pairs of ski sticks, or the topmost half of them, appeared over the snow, and a bamboo which proved to be the mast of the sledge. Their story I am not going to try and put down. They got to this point on March 21st, and on the 29th all was over. Nor will I try and put down what there was in that tent. Scott lay in the center, Bill on his left, with his head towards the door, and Bertie on his right, lying with his feet towards the door. Bill especially had died very quietly with his hands folded over his chest. Bertie also quietly. Oates' death was a very fine one. We go on tomorrow to try and find his body. He was glad that his regiment would be proud of him. They reached the Pole a month after Amundsen. We have everything, records, diaries, etc. They have among other things several rolls of photographs, a meteorological log kept up to March 13th, and, considering all things, a great many geological specimens. And they have stuck to everything. It is magnificent that men in such case should go on pulling everything that they have died to gain. I think they realized their coming end a long time before. By Scott's head was tobacco, there is also a bag of tea. Atkinson gathered everyone together and read to them the account of Oates' death given in Scott's diary. Scott expressly states that he wished it known. His, Scott's, last words are, "For God's sake take care of our people." Then Atkinson read the lesson from the burial service from Corinthians. Perhaps it has never been read in a more magnificent cathedral and under more impressive circumstances, for it is a grave which kings must envy. Then some prayers from the burial service, and there with the floorcloth under them and the tent above we buried them in their sleeping bags, and surely their work has not been in vain. 291. That scene can never leave my memory. We with the dogs had seen Wright turn away from the course by himself and the mule party swerve right-handed ahead of us. He had seen what he thought was a cairn, and then something looking black by its side. A vague kind of wonder gradually gave way to a real alarm. We came up to them all halted. Wright came across to us. "It is the tent." I do not know how he knew. Just a waste of snow, to our right the remains of one of last year's cairns, a mere mound, and then 3 feet of bamboo sticking quite alone out of the snow, and then another mound, of snow. Perhaps a trifle more pointed. We walked up to it. I do not think we quite realized, not for very long, but someone reached up to a projection of snow, and brushed it away. The green flap of the ventilator of the tent appeared, and we knew that the door was below. 2 of us entered, through the funnel of the outer tent, and through the bamboos on which was stretched the lining of the inner tent. There was some snow, not much, between the 2 linings. But inside we could see nothing, the snow had drifted out the light. There was nothing to do but to dig the tent out. Soon we could see the outlines. There were 3 men here. Bowers and Wilson were sleeping in their bags. Scott had thrown back the flaps of his bag at the end. His left hand was stretched over Wilson, his lifelong friend. Beneath the head of his bag, between the bag and the floorcloth, was the green wallet in which he carried his diary. The brown books of diary were inside, and on the floorcloth were some letters. Everything was tidy. The tent had been pitched as well as ever, with the door facing down the sastrugi, the bamboos with a good spread, the tent itself taut and shipshape. There was no snow inside the inner lining. There were some loose pannikins from the cooker, the ordinary tent gear, the personal belongings and a few more letters and records, personal and scientific. Near Scott was a lamp formed from a tin and some lamp wick off a Finsko. It had been used to burn the little methylated spirit which remained. I think that Scott had used it to help him to write up to the end. I feel sure that he had died last, and once I had thought that he would not go so far as some of the others. We never realized how strong that man was, mentally and physically, until now. We sorted out the gear, records, papers, diaries, spare clothing, letters, chronometers, Finsko, socks, a flag. There was even a book which I had lent Bill for the journey, and he had brought it back. Somehow we learnt that Amundsen had been to the pole, and that they too had been to the pole, and both items of news seemed to be of no importance whatever. There was a letter there from Amundsen to King Haakon. There were the personal chatty little notes we had left for them on the Beardmore, how much more important to us than all the royal letters in the world. We dug down the bamboo which had brought us to this place. It led to the sledge, many feet down, and had been rigged there as a mast. And on the sledge were some more odds and ends, a piece of paper from the biscuit box, Bauer's meteorological log, and the geological specimens, 30 pounds of them, all of the first importance. Drifted over also were the harnesses, ski and ski sticks. Hour after hour, so it seemed to me, Atkinson sat in our tent and read. The finder was to read the diary and then it was to be brought home. These were Scott's instructions written on the cover. But Atkinson said he was only going to read sufficient to know what had happened, and after that they were brought home unopened and unread. When he had the outline we all gathered together and he read to us the message to the public, and the account of Oates' death, which Scott had expressly wished to be known. We never moved them. We took the bamboos of the tent away, and the tent itself covered them. And over them we built the cairn. I do not know how long we were there, but when all was finished, and the chapter of Corinthians had been read, it was midnight of some day. The sun was dipping low above the pole, the barrier was almost in shadow. And the sky was blazing, sheets and sheets of iridescent clouds. The cairn and cross stood dark against a glory of burnished gold. Copy of note left at the cairn, over the bodies. November 12, 1912. Lat 79 degrees 0 minutes south. This cross and cairn are erected over the bodies of Captain Scott, CVO, RN, Drive E, Wilson MB, B, Cantab, Lieutenant H. R. Bowers, Royal Indian Marines. A slight token to perpetuate their gallant and successful attempt to reach the pole. This they did on the January 17, 1912 after the Norwegian expedition had already done so. Inclement weather and lack of fuel was the cause of their death. Also to commemorate their 2 gallant comrades, Captain L. E. G. Oates of the Inniskilling Dragoons, who walked to his death in a blizzard to save his comrades, about 18 miles south of this position. Also of Seaman Edgar Evans, who died at the foot of the Beardmore Glacier. The Lord gave and the Lord taketh away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Relief Expedition. Signed by all members of the party. My diary goes on. Midnight, November 12, 13. I cannot think that anything which could be done to give these three great men, for great they were, a fitting grave has been left undone. A great cairn has been built over them, a mark which must last for many years. That we can make anything that will be permanent on this barrier is impossible, but as far as a lasting mark can be made it has been done. On this a cross has been fixed, made out of ski. On either side are the two sledges, fixed upright and dug in. The whole is very simple and most impressive. On a bamboo standing by itself is left the record which I have copied into this book, and which has been signed by us all. We shall leave some provisions here, and go on lightly laden to see if we can find Titus Oates' body, and so give it what burial we can. We start in about an hour, and I for one shall be glad to leave this place. I am very very sorry that this question of the shortage of oil has arisen. We in the first return party were most careful with our measurement, having a ruler of rights and a piece of bamboo with which we did it, measuring the total height of oil in each case. And then dividing up the stick accordingly with the ruler, and we were always careful to take a little less than we were entitled to, which was stated to me, and stated by Bertie in his depot notes, to be 1/3 of everything in the depot. How the shortage arose is a mystery. And they 11 miles from 1 ton and plenty. Titus did not show his foot till about 3 days before he died. The foot was then a great size, and almost every night it would be frostbitten again. Then the last day at lunch he said he could go on no more, but they said he must, he wanted them to leave him behind in his bag. That night he turned in, hoping never to wake, but he woke, and then he asked their advice. They said they must all go on together. A thick blizzard was blowing, and he said, after a bit, well, I am just going outside, and I may be some time. They searched for him but could not find him. They had a terrible time from 80°0' on to their last camp. Their bill was very bad, and Bertie and the owner had to do the camping. And then, 11 miles from plenty, they had 9 days of blizzard, and that was the end. They had a good spread on their tent, and their ski sticks were standing, but their ski were drifted up on the ground. The tent was in excellent condition, only down some of the poles there were some chafes. They had been trying a spirit lamp when all the oil was gone. At 88 degrees or so they were getting temperatures from -20 degrees to -30 degrees. At 82 degrees, 10,000 feet lower, it was regularly down to -47 degrees in the nighttime, and -30 degrees during the day, for no explainable reason. Bill's and Bertie's feet got bad, the owner's feet got bad last. It is all too horrible, I am almost afraid to go to sleep now. November 13th. Early morning. We came on just under 7 miles with a very cold moist wind hurting our faces all the way. We have left most of the provisions to pick up again. We purpose going on 13 miles tomorrow and search for Oates' body, and then turn back and get the provisions back to Hut Point and see what can be done over in the west to get up that coast. We hope to get 2 mules back to Hut Point. If possible, we want to communicate with Cape Evans. Atkinson has been quite splendid in this very trying time. November 14th. Early morning. It has been a miserable march. We had to wait some time after Hush to let the mules get ahead. Then we went on in a cold raw fog and some head wind, with constant frostbites. The surface has been very bad all day for the 13 miles, if we had been walking in arrowroot it would have been much like this was. At lunch the temperature was -14.7 degrees. Then on when it was drifting with the wind in our faces and in a bad light. What we took to be the mule party ahead proved to be the old pony walls 26 miles from 1 ton. There was here a bit of sacking on the cairn, and Oates' bag. Inside the bag was the theodolite, and his finsko and socks. One of the finsko was slit down the front as far as the leather beckets, evidently to get his bad foot into it. This was 15 miles from the last camp, and I suppose they had brought on his bag for 3 or 4 miles in case they might find him still alive. Half a mile from our last camp there was a very large and quite unmistakable undulation. 1/4 to 1/3 of a mile from crest to crest, the pony walls behind us disappeared almost as soon as we started to go down, and reappeared again on the other side. There were, I feel sure, other rolls, but this was the largest. We have seen no sign of Oates' body. About half an hour ago it started to blow a blizzard, and it is now thick, but the wind is not strong. The mules, which came along well considering the surface, are off their feed, and this may be the reason. Dimitri saw the cairn with the cross more than 8 miles away this morning, and in a good light it would be seen from much farther off. November 15th. Early morning. We built a cairn to mark the spot near which Oates walked out to his death, and we placed a cross on it. Lashed to the cross is a record, as follows. Hereabouts died a very gallant gentleman, Captain L.E.G. Oates of the Inniskilling Dragoons. In March 1912, returning from the Pole, he walked willingly to his death in a blizzard to try and save his comrades, beset by hardship. This note is left by the relief expedition. 1912. This was signed by Atkinson and myself. We saw the cairn for a long way in a bad light as we came back today. The original plan with which we started from Cape Evans was, if the party was found where we could still bear out sufficiently to the eastward to have a good chance of missing the pressure caused by the Beardmore, to go on and do what we could to survey the land south of the Beardmore, for this was the original plan of Captain Scott for this year's sledging. But as things are, I do not think there can be much doubt that we are doing right in losing no time in going over to the west of McMurdo Sound to see whether we can go up to Evans Coves and help Campbell and his party. We brought on Oates' bag. The theodolite was inside. A thickish blizzard blew all day yesterday, but it was clear and there was only surface drift when we turned out for the night march. Then again as we came along, the sky became overcast, all except over the land, which remains clear these nights when everything else is obscured. We noticed the same thing last year. Now the wind, which had largely dropped, has started again and it is drifting. We have had wind and drift on 4 out of the last 5 days. November 16th. Early morning. When we were ready to start with the dogs it was blowing a thick blizzard, but the mules had already started some time, when it was not thick. We had to wait until nearly 4 a.m. before we could start, and came along following tracks. It is very warm and the surface is covered with loose snow, but the slide in it seems good. We found the mules here at the cairn and cross, having been able to find their way partly by the old tracks. I have been trying to draw the grave. Of all the fine monuments in the world none seems to me more fitting, and it is also most impressive. November 17th. Early morning. I think we are all going crazy together, at any rate things are pretty difficult. The latest scheme is to try and find a way over the plateau to Evans Coves, trying to strike the top of a glacier and go down it. There can be no good in it. If ever men did it, they would arrive about the time the ship arrived there too, and their labor would be in vain. If they got there and the ship did not arrive, there is another party stranded. They would have to wait till February 15th or 20 to see if the ship was coming, and then there would be no traveling back over the plateau. Even if we could do it, those men there could not. It was almost oppressively hot yesterday, but I'll never grumble about heat again. It has now cleared a lot and we came along on the cairns easily, but on a very soft downy surface, and the traveling has not been fast. We bring with us the southern party's gear. The sledge, which was the 10-foot which they brought on from the bottom of the glacier, has been left. November 18th. Early morning. I am thankful to say that the plateau journey idea has been given up. Once more we have come along in thick, snowy weather. If we had not men on ski to steer we could never keep much of a course, but Wright is steering us very straight, keeping a check on the course by watching the man behind. And so far we have been picking up all the cairns. This morning we passed the pony walls made on November 10th. And yet they were nearly level with the ground, so they are not much of a mark. Yank has just had a disagreement with Kusoy, for Kusoy objected to his trying to get at the meat on the sledge. The mules have been sinking in a long way, and are marching very slowly. Pierre eats the tea leaves after meals, Ronnie and Abdullah divide a rope between them at the halts, and they have eaten the best part of a trace since our last camp. These animals eat anything but their proper food, and this some of them will hardly touch. It cleared a bit for our second march, and we have done our 13 miles, but it was very slow traveling. Now it is drifting as much as ever. Yank, that redoubtable puller, has just eaten himself loose for the third time since Hush. This time I had to go down to the pony walls to get him. We have had onions for the first time tonight in our Hush, they are most excellent. Also we have been having some Nestlé's condensed milk from 1 ton depot, which I do not want to see again, the depot I mean. Peary must know what he is about, taking milk as a ration. The sweetness is a great thing, but it would be heavy. We have been having it with temperature down to -14 degrees, when it was quite manageable. But I don't know what it would be like in colder temperatures. November 19th. Early morning. We have done our 13 miles today and have got on to a much better surface. By what we and others have seen before, it seems that last winter must have generally been an exceptional one. There have been many parties out here. We have never before seen this windswept surface, on which it is often too slippery to walk comfortably. I do not know what temperatures the Discovery had in April, but it was much colder last April than it was the year before. And then nothing had been experienced down here to compare with the winds last winter. There was a high wind and a lot of drift yesterday during the day, and now it is blowing and drifting as usual. During the last 9 days there has only been one, the day we found the tent, when it has not been drifting during all or part of the day. It is all right for traveling north, but we should be having very uncomfortable marches if we were marching the other way. November 20th. Early morning. Today we have seemed to be walking in circles through space. Wright, by dint of having a man behind to give him a fixed point to steer upon, has steered us quite straight, and we have picked up every cairn. The pony party camped for lunch by 2 cairns, but they never knew the 2 cairns were there until a piece of paper blew away and had to be fetched, and it was caught against one of the cairns. They left a flag there to guide us, and though we saw and brought along the flag, we never saw the cairns. The temperature is -22.5 degrees, and it is now blowing a full blizzard. All this snow has hitherto been lying on the ground and making a very soft surface, for though the wind has always been blowing it has never been very strong. This snow and wind, which have now persisted for 9 out of the last 10 days, make most dispiriting marches, for there is nothing to see, and finding tracks or steering is a constant strain. We are certainly lucky to have been able to march as we have. Note on mules. The most ardent admirer of mules could not say that they were a success. The question is whether they might be made so. There was really only one thing against them, but that is a very important one: they would not eat on the barrier. From the time they went away to the day they returned, those that did return, poor things, they starved themselves, and yet they pulled bigyish loads for 30 days. If they would have eaten they would have been a huge success. They traveled faster than the ponies and, with one exception, kept together better than the ponies. If both were eating their ration it is questionable whether a good mule or a good pony is to be preferred. Our mules were of the best, and they were beautifully trained and equipped by the Indian government, yet on November 13th, a fortnight from the start, Wright records. Mules are a poor substitute for ponies. Not many will see Hut Point again, I think. Doubt if any would have got much farther than this if surfaces had been as bad this year as last. 292. Though they would not eat oats, compressed fodder and oil cake, they were quite willing to eat all kinds of other things. If we could have arrived at the mule equivalent to a vegetarian diet they might have pulled to the Beardmore without stopping. The nearest to this diet at which we could arrive was sennegrass, tea leaves, tobacco ash and rope, all of which were eaten with gusto. But supplies were very limited. They ate dog biscuit as long as they thought we were not looking, but as soon as they realized they were meant to eat it they went on hunger strike again. But during halts at cairns Ronnie and Pierre would stand solemnly chewing the same piece of rope from different ends. Abdullah always led the line, and followed Wright's ski tracks faithfully, so that if another man was ahead and Wright turned aside Abdullah always turned too. It was quite a maneuver for Wright to read the sledge meter at the back of the sledge. As for Begum, got Begum out of a soft patch by rolling her over. 293. On the whole the mules failed to adapt themselves to this life, and as such must at present be considered to be a failure for Antarctic work. Certainly those of our ponies which had the best chance to adapt themselves went farthest, such as Nobby and Jimmy Pig, both of whom had experience of barrier sledging before they started on the polar journey. November 21st. Early morning. It has cleared at last, the disturbance rolling away to the east during our first march. The surface was very bad and the mules were not going well. At this time last year many of the ponies were still quite difficult to make stand just before starting. But these mules start off now most dolefully. I am afraid they will not all get back to Hut Point. 2.5 miles after lunch, i.e. just over 40 miles from the depot, we turned out to the eastward and found the gear left by the second return party, when Evans was so ill. The theodolite, which belonged to Evans, is I believe there, but though we dug all round we were unable to find it. The ski were all upright, drifted to within 6 inches of the shoes. Most of the gear was clothing, which we have left, with the skis, in the tank. We brought on a roll of Bertie's photographs, taken on the plateau, and 3 geological specimens, deep-seated rocks I think. This was all of importance that there was there. The N ration, which we have now come to, consists of about 40 ounces of food. At present, doing the work we are doing, and with these high temperatures, minus 23 degrees when we started, for instance, and minus 17 degrees now, the men do not want it. For what it was intended for, hard man hauling, it would probably be an excellent ration, and very satisfying. November 22nd. Early morning. We could not have had a more perfect night to march. Yesterday at 4 p.m., holding the thermometer in the sun, the spirit rose to 30 degrees, it was almost too warm in the tent. The cairns show very plainly, in such weather navigation of this kind would be dead easy. But they are already being eaten away and toppling. The pony walls are drifted level, huge drifts, quite hard, running up to windward and down to lee. The dogs are getting more hungry, and want to get at the mules, which makes them go better. They went very well today, but too fast once, for we had a general mix-up, Beelaglass under the sledge and the rest all tangled up and ready for a fight at the first chance. How one of the front pair of dogs got under the sledge is a mystery. Among the polar party's gear is a letter to the King of Norway. It was left by the Norwegians for Scott to take back. It is wrapped in a piece of thin windcloth with one dark check line in it. Coarser and rougher and, I should say, heavier than our Mandelbergs. November 23rd. Early morning. We were to make Dimitri Depot this morning, but we came on in a fog, and the mule party camped after running down the distance. Wright came back and said, if we have passed it, it's over there, and as he pointed the depot showed, not more than 200 yards away. So that is all right. We, the dog party, go on in advance tomorrow, so that no time may be lost, and if the ice is still good, Atkinson will get over to Cape Evans. Atch. Titus Oates. November 24th. Early morning. A glut of foot walloping in soft snow and breaking crusts. We have done between 17 and 18 miles today. We saw no crevasses, and have marked the course well, building up the cairns and leaving 2 flags, so the mule party should be all right. The dogs were going well behind the ponies, but directly we went ahead they seemed to lose heart. I think they are tired of the barrier. A cairn now awakens little interest, they know it is only a mark and it does not mean a camp, they are all well fed, and fairly fat and in good condition. With a large number of dogs I suppose one team can go ahead when it is going well, changing places with another, each keeping the others going. But I do not think that these dogs now will do much more, but they have already done as much as any dogs of which we have any record. The land is clearing gradually. I have never seen such contrasts of black rock and white snow, and White Island was capped with great ranges of black cumulus, over which rose the pure white peaks of the Royal Society Range in a blue sky. The barrier itself was quite a deep grey, making a beautiful picture. And now Observation Hill and Castle Rock are in front. I don't suppose I shall ever see this view again, but it is associated with many memories of returning to home and plenty after some long and hard journeys. In some ways I feel sorry, but I have seen it often enough. November 25th. Early morning. We came in 24 miles with our loads, to find the best possible news. Campbell's party, all well, are at Cape Evans. They arrived here on November 6th, starting from Evans Coves on September 30th. What a relief it is, and how different things seem now. It is the first real bit of good news since February last. It seems an age. We mean to get over the sea ice, if possible, as soon as we can, and then we shall hear their story. November 26th. Early morning. Starting from Hut Point about 6:45 p.m. last evening, we came through by about 9 p.m., and sat up talking and hearing all the splendid news till past 2 a.m. this morning. All the northern party look very fat and fit, and they are most cheerful about the time they have had, and make light of all the anxious days they must have spent and their hard times. I cannot write all their story. When the ship was battling with the pack to try and get into them, they had open water in Terra Nova Bay to the horizon, as seen from 200 feet high. They prepared for the winter, digging their hut into a big snowdrift a mile from where they were landed. They thought that the ship had been wrecked, or that everyone had been taken off from here, and that then the ship had been blown north by a succession of furious gales which they had and could not get back. They never considered seriously the possibility of sledging down the coast before the winter. They got settled in and were very warm, so warm that in August they did away with one door, of which they had 3, of biscuit boxes and sacking. Their stove was the bottom of an oil tin, and they cooked by dripping blubber onto seal bones, which became soaked with the blubber, and Campbell tells me they cooked almost as quickly as a primus. Of course they were filthy. Their main difficulty was dysentery and ptomaine poisoning. Their stories of the winter are most amusing, of placing the plug, or sports in the Antarctic, of lectures, of how dirty they were, of their books, of which they had 4, including David Copperfield. They had a spare tent, which was lucky, for the bamboos of one of theirs were blown in during a big wind, and the men inside it crept along the Piedmont on hands and knees to the igloo and slept 2 in a bag. How the seals seemed as if they would give out, and they were on half rations and very hungry, and they were thinking they would have to come down in the winter. When they got 2 seals, of the fish they got from the stomach of a seal, the best feed they had, the blubber they have eaten. But they were buried deep in the snow and quite warm. Big winds all the time from the W.S.W. Cold winds off the plateau. In the igloo they could hear almost nothing outside, how they just had a biscuit a day at times, sugar on Sundays, etc. And so all is well in this direction, and we have done right in going south, and we have at least succeeded in getting all records. I suppose any news is better than no news. Evening. The pole party photos of themselves at the pole and at the Norwegian cairn, a Norwegian tent, post and 2 flags, are very good indeed. 1 film is unused. One used on these 2 subjects, taken with Bertie's camera. All the party look fit and well, and their clothes are not iced up. It was calm at the time, the surface looks rather soft. Atkinson and Campbell have gone to Hut Point with 1 dog team, and we are all to foregather here. The ice still seems good from here to Hut Point, all else open water as far as can be seen. A steady southerly wind has been blowing here for 3 days now. The mules should get into Hut Point today. It is the happiest day for nearly a year, almost the only happy one. Chapter 17. The Polar Journey. Don Juan. This creature man, who in his own selfish affairs is a coward to the backbone, will fight for an idea like a hero. He may be abject as a citizen, but he is dangerous as a fanatic. He can only be enslaved while he is spiritually weak enough to listen to reason. I tell you, gentlemen, if you can show a man a piece of what he now calls God's work to do, and what he will later on call by many new names, you can make him entirely reckless of the consequences to himself personally. Don Juan. Every idea for which man will die will be a Catholic idea. When the Spaniard learns at last that he is no better than the Saracen, and his prophet no better than Muhammad, he will arise, more Catholic than ever, and die on a barricade across the filthy slum he starves in, for universal liberty and equality. The statue. Bosh. Don Juan. What you call bosh is the only thing men dare die for. Later on, liberty will not be Catholic enough, men will die for human perfection, to which they will sacrifice all their liberty gladly. Bernard Shaw, Man and Superman. Chapter 5. The Pole and After. The Polar Party. Depots. Scott. 1 ton, 79 degrees 9 foot. Wilson. Upper Barrier or Mount Hooper, 80 degrees 2 foot. Bowers. Middle Barrier, 81 degrees 5 foot. Oates. Lower Barrier, 82 degrees 7 foot. Seaman Evans. Shambles Camp, N, of Gateway. Lower Glacier, S, of Gateway. Middle Glacier, Cloudmaker. Upper Glacier, Mt. Darwin. 3 degree, 86 degrees 6 foot. 1.5 degree, 88 degrees 9 foot. Last depot, 89 degrees 2 foot. Scott returned from the Discovery expedition impressed by the value of youth in polar work. But the 5 who went forward from 87 degrees 2 minutes were all grown men, chosen from a body which was largely recruited on a basis of youth. 4 of them were men who were accustomed to take responsibility and to lead others. 4 of them had wide sledging experience and were accustomed to cold temperatures. They were none of them likely to get flurried in emergency, to panic under any circumstances, or to wear themselves out by loss of nervous control. Scott and Wilson were the most highly strung of the party. I believe that the anxiety which Scott suffered served as a stimulus against mental monotony rather than as a drain upon his energy. Scott was 43, Wilson 39, Evans 37, Oates 32, and Bowers 28 years old. Bowers was exceptionally old for his age. In the event of one man crocking a 5-man party may be better able to cope with the situation. But with this doubtful exception Scott had nothing to gain and a good deal to lose by taking an extra man to the pole. That he did so means, I think, that he considered his position a very good one at this time. He was anxious to take as many men with him as possible. I have an impression that he wanted the army represented as well as the navy. Be that as it may, he took 5 men. He decided to take the extra man at the last moment, and in doing so he added one more link to a chain. But he was content. And 4 days after the last return party left them, as he lay out a blizzard, quite warm in his sleeping bag though the midday temperature was -20 degrees. He wrote a long diary praising his companions very highly indeed, so our 5 people are perhaps as happily selected as it is possible to imagine. 294 He speaks of Seaman Evans as being a giant worker with a really remarkable headpiece. There is no mention of the party feeling the cold, though they were now at the greatest height of their journey. The food satisfied them thoroughly. There is no shadow of trouble here, only Evans has got a nasty cut on his hand. There were more disadvantages in this 5-man party than you might think. There was 5.5 weeks' food for 4 men. 5 men would eat this in about 4 weeks. In addition to the extra risk of breakdown, there was a certain amount of discomfort involved, for everything was arranged for 4 men as I have already explained. The tent was a 4-man tent. And an inner lining had been lashed to the bamboos, making it smaller still. When stretched out for the night, the sleeping bags of the two outside men must have been partly off the floorcloth. And probably on the snow. Their bags must have been touching the inner tent and collecting the rime which was formed there. Cooking for 5 took about half an hour longer in the day than cooking for 4, half an hour off your sleep. Or half an hour off your march. I do not believe that 5 men on the lid of a crevasse are as safe as 4. Wilson writes that the stow of the sledge with 5 sleeping bags was pretty high. This makes it top-heavy and liable to capsize in rough country. But what would have paralyzed anybody except Bowers was the fact that they had only 4 pairs of ski between the 5 of them. To slog along on foot, in soft snow, in the middle of 4 men pulling rhythmically on ski, must have been tiring and even painful, and Bertie's legs were very short. No steady swing for him, and little chance of getting his mind off the job in hand. Scott could never have meant to take on 5 men when he told his supporting team to leave their ski behind, only 4 days before he reorganized. "May I be there?" wrote Wilson of the men chosen to travel the ice cap to the pole. "About this time next year may I be there or thereabouts. With so many young bloods in the heyday of youth and strength beyond my own, I feel there will be a most difficult task in making choice towards the end. I should like to have Bill to hold my hand when we get to the pole," said Scott. Wilson was there, and his diary is that of an artist, watching the clouds and mountains, of a scientist observing ice and rock and snow, of a doctor, and above all of a man with good judgment. You will understand that the thing which really interested him in this journey was the acquisition of knowledge. It is a restrained, and for the most part a simple, record of facts. There is seldom any comment, and when there is you feel that, for this very reason, it carries more weight. Just about this time, December 24th. Very promising, thoroughly enjoyed the afternoon march, Christmas Day, and a real good and happy one with a very long march, January 1st, 1912. We had only 6 hours sleep last night by a mistake, but I had mine solid in one piece, actually waking in exactly the same position as I fell asleep in 6 hours before, never moved, January 2nd. We were surprised today by seeing a skua gull flying over us, evidently hungry but not weak. Its droppings, however, were clear mucus, nothing in them at all. It appeared in the afternoon and disappeared again about half an hour after. And then on January 3rd, last night, Scott told us what the plans were for the South Pole. Scott, Oates, Bowers, Petty Officer Evans and I are to go to the pole. Teddy Evans is to return from here tomorrow with Crean and Lashley. Scott finished his week's cooking tonight and I begin mine tomorrow. Just that. The next day Bowers wrote. I had my farewell breakfast in the tent with Teddy Evans, Crean and Lashley. After so little sleep the previous night I rather dreaded the march. We gave our various notes, messages and letters to the returning party and started off. They accompanied us for about a mile before returning, to see that all was going well. Our party were on ski with the exception of myself. I first made fast to the central span, but afterwards connected up to the toggle of the sledge, pulling in the center between the inner ends of Captain Scott's and Dr. Wilson's traces. This was found to be the best place, as I had to go my own step. Teddy and party gave us 3 cheers, and Crean was half in tears. They have a featherweight sledge to go back with of course, and ought to run down their distance easily. 295 We found we could manage our load easily, and did 6.3 miles before lunch, completing 12.5 by 7:15 p.m. Our marching hours are 9 per day. It is a long slog with a well-loaded sledge, and more tiring for me than the others, as I have no ski. However, as long as I can do my share all day and keep fit, it does not matter much one way or the other. We had our first northerly wind on the plateau today, and a deposit of snow crystals made the surface like sand latterly on the march. The sledge dragged like lead. In the evening it fell calm, and although the temperature was -16 degrees it was positively pleasant to stand about outside the tent and bask in the sun's rays. It was our first calm since we reached the summit too. Our socks and other damp articles which we hang out to dry at night become immediately covered with long feathery crystals exactly like plumes. Socks, mitts and finsko dry splendidly up here during the night. We have little trouble with them compared with spring and winter journeys. I generally spread my bag out in the sun during the 1.5 hours of lunch time, which gives the reindeer hair a chance to get rid of the damage done by the deposit of breath and any perspiration during the night. 296. Plenty of sun, heavy surfaces, iridescent clouds, the worst wind-cut sastrugi I have seen. Covered with bunches of crystals like gorse, ice blink all round, hairy faces and mouths dreadfully iced up on the march, hot and sweaty day's work. But sometimes cold hands in the loops of the ski sticks, windy streaky cirrus in every direction, all thin and filmy and scrappy, horizon clouds all being wafted about. These are some of the impressions here and there in Wilson's diary during the first 10 days of the party's solitary march. On the whole he is enjoying himself, I think. You should read Scott's diary yourself and form your own opinions, but I think that after the last return party left him there is a load off his mind. The thing had worked so far, it was up to them now, that great mass of figures and weights and averages, those years of preparation, those months of anxiety, no one of them had been in vain. They were up to date in distance, and there was a very good amount of food, probably more than was necessary to see them to the pole and off the plateau on full rations. Best thought of all, perhaps, the motors with their uncertainties, the ponies with their suffering, the glacier with its possibilities of disaster. All were behind, and the two main supporting parties were safely on their way home. Here with him was a fine party, tested and strong, and only 148 miles from the pole. I can see them, working with a business-like air, with no fuss and no unnecessary talk. Each man knowing his job and doing it, pitching the tent, finishing the camp work and sitting round on their sleeping bags while their meal was cooked, warming their hands on their mugs, saving a biscuit to eat when they woke in the night, packing the sledge with a good neat stow, marching with a solid swing. We have seen them do it so often. And they did it jolly well. And the conditions did not seem so bad. Tonight it is flat calm, the sun so warm that in spite of the temperature we can stand about outside in the greatest comfort. It is amusing to stand thus and remember the constant horrors of our situation as they were painted for us. The sun is melting the snow on the ski, etc. The plateau is now very flat, but we are still ascending slowly. The sastrugi are getting more confused, predominant from the SE. I wonder what is in store for us. At present everything seems to be going with extraordinary smoothness. We feel the cold very little. The great comfort of our situation is the excellent drying effect of the sun. Our food continues to amply satisfy. What luck to have hit on such an excellent ration. We really are an excellently found party. We lie so very comfortably, warmly clothed in our comfortable bags, within our double-walled tent. 297. Then something happened. While Scott was writing the sentences you have just read, he reached the summit of the plateau and started, ever so slightly, to go downhill. The list of corrected altitudes given by Simpson in his meteorological report are of great interest. Cape Evans 0, Shambles Camp 170, Upper Glacier Depot 7151, 3 Degree Depot 9392. 1.5 Degree Depot 9862, South Pole 9072 feet above sea level. 298. What happened is not quite clear, but there is no doubt that the surface became very bad, that the party began to feel the cold, and that before long Evans especially began to crock. The immediate trouble was bad surfaces. I will try and show why these surfaces should have been met in what was, you must remember, now a land which no man had traveled before. Scott laid his 1.5 degree depot, i.e. 1½ degree or 90 miles from the pole, on January 10th. That day they started to go down, but for several days before that the plateau had been pretty flat. Time after time in the diaries you find crystals, 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 crystals falling through the air, crystals bearding the sastrugi, crystals lying loose upon the snow. Sandy crystals, upon which the sun shines and which made pulling a terrible effort. When the sky clouds over they get along much better. The clouds form and disperse without visible reason. And generally the wind is in their faces. Wright tells me that there is certain evidence in the records which may explain these crystals. Halos are caused by crystals, and nearly all those logged from the bottom of the Beardmore to the pole and back were on this stretch of country, where the land was falling. Bowers mentions that the crystals did not appear in all directions, which goes to show that the air was not always rising, but sometimes was falling and therefore not depositing its moisture. There is no doubt that the surfaces met were very variable, and it may be that the snow lay in waves. Bowers mentions big undulations for 30 miles before the pole, and other inequalities may have been there which were not visible. There is sometimes evidence that these crystals were formed on the windward side of these waves, and carried over by a strong wind and deposited on the lee side. It is common knowledge that as you rise in the atmosphere so the pressure decreases. In fact, it is usual to measure your height by reading the barometer. Now the air on this last stretch to the pole was rising, for the wind was from the south, and, as we have seen, the plateau here was sloping down towards the pole. The air, driven uphill by this southerly wind, was forced to rise. As it rose it expanded, because the pressure was less. Air which has expanded without any heat being given to it from outside, that is in a heat-proof vessel, is said to expand by adiabatic expansion. Such air tends first to become saturated, and then to precipitate its moisture. These conditions were approximately fulfilled on the plateau, where the air expanded as it rose, but could get little or no heat from outside. The air therefore precipitated its moisture in the form of crystals. Owing to the rapid changes in surfaces, on one occasion they depoted their ski because they were in a sea of sastrugi, and had to walk back for them because the snow became level and soft again. Scott guessed that the coastal mountains could not be far away. And we now know that the actual distance was only 130 miles. About the same time Scott mentions that he had been afraid that they were weakening in their pulling. But he was reassured by getting a patch of good surface and finding the sledge coming as easily as of old. On the night of January 12, 8 days after leaving the last return party, he writes, "At camping tonight everyone was chilled and we guessed a cold snap. But to our surprise the actual temperature was higher than last night, when we could dawdle in the sun. It is most unaccountable why we should suddenly feel the cold in this manner, partly the exhaustion of the march, but partly some damp quality in the air, I think. Little Bowers is wonderful. In spite of my protest he would take sights after we had camped tonight, after marching in the soft snow all day when we have been comparatively restful on ski." 299 On January 14, Wilson wrote, "A very cold grey thick day with a persistent breeze from the S.E., which we all felt considerably, but temperature was only -18 degrees at lunch and -15 degrees in the evening. Now just over 40 miles from the pole." Scott wrote the same day, "Again we noticed the cold. At lunch today all our feet were cold, but this was mainly due to the bald state of our finsko. I put some grease under the bare skin and found it make all the difference. Oates seems to be feeling the cold and fatigue more than the rest of us, but we are all very fit." And on January 15, lunch, "We were all pretty done at camping 300 and Wilson. We made a depot, the last depot, of provisions at lunchtime and went on for our last lap with 9 days' provision. We went much more easily in the afternoon, and on till 7:30 p.m. The surface was a funny mixture of smooth snow and sudden patches of sastrugi, and we occasionally appear to be on a very gradual down gradient and on a slope down from the west to east. In the light of what happened afterwards I believe that the party was not as fit at this time as might have been expected 10 days before. And that this was partly the reason why they felt the cold and found the pulling so hard. The immediate test was the bad surface, and this was the result of the crystals which covered the ground. Simpson has worked out 301 that there is an almost constant pressure gradient driving the air on the plateau northwards parallel to the 146 degrees east. meridian, and parallel also to the probable edge of the plateau. The mean velocity for the months of this December and January was about 11 miles an hour. During this plateau journey Scott logged wind force 5 and over on 23 occasions, and this wind was in their faces from the Beardmore to the pole, and at their backs as they returned. A low temperature when it is calm is paradise compared to a higher temperature with a wind, and it is this constant pitiless wind, combined with the altitude and low temperatures, which has made traveling on the Antarctic plateau so difficult. While the mean velocity of wind during the 2 midsummer months seems to be fairly constant, there is a very rapid fall of temperature in January. The mean actual temperature found on the plateau this year in December was -8.6 degrees, the minimum observed being -19.3 degrees. Simpson remarks that, it must be accounted as one of the wonders of the Antarctic that it contains a vast area of the Earth's surface where the mean temperature during the warmest month is more than 8 degrees below the Fahrenheit zero. And when throughout the month the highest temperature was only +5 degrees F 302, but the mean temperature on the plateau dropped 10 degrees in January to -18.7 degrees, the minimum observed being -29.7 degrees. These temperatures have to be combined with the wind force described above to imagine the conditions of the march. In the light of Scott's previous plateau journey 303 and Shackleton's polar journey 304, this wind was always expected by our advance parties. But there can be no doubt that the temperature falls as solar radiation decreases more rapidly than was generally supposed. Scott probably expected neither such a rapid fall of temperature, nor the very bad surfaces, though he knew that the plateau would mean a trying time. And indeed it was supposed that it would be much the hardest part of the journey. On the night of January 15, Scott wrote, "It ought to be a certain thing now, and the only appalling possibility the sight of the Norwegian flag forestalling ours." 3:05 They were 27 miles from the pole. The story of the next 3 days is taken from Wilson's diary. January 16. We got away at 8 a.m. and made 7.5 miles by 1:15, lunched, and then in 5.3 miles came on a black flag and the Norwegian sledge, ski, and dog tracks running about N, E, and S, W, both ways. The flag was of black bunting tied with string to a fore and after, which had evidently been taken off a finished-up sledge. The age of the tracks was hard to guess, but probably a couple of weeks, or 3 or more. The flag was fairly well frayed at the edges. We camped here and examined the tracks and discussed things. The surface was fairly good in the forenoon -23 degrees temperature, and all the afternoon we were coming downhill with again a rise to the W. And a fall and a scoop to the east where the Norwegians came up, evidently by another glacier. Amundsen's Polheim, E. Wilson. January 17. We camped on the pole itself at 6:30 p.m. this evening. In the morning we were up at 5 a.m. and got away on Amundsen's tracks going S.S.W. for 3 hours, passing 2 small snow cairns, and then, finding the tracks too much snowed up to follow, we made our own beeline for the pole, camped for lunch at 12:30 and off again from 3 to 6:30 p.m. It blew from force 4 to 6 all day in our teeth with temperature -22 degrees, the coldest march I ever remember. It was difficult to keep one's hands from freezing in double woolen and fur mitts. Oates, Evans, and Bowers all have pretty severe frostbitten noses and cheeks, and we had to camp early for lunch on account of Evans' hands. It was a very bitter day. Sun was out now and again, and observations taken at lunch, and before and after supper, and at night, at 7 p.m. and at 2 a.m. by our time. The weather was not clear, the air was full of crystals driving towards us as we came south, and making the horizon gray and thick and hazy. We could see no sign of cairn or flag, and from Amundsen's direction of tracks this morning he has probably hit a point about 3 miles off. We hope for clear weather tomorrow, but in any case are all agreed that he can claim prior right to the pole itself. He has beaten us in so far as he made a race of it. We have done what we came for all the same, and as our program was made out. From his tracks we think there were only 2 men, on ski, with plenty of dogs on rather low diet. They seem to have had an oval tent. We sleep one night at the pole and have had a double hush with some last bits of chocolate, and X's cigarettes have been much appreciated by Scott and Oates and Evans. A tiring day, now turning into a somewhat starchy frozen bag. Tomorrow we start for home and shall do our utmost to get back in time to send the news to the ship. January 18th. Sights were taken in the night, and at about 5 a.m. we turned out and marched from this night camp about 3 3/4 miles back in ASE.ly direction to a spot which we judged from last night's sights to be the pole. Here we lunched camp, built a cairn, took photos, flew the Queen Mother's Union Jack and all our own flags. We call this the pole, though as a matter of fact we went half a mile farther on in AS easterly direction after taking further sights to the actual final spot, and here we left the Union Jack flying. During the forenoon we passed the Norwegians' last southerly camp, they called it Polheim, and left here a small tent with Norwegian and from flags flying. And a considerable amount of gear in the tent, half reindeer sleeping bags, sleeping socks, reinskin trousers 2 pair, a sextant, an artificial horizon, a hypsometer with all the thermometers broken, etc. I took away the spirit lamp of it, which I have wanted for sterilizing and making disinfectant lotions of snow. There were also letters there, one from Amundsen to King Haakon, with a request that Scott should send it to him. There was also a list of the 5 men who made up their party, but no news as to what they had done. I made some sketches here, but it was blowing very cold, -22 degrees. Bertie took some photos. We found no sledge there, though they said there was one. It may have been buried in drift. The tent was a funny little thing for 2 men, pegged out with white line and tent pegs of yellow wood. I took some strips of blue-gray silk off the tent seams. It was perished. The Norskies had got to the pole on December 16th, and were here from 15th to 17th. At our lunch South Pole camp we saw a sledge runner with a black flag about half a mile away blowing from it. Scott sent me on ski to fetch it, and I found a note tied to it showing that this was the Norskies' actual final pole position. I was given the flag and the note with Amundsen's signature, and I got a piece of the sledge runner as well. The small chart of our wanderings shows best how all these things lie. After lunch we made 6.2 miles from the pole camp to the north again, and here we are camped for the night. 306. The following remarks on the South Pole area were written by Bowers in the meteorological log. Apparently on January 17th and 18th. Within 120 miles of the South Pole the sastrugi crossed seemed to indicate belts of certain prevalent winds. These were definitely SE.ly. Up to about lat 78 degrees 0 minutes south, where the summit was passed and we started to go definitely downhill toward the pole. An indefinite area was then crossed SE.ly, ly and SE.ly sastrugi. Later, in about 79 degrees 0 minutes south, those from the SW predominated. At this point also the surface of the ice cap became affected by undulations running more or less at right angles to our course. These resolved themselves into immense waves some miles in extent 307 with a uniform surface both in hollow and crust. The whole surface was carpeted with a deposit of ice crystals which, while we were there, fell sometimes in the form of minute spicules and sometimes in plates. These caused an almost continuous display of parhelia. The flags left a month previously by the Norwegian expedition were practically undamaged and so could not have been exposed to very heavy wind during that time. Their sledging and ski tracks, where marked, were raised slightly, also the dogs' footprints. In the neighborhood of their South Pole camp the drifts were SW.ly, but there was one SE drift to leeward of tent. They had pitched their tent to allow for SW.ly wind. For walking on foot the ground was all pretty soft, and on digging down the crystalline structure of the snow was found to alter very little. And there were no layers of crust such as are found on the barrier. The snow seems so lightly put together as not to cohere, and makes very little water for its bulk when melted. The constant and varied motion of cirrus, and the forming and motion of radiant points, shows that in the upper atmosphere at this time of the year there is little or no tranquility. 308. That is the bare bones of what was without any possible doubt a great shock. Consider. These men had been out 2.5 months and were 800 miles from home. The glacier had been a heavy grind, the plateau certainly not worse, probably better, than was expected, as far as that place where the last return party left them. But then, in addition to a high altitude, a head wind, and a temperature which averaged -18.7 degrees, came this shower of ice crystals, turning the surface to sand, especially when the sun was out. They were living in cirrus clouds, and the extraordinary state seems to have obtained that the surface of the snow was colder when the sun was shining than when clouds checked the radiation from it. They began to descend. Things began to go not quite right, they felt the cold, especially Oates and Evans. Evans' hands also were wrong, ever since the seamen made that new sledge. The making of that sledge must have been fiercely cold work, one of the hardest jobs they did. I am not sure that enough notice has been taken of that. And then, the Norwegians have forestalled us and are first at the pole. It is a terrible disappointment, and I am very sorry for my loyal companions. Many thoughts come and much discussion have we had. Tomorrow we must march on to the pole and then hasten home with all the speed we can compass. All the daydreams must go. It will be a wearisome return. The pole. Yes, but under very different circumstances from those expected, companions laboring on with cold feet and hands. Evans had such cold hands we camped for lunch, the wind is blowing hard, -21 degrees, and there is that curious damp, cold feeling in the air which chills one to the bone in no time. Great God! This is an awful place. 309. This is not a cry of despair. It is an ejaculation provoked by the ghastly facts. Even now in January the temperature near the South Pole is about 24 degrees lower than it is during the corresponding month of the year, July, near the North Pole, 310, and if it is like this in midsummer, what is it like in midwinter? At the same time it was, with the exception of the sandy surfaces, what they had looked for, and every detail of organization was working out as well as if not better than had been expected. Bowers was so busy with the meteorological log and sights which were taken in terribly difficult circumstances that he kept no diary until they started back. Then he wrote on 7 consecutive days, as follows. January 19th. A splendid clear morning with a fine S.W. wind blowing. During breakfast time I sewed a flap attachment on to the hood of my green hat so as to prevent the wind from blowing down my neck on the march. We got up the mast and sail on the sledge and headed north, picking up Amundsen's cairn in our outgoing tracks shortly afterwards. Along these we travelled till we struck the other cairn and finally the Black Flag where we had made our 58th outward camp. We then with much relief left all traces of the Norwegians behind us, and headed on our own track till lunch camp, when we had covered 8 miles. In the afternoon we passed No. 2 cairn of the British route, and fairly slithered along before a fresh breeze. It was heavy travelling for me, not being on ski, but one does not mind being tired if a good march is made. We did 16 miles, altogether for the day, and so should pick up our last depot tomorrow afternoon. The weather became fairly thick soon after noon, and at the end of the afternoon there was considerable drift, with a mist caused by ice crystals, and parhelion. January 20th. Good sailing breeze again this morning. It is a great pleasure to have one's back to the wind instead of having to face it. It came on thicker later, but we sighted the last depot soon after 1 p.m. and reached it at 1:45 p.m. The red flag on the bamboo pole was blowing out merrily to welcome us back from the pole, with its supply of necessaries of life below. We are absolutely dependent upon our depots to get off the plateau alive, and so welcome the lonely little cairns gladly. At this one, called the last depot, we picked up 4 days' food, a can of oil, some methylated spirit, for lighting purposes, and some personal gear we had left there. The bamboo was bent onto the floorcloth as a yard for our sail instead of a broken sledge runner of Amundsen's which we had found at the pole and made a temporary yard of. As we had marched extra long in the forenoon in order to reach the depot, our afternoon march was shorter than usual. The wind increased to a moderate gale with heavy gusts and considerable drift. We should have had a bad time had we been facing it. After an hour I had to shift my harness aft so as to control the motions of the sledge. Unfortunately the surface got very sandy latterly, but we finished up with 16.1 miles to our credit and camped in a stiff breeze, which resolved itself into a blizzard a few hours later. I was glad we had our depot safe. January 21st. Wind increased to force 8 during night with heavy drift. In the morning it was blizzing like blazes and marching was out of the question. The wind would have been of great assistance to us, but the drift was so thick that steering a course would have been next to impossible. We decided to await developments and get underway as soon as it showed any signs of clearing. Fortunately it was short-lived, and instead of lasting the regulation 2 days it eased up in the afternoon, and 3:45 found us off with our sail full. It was good running on ski but soft plodding for me on foot. I shall be jolly glad to pick up my dear old ski. They are nearly 200 miles away yet, however. The breeze fell altogether latterly and I shifted up into my old place as middle number of the 5. Our distance completed was 5.5 miles, when camp was made again. Our old cairns are of great assistance to us, also the tracks, which are obliterated in places by heavy drift and hard sastrugi, but can be followed easily. January 22nd. We came across Evan's sheepskin boots this morning. They were almost covered up after their long spell since they fell off the sledge, on January 11th. The breeze was fair from the SSW, but got lighter and lighter. At lunch camp we had completed 8.2 miles. In the afternoon the breeze fell altogether, and the surface, acted on by the sun, became perfect sawdust. The light sledge pulled by 5 men came along like a drag without a particle of slide or give. We were all glad to camp soon after 7 p.m. I think we were all pretty tired out. We did altogether 19.5 miles for the day. We are only 30 miles from the 1.5 degree depot, and should reach it in 2 marches with any luck. The minimum temperature this night was -30 degrees, uncorrected. January 23rd. Started off with a bit of a breeze which helped us a little, temperature -28 degree. After the first 2 hours it increased to force 4 SSW. And filling the sail we sped along merrily, doing 8 3/4 miles before lunch. In the afternoon it was even stronger, and I had to go back on the sledge and act as guide and brakesman. We had to lower the sail a bit, but even then she ran like a bird. We are picking up our old cairns famously. Evans got his nose frostbitten, not an unusual thing with him, but as we were all getting pretty cold latterly we stopped at 6:45, having done 16.5 miles. We camped with considerable difficulty owing to the force of the wind. 311. The same night Scott wrote. We came along at a great pace, and should have got within an easy march of our 1.5 degree depot had not Wilson suddenly discovered that Evans' nose was frostbitten. It was white and hard. We thought it best to camp at 6:45. Got the tent up with some difficulty, and now pretty cozy after good hush. There is no doubt Evans is a good deal run down. His fingers are badly blistered and his nose is rather seriously congested with frequent frostbites. He is very much annoyed with himself, which is not a good sign. I think Wilson, Bowers and I are as fit as possible under the circumstances. Oates gets cold feet. One way and another I shall be glad to get off the summit. The weather seems to be breaking up. 3:12. Bowers resumes the tale. January 24th. Evans has got his fingers all blistered with frostbites, otherwise we are all well, but thinning, and in spite of our good rations get hungrier daily. I sometimes spend much thought on the march with plans for making a pig of myself on the first opportunity. As that will be after a further march of 700 miles, they are a bit premature. It was blowing a gale when we started and it increased in force. Finally, with the sail half down, one man detached tracking ahead and Titus and I breaking back, we could not always keep the sledge from overrunning. The blizzard got worse and worse till, having done only 7 miles, we had to camp soon after 12 o'clock. We had a most difficult job camping, and it has been blowing like blazes all the afternoon. I think it is moderating now, 9 p.m. We are only 7 miles from our depot and this delay is exasperating. 3:13. Scott wrote, "This is the second full gale since we left the pole. I don't like the look of it. Is the weather breaking up? If so, God help us, with the tremendous summit journey and scant food. Wilson and Bowers are my standby. I don't like the easy way in which Oates and Evans get frostbitten." 3:14. January 25. It was no use turning out at our usual time, 5:45 a.m., as the blizzard was as furious as ever. We therefore decided on a late breakfast and no lunch unless able to march. We have only 3 days' food with us and shall be in Queer Street if we miss the depot. Our bags are getting steadily wetter, so are our clothes. It shows a tendency to clear off now, breakfast time, so, DV, we may march after all. I am in tribulation as regards meals now as we have run out of salt, one of my favorite commodities. It is owing to Atkinson's party taking back an extra tin by mistake from the Upper Glacier depot. Fortunately we have some depoted there, so I will only have to endure another 2 weeks without it. 10 p.m., we have got in a march after all, thank the Lord. Assisted by the wind we made an excellent run down to our 1.5 degree depot, where the big red flag was blowing out like fury with the breeze, in clouds of driving drift. Here we picked up 1¼ cans of oil and 1 week's food for 5 men, together with some personal gear depoted. We left the bamboo and flag on the cairn. I was much relieved to pick up the depot. Now we only have one other source of anxiety on this endless snow summit, viz. the 3-degree depot in latitude 86 degrees 6 minutes south. In the afternoon we did 5.2 miles. It was a miserable march, blizzard all the time and our sledge either sticking in sastrugi or overrunning the traces. We had to lower the sail half down, and Titus and I hung on to her. It was most strenuous work, as well as much colder than pulling ahead. Most of the time we had to break back with all our strength to keep the sledge from overrunning. Bill got a bad go of snow glare from following the track without goggles on. This day last year we started the depot journey. I did not think so short a time would turn me into an old hand at polar traveling, neither did I imagine at the time that I would be returning from the pole itself. 315. Wilson was very subject to these attacks of snow blindness, and also to headaches before blizzards. I have an idea that his anxiety to sketch whenever opportunity offered, and his willingness to take off his goggles to search for tracks and cairns, had something to do with it. This attack was very typical. I wrote this at lunch and in the evening had a bad attack of snow blindness. Blizzard in afternoon. We only got in a forenoon march. Couldn't see enough of the tracks to follow at all. My eyes didn't begin to trouble me till tomorrow, yesterday, though it was the strain of tracking in the very cold drift which we had today that gave me this attack of snow glare. Marched on foot in the afternoon as my eyes were too bad to go on ski. We had a lot of drift and wind and very cold. Had ZNSO4 and cocaine in my eyes at night and didn't get to sleep at all for the pain, dozed about an hour in the morning only. Marched on foot again all day as I couldn't see my way on ski at all. Bertie used my ski. Eyes still very painful and watering. Tired out by the evening, had a splendid night's sleep, and though very painful across forehead tonight they are much better. 316. The surface was awful. In his diary of the day after they left the pole, January 19, Wilson wrote an account of it. We had a splendid wind right behind us most of the afternoon and went well until about 6 p.m. when the sun came out, and we had an awful grind until 7:30 when we camped. The sun comes out on sandy drifts, all on the move in the wind, and temp. -20 degrees, and gives us an absolutely awful surface with no glide at all for ski or sledge, and just like fine sand. The weather all day has been more or less overcast with white broken alto stratus, and for 3 degrees above the horizon there is a grey belt looking like a blizzard of drift. But this in reality is caused by a constant fall of minute snow crystals, very minute. Sometimes instead of crystal plates the fall is of minute agglomerate spicules like tiny sea urchins. The plates glitter in the sun as though of some size, but you can only just see them as pinpoints on your Burberry. So the spicule collections are only just visible. Our hands are never warm enough in camp to do any neat work now. The weather is always uncomfortably cold and windy, about -23 degrees, but after lunch today I got a bit of drawing done. 317. All the joy had gone from their sledging. They were hungry, they were cold, the pulling was heavy, and 2 of them were not fit. As long ago as January 14 Scott wrote that Oates was feeling the cold and fatigue more than the others 318, and again he refers to the matter on January 20. 319 On January 19 Wilson wrote, "We get our hairy faces and mouths dreadfully iced up on the march, and often one's hands very cold indeed holding ski sticks. Evans, who cut his knuckle some days ago at the last depot, has a lot of pus in it tonight." January 20, Evans has got 4 or 5 of his fingertips badly blistered by the cold. Titus also his nose and cheeks, so, Evans and Bowers. January 28, Evans has a number of badly blistered finger ends which he got at the pole. Titus' big toe is turning blue-black. January 31, Evans' fingernails all coming off, very raw and sore. February 4, Evans is feeling the cold a lot, always getting frostbitten. Titus' toes are blackening, and his nose and cheeks are dead yellow. Dressing Evans' fingers every other day with boric Vaseline, they are quite sweet still. February 5, Evans' fingers suppurating. Nose very bad, hard, and rotten looking, 320. Scott was getting alarmed about Evans, who has dislodged 2 fingernails tonight. His hands are really bad, and, to my surprise, he shows signs of losing heart over it. He hasn't been cheerful since the accident. 321 The party is not improving in condition, especially Evans, who is becoming rather dull and incapable. Evans' nose is almost as bad as his fingers. He is a good deal crocked up. 322. Bowers' diary, quoted above, finished on January 25, on which day they picked up their 1.5 degree depot. "I shall sleep much better with our provision bag full again," wrote Scott that night. Bowers got another rating sight tonight. It was wonderful how he managed to observe in such a horribly cold wind. They marched 16 miles the next day, but got off the outward track, which was crooked. On January 27 they did 14 miles on a very bad surface of deep-cut sastrugi all day, until late in the afternoon when we began to get out of them. 323 By Jove, this is tremendous labor, said Scott. They were getting into the better surfaces again. 15.7 miles for January 28, a fine day and a good march on very decent surface. 324 On January 29 Bowers wrote his last full day's diary, our record march today. With a good breeze and improving surface we were soon in among the double tracks where the supporting party left us. Then we picked up the memorable camp where I transferred to the advance party. How glad I was to change over. The camp was much drifted up and immense sastrugi were everywhere, S.E. in direction and S.E. We did 10.4 miles before lunch. I was breaking back on sledge and controlling, it was beastly cold and my hands were perished. In the afternoon I put on my dogskin mitts and was far more comfortable. A stiff breeze with drift continues, temperature -25 degrees. Thank God our days of having to face it are over. We completed 19.5 miles, 22 statute, this evening, and so are only 29 miles from our precious, 3-degree, depot. It will be bad luck indeed if we do not get there in a march and a half anyhow. 325. 19 miles again on January 30th, but during the previous day's march Wilson had strained a tendon in his leg. I got a nasty bruise on the tib, Ialis, and icus, which gave me great pain all the afternoon. My left leg exceedingly painful all day, so I gave Bertie my ski and hobbled alongside the sledge on foot. The whole of the tibialis anticus is swollen and tight, and full of tenosynovitis, and the skin red and edematous over the shin. But we made a very fine march with the help of a brisk breeze. January 31st. Again walking by the sledge with swollen leg but not nearly so painful. We had 5.8 miles to go to reach our 3-degree depot. Picked this up with a week's provision and a line from Evans, and then for lunch an extra biscuit each, making 4 for lunch and 1/10 whack of butter extra as well. Afternoon we passed Cairn where Bertie's ski had been left. These we picked up and came on till 7:30 p.m. when the wind which had been very light all day dropped, and with temp. -20 degrees it felt delightfully warm and sunny and clear. We have 1/10 extra pemmican in the hoosh now also. My leg pretty swollen again tonight. 3:26 They traveled 13.5 miles that day, and 15.7 on the next. My leg much more comfortable, gave me no pain, and I was able to pull all day, holding on to the sledge. Still some edema. We came down 100 feet or so today on a fairly steep gradient. 327. They were now approaching the crevassed surfaces and the icefalls which mark the entrance to the Beardmore Glacier, and February 2nd was marked by another accident, this time to Scott. On a very slippery surface I came an awful purler on my shoulder. It is horribly sore tonight and another sick person added to our tent, 3 out of 5 injured, and the most troublesome surfaces to come. We shall be lucky if we get through without serious injury. Wilson's leg is better, but might easily get bad again, and Evan's fingers. We have managed to get off 17 miles. The extra food is certainly helping us, but we are getting pretty hungry. The weather is already a trifle warmer, the altitude lower and only 80 miles or so to Mount Darwin. It is time we were off the summit. Pray God another 4 days will see us pretty well clear of it. Our bags are getting very wet and we ought to have more sleep. 328. They had been spending some time in finding the old tracks. But they had a good landfall for the depot at the top of the glacier, and on February 3rd they decided to push on due north, and to worry no more for the present about tracks and cairns. They did 16 miles that day. Wilson's diary runs. Sunny and breezy again. Came down a series of slopes, and finished the day by going up one. Enormous deep-cut sastrugi and drifts and shiny eggshell surface. Wind all sse.ly. Today at about 11 p.m. we got our first sight again of mountain peaks on our eastern horizon. We crossed the outmost line of crevassed ridge top today, the first on our return. Buckley Island, where the fossils were found. February 4th, 18 miles. Clear cloudless blue sky, surface drift. During forenoon we came down gradual descent including 2 or 3 irregular terrace slopes, on crest of one of which were a good many crevasses. Southernmost were just big enough for Scott and Evans to fall into their waists, and very deceptively covered up. They ran east and west. Those nearer the crest were the ordinary broad street-like crevasses, well lidded. In the afternoon we again came to a crest, before descending, with street crevasses, and one we crossed had a huge hole where the lid had fallen in, big enough for a horse and cart to go down. We have a great number of mountain tops on our right and south of our beam as we go due north now. We are now camped just below a great crevassed mound, on a mountain top evidently. February 5th, 18.2 miles. We had a difficult day, getting in amongst a frightful chaos of broad chasm-like crevasses. We kept too far east and had to wind in and out amongst them and cross multitudes of bridges. We then bore west a bit and got on better all the afternoon and got round a good deal of the upper disturbances of the falls here. Scott wrote, "We are camped in a very disturbed region, but the wind has fallen very light here, and our camp is comfortable for the first time for many weeks." 329. February 6th, 15 miles. We again had a forenoon of trying to cut corners. Got in amongst great chasms running E and W and had to come out again. We then again kept west and downhill over tremendous sastrugi, with a slight breeze, very cold. In afternoon continued bearing more and more towards Mount Darwin. We got round one of the main lines of icefall and looked back up to it. Very cold march, many crevasses. I walking by the sledge on foot found a good many, the others all on ski. February 7th, 15.5 miles. Clear day again and we made a tedious march in the forenoon along a flat or two, and down a long slope, and then in the afternoon we had a very fresh breeze. And very fast run down long slopes covered with big sastrugi. It was a strenuous job steering and checking behind by the sledge. We reached the upper glacier depot by 7:30 p.m. and found everything right. 330. This was the end of the plateau, the beginning of the glacier. Their hard time should be over so far as the weather was concerned. Wilson notes how fine the land looked as they approached it. The color of the Dominion Range rock is in the main all brown matter or dark reddish chocolate. But there are numerous bands of yellow rock scattered amongst it. I think it is composed of dolerite and sandstone as on the W side. 331. The condition of the party was of course giving anxiety, how much it is impossible to say. A good deal was to be hoped from the warm weather ahead. Scott and Bowers were probably the fittest men. Scott's shoulder soon mended and Bowers is splendid, full of energy and bustle all the time. 332. Wilson was feeling the cold more than either of them now. His leg was not yet well enough to wear ski. Oates had suffered from a cold foot for some time. Evans, however, was the only man whom Scott seems to have been worried about. His cuts and wounds suppurate, his nose looks very bad, and altogether he shows considerable signs of being played out. Well, we have come through our 7 weeks icecap journey and most of us are fit, but I think another week might have had a very bad effect on P.O. Evans, who is going steadily downhill. 333. They had all been having extra food which had helped them much, though they complained of hunger and want of sleep. Directly they got into the warmer weather on the glacier their food satisfied them, but we must march to keep on the full ration, and we want rest, yet we shall pull through all right. D.V. We are by no means worn out. 334. There are no germs in the Antarctic, save for a few isolated specimens which almost certainly come down from civilization in the upper air currents. You can sleep all night in a wet bag and clothing, and sledge all day in a mail of ice, and you will not catch a cold nor get any aches. You can get deficiency diseases, like scurvy, for inland this is a deficiency country, without vitamins. You can also get poisoned if you allow your food to remain thawed out too long, and if you do not cover the provisions in a depot with enough snow the sun will get at them. Even though the air temperature is far below freezing. But it is not easy to become diseased. On the other hand, once something does go wrong it is the deuce and all to get it right, especially cuts. And the isolation of the polar traveler may place him in most difficult circumstances. There are no ambulances and hospitals, and a man on a sledge is a very serious weight. Practically any man who undertakes big polar journeys must face the possibility of having to commit suicide to save his companions, and the difficulty of this must not be overrated. For it is in some ways more desirable to die than to live if things are bad enough. We got to that stage on the winter journey. I remember discussing this question with Bowers, who had a scheme of doing himself in with a pickaxe if necessity arose, though how he could have accomplished it I don't know, or, as he said, there might be a crevasse, and at any rate there was the medical case. I was horrified at the time. I had never faced the thing out with myself like that. They left the upper glacier depot under Mount Darwin on February 8th. This day they collected the most important of those geological specimens to which, at Wilson's special request, they clung to the end, and which were mostly collected by him. Mount Darwin and Buckley Island, which are really the tops of high mountains, stick out of the ice at the top of the glacier, and the course ran near to both of them, but not actually up against them. Shackleton found coal on Buckley Island, and it was clear that the place was of great geological importance, for it was one of the only places in the Antarctic where fossils could be found. So far as we knew. The icefall stretched away as far as you could see towards the mountains which bound the glacier on either side, and as you looked upwards towards Buckley Island they were like a long breaking wave. One of the great difficulties about the Beardmore was that you saw the icefalls as you went up, and avoided them. But coming down you knew nothing of their whereabouts until you fell into the middle of pressure and crevasses. And then it was almost impossible to say whether you should go right or left to get out. Evans was unable to pull this day, and was detached from the sledge, but this was not necessarily a very serious sign. Shackleton on his return journey was not able to pull at this place. Wilson wrote as follows. February 8th, Mt. Buckley Cliffs. A very busy day. We had a very cold forenoon march, blowing like blazes from the S. Birdie detached and went on ski to Mt. Darwin and collected some dolerite, the only rock he could see on the Nunatak, which was nearest. We got into a sort of crusted surface where the snow broke through nearly to our knees and the sledge runner also. I thought at first we were all on a thinly bridged crevasse. We then came on east a bit, and gradually got worse and worse going over an icefall, having great trouble to prevent sledge taking charge, but eventually got down and then made N.W. or N. into the land, and camped right by the moraine under the great sandstone cliffs of Mt. Buckley, out of the wind and quite warm again. It was a wonderful change. After lunch we all geologized on till supper, and I was very late turning in, examining the moraine after supper. Socks, all strewn over the rocks, dried splendidly. Magnificent beacon sandstone cliffs. Masses of limestone in the moraine, and dolerite crags in various places. Coal seams at all heights in the sandstone cliffs, and lumps of weathered coal with fossil vegetable. Had a regular field day and got some splendid things in the short time. February 9th, moraine visit. We made our way along down the moraine, and at the end of Mt. Buckley, I unhitched and had half an hour over the rocks and again got some good things written up in sketchbook. We then left the moraine and made a very good march on rough blue ice all day with very small and scarce scraps of névé, on one of which we camped for the night with a rather overcast foggy sky, which cleared to bright sun in the night. We are all thoroughly enjoying temps of +10 degrees or thereabouts now, with no wind instead of the summit winds which are incessant with temp. -20 degrees. February 10th, 16m. We made a very good forenoon march from 10 to 2:45 towards the Cloudmaker. Weather overcast gradually obscured everything in snowfall fog, starting with crystals of large size. We had to camp after 2.5 hours afternoon march as it got too thick to see anything and we were going downhill on blue ice. 3:35. Plate 9, Buckley Island, E. Wilson, Emery Walker Ltd. Colotypers. The next day in bad lights and on a bad surface they fell into the same pressure which both the other returning parties experienced. Like them they were in the middle of it before they realized. Then came the fatal decision to steer east. We went on for 6 hours, hoping to do a good distance, which I suppose we did, but for the last hour or two we pressed on into a regular trap. Getting on to a good surface we did not reduce our lunch meal, and thought all going well, but half an hour after lunch we got into the worst ice mess I have ever been in. For 3 hours we plunged on ski, first thinking we were too much to the right, then too much to the left. Meanwhile the disturbance got worse and my spirits received a very rude shock. There were times when it seemed almost impossible to find a way out of the awful turmoil in which we found ourselves. The turmoil changed in character, irregular crevassed surface giving way to huge chasms, closely packed and most difficult to cross. It was very heavy work, but we had grown desperate. We won through at 10 p.m., and I write after 12 hours on the march, 3:36. Wilson continues the story. February 12. We had a good night just outside the ice falls and disturbances, and a small breakfast of tea, thin hush and biscuit. And began the forenoon by a decent bit of travelling on rubbly blue ice in crampons, then plunged into an ice fall and wandered about in it for hours and hours. February 13. We had one biscuit and some tea after a night's sleep on very hard and irregular blue ice amongst the icefall crevasses. No snow on the tent, only ski, etc. Got away at 10 a.m. And by 2 p.m. found the depot, having had a good march over very hard rough blue ice. Only half an hour in the disturbance of yesterday. The weather was very thick, snowing and overcast, could only just see the points of bearing for depot. However, we got there, tired and hungry, and camped and had hush and tea and 3 biscuits each. Then away again with our 3.5 days' food from this red flag depot and off down by the Cloudmaker moraine. We traveled about 4 hours on hard blue ice, and I was allowed to geologize the last hour down the 2 outer lines of boulders. The outer one all dolerite and quartz rocks, the inner all dolerite and sandstone. We camped on the inner line of boulders, weather clearing all the afternoon. 337. Meanwhile both Wilson and Bowers had been badly snowblind, though Wilson does not mention it in his diary, and this night Scott says Evans had no power to assist with camping work. A good march followed on February 14, but there is no getting away from the fact that we are not pulling strong. Probably none of us. Wilson's leg still troubles him and he doesn't like to trust himself on ski, but the worst case is Evans, who is giving us serious anxiety. This morning he suddenly disclosed a huge blister on his foot. It delayed us on the march, when he had to have his crampon readjusted. Sometimes I feel he is going from bad to worse, but I trust he will pick up again when we come to steady work on ski like this afternoon. He is hungry and so is Wilson. We can't risk opening out our food again, and as cook at present I am serving something under full allowance. We are inclined to get slack and slow with our camping arrangement, and small delays increase. I have talked of the matter tonight and hope for improvement. We cannot do distance without the hours. 338. There was something wrong with this party, more wrong, I mean, than was justified by the tremendous journey they had already experienced. Except for the blizzard at the bottom of the Beardmore and the surfaces near the pole, it had been little worse than they expected. Evans, however, who was considered by Scott to be the strongest man of the party, had already collapsed, and it is admitted that the rest of the party was becoming far from strong. There seems to be an unknown factor here somewhere. Empty Kiffin, E. Wilson. Wilson's diary continues. February 15, 13 3/4 m. Geography. I got on ski again first time since damaging my leg and was on them all day for 9 hours. It was a bit painful and swelled by the evening, and every night I put on snow poultice. We are not yet abreast of Kiffin, and much discussion how far we are from the lower glacier depot, probably 18 to 20 m. And we have to reduce food again, only 1 biscuit tonight with a thin hush of pemmican. Tomorrow we have to make 1 day's food which remains last over the 2. The weather became heavily overcast during the afternoon and then began to snow, and though we got in our 4 hours march it was with difficulty, and we only made a bit over 5 miles. However, we are nearer the depot tonight. February 16, 12.5 m. Geography got a good start in fair weather after 1 biscuit and a thin breakfast, and made 7.5 m. in the forenoon. Again the weather became overcast and we lunched almost at our old bearing on Kiffin of lunch December 15th. All the afternoon the weather became thick and thicker, and after 3¼ hours Evans collapsed, sick and giddy, and unable to walk even by the sledge on ski, so we camped. Can see no land at all anywhere, but we must be getting pretty near the Pillar Rock. Evans' collapse has much to do with the fact that he has never been sick in his life and is now helpless with his hands frostbitten. We had thin meals for lunch and supper. February 17th. The weather cleared and we got away for a clear run to the depot and had gone a good part of the way when Evans found his ski shoes coming off. He was allowed to readjust and continue to pull, but it happened again, and then again, so he was told to unhitch, get them right, and follow on and catch us up. He lagged far behind till lunch, and when we camped we had lunch, and then went back for him as he had not come up. He had fallen and had his hands frostbitten, and we then returned for the sledge, and brought it, and fetched him in on it as he was rapidly losing the use of his legs. He was comatose when we got him into the tent, and he died without recovering consciousness that night about 10 p.m. We had a short rest for an hour or two in our bags that night, then had a meal and came on through the pressure ridges about 4 miles farther down and reached our lower glacier depot. Here we camped at last, had a good meal and slept a good night's rest which we badly needed. Our depot was all right. 3:39, a very terrible day. On discussing the symptoms we think he began to get weaker just before we reached the pole, and that his downward path was accelerated first by the shock of his frostbitten fingers, and later by falls during rough traveling on the glacier, further by his loss of all confidence in himself. Wilson thinks it certain he must have injured his brain by a fall. It is a terrible thing to lose a companion in this way, but calm reflection shows that there could not have been a better ending to the terrible anxieties of the past week. Discussion of the situation at lunch yesterday shows us what a desperate pass we were in with a sick man on our hands at such a distance from home. 3:40. Where Evans died, E. Wilson. Chapter 18. The Polar Journey, continued. This happy breed of men, this little world. This precious stone set in the silver sea, which serves it in the office of a wall. This blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England. This nurse, this teeming womb of royal kings. This land of such dear souls, this dear, dear land. Shakespeare. Chapter 6. Farthest South. Stevenson has written of a traveller whose wife slumbered by his side what time his spirit re-adventured forth in memory of days gone by. He was quite happy about it, and I suppose his travels had been peaceful, for days and nights such as these men spent coming down the Beardmore will give you nightmare after nightmare, and wake you shrieking, years after. Of course they were shaken and weakened. But the conditions they had faced, and the time they had been out, do not in my opinion account entirely for their weakness nor for Evans' collapse, which may have had something to do with the fact that he was the biggest, heaviest and most muscular man in the party. I do not believe that this is a life for such men, who are expected to pull their weight and to support and drive a larger machine than their companions, and at the same time to eat no extra food. If, as seems likely, the ration these men were eating was not enough to support the work they were doing, then it is clear that the heaviest man will feel the deficiency sooner and more severely than others who are smaller than he. Evans must have had a most terrible time. I think it is clear from the diaries that he had suffered very greatly without complaint. At home he would have been nursed in bed, here he must march, he was pulling the day he died, until he was crawling on his frostbitten hands and knees in the snow, horrible, most horrible perhaps for those who found him so, and sat in the tent and watched him die. I am told that simple concussion does not kill as suddenly as this, probably some clot had moved in his brain. For one reason and another they took very nearly as long to come down the glacier with a featherweight sledge as we had taken to go up it with full loads. 7 days' food were allowed from the upper to the lower glacier depot. Bowers told me that he thought this was running it fine. But the two supporting parties got through all right, though they both tumbled into the horrible pressure above the Cloud Maker. The last return party took 7.5 days, the polar party 10 days, the latter had been 25.5 days longer on the plateau than the former. Owing to their slow progress down the glacier, the polar party went on short rations for the first and last time until they camped on March 19. With the exception of these days, they had either their full or more than their full ration until that date. Until they reached the barrier on their return journey, the weather can be described neither as abnormal nor as unexpected. There were 300 statute miles, 260 geo, to be covered to 1-ton depot, and 150 statute miles, 130 geo, more from 1 ton to hut point. They had just picked up 1 week's food for 5 men. Between the Beardmore and 1 ton were 3 more depots each with 1 week's food for 5 men. They were 4 men, their way was across the main body of the barrier out of sight of land, and away from any immediate influence of the comparatively warm sea ahead of them. Nothing was known of the weather conditions in the middle of the barrier at this time of year, and no one suspected that March conditions there were very cold. Shackleton turned homeward on January 10, reached his Bluff depot on February 23, and Hut Point on February 28. Wilson's diary continues. February 18. We had only 5 hours sleep. We had butter and biscuit and tea when we woke at 2 p.m., then came over the gap entrance to the pony slaughter camp, visiting a rock moraine of Empty Hope on the way. February 19. Late in getting away after making up new 10-foot sledge and digging out pony meat. We made 5.5 m on a very heavy surface indeed. 341. This bad surface is the feature of their first homeward marches on the barrier. From now onwards they complain always of the terrible surfaces, but a certain amount of the heavy pulling must be ascribed to their own weakness. In the low temperatures which occurred later, bad surfaces were to be expected, but now the temperatures were not really low, about 0 to -17 degrees, fine clear days for the most part, and a thing to be noticed, little wind. They wanted wind, which would probably be behind them from the south. Oh! For a little wind, Scott writes. Evans evidently had plenty. He was already very anxious. If this goes on we shall have a bad time, but I sincerely trust it is only the result of this windless area close to the coast and that, as we are making steadily outwards, we shall shortly escape it. It is perhaps premature, February 19, to be anxious about covering distance. In all other respects things are improving. We have our sleeping bags spread on the sledge and they are drying, but, above all, we have our full measure of food again. Tonight we had a sort of stew fry of pemmican and horseflesh, and voted it the best hoosh we had ever had on a sledge journey. The absence of poor Evans is a help to the commissariat, but if he had been here in a fit state we might have got along faster. I wonder what is in store for us, with some little alarm at the lateness of the season. And on February 20, when they made 7 miles. At present our sledge and ski leave deeply plowed tracks which can be seen winding for miles behind. It is distressing, but as usual trials are forgotten when we camp, and good food is our lot. Pray God we get better traveling, as we are not so fit as we were, and the season is advancing apace. And on February 21. We never won a march of 8.5 miles with greater difficulty, but we can't go on like this. 342. A breeze suddenly came away from SSE, force 4 to 6 at 11 a.m. on February 22, and they hoisted the sail on the sledge they had just picked up. They immediately lost the tracks they were following, and failed to find the cairns and camp remains which they should have picked up if they had been on the right course. Which was difficult here owing to the thick weather we had on the outward march. Bowers was sure they were too near the land and they steered out, but still failed to pick up the line on which their depots and their lives depended. Scott was convinced they were outside, not inside the line. The next morning Bowers took a round of angles, and they came to the conclusion, on slender evidence, that they were still too near the land. They had an unhappy march still off the tracks, but just as we decided to lunch, Bowers' wonderful sharp eyes detected an old double lunch cairn, the theodolite telescope confirmed it. And our spirits rose accordingly. 3:43 Then Wilson had another bad attack of snow glare, could hardly keep a chink of eye open in goggles to see the course. Fat pony hush. 3:44 This day they reached the lower barrier depot. Sledging in a high wind, E.A. Wilson. They were an evil case, but they would have been all right, these men, if the cold had not come down upon them, a bolt quite literally from the blue of a clear sky, unexpected, unforetold and fatal. The cold itself was not so tremendous until you realized that they had been out 4 months, that they had fought their way up the biggest glacier in the world in feet of soft snow, that they had spent 7 weeks under plateau conditions of rarefied air, big winds, and low temperatures, and they had watched one of their companions die, not in a bed, in a hospital or ambulance. Nor suddenly, but slowly, night by night and day by day, with his hands frostbitten and his brain going, until they must have wondered, each man in his heart, whether in such case a human being could be left to die, that 4 men might live. He died a natural death and they went out onto the barrier. Given such conditions as were expected, and the conditions for which preparation had been made, they would have come home alive and well. Some men say the weather was abnormal, there is some evidence that it was. The fact remains that the temperature dropped into the -30s by day and the -40s by night. The fact also remains that there was a great lack of southerly winds, and in consequence the air near the surface was not being mixed, excessive radiation took place. And a layer of cold air formed near the ground. Crystals also formed on the surface of the snow and the wind was not enough to sweep them away. As the temperature dropped, so the surface for the runners of the sledges became worse, as I explained elsewhere. 3:45 They were pulling as it were through sand. In the face of the difficulties which beset them, their marches were magnificent, 11.5 miles on February 25 and again on the following day, 12.2 miles on February 27, and 11.5 miles again on February 28 and 29. If they could have kept this up they would have come through without a doubt. But I think it was about now that they suspected, and then were sure, that they could not pull through. Scott's diary, written at lunch, March 2, is as follows. Misfortunes rarely come singly. We marched to the middle barrier depot fairly easily yesterday afternoon, and since that have suffered 3 distinct blows which have placed us in a bad position. First, we found a shortage of oil. With most rigid economy it can scarce carry us to the next depot on this surface, 71 miles away. Second, Titus Oates disclosed his feet, the toes showing very bad indeed, evidently bitten by the late temperatures. The third blow came in the night, when the wind, which we had hailed with some joy, brought dark overcast weather. It fell below -40 degrees in the night, and this morning it took 1.5 hours to get our footgear on, but we got away before 8. We lost cairn and tracks together and made as steady as we could N/W. But have seen nothing. Worse was to come, the surface is simply awful. In spite of strong wind and full sail we have only done 5.5 miles. We are in a very queer street, since there is no doubt we cannot do the extra marches and feel the cold horribly. 3:46. They did nearly 10 miles that day, but on March 3 they had a terrible time. God help us, wrote Scott, we can't keep up this pulling, that is certain. Amongst ourselves we are unendingly cheerful, but what each man feels in his heart I can only guess. Putting on footgear in the morning is getting slower and slower, therefore every day more dangerous. The following extracts are taken from Scott's diary. March 4. Lunch. We are in a very tight place indeed, but none of us despondent yet, or at least we preserve every semblance of good cheer. But one's heart sinks as the sledge stops dead at some sastrugi behind which the surface sand lies thickly heaped. For the moment the temperature is in the -20 degree, an improvement which makes us much more comfortable, but a colder snap is bound to come again soon. I fear that Oates at least will weather such an event very poorly. Providence to our aid. We can expect little from man now except the possibility of extra food at the next depot. It will be real bad if we get there and find the same shortage of oil. Shall we get there? Such a short distance it would have appeared to us on the summit. I don't know what I should do if Wilson and Bowers weren't so determinedly cheerful over things. Plate X, Mount Longstaff, E. Wilson, Emery Walker Limited, Colotypers. Monday, March 5th. Lunch. Regret to say going from bad to worse. We got a slant of wind yesterday afternoon, and going on 5 hours we converted our wretched morning run of 3.5 miles into something over 9. We went to bed on a cup of cocoa and pemmican solid with the chill off. The result is telling on all, but mainly on Oates, whose feet are in a wretched condition. One swelled up tremendously last night and he is very lame this morning. We started march on tea and pemmican as last night. We pretend to prefer the pemmican this way. Marched for 5 hours this morning over a slightly better surface covered with high moundy sastrugi. Sledge capsized twice. We pulled on foot, covering about 5.5 miles. We are 2 pony marches and 4 miles about from our depot. Our fuel dreadfully low and the poor soldier nearly done. It is pathetic enough because we can do nothing for him. More hot food might do a little, but only a little, I fear. We none of us expected these terribly low temperatures, and of the rest of us, Wilson is feeling them most. Mainly, I fear, from his self-sacrificing devotion in doctoring Oates' feet. We cannot help each other, each has enough to do to take care of himself. We get cold on the march when the trudging is heavy, and the wind pierces our worn garments. The others, all of them, are unendingly cheerful when in the tent. We mean to see the game through with a proper spirit, but it's tough work to be pulling harder than we ever pulled in our lives for long hours, and to feel that the progress is so slow. One can only say, God help us, and plod on our weary way, cold and very miserable, though outwardly cheerful. We talk of all sorts of subjects in the tent, not much of food now, since we decided to take the risk of running a full ration. We simply couldn't go hungry at this time. Tuesday, March 6th. Lunch. We did a little better with help of wind yesterday afternoon, finishing 9.5 miles for the day, and 27 miles from depot. But this morning things have been awful. It was warm in the night and for the first time during the journey I overslept myself by more than an hour, then we were slow with footgear. Then, pulling with all our might, for our lives, we could scarcely advance at rate of a mile an hour, then it grew thick and 3 times we had to get out of harness to search for tracks. The result is something less than 3.5 miles for the forenoon. The sun is shining now and the wind gone. Poor Oates is unable to pull, sits on the sledge when we are track searching. He is wonderfully plucky, as his feet must be giving him great pain. He makes no complaint, but his spirits only come up in spurts now, and he grows more silent in the tent. We are making a spirit lamp to try and replace the primus when our oil is exhausted. Wednesday, March 7th. A little worse, I fear. One of Oates' feet very bad this morning. He is wonderfully brave. We still talk of what we will do together at home. We only made 6.5 miles yesterday. This morning in 4.5 hours we did just over 4 miles. We are 16 from our depot. If we only find the correct proportion of food there and this surface continues, we may get to the next depot, Mt. Hooper, 72 miles farther, but not to 1 Ton Camp. We hope against hope that the dogs have been to Mt. Hooper, then we might pull through. If there is a shortage of oil again we can have little hope. One feels that for poor Oates the crisis is near, but none of us are improving, though we are wonderfully fit considering the really excessive work we are doing. We are only kept going by good food. No wind this morning till a chill northerly air came ahead. Sun bright and cairns showing up well. I should like to keep the track to the end. Thursday, March 8th. Lunch. Worse and worse in morning. Poor Oates' left foot can never last out, and time over footgear something awful. Have to wait in night footgear for nearly an hour before I start changing, and then am generally first to be ready. Wilson's feet giving trouble now, but this mainly because he gives so much help to others. We did 4.5 miles this morning and are now 8.5 miles from the depot, a ridiculously small distance to feel in difficulties, yet on this surface we know we cannot equal half our old marches. And that for that effort we expend nearly double the energy. The great question is, what shall we find at the depot? If the dogs have visited it we may get along a good distance, but if there is another short allowance of fuel, God help us indeed. We are in a very bad way, I fear, in any case. Saturday, March 10th. Things steadily downhill. Oates' foot worse. He has rare pluck and must know that he can never get through. He asked Wilson if he had a chance this morning, and of course Bill had to say he didn't know. In point of fact he has none. Apart from him, if he went under now, I doubt whether we could get through. With great care we might have a dog's chance, but no more. The weather conditions are awful, and our gear gets steadily more icy and difficult to manage. Yesterday we marched up the depot, empty hooper. Cold comfort. Shortage on our allowance all round. I don't know that anyone is to blame. The dogs which would have been our salvation have evidently failed. Mears had a bad trip home I suppose. This morning it was calm when we breakfasted, but the wind came from the W.N.W. as we broke camp. It rapidly grew in strength. After traveling for half an hour I saw that none of us could go on facing such conditions. We were forced to camp and are spending the rest of the day in a comfortless blizzard camp, wind quite foul. Sunday, March 11th. Titus Oates is very near the end, one feels. What we or he will do, God only knows. We discussed the matter after breakfast. He is a brave fine fellow and understands the situation, but he practically asked for advice. Nothing could be said but to urge him to march as long as he could. One satisfactory result to the discussion, I practically ordered Wilson to hand over the means of ending our troubles to us, so that any one of us may know how to do so. Wilson had no choice between doing so and our ransacking the medicine case. We have 30 opium tabloids apiece and he is left with a tube of morphine. So far the tragical side of our story. The sky completely overcast when we started this morning. We could see nothing, lost the tracks, and doubtless have been swaying a good deal since. 3.1 miles for the forenoon, terribly heavy dragging, expected it. Know that 6 miles is about the limit of our endurance now, if we get no help from wind or surfaces. We have 7 days' food and should be about 55 miles from 1 ton camp tonight. 6 times 7 is equal to 42, leaving us 13 miles short of our distance, even if things get no worse. Meanwhile the season rapidly advances. Monday, March 12th. We did 6.9 miles yesterday, under our necessary average. Things are left much the same, Oates not pulling much, and now with hands as well as feet pretty well useless. We did 4 miles this morning in 4 hours 20 minutes. We may hope for 3 this afternoon. 7 times 6 is equal to 42. We shall be 47 miles from the depot. I doubt if we can possibly do it. The surface remains awful, the cold intense, and our physical condition running down. God help us. Not a breath of favorable wind for more than a week, and apparently liable to head winds at any moment. Wednesday, March 14th. No doubt about the going downhill, but everything going wrong for us. Yesterday we woke to a strong northerly wind with temp. -37 degrees. Couldn't face it, so remained in camp till 2, then did 5.25 miles. Wanted to march later, but party feeling the cold badly as the breeze, never took off entirely, and as the sun sank the temp fell. Long time getting supper in dark. This morning started with southerly breeze, set sail and passed another cairn at good speed. Halfway, however, the wind shifted to W/S or WSW. Blew through our wind clothes and into our mitts. Poor Wilson, horribly cold, could not get off ski for some time. Bowers and I practically made camp, and when we got into the tent at last we were all deadly cold. Then temp. Now midday down -43 degrees and the wind strong. We must go on, but now the making of every camp must be more difficult and dangerous. It must be near the end, but a pretty merciful end. Poor Oates got it again in the foot. I shudder to think what it will be like tomorrow. It is only with greatest pains rest of us keep off frostbites. No idea there could be temperatures like this at this time of year with such winds. Truly awful outside the tent. Must fight it out to the last biscuit, but can't reduce rations. A blizzard camp, E. Wilson. Friday, March 16th, or Saturday, 17. Lost track of dates, but think the last correct. Tragedy all along the line. At lunch, the day before yesterday, poor Titus Oates said he couldn't go on. He proposed we should leave him in his sleeping bag. That we could not do, and we induced him to come on the afternoon march. In spite of its awful nature for him he struggled on and we made a few miles. At night he was worse and we knew the end had come. Should this be found I want these facts recorded. Oates' last thoughts were of his mother, but immediately before he took pride in thinking that his regiment would be pleased with the bold way in which he met his death. We can testify to his bravery. He has borne intense suffering for weeks without complaint, and to the very last was able and willing to discuss outside subjects. He did not, would not, give up hope till the very end. He was a brave soul. This was the end. He slept through the night before last, hoping not to wake, but he woke in the morning, yesterday. It was blowing a blizzard. He said, "I am just going outside and may be some time." He went out into the blizzard and we have not seen him since. I take this opportunity of saying that we have stuck to our sick companions to the last. In case of Edgar Evans, when absolutely out of food and he lay insensible, the safety of the remainder seemed to demand his abandonment, but Providence mercifully removed him at this critical moment. He died a natural death, and we did not leave him till 2 hours after his death. We knew that poor Oates was walking to his death, but though we tried to dissuade him, we knew it was the act of a brave man and an English gentleman. We all hope to meet the end with a similar spirit, and assuredly the end is not far. I can only write at lunch and then only occasionally. The cold is intense, -40 degrees at midday. My companions are unendingly cheerful, but we are all on the verge of serious frostbites, and though we constantly talk of fetching through I don't think any one of us believes it in his heart. We are cold on the march now, and at all times except meals. Yesterday we had to lay up for a blizzard and today we move dreadfully slowly. We are at No. 14 pony camp, only 2 pony marches from 1 ton depot. We leave here our theodolite, a camera, and Oates' sleeping bags. Diaries, etc. And geological specimens carried at Wilson's special request, will be found with us or on our sledge. Sunday, March 18th. Today, lunch, we are 21 miles from the depot. Ill fortune presses, but better may come. We have had more wind and drift from ahead yesterday, had to stop marching, wind N.W., force 4, temp -35 degrees. No human being could face it, and we are worn out nearly. My right foot has gone, nearly all the toes. 2 days ago I was proud possessor of best feet. Bowers takes first place in condition, but there is not much to choose after all. The others are still confident of getting through, or pretend to be, I don't know. We have the last half fill of oil in our primus and a very small quantity of spirit, this alone between us and thirst. The wind is fair for the moment, and that is perhaps a fact to help. The mileage would have seemed ridiculously small on our outward journey. Monday, March 19th. Lunch. We camped with difficulty last night and were dreadfully cold till after our supper of cold pemmican and biscuit and a half pannikin of cocoa cooked over the spirit. Then, contrary to expectation, we got warm and all slept well. Today we started in the usual dragging manner. Sledge dreadfully heavy. We are 15.5 miles from the depot and ought to get there in 3 days. What progress! We have 2 days' food but barely a day's fuel. All our feet are getting bad, Wilson's best, my right foot worse, left all right. There is no chance to nurse one's feet till we can get hot food into us. Amputation is the least I can hope for now, but will the trouble spread? That is the serious question. The weather doesn't give us a chance, the wind from N to N, W, and minus 40 degrees temp, today. Wednesday, March 21st. Got within 11 miles of depot Monday night, had to lay up all yesterday in severe blizzard. Today forlorn hope, Wilson and Bowers going to depot for fuel. 22 and 23. Blizzard bad as ever, Wilson and Bowers unable to start, tomorrow last chance, no fuel and only 1 or 2 of food left, must be near the end. Have decided it shall be natural, we shall march for the depot with or without our effects and die in our tracks. Thursday, March 29th. Since the 21st we have had a continuous gale from W.S.W. and S.W. We had fuel to make 2 cups of tea apiece and bare food for 2 days on the 20th. Every day we have been ready to start for our depot 11 miles away, but outside the door of the tent it remains a scene of whirling drift. I do not think we can hope for any better things now. We shall stick it out to the end, but we are getting weaker, of course, and the end cannot be far. It seems a pity, but I do not think I can write more. R. Scott. Last entry. For God's sake, look after our people. The following extracts are from letters written by Scott. To Mrs. E. A. Wilson. My dear Mrs. Wilson. If this letter reaches you, Bill and I will have gone out together. We are very near it now and I should like you to know how splendid he was at the end, everlastingly cheerful and ready to sacrifice himself for others. Never a word of blame to me for leading him into this mess. He is not suffering, luckily, at least only minor discomforts. His eyes have a comfortable blue look of hope and his mind is peaceful with the satisfaction of his faith in regarding himself as part of the great scheme of the Almighty. I can do no more to comfort you than to tell you that he died as he lived, a brave, true man, the best of comrades and staunchest of friends. My whole heart goes out to you in pity. Yours. R. Scott. To Mrs. Bowers. My dear Mrs. Bowers. I am afraid this will reach you after one of the heaviest blows of your life. I write when we are very near the end of our journey, and I am finishing it in company with 2 gallant, noble gentlemen. One of these is your son. He had come to be one of my closest and soundest friends, and I appreciate his wonderful upright nature, his ability and energy. As the troubles have thickened his dauntless spirit ever shone brighter and he has remained cheerful, hopeful and indomitable to the end. To Sir J. M. Barrie. My dear Barrie. We are pegging out in a very comfortless spot. Hoping this letter may be found and sent to you, I write a word of farewell. Goodbye. I am not at all afraid of the end, but sad to miss many a humble pleasure which I had planned for the future on our long marches. I may not have proved a great explorer, but we have done the greatest march ever made and come very near to great success. Goodbye, my dear friend. Yours ever. R. Scott. We are in a desperate state, feet frozen, etc. No fuel and a long way from food, but it would do your heart good to be in our tent, to hear our songs and the cheery conversation as to what we will do when we get to Hut Point. Later. We are very near the end, but have not and will not lose our good cheer. We have 4 days of storm in our tent and nowhere's food or fuel. We did intend to finish ourselves when things proved like this, but we have decided to die naturally in the track. 347. The following extracts are from letters written to other friends. I want to tell you that I was not too old for this job. It was the younger men that went under first. After all, we are setting a good example to our countrymen, if not by getting into a tight place, by facing it like men when we were there. We could have come through had we neglected the sick. Wilson, the best fellow that ever stepped, has sacrificed himself again and again to the sick men of the party. Our journey has been the biggest on record, and nothing but the most exceptional hard luck at the end would have caused us to fail to return. What lots and lots I could tell you of this journey. How much better has it been than lounging in too great comfort at home. Message to the public. The causes of the disaster are not due to faulty organization, but to misfortune in all risks which had to be undertaken. The loss of pony transport in March 1911 obliged me to start later than I had intended, and obliged the limits of stuff transported to be narrowed. The weather throughout the outward journey, and especially the long gale in 83 degrees south, stopped us. The soft snow in lower reaches of glacier again reduced pace. We fought these untoward events with a will and conquered, but it cut into our provision reserve. Every detail of our food supplies, clothing and depots made on the interior ice sheet and over that long stretch of 700 miles to the pole and back, worked out to perfection. The advance party would have returned to the glacier in fine form and with surplus of food, but for the astonishing failure of the man whom we had least expected to fail. Edgar Evans was thought the strongest man of the party. The Beardmore Glacier is not difficult in fine weather, but on our return we did not get a single completely fine day. This with a sick companion enormously increased our anxieties. As I have said elsewhere, we got into frightfully rough ice and Edgar Evans received a concussion of the brain. He died a natural death, but left us a shaken party with the season unduly advanced. But all the facts above enumerated were as nothing to the surprise which awaited us on the barrier. I maintain that our arrangements for returning were quite adequate, and that no one in the world would have expected the temperatures and surfaces which we encountered at this time of the year. On the summit in lat. 85 degree, 86 degree we had -20 degrees, -30 degrees. On the barrier in lat. 82 degrees, 10,000 feet lower, we had -30 degrees in the day, -47 degrees at night pretty regularly, with continuous headwind during our day marches. It is clear that these circumstances come on very suddenly, and our wreck is certainly due to this sudden advent of severe weather, which does not seem to have any satisfactory cause. I do not think human beings ever came through such a month as we have come through, and we should have got through in spite of the weather but for the sickening of a second companion, Captain Oates. And a shortage of fuel in our depots for which I cannot account, and finally, but for the storm which has fallen on us within 11 miles of the depot at which we hope to secure our final supplies. Surely misfortune could scarcely have exceeded this last blow. We arrived within 11 miles of our old 1-ton camp with fuel for one last meal and food for 2 days. For 4 days we have been unable to leave the tent, the gale howling about us. We are weak, writing is difficult, but for my own sake I do not regret this journey, which has shown that Englishmen can endure hardships, help one another, and meet death with as great a fortitude as ever in the past. We took risks, we knew we took them, things have come out against us, and therefore we have no cause for complaint, but bow to the will of Providence, determined still to do our best to the last. But if we have been willing to give our lives to this enterprise, which is for the honor of our country, I appeal to our countrymen to see that those who depend on us are properly cared for. Had we lived, I should have had a tale to tell of the hardihood, endurance, and courage of my companions which would have stirred the heart of every Englishman. These rough notes in our dead bodies must tell the tale, but surely a great rich country like ours will see that those who are dependent on us are properly provided for. R. Scott. 348. The Polar Journey, Apsley Cherry-Garrard, Emery Walker Limited, Colotypers.